that he did, but he doesn't now. And what he had me understand and realize is that it's not the money. Like you're saying, it's not the money. Like it's not what they think about. Why? Because while we're talking, having conversations, and I'm like, oh, this happened in life, that, oh God, I'm like, he's like, yo, bro, $1,000 just hit my account while you were crying on my shoulder. Go out there, get after it. Like it. So the bottom line is, it is the money, but wealthy people are so wealthy and their money makes so much money, it makes no sense for them to think about it anymore. Their money makes money. It's not that money is not important. They just, because money really is just whatever currency we go with. Whatever currency that is, they would switch to. It doesn't really matter what it is. They just know how to generate enough so that they don't have to actually work for it. It wouldn't matter what coupon it was. Because if there were no coupons, then it'd probably be bodies. Now that would be a fucking problem. I'd probably be at war in the streets if it came to that. Like, oh, bodies for the whoa, whoa, whoa. That's but you get what I'm saying?
For sure, but then again, you could do exactly what the rich are doing, essentially the wealthy, just on a much smaller scale, and that's how you start. I mean,
That's what I'm
there's many vehicles of investments that you could start with $1. And I could show you many different vehicles of investment that you essentially depends where you are. If you're in the United States or in Canada, there's different sort of accounts, different legal observations I could show you that you could actually make heavy interest on your cash just for sitting there. Exactly what the rich are doing. Example, look into real estate investment trusts. That's just one of many. A real estate investment trust will send you a check every month just for having cash sitting with them.
Yeah,
and that's just one of many.
People, for some reason, like when you say investments and all of that, like people's brains turn off. Like that doesn't matter. But here's the thing. It's the interest that your money makes based on where it is. Because most people got their money sitting in a bank somewhere, it's not earning any interest. Right? Like Jimsy and I was talking about the other day.
For sure.
But
For sure.
besides that, you got 4, 5, 6 credit cards with interest rates that are like 15% and above. No wonder there's a big hole in your pocket and you can't get ahead. Not only that, the interest that you're going to have to pay over the course of 15, 20, however long it is for you to pay off your mortgage. That's never
And
gonna
again,
not.
and that's something.
By saying, "Oh, the rich have this, the wealthy have this." It's actually very simple. All you need to do is make sure that the interest that your money is earning is on the positive end and not in the negative end. It's as simple as that.
So look at this. You mentioned something, and I'd love to touch on it. You mentioned mortgage. You shouldn't buy a home. A home is not a wise investment. A home was a wise investment maybe 40 years ago, but today it's not a wise investment. Okay? If you look at all the like you were saying, the wealthy, right? All the filthy rich. Do they own homes? They don't own homes. They rent homes, man. And the homes that they do own, they're renting. They're leasing them to tenants. You shouldn't own a home today. Why? Take a look at it. The first off, the cash down that you're going to put down and you're living in that home, okay? You got to pay your taxes. You got to pay your fees or whatnot, the upkeep on the property. While if you had a tenant living in there, well, he would pay for your mortgage, your upkeep, and then you keep a bit of the profit that would stay. It's not a wise investment anymore to buy a home. You know, the American dream. Oh, I want to come to America and buy a home. Maybe in my parents' time, 40, 50, 60 years ago, it was a good investment. But today, it is not.
Yeah,
that didn't make any sense. That didn't make any sense.
Before you go off of that red herring, let me point out that is a red herring and is a part of the distraction that I'm talking about. Because I know you didn't say that. I said that buying a home is an investment, but people do buy homes. Like, so the bottom line and the point of what I'm saying is your debts have an interest tied to it. So it'd be silly to think, well, I'm going to skirt the system, I'm going to do this, but you got interest coming out the wazoo, and you don't got no interest. You don't got no interest going up in your favor. Like, that's the point. Not, a house is a bad investment. I never even said a house was a good investment or an investment at all. But I know that the people that, I look to for this kind of information, they'll just buy 2 or 3 houses and say, oh, well, that's it. It's not an investment, it's a plaything. Because they had so much of an excess of money that's not even, it's not about a house, it's not about cars, it's not about that. It's about, do you have a hole in your pocket or not? Because that hole in your pocket, right? That, as a matter of fact, you just having your money sitting in the bank where it's earning you nothing, which means ultimately there's a hole in your pocket because of inflation. So when you're looking at it over the course of 10 and 20 years and you having your money banking with that bank, they done made millions and millions and millions in interest off of the dollars you let sit there. That money, from your energy and working so hard all your life, belongs to your family, and they have it because of our ignorance. That's the bottom line.
Exactly. The wealth is already here. The wealth was created by our ancestors. It was passed down to us, but now us making ignorant decisions, we're giving it to other people. Hey, you guys manage our wealth. Go ahead and give me nothing for it.
Elijah made a pretty good point there, but the last guy though about renting is smarter. Like your whole entire argument, you contradicted yourself in your own statement. Like you say, like the wealthy would that they rent, but you could have a house and have somebody renting it and paying for the upkeep and for the mortgage. Like, no, somebody has to own that place, and that person is going to benefit. The owner will benefit, not the renter. The renter loses everything.
Oh, of course. Hold on. Maybe you didn't understand. If you own a home, it's best if you have a tenant living in it, okay? Or a multi-residential.
Yeah, you're not going to rent a place yourself. You're going to still own a home for yourself.
Why would you own a home for yourself? You're gonna have to put. Sorry, guys. You're gonna have to put a capital down. Okay, example. The 10% you'll put down on example a $500,000 home. If you take that 50,000, throw it in the S&P 500, let it sit there for the amount of time that you're gonna want your mortgage. I promise you that you'll have a better return on your investment if you let it sit in the S&P than the value that your home's going to take. Not only that, calculate all the taxes and all of the upkeep that you're going to put into your home that you're living in. I'm not talking about the home that you're renting or the multi-residential that you're renting out. It's not. A home is not an investment. Now, another thing, when you're renting, you don't care about nothing. Hey, landlord, come fix this. Hey, landlord, come fix that. You have no upkeep on your property whatsoever. Look, the filthy rich, the people who are rich, they don't own, dude. They rent, and then they own what they rent. If you follow what I mean. Okay, and then you could put them on triple net leases. Let's say you get a commercial property, put them on a triple net lease. For all of you who don't know what a triple net lease is, example, you have
the lease is a monetary instrument that it has the cash value of the total amount of a physical year. So once you put, every month you're gonna pay $3,000 for this rent. At the end of the year, how much is 12 months times the 3,000?
So that's not a triple net lease. A triple net lease is where the tenant is responsible for all the upkeep on the building. Example, normally the property owner, if the roof is about to cave in and the tenant, this is only for commercial buildings. Okay, guys, you can't do this in residential. Example, the roof is about to cave in. You have a commercial tenant. He's on a triple net lease. Well, it's his responsibility to fix that roof. Okay, so a lot of banks, example, JP Morgan, most of all of their leases are triple net leases. They don't own buildings. Banks never own a building. Yeah, they're in the risk business, right? So, real estate is probably the best vehicle of investment out there, and you could own real estate with $1, man. Real estate investment trusts. I'm giving you guys a little hack there. Okay, take a look.
Yeah, that's on the public side. Everybody can do that. On the public side is the one that you don't see, the private side of things that you don't look at, like the actual meaning and the actual instrumentation of the of the lease that you're talking about, that monetary instrument that can be cashed in the treasury, and the people that you turning that into, the lease office, that amount they're getting that money instead of you getting it.
I mean, what you're saying is true in many ways, MDC. But the idea that the ultra wealthy rent property, that's not true. Like, often what they'll do is they'll buy property and then they'll use the value of that property to leverage against other assets.
Dude, I'm not talking about the guys worth $100 million. I'm talking about the guys worth billions of dollars, trillions of dollars. They don't own homes, dude. They all rent. Warren Buffett. He's had the same home since Timbuktu. Okay, look at all of these rich guys. They don't own homes, man. Like what's his name? They were laughing at him. They were laughing at him the other day. That big boxer. What's his name? Money guy there. They were laughing at him. He's like, I own a home here, own a home there. They were ranting at him. Like, it's not a wise investment anymore to have your money sitting. It's dead capital, man. It's dead capital. Plus, you're paying taxes on it.
Not necessarily.
Very quick question for you, MDC. Are we talking about flat land or curved land?
Crypto was trying to reply to him. Crypto, are you finished with your replies to the guy? Crypto, are you?
No, I mean, we can talk about this all day. It's dead capital unless you can borrow against it, which is what virtually everyone who owns a home does. So I don't really understand the point of saying that. Also, when you're talking about
okay, so you're going to borrow against it and then do what with that capital? Buy another. What are you going to do with that capital that you'll borrow against your mortgage?
But before this goes too far,
can I just finish?
Who's saying that?
Yeah, go ahead.
Can I finish?
I thought that was Indio.
All right. So,
go ahead, buddy.
Oh my.
Look, I'm thinking about whether I should let you finish or not. Relax, the both of you, because you've taken this much further from the point that I was trying to. I wasn't giving anybody investment advice. I was telling them a fundamental truth about the system we live in. Two different conversations.
That doesn't mean that I don't get to finish my sentence, though, guys.
Yeah, go ahead.
Fucking hell. Right, so the first point I was mentioning was to do with leveraging against assets you already own, right? When you're a billionaire, that doesn't matter anymore because you've already got infinite money. Like, you seem to be thinking that billionaires are worried about the value of a home. They're not. They're billionaires. They don't care about rent anymore. So it's not that it's an efficient use of capital. It's that they don't care about what rent costs anymore, and they prefer the convenience.
Right.
There's a very slim amount of billionaires who the billionaires are looking for more cash. I work for one. Okay. Do
you think Warren Buffett doesn't own any properties?
No, but his answer was completely.
He owns tons of property. He actually, I don't know if you're familiar, but Berkshire Hathaway actually, it's its own brokerage. They have a brokerage, and they actually fucking transact homes, right? But he owns many property. He leases them all.
Yes, exactly. He owns many properties. He just chooses to rent for his own personal residence, right?
But again, I was stopping this conversation from continuing because. Gosh darn, he didn't even answer sequitur to what Crypto says. Sorry, Crypto, I didn't know that was you earlier. So again, because you guys don't know how to fucking stay on point, let's just kill the conversation now.
Yeah, can I go back to the YouTube, like your stepson and stuff like that?
Thanks for that.
I would have to say that I would rather give my attention to somebody like your stepson than the people on TV and the actors and those people out there right now.
What?
I don't know.
Oh, about
how about we speak to MDC about whether he believes in a globe or a flat Earth? MDC, have you come to a conclusion yet?
Eli, did you see your SMS messages?
Not yet. I'll check them tonight.
MDC,
Like 2 hours, an hour. Sorry, bro. Go ahead.
No, you're right. MDC, have you come to a conclusion yet? You come on here, you like talking about finance, but I think you still live on a spinning ball. Is that correct?
There,
He doesn't
DC?
like answering those questions.
Are billionaires leasing flat Earth or curved Earth?
I'm pretty sure the buildings are leasing are curving somewhere.
See that you come on a flat Earth server. He's obviously in finance, but he doesn't want to talk about the topic when he's asked questions.
Yeah, so, well, yeah, I mean, I didn't like his advice either, but I
was on a call, man. I apologize. Whoa, you're asking me. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, it's crazy because I often say, wow, there's a parallel between what we are talking about now and what Globers do, and what they do is give you a ton of distracting information.
Yeah, unsubstantiated too.
So yeah, go. Let's switch gears now. You're a Globe Earther, right? Let the guy that was just talking before me have a conversation with you about that.
It's just me, Timbo, man.
Okay, like look in your DMs on Discord.
So what about the moon? Is the moon CGI as well?
Before we start going into like stupid red herring, I've got a question that relates to both the Earth and finance. Maybe.
Oh, take it away.
MDC, do you think that if the sea levels were rising due to global warming, that banks would be lending trillions on beachside property?
The banks are going to lend cash whether the sea levels rise or don't rise. They're in the risk business, right? And the insurance companies come into play when shit like that happens, dude. So
it's not even there.
Yeah, well, I mean, look, you get obviously, dude. You probably don't realize that there are people in here that understand the financial industry. I understand that you work in it, but you're not the only dude here who understands, works, or is qualified in finance. So obviously, I understand that there's insurance. Sorry, go on.
No, I just said I don't think he's qualified. I don't like his advice. But go on.
Yeah, I mean, obviously there's insurance involved. We're talking about the banks taking that risk in the first place. Why would they lend all that? Oh, is he gone? He's gone.
I was gonna.
Can I quickly address his comment? About insurance? Insurance doesn't insure you from water rising from ground up. Only issues where the water comes from above and down. So that was a stupid comment for him to make. Read the policy, any policy.
No, it's not. That's not quite what he was talking about. He was talking about the banks being insured against the money they lent against properties.
Okay. I thought he meant the properties, actual property insurance. Yeah, okay.
In the insurance contract, the insurance has you listed in the bond and in the monetary instrument as employee. You're working for the insurance and giving them your money every month, and they're using your collateral on your accounts to claim the money. That is actually the way money works. You're just holding the debt, which is the dollars. You are an employee from the insurance company, guys. Wake the fuck up.
And also,
go back to
Alan Gore in what was it, early 2000s, maybe 2008, something like that, gave his big speech about global warming and the melting ice caps and how all the coastlines would be underwater, and went on to buy 3 coastline properties with the money that he got from scaring people about it.
Yeah, I mean, the other thing that's the obvious, rebuttal to what he said is that insurance companies would choose very carefully which banks they would insure. If they knew that there was a bank that was taking silly risks and lending billions or trillions out to beachside property, knowing full well that they could, in 5 years, not be livable, that insurance company would just choose not to insure that bank, right? It's really simple.
Can we also address his stupid comment about the moon being CGI as well? Can we go back to that?
It was just a nonsense red herring, but you can't go.
Yeah, no one made the claim. I don't know what else to say about that.
I would like to talk about the
computer generated image. What? How does anybody know that?
the moon's light.
Yeah.
It's its own light, yeah. So is that like a consensus? Everybody pretty much agrees with that, or is it reflected light?
We don't know what it is, and it doesn't matter what about the moon that's got anything to do with the shape of what we live on or what we live on. I don't.
No,
think
I agree
anyway.
with that. Yeah.
Mm. But
Right.
MDC seems to think that the moon being CGI has something to do with the Earth being flat and stationary. Can you explain that, MDC? Or is he gone? He's gone.
I mean, the moon
God.
The moon itself, when we observe it, no, not CGI, but pictures from NASA from the moon, or pictures that they give us, like a lot of them. Now you've got a question, like they might very well be CGI.
Okay, so what about this claim that the moonlight is colder?
I personally don't get into the whole cold light thing. I don't see. I think light is energy. Energy creates heat. I don't really get this idea of a cold light.
Yeah.
Even though I've heard it spoken many times.
Right.
I think it can possibly be explained. The best explanation that I've gotten is more like a greenhouse effect. So if you are in the shade of a tree, specifically if you're under the umbrella of the tree,
the tree puts off its own heat.
Well, no, not necessarily that, but it traps the heat underneath of it. So it's just like the clouds on a cloudy. If you live in a northern environment, you probably know this, but during a very bitter cold winter, if it's cloudy, it's actually a warmer day because the heat cannot escape. That's the mainstream story, right? That's like the greenhouse effect, essentially.
Yeah,
so
like a little
basically the
canopy.
same thing under the tree. The tree is holding, or whatever it is that's casting the shade. The tree is trapping a little bit of heat underneath of it from the day.
So then you go measure the moonlight beyond the tree, and it's the different temperature. It's less.
Yeah, because it's more readily able to escape. Yeah.
Gotcha. No, that makes sense. It makes a lot of sense, actually.
Yeah,
but it doesn't. Then again, I've never done this test. So I've heard people who did this test where they're testing it in the shade. See, you don't have to be under the thing to be in the shade of it, right? You could still be in the shade but not be under something. And
Yes.
and the results still are
depends on the
same.
angle. The angle of the light coming from the moon.
Yeah, but what Lou's saying is that's really an important distinction, right? Because if the theory or the excuse, let's say, is that the heat is being trapped by the physical object, well, if the light's coming in at an angle and there's nothing above the area, trap that heat, and you're still getting the same effect, then the effect isn't caused by the trapping by physical, right?
Because I just wanted to bring up, because sometimes when I make my moon observations with my naked eye, I see clouds rolling in kind of fast through the valley, and then once they get to between my line of sight of the moon, it seems like they slow down and kind of dissipate or kind of go around the moon sometimes. Whereas, so maybe the light is affecting whether it's coming from the moon or coming from the terrestrial plane and projecting out there. This is something I've been trying to pick people's brains on. if anyone else has witnessed this kind of witnessed this with the clouds and the moon. Like, I would have to theorize that there is a light that affects the cloud, whatever a cloud is. I mean, where we really don't even know what clouds are, right? Somehow the light affects
What?
the cloud. The moonlight, whether it's coming from the ground or coming from the moon or bouncing off the sun, whatever, I think there is some kind of effect on the clouds as they approach the light of the moon in a beat. Like, I don't know. There's something
I think you're making an optical observation, and it's hard to quantify the cause of that observation. It's more optical than anything else, in my opinion, based on what you're talking about.
Right. It's just when I see the clouds roll in, they're coming pretty fast, and then
Away when they're further away from the moon.
yes, and then they come into my vision, my direct line of sight between myself and the moon. They seem to slow down.
Yeah, that's. I would say it's an optical observation you're making. It'd be hard to distinguish whether or not the cloud actually slowed down. You'd have to measure the speed of the cloud relative to the ground directly underneath it, which is going to be an impossible task. So
Difficult.
Honestly, that sounds like pareidolia is what that is. You're looking for patterns where there are none. Yeah.
Where there's something. Okay.
No, just I'm commenting on what you're saying.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I'm not trying to be rude, but yeah.
No. I mean, that's why I'm talking to you guys about it. I don't have anyone else to talk to it about. I can't find anything, anywhere else about this. What I see.
No,
so.
You could also argue. So you're saying.
Okay, so like there could be some kind of pattern to it, but I don't know if you're exactly onto it. Like, where there is, I guess it would depend on your climate at the time, like the what type of clouds you have and stuff like that. But if there is higher energy coming from above, whether it be reflection off the moon or from the sun or whatever, like, it might help to kind of evaporate the moisture in the air, evaporating clouds, kind of opening up the sky, or so on and so forth. Like,
right. So it's like a convection type of deal, like a.
Yeah. It would be kind of a thermodynamics transfer of energy type of a situation where also having to do with, our dynamic environment where you have like low pressure and high pressure systems, and is the moisture, like trying to evaporate, or is it building, like, so if you just catch it at certain times, it might look one way, but you have to look at it at all times. I think you'll find that what you observed isn't the case all the time.
Also, from his perspective, he's saying, "Oh, I see the moon illuminating the clouds above me, right? And there could be another guy 100 miles from him that has other clouds above him, and he sees the moon illuminating the clouds above that guy." So what you're trying to say is just a visual effect. You're saying that the clouds look faster or slower whenever they're at a certain position. It's a visual thing, bro.
Yeah, it's optical. The only variable you can change is where you're standing while you're looking at the moon. So, like, it's kind of, I don't want to be rude, but I feel like this line of thinking is not going to go anywhere, especially in regards to the flat Earth topic.
Real quick, we have someone new called Ingersoll. Your mic is open. If you have a question about the topic, come to the server, Ingersoll. Ingersoll. hot mic. All right, he's not replying.
You just
what's up?
totally
Sorry.
you just totally walked on somebody though, Jonesy.
Yeah. Unmuted because we've been having new people joining, and sometimes he jumped out. So he already replied, and totally fine. New people. We're not gonna let them just leave without trying to address them.
I bet I didn't realize I was unmuted, guys. Sorry.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
Welcome.
What's going on? Yeah, I was playing with my dog. I thought everybody was just automatically muted. So
Yeah.
that must have been obnoxious. My apologies.
Yeah, I got my friend here, Lou Attic. He wants to speak to you about something. Go ahead, Lou.
No, what? You call the guy out and then say I want to talk to him? No, you want to talk to him.
Exactly, that's why I did it. But then you interrupted me when I was doing that. So I guess I was thinking you want to talk to him. I was talking to him.
All right, what kind of dog is it?
Rottweiler.
Rottweiler. Ooh, tough fighter. Were you wrestling with him?
Yeah, she's 1 year old. She's hopefully fully grown now, perfect size, like 95 pounds. And
right.
yeah, she's getting amped up to go on a walk. So I was just messing around with her.
Very nice.
My bad. I thought I was just muted. Like I said, that must have been obnoxious for a couple minutes. Sorry.
No,
guys.
really, you didn't make that much noise because I was controlling the mute on mute. But when I saw you lighting up, I tried to address you. So as a result, you did reply. So I'm gonna give you what is called the VC verified role. You're gonna be able to mute and unmute your mic whenever you want to speak, have a question, or reply to the things being said in this room.
Oh, sick.
And yeah, welcome to the server. Just make sure you mute yourself whenever you're not speaking.
Yeah, now I'm conscious of it, guys. Thank you.
Sounds good. Let me find your rules. It'll take me a
What kind of dog do you got, Jonesy?
I actually got a rabbit that is half a cat. He's a hiker.
Half rabbit, half cat.
Yeah.
Is it a Chihuahua? I don't know. What is it?
Rabbit. I'll send you pictures. I mean, you probably search my history. You'll find pictures.
No, I don't care about you. Fucking that dude's Rottweiler.
I'm gonna care about my rabbit.
That dude's Rottweiler is gonna eat your crabbit.
I think so. I'll show you.
It's vegan.
Oh no! Don't be a vegan dog. Don't be a vegan dog owner. That's fucking immediate boot.
Oh my bad. That's not it. That's not it.
Just don't put your dog on a grain-free diet. It's bad for him. It's going to affect their heart.
Yeah, the doggy's better than me. Thank you for that.
You're welcome.
So Lou, you see this, Lou? You see that rabbit foot and no tail? Look at this, Lou. See that? And then
you call that a dog?
No, you called it a dog. I'm telling you, it's a cabbit.
It's a cat rabbit.
Okay.
I have evidence because here we need the cowbell. Look at the evidence.
Dude, Jemsy, you got the foofiest freaking cat in the world. Like, what the fuck?
This is the dad and the mom.
That's your wife's cat, right?
I mean, this is a house cat. What do you want me to do, bro? Call it my cat, your cat, their cat, everybody's cat. It's your cat.
I don't have a cat. Come on.
But I do. Therefore, it's your cat too.
You have Jemsy's cat.
I don't have.
I mean, it's a cat. Come on, guys. Be specific.
Is that rabbit helping your cat? A cat?
That's the mom and the dad. And as a result, you got my cabbit, and he's white like his father, and black has a black spot on the forehead like his mom. Jolly, come bring me the cat. Let me take a picture of him on the forehead so you can see his mom's DNA.
He's a hopper.
You know, there's two ways of interpreting that. Either you're talking about the rabbit like he was earlier, or you're talking about a half and half.
Half and half. That's a
Yeah,
hop on.
yeah, I know, but he was talking about rabbits as well, right?
Yeah, because my cat has a rabbit foot in the back, so one day I'll have a lucky rabbit foot on my keychain. Thanks to my.
That's an unlucky rabbit. If you got his foot.
I mean, that cat doesn't seem to mind. It's just kind of like, what the hell?
Yeah, that's a good point actually about rabbit's feet. It's like it can't be.
It's an unlucky rabbit if he got his foot.
Yeah, that's an unlucky rabbit. You want to get rid of that shit.
Can I translate the his luck for my luck? So his luck run out. Now it's my luck once I have his foot on my keychain.
No, how's that going?
I believe it was gonna work like that, but until I do it, I won't know.
And Gemsy is a Mexican witch doctor.
Well, talking about some voodoo, huh?
It's called the worm.
Yeah, nothing against other people's cats, but yeah, I just would never have a cat. Cats are not worth having.
You know, a cat. Something about cat piss can affect your brain, and so when you do have a cat, they end up like there was a Futurama.
When you have a cat that it say correctly, it's not the cat piece, it's the parasites in the digestive system and the system of the cat. If the cat has parasites, go ahead, do your.
Oh, I gotcha. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. You're probably right.
But if you have a cat that doesn't have parasites, which is very rare, but at least the parasites that are not gonna be transmissible, the cat can have some parasites, but not the ones that can be transmitted in the sense that you're talking about, like make you, in a sense,
brain controlled.
Kind of the parasites will cause the rat. It will infect the rats, and it will cause the rats to be sexually attracted to the cat's urine's odor, and therefore they're gonna get closer to the cat, and the cat can eat the rat and completely the parasite cycle. Yeah, that's proven. That's demonstrable. And that's the same case for many other organisms, including some of the organisms that cause homosexuality for some groups of people and that kind of stuff.
Are you saying cats cause homosexuality? Is that what you're saying?
Some cases of parasitic infections can cause your anus to be itchy, and people think, "Oh, I want some other man to scratch it," and they end up doing that stuff.
And they
I like my idea. I think cats do cause homosexuality in men.
They could, because if they have the right parasitic organism and you get it, yeah, you might feel like you're gay.
I knew it.
An infection.
Yeah, me and Shekel are on board. Shekel's my guy right here. Not in a gay way.
And also dogs can also give you these parasites that can cause different adverse reaction, including you feeling that way.
There was me thinking that the cats were the parasites.
Who knows?
Yeah, that could be. But if you open the door, you open the window, the cat will leave and might never come back. It might come back, but that the parasite will stay in the hose and take from the hose and not give much back. The cat will open the door and they'll leave. Same with the dog.
I got nothing. If you said it. If you got like outdoor cats, hunters, those are some mean animals to have around. And some of them can be pretty damn cool. But no, I would not. I would just personally would not want to have a cat where I have to be at its whim, where I gotta feed it and I gotta change its litter box and it's gotta make my house stink because it's pissing and shitting in it. No. Like I do not want an indoor cat at all, ever.
My house doesn't stink. The cat doesn't piss everywhere. He doesn't go on top of things. He knows better, and he goes to his litter spot. That is cleaned multiple times a day, just like you clean your toilet when you poop and you clean your ass multiple times a day. The same thing you can do with the dog and the cat. If you think that you have a cat, that means that your cat is gonna your house is gonna smell like shit. You have the wrong mentality.
No, dude, we like okay. I had cats back in the day, like not that like
And you
by my
didn't clean their
choice,
shit, therefore your
not
house
by my
smells like
choice,
shit.
not by my choice. But dude, when they take a dump or when they or take a piss or whatever the fuck they're doing in that litter box, it doesn't matter how clean it is. It reeks like most of the time. Like it freaking stinks everything for a short period of time.
Also,
But it fucking reeks.
parasitic infections can cause extreme odors. So if your cat is infected, that or urine, shit, and even them will smell just like people. The organisms in your skin that can cause odor, those are parasitic infections as well.
The excrement.
Just saying how little. I just got a cat like 2 months ago, and I'm in the process. I'm halfway through the process of teaching her how to use the toilet. So you know.
See, no, I would never, dude. Gemsy, you're gonna be all about this. Why would you share a toilet with a fucking animal like that? You're gonna get the parasites that it's got up your butthole.
Not just keep your toilet clean.
If your cat it has parasites and you allow him on the bed and it's scrubbing his body on the bed, and then you put your face and or your ass there, yeah, you're gonna get the parasites 100%. But if it doesn't have the parasites, then you won't get the parasites because you can't get something that doesn't exist, that is not there.
Yeah, you don't share a toilet with a cat. You get your cat its own toilet if you're gonna do
Giving
that.
it 100%.
Like my toddler. I give my toddler, he gets his own toilet. I don't share my toilet with my toddler. Otherwise he'll get my
I think
parasite.
it'd make more sense to not share a toilet with a stray cat, so to speak.
You know, people that allow their dogs to smell every other dog. Oh, you smell the other dog. That's normal. They're licking other butts that are full of parasites and then wonder why they're getting parasites.
Yeah, and then they lick your face.
Your dog could be licking other dogs just, oh, it's so cute. No, you don't lick your neighbor's ass because you think it's cute, right?
Well, dogs. Okay, so I'm not saying like it's totally clean, but like dogs, there is an enzyme in their saliva where it kind of helps to neutralize that.
Yeah, that's a good excuse.
I wouldn't let your dog lick your face immediately after licking his ass. Still, but
people allow it.
Face licking from any dog. Like as a dog, I've been a big dog owner, like proponent for my life. Like a well trained dog, like yeah, they're gonna want to love you, but no, you don't kiss your dog, you don't make out with your dog, you don't let it lick your face. You tell it no. You say no. Like that's just you don't do that. Like
and the same thing you do it with whenever you go outside with the dog. Whenever you go outside, you teach him not to do that to other dogs or other people, because if they do that,
that's impossible.
Then you're gonna be bringing shit to your house that you don't want.
Is there a Glover in here just a few minutes ago?
Are you a Glover? Go ahead, bring the topic.
No,
what kind of cat you got?
I only missed like the last hour of conversation, so I'm assuming a Glover came in saying if the Earth was flat, the cats would have pushed everything off the edge by now. I'm assuming that's where this conversation.
That's a good one. I heard that before. That's a good.
The world is a litter box.
Now we got talking about cats because Gemsy has like this like super white foo-foo cat that he shared pictures of.
Okay.
And he's a baller. He likes balls, like some of you guys.
And he gets humped by bunnies, or his ancestors did, or something.
When you say he's super white, do you mean that he doesn't like chili?
No chili relleno, huh?
I'll show you. He's a baller. Let me find.
Yeah, like I said too. I mean, I'm talking shit about cats, but like just it's house cats. Like I like cats. In fact, I got a couple pictures of a cat that I wanted to steal. I wanted to keep it, but he was like a kick-ass outdoor cat. I watched this thing. This was the day before my daughter was born, so it was over 9 years ago. But this cat sprinted across the yard and chased down a jackrabbit. And freaking, it was like watching Discovery Channel back in the day, like a lion taking down a gazelle. It freaking just clawed out as it caught it, as it was reaching the tree line, clawed out and set the thing off balance and then pounced on it and killed it and severed its head and was gnawing on it. A fucking big ass rabbit, like the size of the cat almost. And I was like, oh my God, I like watched that happen. I was at work. And I went over there, and like the guy that I was working with, he was like, "I wouldn't go over there." Like he like, like no, I'm going over there.
Next.
I went over there, and the cat freaking stopped eating on the thing and came over and started purring and rubbing on my fucking legs. He was this big, bangled looking, like he was a big boy. And he was so proud of his kill. He like just like started, oh my God, yeah, he was so proud. I took pictures of him. I was like, and then I picked him up and like he was just happy as can be. And then I just set him down and I let him go. We took some pictures. I set him down, let him go, and he just I don't even think he was interested anymore. I think he just left a severed head and a fucking rabbit laying there in the yard and never came back to it.
I watched my cat run up a tree, jump off backwards, catch a bird mid-air, come back down. Yeah, cats are badass. Careful.
I think cats are actually the cause effect of the moon.
Not dogs?
The effect. Cats are actually the cause of the effect because I have a test evidence here. Go ahead.
I'm gonna dig up the picture. It's from a long time ago, but I got pictures of that cat.
Hey, wait a second, Lou. I got to point out something to you. There's something you're overlooking here. Now, I understand you don't like the idea of sharing a toilet with a cat, but just keep in mind one of the main benefits is that you don't have to smell the litter box. All you have to do is just flush the damn toilet.
I get the benefit of it, but then again, you're sharing a fucking toilet with a cat. Like, I just kind of think you don't have to do either.
If you don't have a cat,
or you leave it outside.
I mean, you got to keep the toilet seat clean, anyways, right? When your friends are using it and you're using it, like, I don't know. I'm just saying, like, I've already saved a lot of like time and energy just because my friend has a cat and he potty trained it like 2 years ago or something, and it's like, it just makes things easier.
Yeah, I didn't even know that was possible until I seen what's that? Meet the Parents. That movie taught that cat how to use the potty.
I don't want to have to flush after it before I go. You know what I mean? Like if I walk in to go and there's a fucking cat turd sitting in it, I'm kind of.
Do you have kids?
I have a daughter.
Do you ever have to go? Even your wife, probably. This is my experience, anyways.
I don't have a wife. We
okay,
married. I have a daughter.
Yeah.
Wives don't have
in after your kids. They don't flush. My little sister never flushed. So it's not that.
Yeah, it's always a turnoff, right? You don't just go like, "Oh, I accept that turd."
I accept the fact that I don't have to screw around with any damn litter box. I accept that pretty easily.
Wife's mom one time, she heard her guest bathroom, the toilet like flush in it one day, and she went and looked, and the cat come prancing out of it. Taught his damn self how to use it. I guess from watching her or something.
I can see, like, if you have one of those pull handle flushers with the where the tanks like almost by the roof. and then you teach your cat like to like claw, like because the cats like to claw, right? They like claw on the furniture and stuff like that. You put a little like piece of carpet around the pull handle. Oh yeah, they'll flush it. They'll flush it when you don't, when even if there's not a turd in there. You lose a lot of water, but at least your toilet will be flushed.
I should let it go, but Jemsy, what you said, she didn't accept me. Like, my daughter's mother, just so you know, for the record, like she got the boot. Okay, like, but it's because her and I weren't getting along. She was willing to stick around as long as I was willing to pay the bills, and she got to do nothing.
Yeah, bro.
It wasn't because she wouldn't.
I know I throw kind of like sand like that, just messing around. But I'm just saying. I get it. That stuff happens. I've seen it happening so many times, and I get how any little thing can just cause that effect that you're describing. I get it.
I'm still trying to find that cat. It's 9 years ago. I've got like too many albums. But I got the picture of the cat next to the bunny with the severed head. Friggin' strutting. Just strutting. He was so fucking proud.
You actually shared that photograph years ago.
Yeah, I've shared it many times. Actually.
I've seen it once. I don't remember that well, but I remember
Robert's got the 99%er parasite. What is that?
Look at this.
99% of the time.
Look at this, Lou. This is the cause of the moon, and cats are part of it. Oh, did I send it? No, I'm not replying to him. I'm just sharing the photographs. Okay, processing. Look, Lou. Cause and effect relationship, right? See the cat on the floor. The light is hitting him, and then look at the ceiling. You see the rings
I
of
don't have ability to share pictures anyway. Can you hook me up?
Oh, you don't have perms? Yeah, I'll hook you up with everything.
Yeah, I don't want everything. I just want perms for the images for now.
Perms. Oh, Lou, you do have link and perms and bedroll. You do have it.
Well, I do now, literally, like just now.
Okay, yeah, you got it.
What is this? Lunatic?
Yeah. I've been old school around here. I was just on hiatus. I sort of had a point to make, as well as family. I mean, like real life stuff that I just had to deal with, basically.
Yeah, we do spend a lot of mental energy in here for sure, and that takes a lot of our time. And then you have a lot of things to do that takes a lot of your time and mental energy. That's why you have to do that instead of this. But now you have time for this because you got a lot of other stuff done. And you can relax.
I'm not done. I just decided to just wander back in here, which is slowing me down because I got a lot to do still.
Yeah, I get it. For sure.
Well, lunatics, yeah.
Yeah, man.
So that like Luna, like the moon, right?
It's a play on words in many ways. I guess like originally, if I want to be totally honest, the reason why I came up with this name was I've had this name as my online handle since like 2001. And it's been used for pretty much everything I've done online. It comes from a Canadian sketch comedy show that you may or may not be familiar with from the 90s called Upright Citizens Brigade, and they had like this narc cop officer lunatic that the kids would always make fun of him and be like lunatic, and he'd be like, it's lunatic, damn it. And I was all stoned one day and I just thought it was hilarious, and I made it my handle. But yeah, so it's kind of both. It could be lunatic or lunatic, and then
Gotcha.
And then,
No,
but then it could also be like you could also look at it as Loon or Luna, yeah, and that's kind of like an afterthought.
Okay. No, I was just like that's very interesting because I like Canadian comedy. Actually, most American comedians are Canadian.
Yeah, a lot of them are. I'm not Canadian myself. I'm from Wisconsin, so I'm not
pretty
too
close.
far off. But yeah, not too far off.
Hey.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right on. You ever watch the Trailer Park Boys?
Yeah, back in the day, sure did a little bit. No, it's not like I was like watching a ton of it, but yeah, I definitely seen some.
Yeah. Right on.
Have you seen this name that I posted? I mean, let me complete it. What is that name?
Jeffrey.
This is
Jeffrey.
Jeffrey. If you read it, what it actually means is it means Jefe Rey.
Oh, Jefe. Because the J is an H.
And then Rey, which is king.
So boss king. Because Jefe is the boss.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So okay, El Guape.
But remember, it's a Jefe Rey, which is a king boss, but that's not his name. That's his title. And then the father will name him Jackson or whatever, Lunatic or Jamsey. But the Jeffrey or Jefe Rey.
So this is your father?
No, that's not my father. That's a name for an example because there's many names like that represent actually something. Like people in the past will put meaning into the names and the titles that they pass down to their children. That used to be a big thing in the past. Today it's just whatever name. Yeah, whatever name. Just make it up in your mind and doesn't mean anything. Just give it to him or to her. That's why in the past people used to be called Jeffrey II, Jeffrey or whatever, the third, the fourth.
Well, Jackson. Jackson is son of Jack, right? Son of Jack. You're the son of Jack, or whatever Jack is.
What I was saying, like Lunatic was saying that the name has some type of meaning, and the guy wanted to tell the children, hey, this is how you say it, right? And yeah, that is the same case with names. Sometimes they do have meaning.
That is correct.
Yeah, the meaning of Dixon, that means that guy or the girl knew where the child came from. Dixon, the son of a dick.
Well, you know what? There's no one with the last name Bitch Son.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah.
Dickinson.
Now you're messing with her.
So I've got one more reason for the Lunatic why I did like it as a name is as a kid growing up, my grandparents had a cabin up north in Wisconsin, and one of their neighbors on the road had their cabin was called Lunatic Haven, like LOON, like a loon, and then dash tick, like ticks. Like, so like
right, plenty of ticks up there, huh?
Yeah. So Lunatic Haven came from up north at my grandpa's cabin, like, and so yeah, the whole like whatever. It was just like it had a multifaceted thing that I just liked it.
Yeah, Strange Days is it's you got an S and a D, and that's my first and last name reversed. So I've always liked the Doors. So that's where the Strange Days comes from. And I also have that album. That's a picture I took of my own album. It's not just something I found off the internet. That's an album that I actually own.
You own an album? Plug it in. Where is it? You have like a YouTube?
Oh shit! No, I mean, if
An album?
I have a turntable.
A turntable. And you
I have a turntable for Strange Days by the Doors. I can put it on there and play it if you want to listen to it.
Not really.
I thought so.
Not right now. Maybe later, if there's a link. I promised that guy to give him basic verified, and I didn't, but I will right now. So he got it. He's got it. Since Lou didn't want to help me out with that. Yeah, we've muted, addressed many people, even some of the new people. But the activity is mostly, people that frequent the VC. Bootman is still here. Bootman, you were bringing some good questions earlier. Bootman, are you still there? Did your answer earlier, Bootman? You got any good replies, or what do you think?
Yeah, I got a good reply from Mayhem. He told me how to differentiate believers from fact checkers. And that's how the whole discussion that took like 3 hours about belief and knowledge started. I enjoyed it.
That's pretty cool. So you did find some functionality to the server. That's great. Any other questions? Lou, it's here. He'll answer some questions 100%.
I found that cat picture. It got backed up into my cloud storage.
Which type the animal is? It's with that cat.
It's a rabbit.
I knew it.
He's got a separated head though. You know, his ears are pointed towards his asshole.
Don't follow that rabbit into the hole.
Yeah.
God damn.
Yeah, the rabbit's not as big as what I was describing in my story, but he was fast. Still a good sized rabbit. Like that's more than most cats will take down. Cats are mouse hunters. This thing freaking chased down a freaking full grown rabbit. I got that motherfucker.
You haven't posted, have you?
And Lou, you are saying that this picture is proving that cat killed the rabbit.
No, he did. I watched it happen.
I don't believe it.
No, well, you better, because unless
you didn't kill the rabbit.
How you know that at the moment that the cat was crushing the rabbit's neck and stopping the circulation, how do you know that 1 second before that the rabbit didn't have like a natural heart attack and died on the spot, and then your rabbit
and then his head popped off and went towards his asshole and just
my dog has given my sister's bunny a heart attack. Scared the shit out of it. Died in the cage.
There you go.
Rabbit cage. My dog didn't even bite it. It just gave it a heart attack.
I'm telling you, Lou, you might be holding a belief, bro. You're probably holding a belief.
Nah, we're not gonna go down that rabbit hole. No.
There was this really big, extra large, kind of husky-looking tough cat that used to live in a neighborhood that my friend lived in, and he told me that he watched it kill a squirrel once.
Oh my god, squirrels! By the way, I saw last fall a squirrel walking down the sidewalk with a dead chipmunk in its mouth, and then climb up a tree and eat it.
They do it. I've seen videos.
Kill and eat chipmunks.
That's mean. They should be vegans.
Oh, wait. How do you know he didn't just find a dead chipmunk and take advantage of that opportunity?
All right, fair enough. I don't know that he didn't just scavenge the dead chipmunk, but this was a limp body, it was a fresh kill, whatever it was. So this thing picked up a dead chipmunk, or killed the chipmunk, and literally ate it.
Oh, you saw it eating it? How do you know he didn't take it to his little hole to give it CPR or something?
Because, dude, he was in the tree mowing on the thing. If you look it up, I was in disbelief. I was like, no, squirrels are they eat nuts. They eat garbage out of garbage cans. They eat nuts. No, they're not. They're just scavengers. They eat.
But you thought that they were vegan.
So,
and now you know they eat chipmunks.
Yeah,
I'll see if I can find it. I'll see if I can find it later. But way back, a long time ago, back in 2008, there was this BBC online article that said some country off the coast of China or something, where some pollution had happened or something, the ecosystem was disrupted. That a bunch of people witnessed a whole bunch of squirrels, dozens of them, coming out of a tree and attacking and killing a dog and eating it like a piranha and running away with chunks of it.
Oh
Attacking what?
See, I would have never believed that story until I saw this chipmunk thing.
Yeah, the dog was barking at them, and then they all ganged up on the dog.
Oh, a dog. Okay, I got it now. I got the full story.
Is it like a real dog or like a toy breed or a chihuahua or something? Because they're not real dogs. They're like...
The article wasn't really in detail, but I think it was just an average sized dog.
I have a belief that Chihuahuas are actually some type of cyborg
rat, some kind of rat or something like that.
Like a rat, yeah, with some type of chip inside of them.
They're like a toy chupacabra.
That's like a bad experiment.
They're like
something went wrong here. Let's sell it to someone. Let's sell this rat-looking dog to people for thousands of and then sell them the food that they should be eating, and the parasites so they can get the same diseases. All right.
Oh, by the way, I think I remember reading somewhere in some biology book that when they get really desperate, squirrels are known to attack birds' nests. For their eggs, I guess.
I mean, there might be a belief of the news. The news label maybe give you some belief that you said they're going at a certain moment for certain reason. You said when they go what? When they go, what's the term that you use, Orion?
When they go
hungry, when they can't find food for a long time. I feel like they're going to die.
Okay, so. It could be that the news said that and added that, but it could be a common thing that they go into the nest and eat the eggs and eat the birds. I don't think
it is according to Wikipedia. So when I checked out the chipmunk thing, it turns out that they also do raid birds' nests and stuff like that. But I'm looking at this from a New World reality kind of point of view, like Mandela effect. No way did squirrels do this in the past. If they did, then why are there any birds? Squirrels are everywhere, and they are unstoppable fucking beings. If you ever fucking tried to kill them.
No, not unstoppable. You're pushing it because birds eat squirrels. Birds eat them too. So yeah,
Wait. What about the? Oh yeah. What about the islands at sea that are covered with birds but no squirrels?
Okay, that's different. What I'm saying is like, dude, birds would stand no chance if squirrels were readily going and raiding nests. Like, they would really stand like almost no chance.
I wouldn't agree with that too much.
So I'm on the islands here, and we don't have squirrels, but we have
I'm a island boy. I'm here to
island boy.
I'm an island boy.
Oh, fuck you.
Are there good waves for surfing?
I don't surf.
Still though, are there good waves for surfing? Do other people do?
No, sorry. Before the Island Boy stuff, what was your point?
That's why people move here. Oh, I mean, one reason why people move here. That's not why I moved here, but I'm here nonetheless.
Hey,
what islands are you an island boy of?
Oahu.
Ah,
that's a good island to be an island boy from.
Nah, it's busy. It's a big city, yeah. Honolulu. Anyways, I was saying, no squirrels here, but we got mongoose, right?
yeah.
And
do
it's
they
like
do they climb trees like squirrels do? I thought they were more ground.
But they will rip the face off of your chicken.
Sure. Yeah, but
I think that's Mandela,
animals, right?
because in the past,
my point
those
about
animals
squirrels
were
is
vegans.
Like okay, if birds lay nests in trees, I know they also. I'm in construction. I do houses. Birds put nests in your house, like where they're more protected. Where maybe it's running away from fucking like tyrannical squirrels, but like any bird's nest in a tree would be vulnerable to squirrels, no matter where it is in the tree.
Yeah, regionally and by topography, altitude, and areas, there will be areas that birds are not going to be affected by that far away group of squirrels. And these birds, by generation to generation, they can eat, when they grow, they eat squirrels, so they keep the population under control as well, like other animals. So the birds can grow, have babies, do the same thing, and there's a bunch of birds. So the squirrels cannot eat all of the birds, bro. Come on, bro. Come on.
Yeah, no, I understand. Like, of course, there would be still some birds, but it's like, dude, this whole idea of squirrels eating freaking birds, eggs, and chipmunks is completely foreign to me. Like, no, they eat acorns. They eat fucking. That's what they're supposed to eat naturally. They also get in your garbage can and they eat the shit you leave in there. But they
What if they eat your nuts?
Wait, I want to say
I like that.
Have you guys ever seen Alfred Hitchcock's Birds? I was just thinking, with what Lou is saying, it would be really great if somebody remade that movie today, except instead of the birds, it was just Alfred Hitchcock's squirrels.
Yeah.
Squirrels. Yeah, with the exclamation point at the end, right? Squirrels.
Yeah, just like herds of them, herds of squirrels.
Well, what was the thing in Central Park with the crackhead squirrels?
There's a bunch of they get into them and cause a lot of problems to their bodies. So yeah, parasitic infections are real.
No, I'm not talking about the people. I'm talking about the squirrels getting addicted to crack.
Oh
yeah, because crackheads are throwing away their extra crack into the fucking receptacle, and the squirrels are getting in there, or what?
No, they're hiding it in the trees because the popo was after it. And the squirrels eat the stash.
So are they eating it or just keeping it there so I can go find it?
I mean, if you have if you have some privy with a squirrel, I mean, then maybe they'll let you know where it is. But I mean, squirrels got to make money too.
Can you train them? Can you train them to just pick up money and bring it to you, and you give them
Like a monkey?
You might be able to. You might be able to actually. So like, I had a friend when I was in high school. I had a friend who, walking home from school, like there was a park that we would cut through, and there was a river, and there was like a juvenile squirrel that was drowning in the river, and he couldn't get out, and he stuck his shoe down in there to let the squirrel out of the river. He got the squirrel on his shoe and then pulled it out of the river. And the squirrel followed us, like, to the park and just wouldn't leave us. It kind of like took him on as his mother, essentially. It stayed with us everywhere. And like, so for a good month, like, we had this squirrel that we would hang out with. Like, it would just jump from person to person, climb up their body, sit on their shoulder, jump from person to person, and stay in the area. Until he was going out of town, and he wanted me to watch the squirrel for like 2 weeks while he was gone. And but it wasn't me that he was attached to, it was him. And so one day while I was watching the squirrel, he went off into the trees, and he would always come back. He went off into the trees though, and he one day didn't come back while I was watching him. And so that's good for the squirrel. He went and like got back into nature.
A bird got him. A bird got him. You see? So the bird.
Yeah, or something killed him. But yeah, I mean, if you catch a squirrel as a juvenile, it might take you on like a motherly type role, and you could possibly train it, I would think. But also possibly not. Like training, I mean, you might just have you might have a squirrel that likes you. It doesn't mean you can train it.
It's gonna go do its own thing, and then it'll still hang out with you if you're cool.
Yeah.
But if you're not cool, it's gonna go. But that was like so they got the weasels, like I know in Washington State, Oregon, I think you can have a weasel or a ferret, the ferrets. And people have ferrets as pets, but in California, not allowed.
Or
can you train a
make
ferret?
more sense that train birds like a scarecrow or not scarecrow? How do you say the ravens are pretty smart?
Yeah, the raven, a crow, just a black crow.
That, they will just go around and just pick up coins from the floor and bring them to you.
Yeah, ravens are extremely smart birds. Crows are similar to ravens. They're not exactly the same, but they're, ravens are extremely smart. Like the whole Edgar Allan Poe, the raven, where they can learn to talk and shit like that.
Because ravens, the squirrels haven't taken the world. Now you know that for a fact. Because of ravens.
Nevermore?
No, the ravens didn't allow the squirrels to take over all the birds' nests because they're smarter. Obviously, that's the answer to your hypothesis earlier.
I was being hyperbolic about that. Clearly, I don't know if that's the right word, but I was exaggerating somewhat. So I'm just saying, like, squirrels are not meant to be freaking like carrying like a chipmunk, eating a chipmunk. Like they're almost like the same damn animal. It's like cannibalism. Like it's like no, that's just wrong. And to see this thing just hopping down the sidewalk towards me, carrying a chipmunk in its mouth, I'm like, what the fuck is that? At first, I'm like, what does he got? And then when I saw, I'm like, oh my god! And then he just climbed the tree right above my head and just started gnawing on the thing.
Fucking savage.
Okay, dude.
You know what?
I've never seen
hunger. I have to say, hunger drives. Hunger. It's a hunger, right? They got to be hungry, right? There's nothing else to eat. It's not, or maybe they at one point they were hungry, but then they got a taste for chipmunk, and then they craved it, And it's like, I gotta have more chipmunk. I need
I mean,
chipmunk.
I can rationalize it. Like, maybe squirrels, like, yeah, they primarily live on nuts, but maybe they need more protein than that. Like, or maybe they need, I don't know, maybe they do occasionally, like, eat other animals, but like,
No, that's what I try to say.
I'm 41 years old. I've never seen anything like that before in my life. Like, this has to be new. Like, there's no way they've always been doing this. I live in a wooded area. I've seen, like, literally a billion squirrels in my life. Never once until that moment did I see one eating an animal or carrying another animal.
Right.
Yeah, because in the past they also bought the propaganda that you have to be, like a vegan, but now they have been illuminated just like people these days. Now squirrels can eat meat as well. There you go.
Hold on.
No
Wait.
vegan
What about? Okay, no. You said you saw the squirrel gnawing on the chipmunk's head.
Yeah, he took it up into the tree and fucking started eating on the thing. Yeah.
Okay, so it wasn't like he was taking it in like a little like squirrel baby. Like,
dude, I wanted to think that. That's literally like what I was hoping was gonna happen. Like, where Jemsy said he's giving him CPR, or somebody said that. Like, dude, I really wanted to think that.
Because sometimes other species take in other species and raise them as their own, like
Exactly.
like wolves, wolves.
I have a cat that last year I just happened to open the door. I walked outside, and my cat was just chewing the face off of a baby squirrel that he caught. Just like he was eating his fucking face. But it's a big cat. He was just eating the squirrel's face, bro, and it was freaking crazy.
Your cat will eat the head first every time.
Yeah, he was just like, it was, and then I was like, "What are you doing?" And he looked at me. He was like, and then he went back. Like, I'm this fucking squirrel.
Okay, so
we have evidence that cats eat squirrels, therefore birds, because we have birds. I think cats.
Oh, no, it's harder to catch a bird than a squirrel.
Yeah, but
parasitic birds.
Okay, let me interject right now, and I want to say that even though, like I told you, I live on Oahu, and so we have fucking chickens everywhere. We have cats everywhere. And they're not eating each other.
No. Check this out, though. Cats are hunters. Dude, do you have domestic cats or wild cats?
No, anywhere. I've never seen a cat attack a chicken, because chickens are. You don't fuck with the chicken.
So the
oh no, man,
the dogs are cut up, but dude, cats will freaking get a hold of the chicken if they can get away with it. I mean, that's why I was asking if it's domestic or wild.
No, wild or domestic. I've never seen a chicken attack. I've never seen a cat attack a chicken.
I don't know. I mean, most people that have, like, if they raise chickens, they have a certain protective thing. It's either going to be a weasel or a fucking coyote or something that's going to get a hold of the chickens.
So maybe like there's this unspoken like agreement between chickens and cats, because they don't, like I said, there's
I can't say I've seen it either, but I'm not around a lot of chickens. But like pound for pound, that rabbit, this cat that I posted a picture of, like that rabbit is bigger than most chickens.
Yeah, a rabbit's toast, man. If that cat can catch a rabbit, it's toast.
All you got to do is scare a rabbit.
Yeah. Look, dude, I just debunked you. You said that you never seen a cat.
I mean,
hello. There's a cat eating chicken right here. Look, cat eating chicken.
There you go. There you go. I mean, cats will kill anything, man.
I never
Look at he's freaking hugging that chicken, and the reason I opened my door and I saw him gnawing on the face of that squirrel, he thought it was a present, and it's like I'm a hunter, I'm bringing it for the family.
I think
He didn't eat the entire fucking. I have seen him eat other smaller animals, but that one was a gift for me.
Perhaps if your cats are raised, if you let's say you're a farmer, right? You've got chickens, and you've got barn cats, you've got outdoor.
No,
cats,
your cats won't fuck with your chickens at all. They won't fuck with your chickens.
They kind of come up with an agreement then, but like a stray cat or a stray fucking chicken might get hunted down.
The other cats will kill a stray cat.
I'll tell you right now, in Hawaii, there are 1 million chickens and there are 1 million cats. And I have never seen or never even heard of a cat killing a chicken. It doesn't happen.
Yeah.
Cats are scared of chickens.
Of the type of cats that you have in Hawaii, because there's more cats. And I'm pretty sure there's type of cats that will definitely eat those chickens.
Oh yeah, maybe a fucking tiger, but these cats here, cats here are pussies. They're a bunch of pussies. Ha ha ha!
Isn't what a cat is? A pussy?
This is my opinion.
It's not about that. I mean, it just depends on how they grew up. You know what I mean? Cats, a lot of times it's just like when that cat brought that squirrel to the porch, just eating the head. Maybe he did. It's like, I know you're not going to eat the head, so I'll go ahead and eat it. You fry this up and eat it. You know what I'm saying?
I'll tell you, that's the best meat, though.
Yeah, so he was just eating the head. It's just like
the cheekbone. The cheekbone. That's good meat.
Guys, Karma was trying to get in the mic. Come on, guys, go ahead.
Yes, give her time.
Oh, okay. I thought nobody could hear me. Anyways, I just wanted to add, for instance, I have a cat that's like almost 16 years old, but he loves chasing after birds. And the type of bird he's actually chased into our house and tried to murder by literally trying to climb out of my arms because he wanted to get it so bad. I've seen him befriend and be nice and play with a bird like that, because when I rescued a baby bird of the same kind, just a wild bird, I told him, this is not food, this is not something we hunt, we are nice to this bird. And he would literally cuddle with him, and when he was free out of the cage, they would play together on the floor where he wouldn't use his nails but like push him around, and the bird would jump back to him to play with him some more.
Yeah, they're smart. Sure.
So yeah, there was another situation. There was another situation in my yard.
Come on, guys, come on. She's right. She's right. If you play with a bird in front of a cat, the bird will cease to attack birds. But also, there's another hazard. Remember this: if you accidentally let a child play with a gerbil or a hamster in front of the cat, then the cat will stop chasing rats and mice and will cease to function as pest control.
Yeah, that's why my cats are assholes. They don't give a fuck what you say. Well, besides, there was another situation where I was looking at, I went outside and I saw, like, I have two cats, and they were just like playing around, and you could see them just like messing with something in the yard. It was a baby squirrel. And so I went over there and was like, stop messing with that baby squirrel or whatever. And I finally got him to back off, and the baby squirrel ran. The big cat went over after it, freaking grabbed it, and just ran off with it. I was just like,
Emilio, your cat doesn't respect you.
It's not really my cat. He wasn't raised as my cat, so yeah.
No, so I would say this also, Karma. Like if you feed your cat and he's already he's not hungry, he doesn't have to go and hunt, right? Then he's going to be more likely to leave those other animals alone. Now, if you just have like literally strictly an outdoor cat that has to fend for himself, dude, all of your small game is freaking should
Yeah,
be
it's fair. It's fair game.
Well, actually, hold on. I think you're wrong there. Cats hunt for sport. Like, even if it's an outdoor
Yeah,
cat,
they
has
do that.
plenty of
They do
food
that
and water.
too. They do that too. But they're less encouraged to if they're not hungry. Like they have to.
I always like to see the crouch of the cat, and they're just like crouching down and they wiggle their butt. That means they're about to friggin' pounce.
Okay, so we talk about. I had this VHS tape that I found at a Sorry, my apologies. Got some background noise. But
sounds good. Go ahead, brother.
Jacques Cousteau. Oh, dude, I gotta mute myself.
Okay. Continue, Lou. Or whoever wants to.
I mean, all I was saying, yeah. I mean, I think like if you truly have like a purely outdoor cat, like he hangs around your property. Maybe you put out water for him. Maybe once in a while,
let him in the garage
or whatever. But you don't let this thing in. You don't make it a part of your family. It doesn't come in the house to shit. Like, yeah, they're out there hunting snakes. They're out there hunting freaking mice. They're out there hunting rabbits. They're out there hunting I don't think you can literally train a cat to just leave the birds alone. Like I just if that's
it's just like there's a certain trigger in their mind. It's just like when they're in the hunting mode, it's just like you can't command a cat like you can a dog. You can't train them in that way.
Yeah, no, they're gonna find. They're gonna see something.
They're just gonna lose their fun. They go black, and they're just like.
I'm gonna catch that, and I'm gonna play with it, and I'm gonna eat it, and then or maybe I'll eat part of it, and then I'm gonna like bring it home and like see if they're proud.
Share it with you.
And maybe I'm gonna bring,
That's just like when I opened the door and I saw him eating I saw this eye popping out of the squirrel's face, and I'm like, all right.
The same thing applies to dogs. Like take for instance, I used to have 2 dogs, and we started to have a mouse problem around my parents' house. So my mom and my brother were like, all right, we're getting some cats, all right? But when we had these kittens, like, we had to slowly introduce the kittens to the dogs so the dogs didn't eat the kittens. And then it was only a few short months after that the dogs were, like, licking the kittens. You just have to slowly introduce them, but you can, like, train. Yeah. Like, you can, it's all about conditioning. Like, if you just,
all we need is more vegan animals.
You can, you can adjust them to not attacking other creatures. You just got to handle them in front of them.
No, hunger is a driving force, of course, whether your pet is domesticated or not.
Yeah, I mean, it has to be domestic. I mean, especially like on a farm, if you're raising chickens and you're raising cats and dogs, they know not to fuck with the chickens.
Yeah, I mean, look, that's kind of what I was saying is like if it's your cat and your chickens, they were raised around those chickens. They were.
I have to tell you that in Hawaii, we do not see the cats eat the chickens. Otherwise, you would think one would cancel out the other. But
they would, if there's wildcats, they would fuck with your chickens, man.
There is a huge feral cat.
But most people
everybody everywhere has a huge feral cat problem. Like they're absolutely everywhere.
Listen, but if someone has chickens, they have maybe a dog or something. The cats, they know there's a dog around. For the most part, I mean, nobody's going to raise chickens without a. No,
but does everywhere have a feral chicken problem? No,
because
the islands do. The islands do, and they have a feral cat problem. However, one does not cancel out the other.
Technically, the mainland has
I've never heard of a feral chicken problem. This is the weirdest shit that I've ever heard of.
No, this is okay. When was the last time you came to Hawaii?
Okay, Hawaii. Which island is there a feral chicken?
Especially Kauai. Kauai is the big one. Kauai is known for the chickens.
Oh,
But
running down, just chickens running everywhere. Just feral chickens running everywhere.
Is this? Wait, I got a question. I got an important question. Is this due to all the vegetarians and vegans on the island? Is this what causing this?
No, this is due to this is due. Okay, let me tell you why this is. Is because there is a nesting bird act within the United States government that you cannot disturb a nesting bird. I mean, you can double check me on this, but I'm pretty sure this is what it is.
So there's no. So hold on. So there's no chicken hunters in Hawaii. So there's chickens just walking wild around everywhere, and it's a problem. They're feral chickens. So you can just grab one off the street and freaking cook it up in your skillet.
You can if you want to go to jail.
Why?
You can because there's a nesting bird.
I thought it was a problem.
Nesting birds.
Wait.
Well, they're not nesting when they're walking down the goddamn street.
How do they know that chicken isn't your chicken? Like, I mean, like, a chicken is a domesticated animal. It's not like
no, these are feral chickens, like a feral cat. Like a feral cat, it's the same situation.
So the chickens laid eggs in the wild, right?
They don't put people in jail for fucking eating pigeons in New York. But anyway, go ahead.
No, there's fucking cocks.
There's cocks
everywhere.
There's cocks everywhere, and there's chickens everywhere, and they lay eggs, and they put eggs in different spots in trees. And
I have five.
Listen. Damn.
I'm listening.
Yeah, because you don't start your sentence in the middle of yours, in the middle of mine. Don't start your sentence in the middle of my sentence.
I do what you
are there cops enforcing that crap? You're describing?
So, if because I grew up in the Caribbean in Puerto Rico, which is almost the equal climate of your island, and there's chickens and cats and that kind of stuff everywhere as well, right? So when the chicken lay eggs and little chickens come up, some cats eat those little chickens. How do you know they don't eat the little ones?
They are. They may be, but they will not fuck.
There you go. So cats do eat chickens. Go ahead.
Okay. And also on top of that, are there feral chickens just running around everywhere?
Yes.
Yeah, he already said that. But wait, I got a question. So, do the cops enforce this law that you're describing? That you're talking about?
Yes, because in the parks in certain areas, it says do not feed the animal.
Bullshit on this, man.
Punishable by a fine. I don't know what the fine. Wait. It is posted. It is posted.
Fucking guy.
You just said that there's a sign that says that, but that doesn't answer my question. Do they enforce the sign?
I've never seen it. I feed the ducks. I feed the chickens. However, there is. I mean, like marijuana.
Never enforced. So go ahead, strangers. You just answered it. Nobody enforces the chicken law.
Do not feed, and you're doing that, and they haven't prosecuted you. His question had to do with protecting the chickens. So, like, if you got feral chickens, are you not allowed to take a chicken? And have you ever heard of anybody being prosecuted for taking a wild or a feral chicken?
I have not. But if I do feed the wildlife, they will continue to exist.
Shut up, bro. Why are you making this up?
If I feed them, they will continue to prosper.
All right. Well, listen. Are you in support of feral chickens in Hawaii?
Yeah, he's like,
what the entire fuck are you talking about?
The feral chicken.
Wait. Guys, do you remember that thing I said about Alfred Hitchcock's movie The Birds and how they should remake it with squirrels? Imagine if they did it with chickens.
This is his story.
We need to introduce squirrels to fucking Hawaii, man.
Dude, I tell you, I love chickens. There's a book called The Chicken and Egg.
Do you eat them, or do you just leave them alone?
I do not eat chickens. I eat their eggs.
I eat
let me
the
tell
fuck
you,
out of chickens.
Helio,
So
Helio,
anyway, what the
Helio. In Hawaii, you cannot eat the chickens, but you can eat the cats.
Well, I'm not sure that's true, but
So, guy from Hawaii, is that something you can eat the cats? Can you?
You know, if you get like a chicken skewer or like a beef skewer from like
What about
some
a
kind of
cat
like
skewer?
thing, you
Oh
might be
my
eating cat. You might.
There you go.
all right, now we found the ultimate. Now we've gone through the 20-minute troll from Strange Days.
Okay.
Thank you for your participation.
Thank you. Love y'all.
All right, peace,
This is
brother.
actually no. There is something about cats and chickens in Hawaii. There's laws about this. Like, no, I'm saying
Yeah,
Hawaii.
sure, but it doesn't go that way. I mean, nobody.
Helio.
There's not fucking feral chickens running around Hawaii, and I'm pretty fucking sure of that.
There very well might be. But
You guys are wrong because I grew up in the Caribbean and you will see chickens from many properties running everywhere. That's an actual thing.
Yeah, sure, but if you even if you live across the street from somebody and you know it's their fucking chickens, you fuck with them, they're gonna fuck with you. The chickens are just walking around, you know.
They are walking
You
around.
know they're chickens. You know what chickens are yours and what chickens are not. You know.
No.
They don't travel far from home.
No,
I'm gonna put this out there. Give me 2 minutes. 2 minutes. 2 minutes.
Go ahead.
Okay. We have a very large Filipino population. Chicken fighting, because gambling is not allowed. There's no casinos.
Let's not. No. Let's not do cockfighting shit. We're not going there.
Bro, he said 2 minutes, not 10 seconds. Go ahead.
People raise chickens. Chickens escape. That's the reason why there are chickens here. There's chicken fighting. There's a large.
Jesus Christ! I just said no cockfighting talk.
There is a large population. There is a large population, and that agree with raising chickens, and so this is what's happening. There, I'm done. Under 2 minutes.
So, what city in Hawaii are you local to?
I'm just outside of Honolulu. I'm still Honolulu, but I am not.
Right, but you're aware of some illegal chicken freaking cockfighting?
Dude, it happens all over the place, man.
It sure does, but that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about, feral chickens. There's no fucking such thing as a feral chicken.
No,
you just yell at the guy and said, "Damn, god damn it!" You just yell at the guy and say, "No talk about chicken, rooster fighting or anything," and then you ask him the same question.
Because I'm pointing out the bullshit. There's no such thing as a feral chicken.
Well, no, feral just means like a once domesticated animal.
Wild chicken.
So like there's feral pigs, there's feral pigs in America, there's feral cats clearly.
They can defend themselves.
Feral dogs that revert when they start to revert towards their old non-domesticated traits, right? Like, and that's the idea. That's the idea of a chicken as well. So like a chicken is a domesticated animal, but it's becoming wild, right? So like that idea, like there's nothing wrong with this idea of like feral chickens. It's just that we don't have the problem on the mainland. They do there. You know, I can see this as being an issue, especially where, you know, a lot of people are raising chickens and not cooping them and stuff like that, right? Like they're just allowed to free roam. Of course, you're gonna have feral chickens. But
well, I don't know. Is that the issue there in Honolulu? Are there chickens just running around everywhere in Honolulu? Or around Honolulu, there's just wild chickens running around everywhere.
Trying to tell you, bro. I got
you're right. There are, and more keep showing up
in my backyard.
More of them keep showing up to the airport every day.
I mean, you got wild chickens running around through the airport and all that kind of shit, and there's just wild fucking chickens running everywhere.
We got wild pigs too.
Yeah, feral pigs is an issue.
All right, Blatzy, I'll say Honolulu. Yes,
If Helio says that there is no wild chickens in Hawaii, we have to go by Helio because he said so, guys. Come on.
I mean, there's one guy that says he's from Hawaii and there's fucking wild chickens running everywhere.
Yeah, but if Helio says that there is no wild chickens, that must be true.
Both of you pause. So, like, a wild chicken versus a feral chicken is two different things. Like, there are no wild chickens. Chickens are domestic. Okay, they were created by man. Okay, like they don't exist in nature. But one that has
That's what the book says. The history book said that.
One that has escaped captivity and is now living like in the wild can become feral. Okay, that's where the word feral comes from. So it's like it's reverting in its genetic traits back to its origins, right? So like to say wild chickens, it's just that's a misnomer.
There's no such fucking thing.
Because you guys say
That's
so.
what I was saying.
Yeah, you guys say so. You learn it in school. Like the Earth is a globe. There is no feral chickens anywhere in the world because Helio said so and Lou said so.
No,
Perfect.
okay. Well, all right. Show me a wild chicken.
Go to Hawaii.
Okay, well,
feral chicken.
All right. Well, I mean, I can't go to Hawaii, but I want the person that is in Hawaii to show me a picture of a wild chicken.
I never said wild. Did I
on
say
the
wild
range.
chicken? If I said wild chicken, then I
No,
apologize.
you didn't. Look, this is what I'm saying. It's being conflated by Helio. So, like, this idea of feral chickens.
I'm doing it on purpose, by the way.
No, he said feral.
because
he
you're
did
drunk.
say
That's why.
feral.
Chickens aren't natural to that region. But anyway, go ahead.
Throw it.
Look, he said, look, the guy from Oahu or whatever, like, he did say feral chickens over and over again. Didn't say wild. Helio, you're the one who said wild chickens. Like, and now you're also saying there are no wild chickens.
Feral is it's equal. I'm using it as a synonym. It's a synonym. Yes, it actually almost means the same thing.
It's not equal.
Yes, it is.
Specific. It's very specific. No, you don't find feral squirrels and feral chipmunks in nature.
No, I mean, well, it's just like chickens aren't. Listen, chickens, if they exist in Hawaii, they didn't come from Hawaii.
Oh,
Yeah, I mean,
and this is by backyardpoultry.im countryside. The result is the.
Go ahead.
Shut the fuck up
Can
here.
I talk? Hey, zip
Yeah,
it.
go ahead.
Zip it. Can I talk? There are a lot of things that aren't indigenous to Hawaii. One thing is white people. Another thing is chickens. Another thing is pigs. To be honest, I really don't know what is indigenous because
there's a lot of good farms, bro, where you can raise a lot of things that are shipped over there.
Well, since Christopher Columbus discovered America and he proved the globe, right? And all chickens and horses came from Europe and all these nations from the east, and there was none of that in America. Therefore, there is no wild chickens anywhere, right, Helio?
That fake Spanish bastard didn't know shit about anything about America.
Exactly. So when you read in the books, chickens
discovered the Caribbean, we're not gonna fucking get into that.
When you read in the books,
the chicken is like the dairy cow. Okay, like they don't exist in nature. Like it might be derived from the bison or something like that, right? Or it's derived from another bird, but it's almost entirely due to human interaction, like human
Genetically
manipulation.
modified organisms.
Yeah. The GMOs, right? It's all due to human manipulation that makes these creatures exist.
So every time you eat a chicken, you're eating a GMO.
That's why I eat dog eggs, not chicken eggs.
Well, not necessarily GMO, because
No, they are genetically modified.
there were chickens. Go ahead.
Well,
okay, breeding is a form of GMO. Breeding is a form of genetic modification. Whether it's
fucking
your
chickens
dog,
in Hawaii before,
whether it's your dog, whether it's food you eat, genetic modified equals breeding. Breeding equals GMO. These organisms are genetically modified through their breeding. Okay, argue that.
Okay, so if you want to get specific about GMOs, like I would argue
GMO is breeding. GMO is not breeding. GMO is not breeding. You're breeding until you have the domesticated version of that animal, like a chicken. You breed it into that position, right? That animal that you want, that is gonna give you the what you want, the type of meat or the eggs, and it's a breeding process. It's not. I mean, is it GMO, genetically modified?
What is your definition of
I agree
genetic
with Jonesy. So,
modification?
like, I understand his point when he says that it's pretty much the same. So, like, you are genetically manipulating.
Yes, whether it's a test tube
through domestication, though, through natural means, you're literally taking one version of an animal and breeding it with another till you get a certain result, and then taking that result and breeding it once again to get the more desired result. So, like, you're still letting nature do it only through your guidance, whereas a GMO literally went into a lab and you rewrote the code. Like you just like skipped all of that bullshit and you just rewrote the code.
Well, why are you bringing it there when nobody was talking about that, Lou?
No, I was.
Yeah, Helio, because you're not paying attention to the conversation.
That's
why you don't get it. And that's why you're always talking about shit that nobody's talking about because you're not listening.
Really is it, so I'm never talking about what nobody's talking about. So you're saying
Sometimes,
that GMO is no, I'm always drinking, so you always know that. Well, most of the time, yeah. Anyway, cool. Check this out. I mean, but you're talking about these.
Or showering.
You're talking about the scenario. Hold on, both of you bitches are talking about this scenario where we're talking about genetic manipulation. What I was talking about how chickens were introduced into Hawaii.
How do you know that?
And there's a chicken. How do I know it?
Were you there? Are you claiming that there was never in history?
Pretty goddamn sure there were no chickens in Hawaii until America went there first.
America. There was no chickens in America before the Europeans, right?
That's right. There were chickens in Europe. It's chickens.
No, there was no chickens. Chickens came from
it's breeding through these companies. Come on, man. Well, I don't even know.
Companies make chickens. Yeah, companies make chickens. Good job, Helio. Companies.
How do you know? Okay. Give me two.
I live in fucking Walmart country, man. This is
nobody cares. So Walmart didn't make chickens, Helio. You're wrong. Walmart didn't invent chickens, Helio. You're wrong.
No, they didn't make chickens, but they
exactly my point.
Okay. Let me talk. I have a point. I want to talk about something for maybe
Walmart
1 minute.
Chickens.
Maybe 2 minutes.
No, Tyson created chickens the way that we all eat them today.
Where did pineapples come from?
Ooh, that's a good question too.
From chickens.
From a pine tree. Did they come
from chickens?
And Walmart.
No, I'm gonna shoot this over. Because I'm tired of this chicken bullshit.
Pineapples don't grow on trees.
No, wait. Apples don't grow on trees?
Yes, they do.
Pineapples don't grow on trees.
Pineapples do not grow on trees. However, it is called a pineapple. So, what does anyone know about the history of the pineapple? Let me teach you guys for a minute. Because when Europeans discovered the pineapple,
no, they discovered the pineapple. Europeans discovered the pineapple. Oh my god!
when they brought it back to Europe. Okay, they didn't discover it, but when they discovered
don't be
it for
racist.
Okay.
Hold on. If you're going to tell us the history, where did they find the pineapple?
Oh, they found it in this area where the pineapples like to grow along the equator.
What area of the earth? No, which country or what?
It was the Caribbean, I think I'm right about that.
Caribbean, Hawaii.
Oh no, it's just like when you go.
No
we can tell
one in the past had pineapples.
I don't really
before
know
the
where
Europeans.
the pineapple came from.
I'm trying to teach.
You know that the
You guys
Europeans
know what
discovered
pineapples,
pineapples
cats, and all the
and
things you guys have been talking about have in common, though?
go ahead, Karma. Everybody shut
None
up.
of it is possible on a globe because it has to be flat.
There you go. Bring it back home.
Bring it. What do they have in common? Oh, pineapples and pine cones? I think the only thing pineapples and pine cones have in common is the Fibonacci sequence.
Look, neither the pineapple has as much to do with pine cones as it does with apples. Okay, nothing at all.
No, because a
The
pine
same
cone.
thing. Oh my God, I'm gonna have to mute you, dude.
Wait, how did it get?
You're muted because you always jump in. Every time someone says something, you just don't want to jump. It's the same like me. So the Europeans didn't discover pineapples. The Europeans weren't the first one that ate pineapples. That's just incorrect. Okay, so just stop it. Go ahead.
Okay. Let me just say that pineapple was not the name given to a pineapple, because the very first name for a pineapple was a pine cone. They changed the name pine cone.
Does that made it not a pineapple? I mean,
it's still the same.
The name. Oh, it is the same, but the label is different. It's a piña in Puerto Rico.
Yes.
Pineapple
Okay,
in the United States, but does it taste different? Does it look different because you changed the
The Europeans, the Europeans knew first of a pineapple, which came from a pine tree. Okay.
Pine tree? Pineapples come from pine trees?
That was a pine cone. They didn't call it pine cones. They called it pineapple. Am I wrong? And this, anyone could double check me on this.
Yeah, I may
The
check.
original name is ananas, which is why which is why they grow in like the pieces of pineapple grows in a bunch, just like a banana. Originally known as ananas.
It's still called that in Iceland, by the way. Ananas.
Yeah, I read that. That's cool as.
Oh,
I didn't know it was still continuing.
Thank you. This is why I bring up this kind of stuff. Like I'm not so closed-minded that I'm going to deny your information. But what I wanted to say was that because I grew pineapples myself from a store. I took a pineapple from a store. I took off the top. I put it in the ground, and I grew another pineapple.
Yeah, that's cool.
You can't
Yeah, but
grow
that doesn't
one
mean that
pineapple.
pineapples came from
They're taken
Europeans
from
or
a
they
tree.
discovered,
So
right?
stop being full of shit. Nobody grows one pineapple. Come on,
Yes.
man.
You grow one pineapple.
No, you don't.
Okay.
Sorry,
I'll let someone else talk for me. I'll let someone else talk for me because I think this person can get through to you better than I can because she has a nice soft voice. And I'll let her talk. I'm done.
Okay. We'll see if you can convince this person that you grew one pineapple.
I think I have no problem with that. You growing pineapples in your house, I have no problem with that. The only claim that you said that Europeans discovered pineapples, that's the only thing you have to kind of be careful with that kind those kind of.
It's clearly an island fruit, like. So.
I also just wanted to throw funny out there that the whole thing about it being called something apple really has no relevance at all because the old word for potatoes in Iceland is literally earth apple. It's just, it doesn't mean anything really.
Yeah, karma has nothing to do with pine either.
No, it does.
Yeah,
because
it sort of does in a different region of Earth.
The word for banana is literally means sausage fruit because it's shaped like a sausage.
Doesn't mean it's a sausage or comes from animals. It's just the way it looks.
Yeah, but Americans don't know. Americans get the public system English. They don't get the definition what it actually means or the origin of it.
I want to butt in for 1 second because I think this got missed earlier when I was talking about it. The Fibonacci sequence. A pine cone grows in the Fibonacci sequence. A pineapple grows in the Fibonacci sequence. Corn.
Oh no, a pine tree. Hold on, brother. A pine tree grows straight up.
I'm talking about what its genetic material. A pine cone is genetic material. A pineapple is genetic material. This is the flower. This is the fruit of these trees, and they come out in a Fibonacci sequence. Okay,
and it's freaking beautiful. Yeah, go ahead, brother. No, you know what? Go ahead. You got it better than I do. Go ahead, brother. I just want to make sure we're on the same page. Go ahead.
Do you have a photo of that? I'd love to see it.
Helio, you said the pine trees grow straight up.
For the most part, man, like cedars and pine, they're in a similar category. They, sometimes they'll twist, but left alone, they'll just shoot straight up and produce the pine cones and stuff.
I think the only time
it's not really, and they last through the winter too. They don't even lose. I mean, they're shit. I mean, they lose their leaves, which aren't leaves. They're just shreds. They're like little pine. You know how pines work. Whatever. That is
hot micing. Go ahead, ladies.
Fuck you. I'm not hot micing. I'm talking about in pine. And they're all across the earth. Everyone.
Yeah, be concise and short, please. Thank you.
I hear you assholes fucking talk for 30 minutes, and I can't even talk for 10 seconds. Fuck you, Gen Z. Fucking asshole. Go ahead, guys.
Love you too, bro. I just want to say, trees grow straight up, but if the light is obstructed, they will follow the light.
So they don't always grow straight up. Okay, got it.
No, they don't always go straight up unless the sun is obstructed. They will grow towards the sun or wherever the sun is strongest. I've experienced that with my papayas. I have papaya trees. Yes, I do. I have bananas. Yes, I do. And they want to grow towards the sun. And I think that's the same thing with every kind of plant.
I don't care. By the way, we had a Glober in here earlier, but this chicken and assworm and pineapple conversation is just not helping.
Yeah, where's the Glober at? Where is he?
He left because of your enlightening discussion.
Yeah, but why do you even address him? He was here, bro. Come on, what are you doing?
No chance. You guys were non-stop talking over everybody who tried to talk.
What's his name? What's the name? Where is he?
It's not unusual anyway. Aren't they always doing that?
Yeah, so what's the point? What's the point you bring in there? He's not here anymore, bro. Come on.
Yeah, I'm trying to get you to stop talking about nonsense.
Well, okay, what's the new topic, Dre? What's the new topic, bro?
The Earth is flat and not a globe. Okay, that's the new topic. That's the topic of the server and has been for a long time, Jamesy.
Yeah, but what is the topic? Not the Earth is flat. That's the topic, but specificity. Like, what's specific about that?
Can we follow raindrops in a?
Okay, guys, the Earth is flat. Go.
I'm sorry. I tried.
Something to say about flat Earth if you want to hear it.
Yeah, it's flat. Go ahead.
Well, I don't know if you guys are interested, but the other day I actually ended up having a bit of a flat smack with a few teenagers, and it was really nice. We ended up. I showed them the video about where they were showing how they were getting scuba gear for the astronauts and how that guy was almost drowning and going like, "My dive buddy, I just had to go with my dive buddy." And I showed them the one with where you can see the scuba tank in the background and the bubbles and all that stuff. And they were kind of mind blown. I think they're like in 7th or 8th grade. And we even went into all the stuff that's been happening the last few years because I showed them a bit of what the UN speech with Dr. Martin, which is a really interesting video if people have seen that.
I think the pressure is one of the first conversations children can dig it. Balloons, bubbles, and pressure stuff. Cooking, rice cooking pressure cookers. Yeah, good topic for the children. 100%.
They also seem to understand the Black Swan argument pretty well because I could, unlike Discord, you can actually use your hands and stuff to demonstrate what I mean with the curve and how it's on either side and how the curve would be in the middle. I told them about the world record breaking photography and all that stuff with the globe breaking world record. And I think they got really interested in it.
No, I think that's pretty good. One of the things that I have with my boys is because I've been in construction and I've been trying to teach them how to work with tools and things like that. And I think that's like working with their hands and getting them to see the have the coordination and be able to see what they're doing and how it coordinates with the world around them is very important. Whether it's like using a level, using a square.
You're a square.
And we got our Glober back. He just said square. STL. Welcome to the chat.
Hey, what's up?
The sky above your head, that's what's up.
Yeah. What about the luminaries? What can you tell me about those?
That's above your head as well, yes, it is.
Anything distinct about those? Or
unless you have a luminary like to your left, like I don't know, like a lamp that is illuminating your room.
No, I'm talking about, like the stars, the sun, the moon.
STL, what can you tell us about the stars, the sun, the moon?
Well, see, the thing is, if I tell you about them, then I'm going to have to back those claims up with evidence. So I'd rather you tell me about them so I can understand from your
I'll tell you about them. I look up and I see them.
Why would we make up a story of what they are? We don't need to.
Yeah, we don't have claims about what they are because we haven't got it tested it. You have beliefs about it, so we would like to hear about your beliefs.
I want to hear your beliefs.
I just told you we don't have beliefs about them.
I don't have any beliefs about them either then.
So you don't believe the stars are giant, effectively like our sun?
I mean, they could be.
I believe that I don't believe what you believe.
I believe the children of the future.
Yeah, so being a Glober for 4 years hasn't, and coming to the server that long still hasn't shook your reality any, huh? Not even a little?
A little.
And what part? What have you started to question, STL, for all this time that you've been coming to the server?
The original moon landing, the Apollo moon landing.
That's it? The moon landing? You don't question the fact that you can't measure any curvature. You don't question the fact that there is no way to measure the spin of the Earth. You don't even question that we can't have gas pressure without a container. You don't question none of that.
I mean, that's science, bro.
Yeah.
You do? Well, then how come you said you didn't earlier?
I mean, I don't really have a question about that. The gas pressure, it's the, I'm going to say the G word, but that's has to do with it.
STL, you can say whatever word you want, but then again, you're going to have to back it up.
See, I don't. Yeah, no, that's the thing.
Well, if that's the thing, then why would you even say the G word? Because I know what you're talking about, and so do you.
No, I think you have to use it in context.
Oh man.
I mean, these are the types of games that anti-flat earthers play, isn't it?
So they can they have gravitometers. I'm going to call them. That's probably not the right word, but they measure the force of gravity, and it's force. Yeah.
What?
So,
hold on.
Wait a minute.
No. You're gonna have to cite that, man. Don't just tell us a story. Cite whatever you're talking about in live.
Look it up. Hold on. But it changes. I know. Give me a second. It changes based on your altitude or your distance from the sea level.
Why do you want to keep telling us a story? Just cite that shit.
Okay, man.
Live stream voice text.
Gotta look at it 1 second.
When you're done with that, STL, can you show us gas being contained by this force?
Gravity meter. The hell. There's quite a bit of people that don't know STL. Okay, people will know. Every time you come in here, just
Okay.
Go ahead.
We got measurement of Newton's constant using a torsion balance with angular
Cavendish.
acceleration feedback.
That's Cavendish, bro.
I'm talking about gravity.
Where's the post? I don't see nothing on live stream voice text. Do you have any perms or what roles do you have? Hang on. Can you post anything?
He's got embed roles. He should be able to.
Yeah.
Does he have it? Okay.
I posted in live stream voice text.
Let's have a look. Big G apparatus. McToon live. What the fuck, dude?
So that's
You
not
know
a
any-
scientific experiment. There's no independent variable here, and you just have a effect within.
Can we re-examine somebody's live whose title is McToon?
And then there's the Cornell
think about it for a minute.
University experiment.
His name does sound like something you'd watch as a child on Saturday morning. I'll admit that.
All right, so measurement of Newton's constant using a torsion balance. I'm just going to read what it says there on the topic. We measured Newton's gravitational constant G using a torsion balance method. Our technique greatly reduces several sources of uncertainty compared to previous measurements. Newtonian gravity. So you're telling me you're using a 100-year out-of-date gravitational theory? STL?
One more time, sorry.
You're using a 100-year-old out-of-date gravitational theory.
I mean, this was submitted in January 2000, so it's only like 23 years old.
The theory is 100 years out of date. They're not on Newtonian's gravitational theory. What do you mean? What do you mean?
Hold on. There's all kinds of theories that are older than that. We still
Newtonian is superseded by Einsteinian. You don't know that? You've been here for 4 years and you don't know that? Come on, don't feign ignorance now.
Don't year shame me, sir.
Year shame me? Dude, you should already be, if you're an anti-flat earther, you should be knowing all of the things that we talk about in here.
I'm learning. That's why I like coming back. I'm always learning.
No, dude. I mean, I highly doubt that because you had enough time to already know what we talk about. You're showing us something that contradicts what the mainstream rhetoric is saying. They don't even have anything to deal with Newtonian gravitational theory, and you're presenting something as it's still in play.
Let me get this straight. If you believe in Newton, you're saying Einstein is wrong and quantum mechanics also is wrong.
That's like a theory that fucking space-time. I mean, I don't know. It seems kind of me like if you can travel a certain way, like you can alter time, and I don't know, man. It seems kind of like a sci-fi
Well, it's not.
movie, you know.
You know what? It's not up to you. It's the mainstream rhetoric.
I know, but why can't I? I mean, why can't I have my own opinion?
It's not make
I'm not
up your own
mainstream.
cosmology. It doesn't matter. You would either adhere to the cosmology that's presented and then say that the Earth is a globe via that cosmology, or discard it completely and say you're just going to make up whatever you want. It's a cosmology according to STL, and that means that you can't use somebody else's material. You have to come up with your own shit.
Oh man, you're changing the rules on me now.
No. They didn't change the rules. Either adhere to what the current rhetoric is, or discard it completely, and don't say that you trust any of that. What do you? I'm not the one who made that rules up, man. Either you believe what the Globe is saying. So you're saying that you don't trust anything what they're telling you, because obviously you're changing the rules around for what cosmology you adhere to.
You just sounds like I might be a flat earther.
No, it sounds like you're just making your own shit up. You're not a flat earther, that's for sure. But you want to make up your own cosmology. How is that even like anything?
I'm a free thinker, man.
Is that why you're putting Newtonian gravity in here? You're not. It's not a free thinker. You're just adhering to some other rhetoric that's been passed down by other globe earthers that want Newtonian gravitation.
Adhere to some kind of rhetoric in one form of time.
Like what?
Time too.
Like
I don't know. I
Like
mean,
what?
question the
Well,
thing.
then I can tell you what you're adhering to because you're presenting it. Have you seen what I'm presenting?
Let's see it. Where's it at?
Go ahead. So basically, you're coming up empty right now, bankrupt. You don't have anything.
Want to argue with me? That's all it is.
I want you to actually come here with the truth. If you're in here just to spin everybody's wheels and say I'm a globe earther, but I don't adhere to anything that the globe earth is actually purporting, I want to pick and choose what best suits my cosmology. I think that's disingenuous
too, as well.
Oh, we do. Also, you know what? The mask is falling off, isn't it? Now everybody can hear what you really think about us. That's right, STL.
Calm down.
No, calm down. Nothing, man. Check this out. This is your true nature, man. Right now, you're showing everybody. This is what you really think about all of us.
I'm a nice guy, man.
Nah, bullshit, dude. Don't give me that nice guy attitude shit. You're in here to make fun of everybody that's in here because you think we're all
not
kooky. Yeah, you are. You just finished saying that. You just finished saying that we make up. Well, you said we make up our own cosmology. What does that say?
You said I make up my own cosmology.
Because you are. You are. You don't adhere to any of the mainstream rhetoric. Einsteinian gravitational theory is what's the current rhetoric.
It's a theory,
and you're saying,
right?
It doesn't matter. You didn't.
Well,
you
yes,
either,
it does. It's a theory.
No, it
Why
doesn't.
should I believe a theory?
Because that's a consensus on their side.
It's a theory, though, by definition, yeah?
You don't pick and choose that. You have to adhere to what those guys who are purporting it have to say.
I mean, it's a theory. I could say it's a theory, bro. I don't believe it.
Do you have a stance in it? You don't have a dog in this fight. Are you some sort of pseudoscientist?
How about that?
Are you a pseudoscientist out there making up these theories? No. You're just a regular Joe on the internet saying you don't like the current rhetoric.
Who's he to tell me what I can believe in or not? You know what I mean?
The problem is Newton doesn't work when you're looking at the sky and trying to assume that all of that is working with Newton's mechanics.
Well,
That's why they brought in Einstein to try to explain it, and then they realized that Einstein doesn't actually work with quantum mechanics, and so they had to throw all of that out, and that's why gravity is one of the 10 biggest unsolved problems in physics. So you trying to use it to reify your globe doesn't work.
See, you guys put me in this bubble.
No, you put yourself in that bubble. You don't blame that on us. You put yourself in that bubble. You want to make your own cosmology up and come in here and act like you're some kind of free thinker, and you're not. You're spitting out McToon's propaganda in our live stream, and you're here to tell me you're a free thinker, dude? Fucking.
Well, I won't.
That's stupid shit, dude.
I've been following this a long time, and he has a lot of good.
What? You think he's a free thinker? You think he's a free thinker?
I think so. Yeah. I was around when he
McToon is one of the biggest. He's one of the biggest anti-flat Earth propagandists that there ever was. He's not a free thinker, dude. And if you think that, you're sorely mistaken.
I haven't seen any of his recent stuff.
It doesn't matter, dude. You just posted some shit from him. You're basically you're citing him.
Like you guys won't let me. So wait a minute, you won't let me post stuff from NASA, right? So I want to post some stuff.
You can post whatever you want. You can post whatever you want to actually cite the thing that you're actually trying to explain.
Gravimeter or a torsion balance, right? And you're like, oh, that's McToon's. Well, I'm not posting shit from NASA.
First of all, you're citing McToon, and so doing that, we already know he's a anti-flat Earth propaganda person. He doesn't have evidence to back up his claim. So if we were to listen, if we were to STL, don't give me that bullshit,
Cornell
bro.
University,
Don't give me that bullshit.
Come on now.
If I was to ask you to explain what that that thing you just cited and tell me what it's about. I guarantee you're not going to know shit from that thing that you just cited. You're just citing this flat earth propagandist or anti-flat earth propagandist, and you want to make it sound like you know some shit. If we were to quiz you on what he said in that video, are you going to be able to tell me what that's about? Be honest right now. Yes or no? Because we'll start quizzing you.
It has a formula. It has a formula.
We'll start quizzing you. We will start quizzing you. How about that? Would you want us to?
Look,
and then we're going to see if you really know.
Yeah, I mean, I probably won't pass, but you can if you want.
Don't go to the same people that we're fighting with every single day. Like just your average Joe who thinks he's somebody because he has followers. Go to a university, get a citation, show us what they got. Go to and then we can debate it. But when you cite McToon,
well, I cited Cornell University.
It means nothing to us. He hates
his ego
flat
is
earthers.
almost as big as my ego, and mine is bigger than my own cosmology.
What did you cite from Cornell University?
On top of that,
hey, what's up, Jedi? I haven't heard from you in a while.
Yeah, don't run away from this, man. You ain't done yet, man. Your math started falling off when you said you like to come in here because we make up our own cosmology bullshit. Come on, dude.
No.
Get off the noise, dude. You're not fooling anyone. STL, man, you've been doing this for a long time. Yeah, because you like to make fun of us, dude. That's your whole shtick.
I don't come in here making fun of you
jollies
guys.
off of it, man. Bullshit, dude. You've been doing this song and dance for a while.
Okay, I'm not.
I already know you, man.
I'm not in here insulting you, calling you names.
No. You throwing out McToon. You throwing out McToon's propaganda on our live stream. You said that we believe in our own cosmology. Come on, dude. Don't fuck around. I already know you.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's hold on. Yeah, I get that, but I mean, it's not about laughs. If you're actually serious about this, why don't you actually just say? Actually, could be a redundant term, which could mean just actually could be like actually. I mean, you could use it as a redundant term over and over, but I'm not actually trying to offend you, but I just didn't actually mean to offend you by actually just saying this or that. Hey, check this out. Why don't you bring us some real information about how you came across this topic and why you think that you could say the flat earthers are wrong about this? How about you just bring that in, and then we don't have to use the word actually anymore.
Am I using the word actually too much?
Most people do, but it doesn't matter anymore, so try not to use it. How about that?
Right. I'll actually try.
All right, so you found our server. You want to show us why you think we're wrong about the Earth being flat.
Helio,
It's very
he's been here
simple.
for a while, bro.
Helio, I've talked to you.
No, I get it, bro. I get it over and over again. Been doing this for a long time. Yeah, we've been doing this for quite a while. Tell us why you know that the Earth cannot be a level stationary plane, or tell us why you think that you have real evidence that it's actually the third rock from the sun spinning around the Milky Way galaxy in a portion of the universe.
All right. What about the equinox?
Which equinox?
I can see
Which
you
one? Wait, hold
You
on.
Flat earthers
Hold
are
on.
superior to my humble
Hold
globe
on.
zealot self.
Which one? Which equinox?
The one I don't know if it's the one in.
Oh my God,
the one in
dude.
the summertime for us in the northern hemisphere.
Bro, you don't even know what you're talking about, man. Like, how are we gonna? Shit, dude. Helio, I mean, this is bullshit, bro. He doesn't even know what.
That's why I just came. I was helping you guys out. You guys figured it out from. I got other
Fine,
shit
but
to
we're
do.
on
Go ahead.
We're on a point though, because he's bringing some bullshit onto the live stream.
I'm not.
This
I can stop.
McToon nonsense.
I'm not
and then
talking
he's
about
also
McToon.
providing Newtonian. Huh?
I'm talking about equinoxes now.
No, fuck that, dude. You don't even know shit about equinoxes, and you want to
Yes, I
come
do.
over here? Oh, equinox. You didn't even know what the summer or the fall equinox. Which one? You're like, which one is it? Like, you don't know which one it is. You don't know what you're talking about, dude. At all. It's apparent, dude. Everybody
All right.
knows it. All right.
You won.
No, it's not about winning. It's about exposing you. Because every single time you come in there,
Yeah,
you wanna,
and for
you wanna
the
be
listeners,
friends.
it's
You wanna
not
be
about
friends with all the-
winning.
No, but dude, check this out, man. You want to be friends with all the flat earthers in here. At the same time, you want to smirk and say stupid shit that we believe our own cosmology and shit, man. That pisses me off.
All right, you don't.
How come
believe your
nobody
own
else called your ass
cosmology. I'm
out?
sorry for
Yeah,
saying
not gonna-
Mickey, don't get mad. Mickey,
You're
don't
not
get
gonna have
mad.
a beer. You're not gonna drink a beer and come over here and act like friends with everybody. All you fake fucking anti-flat earthers are bullshit. Coming in here and doing this to us, man. All of you.
Yeah, and when you say, what about the equinox? Just look it up. Dude, there have been a lot of times some people say something simple like that, equinox, and I'll look it up, and I look on Wikipedia, comes right up. Oh, are you talking about the summer, winter equinox?
I know.
The
But what
solar
happens during either of these equinoxes? What is?
Wait. You said
we're
there
on
was
equinox,
one.
huh? We're on
You said the
Julio,
equinox.
we're gonna let him blow past the shit that he put in the live stream. We're gonna go to equinoxes, bro.
No, we're
Go
not.
for it. I'll shut up. Go ahead.
I mean,
got this.
Anyway,
Yeah.
even if you did look into the spring equinox, it actually debunks the tilt of the globe.
But bro, we can't indulge that equinox bullshit, man. He doesn't have any evidence for what he's presenting. Listen, it's the old 30, it's the old 23 skidoo. He's gonna start saying things, and people and flat earthers are gonna get engaged with the other shit. he's saying, so he can
Exactly.
get off the
What do you
point.
know about it? What do you know
No.
about it?
God,
He
bro.
just threw it out there because he heard it from someone else. He
He's
doesn't know
fishing for
a
you
goddamn
guys,
thing
bro.
about it.
I know
I
he's
do know
fishing
about
for you
it.
guys. He's catching you guys, and you're letting him swing off to another
Why do you
point
not want me to talk about equinoxes?
because you don't
Because
know the
last-
shit you presented, bro.
Last thing I heard was a citation from Cornell University, and I had a shit about it. You brought up equinoxes, so there was a subject you were talking about before you brought up equinoxes, right? So
Yeah,
maybe
but
we
I
should
wanna
get back
shift
on
to
that.
equinoxes.
Why do you want to shift it? We were talking about this. This is the sort of
Not
thing that
doing
all
equinox.
earthers do. Is they don't want
Why
to talk
can't we
about
talk
saying
about
that
equinoxes?
because we haven't finished talking about this first
Did you
subject.
see how he's laughing? You see how he's laughing, motherfucker? Do you see how he's laughing?
Yeah, it's.
He
I
likes
wonder.
this
If,
shit.
I wonder if he hears himself laughing.
I do hear myself laughing.
Awesome. So we can get back on topic then. Helio, please. Can we get back on topic then? You cited something from Cornell University. What the fuck was that then?
All right. It's a measurement of Newton's constant using a torsion balance with angular acceleration feedback. That's this.
What does that mean?
experiment. It says we measured Newton's gravitational constant G using a new torsion balance method. Our technique greatly reduces several sources of uncertainty compared to previous measurements. One, it is insensitive to annealing torsion fiber properties.
Awesome.
A flat plate pendulum minimizes the sensitivity due to the pendulum density distribution. And 3, continuous attraction rotation reduces background noise.
Okay, please explain what that means.
So it says we obtain G, and then it's like really there's a point like plus or minus 0.000092 to the 10th to the negative 11th power.
Explain how they measured all of
That's
that.
a lot of precision there.
Explain how they measured it all.
Fuck that. What's an actually observed phenomenon?
Anyway, hold on. Well, I'm just wondering what instrument they measured that with.
Oh, fuck that.
Torsion balance.
I just want the DV.
Then they calculated the sun mass from this thing too. It's just kind
just the observed phenomena, please.
Jesus Christ.
That's what I was thinking too.
Yeah, let's start with Jedi's point. What's the observed phenomena?
They measured Newton's constant.
That's not an observed phenomenon.
With what instrument? If you're going to measure something, you have to have an instrument.
Oh, God, we're not going to get anywhere like this. I want a physically observed phenomena in the physical and natural world. I want the
So you can use
dependent variable.
instruments. Well, then I can go to equinoxes, then, right?
No, you're going to go to science. Hold on, STL. You tried to go to science, so I want the dependent variable. It's quite simple. We're going to be building a hypothesis. You're bringing science. Let's start right at the beginning. I want the phenomena that we observe.
Hold on.
Yeah, you're going to bring it, so let's just have the hypothesis, the dependent variable, please. Or you could just give me the hypothesis if you want.
Oh dear.
I get comfy, guys. It'll be a while. Go on. What?
Did you fuck this up, Helio?
Guido, you're talking to
We
yourself.
we don't really care about what people imagine, and when they look at a contraption, we don't really care what they just imagine. We want the scientific validity behind it. It doesn't matter if you have what's it called?
Well, if you have an instrument that you built on Earth and you give us a story about what you found, that doesn't necessarily mean that the Earth is a spinning freaking ball around a galaxy in the universe. You know, that's your story, not our story.
The thing he's trying to cite
the weight
is
of
claimed
the
to be
the
scientific.
weight of the
It
spheres.
just isn't, and we're trying to help him understand that.
All right, cool. I'll shut up.
The
You guys
observed phenomenon.
Just want the DV. That's all. The observed phenomena in the physical natural world. We just want that. Then we can carry on.
All right, they got 2 spheres inside of this machine.
Awesome. So without the machine, that's a scientific experiment. We want something observed in the physical natural world. You know what a dependent variable
The
is,
sun
right?
during the equinox.
God.
That's not
Respawning on this, dude? Still.
I'll tell you what, if you really want to go down this route, you're going to say the phenomena is the sun. I'm going to ask you for the cause, and we're going to end up rotation of the fucking Earth. So let's go back to your gravity shit. I want the hypothesis, the dependent variable. Yeah, I know, I just ruined it with that one, didn't I? Because you ain't got proof of measurement of the Earth spinning to make the sun move in the fucking
but
sky.
I told
So we'll get back to your hypothesis and ask for the dependent variable, the phenomena observed in the physical and natural world we want to figure out the cause of.
I
That'd
said
be the IV.
the DV is the weight of the spheres, the mass.
Weight of the spheres.
Yes, inside the machine. But then you said this is not observed in the physical natural world, right? And so then I jumped to the equinox, the sun, the way the sun moves across the sky.
Stop using your red herrings, and let's continue with the same topic.
You see,
so if the dependent variable is weight, what is your independent variable?
It would be G.
Awesome. Give me G.
That machine did.
Give me G.
Experiment.
Give me G.
Oh, I'll give you G, baby.
No, that's fine. Give it to me so I can put it in a glass and paint it red. G physical. Could I physically manipulate it to see if it causes the effect? Or is your hypothesis if mass, then mass attracts mass?
Gotcha, bitch.
Oh.
Because if your hypothesis if mass, then mass attracts mass, I'm just going to point out that your independent variable and your dependent variable are the same fucking thing.
Was that it's Cavendish, yeah? Do you guys support Cavendish or no?
But does it follow the scientific method?
Nope.
I guess not. If you guys wouldn't lie to me, so yeah.
Well, it's not about lying. It's, compare and contrast. Does it follow the scientific method? No. Therefore, by definition, guess what it's called? It's called pseudoscience because it doesn't follow the scientific method. So that's all we've got to say about that. It's not science. Pseudoscience. Right.
All right.
I mean,
interesting, STD.
Besides, the whole idea was thrown out the window with Einstein. So, besides, if you look at when the Cavendish was first performed, most people who tried to repeat it also reported that the balls were as likely to move apart from each other as they were to go together.
And altogether, nobody here is trying to get you on a gotcha. He's like, I got you, bitch. Unless you're against what we're saying or giving or at least a probable idea where we can have an intellectual, conversation. Nobody here's trying to prove you wrong and be like, gotcha, bitch. I mean, but even though, but with sometimes some people will come in here and try to be like, yeah, I got this and this is gotcha, bitch, which sometimes we do. It depends on who we're talking to. A lot of times, if you come in here with a comfortable overarching, it's like I haven't talked really to you guys or whatever. But I thought the Earth was a globe, boom, boom, and then you're talking to us, and whatever. We all used to think the Earth was the globe too. It's not a big deal. I mean, come on.
So Cavendish assumes G is the cause. How does it validate that?
I remember back in the day when the heliocentric lot used to love the science. Now they've got a bit quiet on that subject, haven't they?
Well, the Globers now say science proves nothing because they have none. That's why we only get pseudoscience from them, like this.
All right. I'm going to go get some more ice for my drink. I'll be right back.
No, fantastic. We can't wait.
So he's still respawning on the sun on the equinox. He's been doing this for months, if not years.
Awesome. Just asking for a direct measurement of the rotation of the Earth.
I think I will when he gets back. That sounds fun.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it? Because the sun moves in the sky, apparently. Don't care what fucking time of year it is or what path it takes across the fucking sky. Your cause of the sun moving across the sky is the rotation of the Earth.
Ask him if gravity works on his ice.
Nah.
Then he's got to deal with Coriolis, though, hasn't he, then?
Ooh, Coriolis, so there are two separate reference frames then. Earth and air?
It's also just so dumb. If these little balls are attracting each other, then why aren't fat people attracting all the dust around them?
They're little balls compared to the overarching size of the universe, right? They're just little balls, just attracting to each other, around each other, just creating, from the Big Bang, right? They're just little, right? But the only thing we can ever experience is our little ball universe here on Earth. We're just part of the bigger overarching freaking Big Bang theory of the ultimate universe. How does that not sound silly to anyone?
It just made everything sound a bit more gay. Thanks, mate.
I know, right? It's just like, oh, my Earth is just as comfortable to me as. Anyway, go on.
My balls are attracted to your balls.
my balls are spin. I mean, it's just like everybody's balls are spinning around everywhere. That came from the Big Bang eventually, and then the only thing we can know is what we can observe right here in this portion of the Big Bang universe. But the only thing we can ever know is from the Milky Way galaxy and all that kind of shit. Y'all get the fuck out my face with that bullshit.
It's just so dumb because within Einstein's nonsense, those little balls are not big enough to bend space-time, so there's zero gravity there. So
there's another thing, though, too. If they want to invoke Newton, they destroy themselves anyway because they don't have a solar system like that. Doesn't match the presumed orbit of Mercury around the sun. Also, they've got a three-body problem. Also, Newton's laws of motion, which they usually want to go with, aren't valid in non-inertial reference frames, so they just destroy themselves in so many ways doing that.
Yeah, when they say mass attracts mass, that means gas is also mass, and gas doesn't attract gas, so they're fucked on that one too. How many ways would you like us to fuck you with your mass attracting mass bullshit?
I like it when they claim Newton, because they just fall flat on their faces when they do that.
You definitely fall flat. That's for sure.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, it had to be superseded. Didn't match their imaginary orbit of Mercury, so they're done with their solar system. Why do they want to bring him up?
God, I was actually trying to think of a decent answer then, mate, and I really don't fucking know.
Sorry, loud motorcycle just went by. What'd you say, Jedi?
I was saying I was trying to think of a decent answer for you, but honestly, mate, I don't fucking know. I really don't know why I keep bringing it up. I mean, we tell them,
you
right?
win. I concede you win. You flat earthers are superior to my humble globe zealot self.
This is very true.
Anyway, they're going to need a globe for fucking gravity anyway. There's that. How's he measured that?
He just has his feelings. He has nothing else.
Okay, well, whilst we're trying to wait for him to go to Antarctica and get some fucking ice for his drink, has anybody tried to speak to Cool? No rolls at all? Anybody tried that one?
Hey, I heard that. That was pretty funny.
Thank you, mate. Did you get back? You good?
Yeah, I'm here. Let me pour myself a drink.
Oh, wow. So you understand we're not trying to trick you. You understand that we're not just believing in things just because of our quote-unquote preconceived biblical idea that the Earth is flat. We're just pointing out there isn't any scientific experiments for this shit. That's
the reason I like you guys is you believe what you can observe with your own two eyes, not what somebody else can observe, like a government body observes with their own two eyes. And then I can appreciate that.
Yeah, we believe what we can verify to be true. Yep.
Right. Yeah.
I would also like, as long as you're being authentic there, I appreciate that.
I am, absolutely.
But it's not just what we can see with our own two eyes. You know, like you can sense things in other ways, or you could get the data to, to verify something. Not everything is observable through just that one sense, but we do need to be able to replicate it. Like it can't just be based on a trust based, like belief. Like that's the issue.
There has to be something we can observe.
I mean, like, when we're given information like, fucking hell, celestial navigation requires triangles and you can't measure an angle on a curved surface, we've got nowhere to fucking go. Because, fuck me, celestial navigation works on the premise of angle measurements. So what do? We just understand that the Earth is practically used for navigation purposes as a flat plane. What do we do? Do we just then start asserting that the Earth can only be a ball? No, we're just being honest. Triangles demonstrate that through celestial navigation, the surface of the Earth must be flat.
There's a quote. I don't know if you guys are Tool fans, but there's a song. They have like a thing saying, "Speak for yourself, question authority." Right? I think that's a good mantra.
It is. So we're just providing the evidence, going with the evidence, taking the evidence as the evidence gives. You can't measure angles on curved surfaces. You can't have gas pressure without a container. There is no scientific experiment for gravity, no matter how many times people want to bring it up. There just isn't. So what do? The Earth is obviously measured and practically used as flat. Anything that they suggest, the Earth being a ball spinning in the vacuum of space, we can't falsify that shit.
What say you, STO?
I say I want to listen to some Tool right now with you guys.
Some children with the keys to knowledge. I'd rather just scratch my fucking...
Tool.
The globe is like you telling us about your unicorn dream. We can't falsify your unicorn dream, just like we can't falsify the globe because it's not real. It's not something we can access.
It's just an idea in your head. That's why there's nothing outside that we can point to that validates it. That's why every time we go to look for it, we don't find it.
I would say the sun
or any
during the
semblance of it.
equinox. We could
Yeah,
put-
you would say that. You've said that over and over again. That's just your interpretation of the sun and what it's doing on the equinox, right?
He
They
wanted
have
to go
nothing-
equinoxes so bad, didn't he?
He really did.
He's just been doing this for months, if not years. Every single time I've ever heard him, he says the way the sun moves across the sky in the equinox.
I had to
Okay,
step away, but what was his presentation for McToon's gravitational contraption?
Oh, I ruined them. It went nowhere.
And him presenting Newtonian gravitational theory?
Yeah, nowhere. Couldn't
That
even
wrecks
get
him.
past it. Couldn't even get past the dependent variable.
STL, you know that you have no solar system if you go with Newton's gravity, right?
I mean,
So what
I
are,
don't know.
are you a geocentric stationary ball earther, or like what are you trying to do here?
no, I'm not geocentric.
Well, then don't claim Newton because he doesn't help you.
See,
Not
this is the
compatible with the
issue.
solar system.
He says he's heliocentric, but yet he wants to make up his own cosmology. How is that making up your? You're not a free thinker. You're enslaved to the whatever cosmology they tell you. You're not a free thinker at all.
There's other people like me too.
I know that, and we're exposing them on the daily. Anything else?
Just because some other people believe some nonsense doesn't justify it.
Is there anything empirical in reality that justifies this belief here? Who's got the crickets?
Hang on, let me look for him.
There it is.
Thought so.
4 years of actually looking into the globe, and this is all you got.
And you're year shaming me again.
Well, it's true, isn't it? You should have given up this ball Earth a long time ago.
I think his approach to
For you, I'm gonna
to
give
it
it. I'm gonna give it up just for tonight. I'm a flat
his
earther
way of-
tonight.
His way of looking into it is just to come on here and drink. I think that's all he does.
Yep. That's what he
We also
wants.
have Cool Cool. Cool Cool is here. No rolls. Cool Cool, you've been unmuted. You want to open your mic? Go ahead, guys. Cool Cool has been unmuted. Hopefully he replies.
Maybe he'll be able to save STO.
PD for sure. Tell us, Cuckoo.
Cool. Or could be cool.
If not, we're gonna go right back to STL.
Go right back. Go back
Third
right.
time, third time a cool, unlucky sunshine. STL, you're back up.
He's skedaddled.
Oh. There was a crack in the door. We paid a little attention, and then he fell through the crack. Oh well.
His shtick, dude, is coming in here, getting drunk, and acting like he's a free thinker and he wants to be buddies with everybody here because we're making up our own cosmology. Fuck that, dude.
He says the same thing every single time. Sun on the
Every
equinox.
time.
He just chants it
Yeah.
over and over again. He can't elaborate on what that does to prove a globe. Nothing. He just says that, and that's as far as it gets. He just keeps saying it.
Stars in the south. That's another one of his jigs.
He's
Southern stars.
He's like, I don't know, man. That him and like Matthew Learns, and they act like they're buddies to like people and go to flat Earth meetups and shit. Like that's fucking disgusting, bro.
It really rubs you up the wrong way, doesn't it?
Oh my god, dude.
Yeah, they'll just charm you into buying the globe.
And just
Used
like
globe
Matthew,
salesman.
just like Matthew told you, Heretic, that I was irate, bro, when he said that shit to you. Well, at least I don't have to tell you about the globe. Your friends and family will do it for you.
I liked it because he was mad.
It's the first time he's been mad.
Yeah, I thought it was funny.
Hey, you want to do
I
a
wanted to
pulse
finally
check
go
on
into
Cool
his
Cool?
equinox thing and hear him try to justify the Earth being moving.
I love it when they say that the Earth moves, because 1 second they've got 2 reference frames for the Coriolis, the next is just 1, and that's why there's no Coriolis. It's so much fun.
I told him, after all these years, what do you have to provide evidence that was something that you learned from this chat that NASA lies? That's it, bro? Shit.
One of them last night told me that there is Coriolis effect because the Earth and the Atmo are 2 separate non-inertial reference frames spinning at the exact same rate as one another.
What the fuck, dude?
Yeah, dude, that's what he said, man.
Holy, make shit up as you go along, Batman.
I know. It's in the Heliocult chamber if anybody wants to see.
Is that the new Cogdis room? Or no?
Well, it's like Cogdis Advanced.
Cogdis Advanced. Fuck me.
Oh, shit. There's levels to this shit now, huh?
Yeah.
Hey, sorry, I just had to step away for a sec.
Were you in a non-inertial reference frame?
Yeah, I was accelerating. And Discord stayed here in the inertial reference frame.
Isn't that the ultimate appeal to authority when they say something like that? Whatever you guys were saying, that Matthew said, it's the ultimate appeal to authority. It's like everybody knows.
Appeal to majority.
Everybody knows. We need to make another song. Everybody knows the Earth is globe.
We know because we all know.
Yeah, because it's just like so you won't spend any intellectual cost to look into the topic. So everybody that I know knows the Earth is a globe. So I won't I won't even take the time to take a look at what you guys are saying. That should be ridiculous to them.
Yeah, we know this. Oh, how do you know that? Oh, because we all know it.
How do they all know it?
Everyone knows that.
Yeah,
Well, they all got told by authority. That's why we all know it.
That's the ultimate appeal to authority, right? But it's not even appeal to authority. Majority, not appeal to authority. Yeah.
They do both. They just you gotta dig.
This is like Almond Joy's got nuts. Mars don't. What do they call these freaking chocolate bars with planet names? Not the Mars bar. Well, that Mars bar is.
Why don't they have a chocolate bar called Uranus?
Oh, damn.
Ooh.
I don't think anybody would buy that shit, man.
Ooh, we gotta find we need to make a freaking chocolate bar that tastes like shit because because they put out that Uranus is putting out gases that smell like shit.
Oh, they did write an article about that.
We got a couple of peeps in there, man. We got Sir Edward in the house. What's up, Edward?
Good evening, fellas. How is it?
Nothing much, man.
Hey, it's Flat Earth.
Are
you curious about Flat Earth?
I am.
So, have you ever talked to some other people about this before?
A little bit, yeah.
Who's been here, Helio?
I've come here a couple times over the past.
He brought his friend.
Not a week yet.
So Ed, why do you keep coming back, mate? What's so intriguing about our little server and our subject?
It's the shit.
The shit, bro.
It's that. Something. I think it was last night. I've had a couple late nights in a row, so I'm like, I don't even know what fucking day it is.
Oh, you stuck now? You stuck now?
Yeah.
Yeah, you know what he doesn't know what day it is. He's stuck, bro.
Yeah, look at these. Look at those dark circles
You're gonna
under
have
his
to
eyes.
face it.
You
You're
can tell he's
addicted
a
to
fucking.
us.
That's it.
We've
that
been
song.
there. We've been there.
Helio, sing that song.
Oh, which one?
You're gonna have to face it. You're addicted to us. Might as well face it.
You're addicted to Globe or Irv. Or, no, I have some parodies.
Helio, you're hot mic.
So I'm just gonna take a wild stab in the dark. When you first joined the server, you were 100% that the Earth was a spinning ball in space. What percentage are you?
No, I was not that for sure.
Really? Oh, awesome stuff. So 50-50?
It was, yeah, because I would say it was in this place of, I would put it more like maybe 49 on the globe, 51. This whole like I don't think it's that. That seems like bullshit. I don't technically know what it is really, other than flat, right? Like there's all this shit, and it's just been. Yeah, I've talked to a couple of people probably at length about this stuff, but it's for me, it's really trying to get rid of all the preconceived notions, and this group actually helped me see that I needed to do that more. But it's like peeling all that stuff away so that I can figure out exactly what I don't know. So it's like it feels like a reboot of sorts, just restored back to default and like, okay, what is the math? What is the, and like they say, what are the experiments? What's this? What's that? It's interesting though, because here on Discord, I spend some time here.
That being the case, Sir Edward, how did you start? I mean, when did you start? You said it was a few weeks ago.
No, Flat Earth specifically, it would have been in the past.
All right, and then
8 months or something like that.
And you're just kind of like, oh, it's not a big deal, whatever. But now you're here, and so you say, hey, I'm gonna understand. Are you interested in understanding both sides of the argument, and then coming to your own conclusion about it?
There is. That's definitely one way of putting it, and also kind of diving headfirst into even like shamelessly saying I don't really know much, so having a little bit of hand holding and even call it mentorship or something along the way. Like I've never been involved in debates or anything like that, so it's nice to.
Well, it's not about a debate. It's really seeing the Earth for what it is. It's just like I didn't figure it out after I heard the argument, which at first I thought it was the dumbest shit I ever heard. But I didn't see the Earth for what it was until I walked outside after I heard the genuine argument, and I started looking at the sky, looking at the Earth itself. That's when I understood it. It wasn't that someone on the internet convinced me.
Yeah, they think it's a debate. Now those guys think it's a debate, and we can let them think that, but for us, it's just exposing them, and exposing the lies that they believe. So for us, it's just exposing them. It's not even it's not a debate for us anymore. We already won. We're just exposing the ones who actually are railing against what we're doing.
Yeah, it can take some people, a day. Some people it takes, like me, it took me a couple of months, where I was listening to topics, topical understanding and everything. And then there was just one day it hit me. I was just like, oh, I see what the argument is now. And it was because I walked outside and saw the Earth for what it was, not because somebody convinced me on the internet. And none of us are trying to convince people the Earth is flat here.
Yeah.
You have to find it.
And that it was interesting. You all might like this. I've been on this journey, and I'm pretty transparent. I've got a 7-year-old daughter who I talked to just off and on about it. That was what I heard today, what I learned, and what I saw. But she was sitting on the toilet, yelling, talking to me as she tends to like to do.
What? She sits on the toilet and yells at you.
Oh yeah, like, hey Dad, I got a question.
Yeah, kids
like,
are weird.
All right.
Kids are weird as fuck.
Being someone who's always been fairly poop shy my whole life, I kind of appreciate it. It's like good that didn't pass down to her. Like she'll just be able to shit wherever she wants, like a human. But no, she's like, Dad, you had a question? Yeah, what's up? She's like, like go back in history, and did they think it was a globe first? Or did they think it was flat first? And it was, as I was coming up with a response to her, it actually helped me a little bit, because it was like, well, lady, they went to the beach, right? And they looked out, and what did they see? She's like, oh, a flat line. Like, yeah, horizon, flat line, whatever.
All right, check this out. On that point.
Yeah.
Not all of us, as humans on Earth, most of us are landlocked. We're not near the ocean, so we're kind of. There are shitloads of flat earthers who have never been to the beach, to the ocean.
So
Fair.
I hate to interrupt you guys. Do you mind if we can just put a pin on that for just a moment? We got Demon Stride who's in here. He's I
was about to say.
It looks like a famous debater. What he's looking like on his channel, he's got anti-flat Earth propaganda like McToon and such. So, I mean,
hey, he can wait. I want to hear what.
Well, actually, could we just go ahead with Demon Stride, please?
Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks.
What's going on?
Well, we're actually having a conversation amongst ourselves, but we saw you pop in. So you have the tag Globe Earther, but you have a lot of propaganda on your channel. So do you like some of the anti-flat Earth things that are being pushed out there?
Anti-flat Earth in the sense of just like regular science, or what do you mean?
Oh, well, it's pseudoscience, but you can call it whatever you want.
Oh, I get what you're saying.
Right. So, I mean, it seems like you're of the mind that the Earth is a globe, but it looks like you have something of a way of like debates, flat Earth debates or something on your channel. So I'm just wondering, do you debate? Or do other people?
Yeah, no, it's been a while. Yeah, no, I've debated with Sid on morality, Neophyte on the geomagnetic nature of our globe, some biblical debates with the Globe Joker.
Okay, so you're fairly used to the idea of having debates. We have something called the Arena. It's a very premier place to have debates, and I was just going to ask you if you're inclined to do so. We can set up a debate with you and see how you fare in the Arena. And now I can give you the rules to the Arena so you can know it's a fair platform. So just to let you know.
Yeah, go ahead. Let me know. What's up?
So basically, the rules of the Arena are pretty simple, right? It's set up to be where it's not like your typical debate platform. What it is two people that go in there are going to have a debate, but there's going to be a referee involved, which is whoever we're going to choose has to adhere to the rules. There's no looking at flat Earth or globe Earth. They're just going to listen to the argument and make sure that they're keeping everything handled like according to the rules, right? So it's not supposed to be meant to be one way or the other. So each opponent is going to have 3 objections, right? So let's say me and you are debating, Demon Stride, and I bring up a point, and the point that I'm bringing up is misrepresenting you, or it's not correct, or something you want to correct. You can say objection, and the referee who's within the debate can stop what we're saying. If I'm on a rant or if I'm saying something, he can stop me and say, "Hold on, let's hear this objection." and then you can go on for 1 minute to say your objection, and maybe it was a logical fallacy or some sort of misrepresentation or whatever.
Nice.
And if it is,
you got 3 of those.
Yeah, but check this out. If it is valid, then the referee lets you have that, and then I have to rebut that objection. Okay. So now that being said, if it's not valid, then they take one of those objections away, and which you have 2 remaining. So you can go so far as to, or your very last objection, and then once you exhaust those objections, if they're not valid, then you have no more to object. So basically, you're going to be running on empty if you run out of objections, and I can still continue. It's like in a court, if you're asking for objection and the judge will sustain it so that you can continue to the person that's prosecuting can continue. So it's the same way here. If you run out of objections, you're not able to stop the person from continuing to speak. So they will be allowed to speak without being objected anymore. So it's very.
It sounds like fun. Is there still a structured format like opening, closings, and open discussion?
Yeah. It has to just for the context. You have to be able to. Let's say I don't know, man. Like presentation, like it's got to be over gravity. Let's pick a topic, and then over that topic, you choose like wherever you want to go, and then the topic begins there. And it basically what it is like a cage match. You can't leave the topic. It has to be exhausted to its very end conclusion, or else the opponent is not going to be able to leave. So the only way you can leave is like obviously if you have computer troubles and you drop out, or you yield. You say, okay, I'm done. I don't want to do it. So sounds fun. Yeah, listen, you have the option if somebody throws down the gauntlet and says, okay, I'm going to debate you, Demon Style. You have the option.
I want to debate you, Demon Stride.
Yeah, so you have the you have the option to say no. Like that's still your option. You can reserve that. But in here, the way we do it is like if you agree to it, then the rules of the arena apply, and nobody can interject. This is not an open forum. This is a very much closed forum to where it's just one-on-one. So, like I said, moderated by the referee. And the referee has to be someone who calls on Flat Earth or Globe Earth, depending on if they're using invalid objections. Like they're just there to monitor, basically. So it doesn't matter who we pick, so long as it's somebody that we know is going to adhere to the rules. That to us means the most. Like for our platform to have this rich debate forum. So just letting you know that, because I mean maybe you could tell your other friends that you talk to, McToon or whoever, that the arena is getting set up, and then once we start up again, we'll start having more people come into the arena, and then you can choose if you want to any one of the combatants in here, because the 2 combatants for the Globe Earth is going to be labeled as gladiators, and the Flat Earthers, of course, will be called Spartans. So any Spartan that has a tag Spartan, you could challenge them in a debate and say, I want to debate you, Mayhem, whatever, and then we'll set it up like, I don't know, we'll make it a Friday, let's say. You know what I mean? Like we'll make it a specific day, and then you can get all your guys to come rally with you, and they can come into the arena, and then we'll rally our team as well. So just so that you know that we are opening this up. So, tell your friends, all the debate people that it's going to go down in the arena. So either I'm just extending that to you because it looks like you want to have debates and such, but yeah, anyway.
Awesome. Thank you. Yeah, no, that sounds like a lot of fun.
Hey, Demon versus Waterworld, and we can even broadcast it on your YouTube channel with MMM.
Gotcha.
Well, yeah, but Demon, I mean, here's how it goes, right? If you want to debate somebody, you have to first have the Spartan tag to have because only people that have that tag are going to be able to be applied in the arena, because the representation of this server is going to be attached to the people that go and debate in the arena. So a part of that means that you have to uphold to the things that the culture here. So if you're not used to the culture, I would say, kind of, and of course the moderators are going to talk about it too, because we still have a little bit of like fixing up about the arena, like the structure. But mostly what I just told you, Demon Style, that's what it's going to be like.
Right, and you said for accepting or decline, you have to accept the debates, or you're allowed to decline?
No. You can decline. It's your choice. But I'm saying if you want to engage, like if you say, no, let's go, if you want to do a debate, then we'll schedule it for whatever day. You know what I mean? Like that's, and so we can be fair, and it's like you're ready and fully. What we want is so that you can be fully prepared to bring all the evidence and everything you need for the specific topics that you're going to talk about. But then that's prearranged. Like that's already.
Yeah, but let me make it clear though. If you're already rolled up here, like Demon Stride has a Globe Earther roll, we can talk openly about whatever.
Yeah. No. I'm saying that as a caveat to like anybody that he knows, you know, because this forum where you're at right now, it's a free flowing forum. Anybody can jump in, so there's no structure here. Anybody can feel free to chime in and ask you things and call you out.
Well, can I jump in and ask what regular science he was talking about in regards to the Earth, the globe, whatever it is you're trying to prove?
Yeah, no, I just wanted to get that out of the way. Anyway,
yeah. That's yes, that's going to be fun, man. I think it's a really good idea.
Well, it'll help boost like more of the like people that want to come in that want to just partake in listening, and so it'll help the stream. It'll help the streams for sure. That's what I'm.
Yeah, and Demon Strides sounds like he's like he knows what we're down with and all that kind of stuff.
So if you know people, Demon Stride, let them know. You know, kind of get them in the know.
People know.
Give me a Spartan tag.
Yeah, we're gonna start handing those out. That's why I'm making this kind of known. And then, yeah.
So, can I ask what regular science can be done to establish the shape of something, namely the Earth in this case?
Did I say regular science?
Yes.
Interesting.
That's what we
Yeah, I guess like you could use plumb bobs to determine the mass of the Earth. You could use sticks and the length of shadows to determine the size.
Those will be scientific experiments?
You could perform. Yes, you could use a scientific method and apply them to.
Use plumb bobs.
That's preposterous. A plumb bob.
The plumb bob. I think that experiment.
Yeah, plumb bob to figure out the mass. Define mass.
Okay, I don't know. I could look it up for you.
Go ahead.
Hey, Demon, don't make this too easy for us, okay? Come on, please.
Well, that's the first time I ever heard that. Plumb bobs to determine the Earth? Is that something new?
Hey, Demon, how many beers?
I've never heard that.
How many beers and weed have you had tonight already?
It's non sequitur.
Well, Jim, you'll be happy to know I've only had one beer.
Questions.
And I've been doing dabs, so not much weed. It's all dabs.
Now he's off the
injecting the marijuanas.
He's got
no plumb bob. Let me keep this on subject, please. Explain your plumb bob.
So the plumb bob experiment, I believe, was done to. It was like measuring.
It's not a plumb bob's not an experiment, you fucking doofus.
Did I say that?
Yes.
No, I was trying to explain what I was talking.
You said the plumb bob experiment. You don't even know what the fuck you're saying.
And when you brought this all up, you said regular science.
Why did I get muted? If you're asking me questions and if you want me to,
shut the fuck up. Just shut the fuck up. We'll just leave you there and remind us later if you're still there. Fuck off.
I want to hear more of that beer. Come on, Kevin. Don't tell the fuck. I mean, I was just like, Mickey was bringing up
just like plumb bob experiment.
All right, make fun of me too. I don't give a fuck. But I was just like, you know, the arena is just like we're gonna have a scheduled debate. You know,
Helio, you're hot micing, bro. Helio, hot mic.
Oh,
I think we're gonna have.
Oh, I didn't realize that. I just.
I think we're going to have QE be a closet glober and bring a plumb bob to the debate.
The plumb bob experiment.
What's the naturally observed phenomena in plumb bob experiment?
Yeah, I wanted to know.
He doesn't even remember that he said plumb bob experiment, dude.
Yeah, plumb bobs.
Well, he got to that from saying that regular science proves a globe. No, so then he was going to go into the plumb bob experiment, whatever that's supposed to be.
He didn't even remember saying regular science either.
Right.
You're right. He didn't.
So remember, Demon Stride. This is an open forum right now. If you want a closed forum, the arena's right there, and you can challenge any Spartan once they have the tags. You can challenge any Spartan one-on-one, locked-in debate. So, with 3 objections, remember that. That's how it's going to be.
Yeah, I'm down for that. That sounds like fun, you know. But I guess I just won't speak here. That's fine.
Well, I mean, it's going to seem to people like we're just like going to be just like hounding on every word they say, and we will, because if they say some bullshit like plumb bob experiment, what the fuck is that?
And
It's not that you can't speak, Demon. It's that
to measure
when you
the
say
mass of
stuff
the Earth.
and then you lie that you didn't say it. That's an issue.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
I want to debate Demon Stride on whatever he can remember he just said.
I think those 2 statements, like plumb bobs for the mass of the Earth and plumb bob experiment, disqualifies him completely out of the arena. In my
No shit.
Oh,
shut
what-
up.
That's what I was saying. I mean, it's like, who would be qualified to actually go into the arena and say whatever,
No, well, that's what I'm saying.
What is the standard?
Wait, listen. When I was looking at, go on, Timbo.
I just didn't think I was debating right here. You know.
No, hang on.
I want to hear him, without saying plumb bob experiment, explain how a plumb bob can measure the mass of the Earth.
So a guy used a thing that had that word in it, and he measured the mass of a mountain, and he calculated that, and then used the radius and all that bullshit, and came up with the mass.
Take him off mute, right? What's mass?
Hey, Demon, he reverse engineered.
Hey, there was a question for him, bro. Sorry, there was a question from QE to them to what's mass.
I'm sorry.
What's mass? With citation, please.
That question is for you, Demon Stride.
I think he's choosing to climb up.
Oh, shit, my words mean things.
So they measured mass, but what's that?
They measured what?
Did you hear that though? He measured the mass of a mountain
This is
using
too
the
good.
radius of the Earth.
I can't wait. The arena's going to be amazing, bro. I just, oh man. The thing that we had to iron out, that's what I was going to say before. The thing we have to iron out is what the tag is going to actually encumber. So the Gladiator and the Spartan tag, because it's going to get privileges in the arena.
Hey Mayhem, can we put as a tag for the Gladiators, Gladiator reverse engineers?
No, just Gladiator, bro. But
Well, the thing is that the arena is like a battlefield that you can put 2 people to fight, or maybe 3 people. But it sounds like it's gonna be like a funeral or something for Gladiator.
Jeff, give away the secrets, bro. Like we're trying to keep the good stuff.
Never. I was about to say something, but I'm going to refrain. Go ahead.
Brilliant. Thank you for
It's
telling
got to
me.
be a fallacy tag as well.
Yeah, he Jamsey let the cat out of the bag, bro. Like,
Yeah, and just a heads up, Demon Stride, it was a trick question all along. You don't science shapes.
you guys know you're gonna love it.
I hear Gemsy lets cats out of the bag and parasites out of the bag. That's what I hear about Gemsy.
No, thank
you.
Whatever Globe Earth debater that you can get your hands on, Demon Stride, because it's gonna take 100,000 of you guys to take us all on. I swear it, dude.
I think Mayhem.
So what's the picture as far as the once it's set up, we have a debate in the arena, whatever. You or QE or whoever challenges 1 or 2. What's the format ultimately, and what?
Utter destruction.
No, I know utter destruction. We already do that. What
Not like this. Not like this. We got 5 people jumping in on a point. Like Huey was trying to talk to him, and like 7 people were coming. So this one is locked into 1-on-1, and the person is going to have to stand for what they say by that one person alone, and that's it.
Yeah, the point is that Helio won't be able to open his mic in the middle, so someone else is. The point is that Helio won't be able to open his mic, and Gem CD.
I don't want to fucking jump in there. I don't want to be in the fucking arena. The fuck are you talking about? I'm asking you guys what the arena's going to look like.
And that's the point. That it's going to look like it. You won't be able to open your mic. That's the whole point.
No fucking shit. I don't want to be there. I want to hear what it's going to sound like when I'm not, when it starts.
It's going to sound like it sounds here without you opening your mic. That's how it's going to sound.
I'm surprised you can't remember how it sounded last time.
I'm quite familiar with what it sounded like last time. I mean, it's going to be the same.
Same rules
apply. Or it's like an addendum sort of.
No. Same rules apply. We're going to have like a Coliseum seating. So anybody can go.
You fucking prick. I'm going to come to Boston and fucking kick your ass out in the fucking Atlantic.
Anybody can join the Coliseum. And when they do that, they're going to be able to partake in listening. But that usually they have their own chat. And then the guys with the Spartan or Gladiator tag will have their own chat. Like because here's the thing. When you're in that debate, the guy who's actually debating is going to have the permission to like not let anybody post anything while he presents what he information. So citations or video. I think we have the video enabled in that chat. I think Huey asked that last time. We have that enabled. So.
Hey, Mayhem, can we bring people in, invite people in from other?
Hell yeah, dude. Like, it's a spectacle. I want it to be as big as you possibly like.
And we can share screen?
No. The share screen option is only for the combatants.
I mean, if we're involved in the debate, we can share screen.
Yes. If you were involved in the debate, yes, you can. You have like the reign of the field. Like you can, your site. Nobody's supposed to post anything while you and the other guy are having the debate. Like it's just you and him, like sharing screen. The only thing the Spartans and the gladiators can do is view. But like when you're presenting something, they're not allowed to post anything other than the two people, like the Globe Earther and the Flat Earther, posting things.
All right, so
you know what I mean?
Let me ask you this, Mayhem.
Yeah.
Would that would be going while the 24/7 live stream's going, but in another room?
My thought was this: that we're going to actually move my stream and your stream, that whatever day it is that we're going to do it, to kind of combine, like, and anybody else from our team can stream that day on that specific event, because it's going to be, we're going to try to get as many eyeballs on this as possible. You know what I mean? So
sure, that's sort of my main concern. Not really a concern. I mean, because the audio can all go from whatever, but
that's your concern, but it's not a concern. But it's not worry. But you have to worry about the video.
Jamsey, motherfucker, shut up, or I'm gonna fucking come to Boston and I'm gonna fucking kick your ass into the Atlantic. You know what?
Helio, I'm gonna be honest.
Me and Miggy should talk about this later.
Helio, I'm gonna mute right now.
Yeah, you better, motherfucker, because you don't even know what the fuck we're talking about right now. God damn it, motherfucker.
To be honest, Helio, shut the fuck.
Yeah. Anyway, yeah, maybe Miggy, we should talk about this one. Not on.
I think we'll work it out. There's a few details me and you probably have to talk about, but like I don't think it's gonna be too much of a trouble for us to do.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I don't know I don't think. Why the fuck does Jamsey think he needs to get involved in this shit when we're the producers of the live streams? I have no idea why he fucking thinks he needs to jump in here and fucking say shit about it. But anyway.
I mean, I think he's gonna have a Spartan tag, so But that also, I don't forget.
It really does. I mean, he's not a fucking producer, so it doesn't fucking matter.
Yeah, but check this out. With the Spartan tag, I'm going to be asking people to. So you don't have to take it, but if you want it, you can have the tag. But what that means is that any one of these guys who I'm going to actually probably have Demon Stride like get in contact with me, all the people that he knows, and then we can start arranging for these
but me and you are the only producers of this content.
That's fine.
Well, I mean, not that anyone shouldn't have an opinion, but we're the only ones going to facilitate the content.
Right.
So what did Cyrus and Zanuck debate about before?
Let's see. But they have that on the live stream. Just as an example, just click on that. It's
Yeah, I wonder what the topic was. Oh well.
we did it a lot, so I couldn't tell you that specific one.
Yeah, we did thousands. I don't remember that specific one. I just recorded it and pasted it because QE's ref example there was really good.
Yeah, you guys will have a lot of fun. Trust me. It is.
I do trust you, Mayhem, on this. I really do trust you on this. And
well,
yeah,
I do want it to be a premier debate platform for anyone. So we were doing a great job of it, but like I said, the participants kind of dwindled after a while, like the Koshos and Xanax and them guys. They didn't want to do it anymore. So,
yeah, but we've gotten a lot of new people involved too that actually do want to come in to a similar platform. But I mean, you could set up, we're not going to do this on a live stream. Let's talk about this privately.
Okay.
This is really cool.
Got to get that astrophysicist in for a debate.
Oh yeah, dude.
Yes, I mean, we shouldn't do this on the live stream. I really don't think we should.
This is really.
Yes, I would definitely like to set this up with you, Maggie, on the live stream, and instead of
this is really,
not on the live stream.
This is really cool because I think 24/7 Flat Earth. You guys done it before, but I hadn't heard about it. This is really cool idea.
It's kind of like it's sort of generic the way we do it. It's just like we just put our shit out there and everybody listens. But I don't know if we had a scheduled shows and stuff where we just like have certain content, whatever. We're gonna hopefully if Miggy works with me and other people, we can make it happen.
I
better than it's been.
Let's yeah. I'm only announcing the things that on my side that I know that from the arenas portion of it, just getting the specifics of like what the arena is about and all that kind of stuff. I'm just announcing it kind of like a soft release to get everybody used to it, and then we're going to start handing out tags and asking if you guys want the tag or not. You don't have to take it, but the Spartan tag will be given to anyone who's
it's a try, but it's a try for something else because everybody loves the Discord and the YouTube channels, and we want to move forward, with more adventures. It's just like it can be kind of dry, the same shit that we do all day, which is me and all of us, right? I host, and produce the YouTube channel, but there's other people that are involved in here, and I've always encouraged everyone to, recreate our content and make their own freaking, YouTube shit, based from the Discord. So, boom.
This is so cool. It's a great idea, Mayhem.
Yep. Just click on that video, Jim. You'll see what it's about.
This is a great idea.
If anybody has any kind of questions about that, just we can talk about it later or whatever. I don't want to take up too much airtime on it, but I did want to start announcing it to everybody, so to kind of keep you guys aware that this has been something already talked about. But when we roll this out, when it comes out fully, then we'll start asking for anybody who wants to participate, and then we'll schedule them in these debates on the weekends or whatever.
They're gonna do it from the Wig Snatcher Club channel. Yeah. All right, cool.
Well, at least I am. But, I'm gonna roll through it.
Yeah, and you're gonna give free content like I do for everyone.
Technically, I don't want it to go over more than 2 hours, man. That's a long.
No. I'm talking about anyone can grab the content, put it out there. It's like, hey, man. That's what I always
say. An hour and a half.
Yeah,
an hour and a half.
A sweet spot.
Length.
That's a sweet spot. An hour and a half. I mean, 2 hours if it's really good. 2 hours if it's really, really good, you know. But if it's
and then it just starts getting on that kind of time where you go, oh, I've kind of had enough of this, you know.
Yeah.
Hey, you know what? I mean, of course, I'm going to leave mine the same way it is because everyone expects that, right? And do you think I shouldn't?
Oh shit, dude, that's gonna be up to you. It really is.
I've never heard anyone say to the contrary. I think everybody likes it.
Unless somebody doesn't want that, but I mean, I would say as much as we can put eyeballs on it, but I'm gonna definitely stream it. But if you want to,
no, and I've always encouraged people to capture content. If
everyone stream it. Like,
yeah. I mean, if you have content, if you come in here and you're just like, hey, I was in here, and you record it, and I put it up on my YouTube channel, just put it everywhere. Just share everywhere. It to Discord or the YouTube channel. Just freaking boom, we're out here.
Everyone see professionals in that industry get smashed by a stupid flat earther.
Oh
yeah, we're so dumb. We're gonna do it. Yeah, we're gonna do it.
So who we starting up with? Who's challenging?
Dogs are gods. You and
dogs are gods.
Dogs are gods.
Yeah, dude. How did you know I was thinking that? I want to see that fight. I do want to see that one. You know.
Well, it's just like
it's cool. So you know what's
really
I reckon it would drive Dogs are gods crazy. Because Heretic doesn't get fired up.
Well, we got a few PhDs we got to get in contact with because you know the main event is going to have to be QE. You know what I mean? Like there's a couple of these numpties that I want to see actually get thrashed. I'm gonna have to contact some people, man. I have to see some.
I think it's really funny, Miggy. I think it's really funny that. You know, Flat Earth was really hot, and people just made fun of it, and just oh, we got Mark Sarge on some freaking morning show in UK or whatever, every once in a while, but we ain't going away. And
what about Triangle?
So we got another. So it's kind of delved down as far as media shit goes, but as far as social media goes, there's different things. But as far as main media goes, I mean, there are a lot of people that are still looking into it.
Fuck it, I'm gonna take. Okay, I challenge Helio to arena right now.
Oh shit,
that's what I said. I said that in the text already.
Topic is how many beers does it take to screw in a light bulb? Let's go. True or false?
Fuck, dude, you're.
How many freaking Missourians does it take to fucking not believe a goddamn thing?
Come on, Helio.
I just did it.
It's a bare knuckle match, dude. There's no gloves here. We don't.
He's in Missouri. He's in the Show Me State. What you got?
Did you guys hear from Triangle's McKeegan after you guys made that video about him or not?
No. What? Wait, hang on, Helio. What? Say that again, Tibbo.
Did QE? Did you guys hear anything from Triangle's McKeegan or whatever his name is after you made that video about him?
Dave McKeegan.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
That fucking numpty. What did he do?
Yeah, it's Dave Triangles McKeegan now. Well, Dave Triangles McKeegan.
Triangles, that's it. Did you ever hear anything from him?
No. What happened? Tell me.
What happened? Well,
what's the good
news?
He
said triangles. Number two, he went ahead and proved out Earth for everyone to see.
Yeah, he did too, didn't he?
He keeps doing that by accident.
Yeah, you can't have a curved surf. You can't make a curve. You can't have a straight line on a sphere. Is that what he said? Didn't he?
I'm just curious. I wonder if he's inclined to have a debate. You know,
that's what my next question was going to be: whether he contacted you guys or not.
No, I don't know why he would contact us. Like, did he see one of our videos and comment on it? Like,
no. QE and Nathan made a pretty pretty funny video about him.
And he commented on that video.
Hey, no, I'm asking if he commented or not.
Hey, Quantum Racer, since I have you here, would you be interested in having conversation with Edward Hendry?
Hendry, who's that?
He's the guy that wrote The Greatest Lie on Earth, that book.
I don't know him.
I'll message you then.
All right.
Yeah, he's a flat earther. He had a interview with ODD, and anyway, so he's a flat earther.
So Demon Stride, I went ahead and accepted your friend request. So if you want to set something up, holler at me, man.
How about McKeegan on FED? Why doesn't that happen?
Oh, we need to see McKeegan in the arena, bros. Like
yeah, get him in.
Yeah,
we need him in the arena. Like, there's no escape here.
Well, the reason it wouldn't happen would probably be McKeegan himself.
Yeah, because he's got pre-scripted videos that he doesn't know what he's saying.
Fight the Flat Earth was supposed to debate Sin Cleanser, and he didn't show up because he got electrocuted.
Oh, what?
Yeah,
I shouldn't laugh.
Yeah,
I shouldn't laugh about that. It sounded funny.
I know it sounded like you're being silly, right? Apparently, his washing machine or some household appliance wasn't grounded correctly.
Don't they have shut off? Don't they have shut off switches, safety switches, in the box?
I have no idea. I'm just like, whatever. Okay.
How convenient.
Yeah, man. Yeah, we gotta set something up, Demon Stride, for sure. We gotta get this thing moving, man. So
who else can we
shoot me some times that you can do it, and then of course, if you know anybody else, DM that to me too. We'll set something up.
I'll bring some Globers in, Mayhem.
You know some? Yeah, bring them in.
Oh yeah, I'll bring them in.
Anyone still in that Tartaria server that can ask a few of those guys, or what?
Well, now that you know what the arena's about, Jim, just let them know what I said. Just tell them this is what it's about, and so forth.
Yeah, man, I'm an owner over at Tartaria. I'll let them know.
Yeah, just tell them that we're kind of opening the arena up. So, Phil Bellum wants to go in the arena too. So there's people that want to join. Just saying.
Really?
Yeah.
Did he just message you? Did he?
Well, he DM'd me, I want to say a couple days ago. I have the DM though, if we really want.
Hey, Demon, bring dogs over, and I'll debate dogs. No problem.
The dogs are gods. Yeah, that'd be fun.
Yeah, bring dogs over.
That guy's a fucking clown.
Yeah, but he's okay for 90 minutes.
I'm calling Jim out to the arena. It's gonna be Parasites versus non-existing Vs. Me and Jim. Let's go, Jim. You and I, Jim. Let's go.
Hey, if we get into Parasites, then I can't talk about those other things. So we have to go off. We have to go off of.
Oh yeah, we're gonna be on fucking.
We can practice. We can practice. Let's go, Jim.
Watch what we say, Jemsy.
Bro, we can practice. Come on, about another topic. Let's go take it.
You could spar in the arena anytime.
We can spar 100%.
It's not a scheduled debate. Let's say the scheduled debates are what's gonna get the attention from like us, kind of telling people about them. But you can spar anytime.
So we can. I haven't joined, but I can join, be there, maybe whatever. Since there's nothing official, but whenever something official happens, be like, "Guy, the arena is taken. Yep. Let's go."
Yep.
That's cool. That's cool. I'll be the. I'm challenge Jim to a debate. All right, Jim. Let me know whenever you're ready.
I'm not really up on parasites. I know about terrain theory, but I'm not into parasites.
You'll do it in the arena, not here.
Parasites. Jimsy loves his parasites, man.
No, I don't love them. I despise them. That's the difference.
I know you do. I mean, you know about them. Yes.
I haven't talked to Bev and Emma yet, but they said they were up for it, but they were on the ban list.
Okay.
But I haven't checked if they had tried to come back yet or whatever.
Well, yeah, now's the time to really start getting the word out, because now we're gonna go from the soft release to like actually starting to put tags on people and get it just arranged. Dates, get at least some dates locked in. That's what we want. Get some dates locked in.
Jim, you didn't got it. I said this spice, garlic, this spice, garlic. Come on, Jim, bro, come on.
I guess.
Go ahead.
I guess Professor Parks is here tomorrow. You might ask him if he'd do a soft debate with somebody sometime.
Oh, he's gonna come in here too?
I think he's scheduled to talk here tomorrow isn't he? I see it up there on June 1st.
Oh, in the events.
Yeah.
So anyways, Miggy, I think your 30 minutes arena promotion time has run out. We don't want anybody to yell at us, so let's move on.
Fine with me. Well, the only Glober we got in here is Demon Stride, unless Demon Stride is not going to want to talk now.
Yeah, he can talk. I mean, obviously, when QE joins, we have to behave as normal people, but we can now be abnormal with the Glober. So go ahead.
Abnormal. Oh shit.
Passive. Well, he did say he's got regular science for the proof of a shape of something.
I think Jim was right. He's just wasted.
There's a lot of people wasted tonight. Like, bunch.
The Demon and I, a few months ago, had a fireside chat on his YouTube channel, just him and I. We had a little chat for an hour or so.
What sort of regular science did he show you that proved any shapes?
Regular science.
Time dilation proves. We live on a ball. Yep.
What
the fuck is time dilation?
Time, not actual physical things dilating. What?
Hey! If length contracts, time has to dilate, but mass has to increase. It all works in the math.
Awesome. Define mass.
Oh, you're so fucked on that one.
Mass is a thing that you can measure with plumb bobs.
How?
With science.
Hey, Jim,
you drop the plumb bob.
Regular science.
Drop the plumb bob and you say math.
Jamsey, you can prove mass increase with parasite.
I don't know what it is yet. Can you define it?
Okay, what is mass increase? When a moving object has its length contracted, Lorentz contraction, you have to have a larger mass per unit volume when it gets from unit A to unit B.
Awesome. What's mass?
Wherever you want it to be, as far as I care.
Awesome. Your fucking wife. I'm like being super serious. You've said mass loads of times. I want to know what it is.
I have no idea. That's in the heliocentric model, which is non-existent. So, but that's what they say.
Bish.
So they say word, mass, put letters together, they write it on a piece of paper, and they say, this is something, but where is that something? Where is it? Can I have some of this?
Well, it's not something, it's regular science.
They said because of Michelson-Morley and Lorentz in 1892 that mass contracts, time dilates, but you got to have mass increase to make it work in the math. That's what they said.
No shit.
Yep.
It's a good one.
That's what they said. And then Einstein in 1922 at Kyoto in Japan at a lecture said the only reason he came up with special relativity in 1905 was in response to Michelson-Morley 1887. He actually said that.
So a bunch of horse shit.
Basically.
So Einstein in 1922 had something that happened 35 years ago when he was 8 years old, still on his mind.
Actually, horseshit, you can actually go to the fields and you can find these stuff, and it's real stuff, and you can do things with it, right? Like for the farm uses, utilities.
Yeah, horseshit is useful. Not that.
Yeah. But what about that mass? That mass that they're talking about? Where is that? Where is the horse shit? Where is it? I mean, the cowbell. I mean,
cowbell, horsebell.
I don't see any new people.
I'm new.
Sir Edward has been. He joined recently, and he's been cut. Like really up to on the same page. It's so fast. This is one of the freaking new ones, fastest ones that got in the same page with a lot of stuff. Quick, Sir Edward. I will say, well done, sir.
Yeah, he was Kiwi's protege.
He beat me too.
Does QE even know who he is?
Yeah, I think
he was a.
Kiwi fucks anything.
Sir Edward was on Gems today, Rage and War, presenting Black Swan.
I bet he eats some precious.
Yeah, he held his own. There was like 6 globalists against him, and he was like, "Is there any other flat earthers talking?" And I go, "They really can't. It's got to be one-on-one." But for them, they identify as a we, so it's like one hive mind against you. If other flat earthers talk, they just mute everyone.
Bro, why you didn't tell me about this, Chris? Because I would like to hear Sir Edwards in that server speaking, and this already happened. So, is there a recording for that? Because that sounds interesting, actually.
I'm not sure. I don't remember. If it was today or yesterday, but Gems only has the last 12 hours you can listen to, and there's nothing after that. It's gone. It's just like into the ether.
Yeah, whatever. It's all good.
I have Cole, which is Sir Edward's friend. Me and Eli for 22 minutes working him over. I mean, I have that also. If it gets quiet in here, I could play that. You guys will like it.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, you guys will like it.
The Sir Edward, it's so good. It's so good. I just wanted to refer to him, but go ahead. My bad. I'm on mute.
No, yeah, at one time. Oh shit. Okay, sorry.
No, you go, Crit. You go.
You sure?
Yeah. No, I'll tell you after you're done.
Okay. At one time, they kept calling him a flat earther. They go, "You're a flat earther." He goes, "No, I'm a globe skeptic. I'm looking at the globe and I'm analyzing the claims made in the globe." And they're like, "That makes you a flat earther." Either you like, I'm kind of paraphrasing, but said, "If you don't blindly accept the globe, you're a flat earther." And he's like, "Shit."
So an infidel, basically.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, they are like, seize him,
You're a heretic.
They're telling him just take the knee and hail the globe.
Or you're a flat earther. It's like that's it. Either you blindly believe the globe without any proof, any evidence, nothing. You just all hail NASA, or it makes you a flat earther.
Being a flat earther means that you blaspheme the globe.
Exactly. Yeah. So what is that then? It's not someone who has a shape claim anymore. It's somebody who questions.
So they're just throwing labels to people. Hey, if you question this, we're going to label you. And since this label has a package, then you are that label now because I say so. Or they say so.
Yeah, too bad. I guess he's not. Edward's not here, but it was interesting because he said now the flat earther, or he's AFK maybe.
He's probably just listening and maybe can't speak because that's a common thing.
Yeah, because I added in. I go, you guys are brain farting the word no. You asked him, are you a flat earther? He said no. Then you told him. And then, sorry, I got distracted with someone in the room here. So then they said, are you a flat earther? They tell them no. Then he says yes. They say, yes, you are. He goes, no, I'm not. He goes, I don't identify as a flat earther. They go, but you are, And it went back and forth like that. I go, you guys are spiraling over brain farting the word no. I mean, no is no in like 80 languages. Okay? Like, seriously, what the fuck is wrong with you?
I like his style because I done this the other day. I did in the Fresh Fit. They were talking about you, Creed, because you were like AFK, but you had your mic unmuted. But I guess your physical mic was muted, so there was no noise.
Yeah.
And one guy there was saying, "Hey, let's kick Creed out of this room. Can someone kick Creed and talk? He's a flat earther." And I said, "Flat earther? What's that?" And people that believe, and he started making this glow, bro. That server that is full of men. Oh, we are the manly men in this server, right? And you go there, you hear them putting themselves in pedestals. Not everybody, but a lot of them, right? Not everyone.
Yeah,
but
they're
a bunch of them.
I got warned.
And then they tell you, hey, this is how manhood works, and this is how it should be, and this is how women should behave. All this stuff, right? They're like preaching all that shit. Some good information, but not all of it.
Yeah.
And then I asked them about the globe, and they turn into feminists defending the globe.
Yeah, I got warned for that because if you go AFK, apparently you have to mute your mic, otherwise you're recording people without their consent.
I told them,
fuck?
Hey, you know the feminine, you know this fight feminists and this stuff that you're fighting against. The globe comes from the same place. The globe is the same people telling you live globe. You globe because globe. And they were like, and they were losing it.
I don't understand what difference it makes if your mic is open or closed when it's the audio. Like that you could be recorded either way, so that's kind of dumb.
Yeah, it's like I know it's so cringe. It's like, okay, if I'm using push to talk, I don't need to mute my mic because my mic is muted as soon as I let go of my push to talk button. But somehow, if they ask me a question and I'm not there, then you're recording without people's consent. Or what if I'm just not there? I'm just not at my keyboard.
Yeah, what he was saying is that since you were there, but he was like labeling you flat earther.
Yeah, they locked all the. This morning I logged in. I went to there, and all the channels were locked, and it was like warned or I can't remember. It was something along those lines, like in threat or something like that, or God, what was the word? It was like under observation, something like that. Like
I can see the whole channel. It was popping earlier. Probably right now there was like over 30 people in there, so it was popping.
Yeah, they're weird over there, man. They've got some strange ideas about like all kinds of stuff. They don't seem to follow their philosophy to a full logical conclusion. It's like they get there
talking like a version of men and women that are part of a globe religion or that kind of like side of the mind, right? Instead of looking at reality and base a lot of your decisions about in relation men and women and that kind of stuff into reality, not the globe idea that you've been sold. And a lot of them are falling to that.
Like a quote unquote modern man and a modern woman.
It's a globe.
Like, why do you have to add that adjective?
That's hilarious, bro.
I go, because my take as a man wouldn't be upset if someone's AFK with their mic on. That seems kind of like feminine to me.
Hey, don't worry about that. But you heard my point.
Yeah,
you heard my point that When I told him about the reality of the earth and that kind of stuff, he turned into a feminist, like defending the thing, like he's defending feminism, and he's arguing that he's basing his manhood into some factual numbers from somewhere.
That's good context. Just randomly coming up with something and then just running with it and not really knowing why, and then not unable to plant his flag on it. Instead of him saying that, there's some other external stimulus that has their hand up his butt, making his lips move like a puppet.
I saw that. I mean, there's some cool people there. Don't get me wrong. There's a bunch of cool people there, but yeah, the ones that were talking shit about you, I put them in. Some of them, I tried just to have a cool conversation. It was all good. I wasn't yelling at about anything, but they were complaining, bro, but let the other guy speak. I'm like, bro, I'm replying to you that you asked me a question, so I'm replying to you. Why is the other guy jumping when you ask me something? Like, come on, bro. Like, you want to have a conversation or not? And, but he's been here longer than you. Okay, yeah, okay, sorry. Forgive me. They're just complaining and acting like these girls they complaining about. They're acting like them. Like freaking, I don't know. It's all good. My bad. Go ahead, guys.
No, it's really interesting how different spaces can be and what sort of norms and values are expressed there. I mean, because I had no idea that being AFK would bother them so bad. And it's good that you told me the context, because now it makes sense. I just thought maybe it was something else I had posted or whatever.
Yeah, if it's quiet in here, man, I could play that clip.
Oh yeah, fire it up.
Please make some noise, and if anybody wants to say something, just say, "Hey, can we pause the bot at any time?" Go ahead, Miggy.
Yeah, you can do that anytime. About to stop the bot first. Let me see.
So I asked him to participate. He said, sure. I said, okay, go to YouTube. I said, look at this video, which is 1 minute and 38 seconds. He came back and said, yeah, this is talking about a round earth. How does that work with flat earth? And I'm like, that's not the point. I just need you to continue participating because I had a point. But we were arguing there for no reason. And I'm like, you're not getting where I'm going. He's like, but I don't understand what this has to do with the flat earth. So he just kind of wasn't listening. He was waiting for me to prove a flat earth, I guess. But I never said I would. I told him, yo, I'm about to show you what we mean by geometric, since you don't understand what a geometric horizon is. So that was the point of that video. And then I was like, okay, go to, Google the distance to horizon formula. Okay, great. Now go watch CFI Investigators. And I told them to watch from 4 minutes and 36 seconds all the way to about 8 minutes. And basically, all I want him to see is, based on the first video he saw and the Google search result that he saw, when the guy in that video says, I'm going to put my camera tripod down at, somewhere 1 foot above the water, the horizon is going to be at 1.2 miles. I'm expecting him to see the guy say that the stripes are disappearing, and I'm expecting him to realize that there is no horizon there. You
understood it. Necessarily prove or disprove anything. Like, in my eyes, that just means the camera wasn't good enough.
But hang on. So that point, at least just if we stop and pause right there, the point is just saying that there is water in front of the boat, but that is not the actual horizon line.
Correct, Mundo. Correct, Mundo. And that's just kind of like where he was going, like for you to understand, the definition of horizon is not the water line in front of the boat. So it couldn't be the horizon, which is said to be the leading edge of the sphere or the geometric horizon. And that's not what we're seeing in front of the boat. So per the example, it's still not the horizon.
Even though in the video that's what they're claiming, even though there's water clearly behind them.
Exactly, and they're using it out of the definition out of context, which doesn't make sense when you look at it from a perspective of actually being defined by the definition that we all agree on, which is the sky meeting the earth.
So my argument, and this is Cole again, would be that like the camera just wasn't good enough to pick up that red line if that wasn't the horizon. So that was just the resolution wasn't there.
Well,
but in the video that I posted about the lighthouse, the resolution is there.
Yeah, Cole, but here's what you're missing out, bro. Like, and I was listening to you through the whole conversation, but I think you're missing the point. The point is that it's not that water line in front of the boat obstructing your view from that flag, not seeing all those stripes, right? That's not the issue. The issue is when they define what the horizon is and where the geometric horizon should be, according to a globe, with the metrics they tell us, it's not where it's being presented in that video that Elijah told you to look at. So in that video,
I can agree with that.
Right. So if you agree with that, that's like saying, okay, I agree that the claim is not what they're saying it is in that video. So if you go to another video, Cole, if you go to another video, right, and you say, well, in this video it does. Well, we just went to a video that just already showed you that it's not the case, and you want to take us to a video.
I would argue just that I don't know the math on it, but that boat just wasn't far enough away, and that the camera didn't have good enough resolution.
That's not what you. Okay, that's not what you saw. Number one. Because the resolution was so poor in your video. Listen, if the horizon is at 1.2 miles, there is no resolution problem for the kind of camera that he put on that tripod. You have to understand that. If there was a physical blockage at 1.2 miles, what you're looking at is at the boat at 3 miles, okay? If there was a physical blockage at 1.2 miles, that would be very clear. Not fuzzy wuzzy.
Yeah. And the physical blockage can only be, according to the globe, right, can only be that you would not see anything behind that. It would be the geometric edge of the sphere. That the leading edge of the sphere would be right there where you could not see the bottom of that flag. That's from the rest of whatever would be behind it would be hidden behind the curvature of the earth.
Like the lighthouse video that I showed you. But you guys didn't want to take the time to watch.
Right, but here's so there's two contradictory points. On the one video that you see here, there is this obstruction, like the one you're telling us with Wolfie's video. And on the one we're showing you is that there's a water line, but then you can still see things behind that. So in this case, right, it would be like we're showing you something that contradicts what the globe would actually be talking about. So therefore, throwing everything into question. So you can't have two things that disagree with each other according to the globe math and geometric size of it, right? So like you're showing me something that confirms a bias that you have with Wolfie's video. He's an anti-flat earther, by the way. Something that confirms that bias. And on the other hand, you have a video that shows you something that debunks that. So now you have 2 points that are contrary to one another. You can't have that. It all has to coincide with the globe metrics occurring at the same place at the same time. There shouldn't be any discrepancies is what we're trying to tell you. And because there is, that's what we're elucidating. So it doesn't matter if you come up with 1,000 more videos that are confirmation to your bias. We can show you only one that actually debunks all those other ones. So if I can only show you one, that's all I need. I don't need 10,000 videos. I can just show you one that shows you exactly that it's not according to the globe. Hopefully that kind of makes sense what I just told you. Because you can't hold two contradictory worldview points of it saying that, well, one could be flat and one could be curved. That it all has to be curved or nothing. That's what you have to have.
You're not going out specifically looking for a horizon line that cuts cities in the distance, because you already believe that that's Earth curve. what you want to be looking for is that Earth curve is actually physically, tangibly the distance that you think it is. So when you look at the horizon and you look at things behind it, guess what? You can't tell how far away the horizon is because there's no reference point like the boat that I'm showing you where you could be like, okay, it's before or in front. Because the thing is, you want to know the distance. So if you have buildings behind the horizon, nothing is telling you how far the horizon is. So you're just going to confirm that, okay, well, the horizon is exactly what I expect. Look at me looking at things that I've always seen, when I've been out in the water, I've used my cameras or my binoculars or whatever I have, and I see things cut off. But what you're not questioning is how far away that is, because how far away that is the actual claim, not that things get cut off from the bottom up, because that can happen on flat surfaces as well. So what we need to understand is the actual claim, which is why I showed you the videos, that the horizon is actually a specific distance. Now, we can go the way that you were trying to go, which would be a completely different conversation, and there would be a contradiction there again, where you're like, okay, look at these buildings, they're cut off, and then I show you Chicago. I'm like, look at Chicago, it's supposed to be under hundreds of feet of Earth curve. You're not supposed to see the top of any building. And then we take it to a 200, 300, 400 mile away observation using, a little bit of, what are those cameras called? Red, where they use the red spectrum light, the infrared. There you go. And we're like, holy shit, there's supposed to be like a fucking mile of Earth curve blocking this entire mountainscape. But I'm looking at the mountainscape. So, on one hand, you have a horizon line in a video that you think proves that the Earth is curved. But at the same time, what happens when the math is telling you you shouldn't see any of that building, but you do? What do you do then? Well, the question becomes, why is that happening? Why is that happening? Well, we already answered step one for you. It's not Earth curve.
Yeah, so I guess it would like to hear if you're still there, Cole. If not, that's cool.
And sorry, we're here. This is Edward again. So the question at the end there was why? Why are you able to see any of it at all when it should be blocked by miles?
Yeah, there was two separate kind of arguments. The way that Elijah was explained to him for quite a bit, which is distance to horizon, right? And so the other argument that I engaged with him, which is like you got a contrary point to like what he's claiming with Wolfie's video, saying that you can see the Earth curve where it's expected to be, but on the case where Elijah's video was showing that it's not where it's expected to be, then it's contrary to the other one.
But it is where it's expected to be in Elijah's video.
No, not the definition. Listen, the definition of the horizon is where the sky meets the Earth. You do not see the sky meets the Earth in the video where Elijah showed you to be where the water, where you claimed where the water line was in front of that boat, because you saw what behind that water line? You saw more water and you saw the mountains and whatever was in the background. So you got more of the Earth in the background. So what happens in the place of like what the horizon is, that's where the sky meets the Earth, and supposedly where things get cut off. So according to the definition, that's where you can't see beyond. That's the limitation of your view on a globe, where the horizon is the cutoff point. Things disappear beyond that point. You can't see anything beyond that point. But on this video, you could.
And I was saying that just because of distortion and resolution is the only reason we couldn't see the bottom of the red line in his video. Not that it was the horizon in front of it.
But that's this is the claim. The horizon is where things disappear bottom up. So if that is the claim and it doesn't fit the claim, because if things are disappearing bottom up before
my claim is
horizon.
My claim is just that the camera wasn't good enough.
Yeah, but here's the deal, Edward. It's really what we're arguing against. It's not even you. It's arguing against the claim of the globe right now. The globe Earth is on trial. So their claim, and you're advocating for it, meaning that you would say rah rah siskumba, like for the globe, right? You're cheering for that. But like what we're telling you is that because we have this claim on trial right now, we're showing you how it doesn't. It's contrary to that Wolfie video that you want to show. It's showing you that the horizon, which is by definition where the sky meets the earth, is not what you see in that video. It is just a water line where you see obstruction happening. It's not the horizon. Do you see the difference? It's not the horizon. So you can't say that's where the horizon is. Right. So it's contrary. And
I agree that the horizon is behind the boat.
Okay, so if the horizon is behind the boat, then what's causing the obstruction from the flag?
The fact that the camera isn't good enough to see the bottom of it.
Is it water behind the boat?
So there's no horizon. That's the thing. If there's no horizon obstructing the view of the bottom of that boat, and you already gave another example, then it's not Earth curvature.
Edward,
it's not Earth curvature.
Edward,
hang on, Sasha. Hang on, Sasha. It's not Earth curvature, right?
Not right now. Not right now, please. So you basically said exactly what I said. In the beginning, I said some people argue that the horizon is geometric. Others argue that it's a phenomena. Okay? So you said just now, like what I tried to tell you, and you said, yeah, you understand all that. You just said, number one, the horizon is behind the boat. Number two, you said the angle cannot be resolved by the camera. Right, which is not Earth curve. So you're saying, let's get a camera that would better resolve it. And I'm saying, no, the problem is not resolution. The problem is there is no horizon there. Because if it was physically at 1.2 miles, we'd see it. But we actually see behind the boat. So there's nothing wrong with the resolution.
No, you can see you can't actually see exactly what is at the horizon.
But Cole, that sounds like mental gymnastics.
What I'm saying. Even at the actual horizon line, with your eyes, you can't see that.
Brother, and he just explained something to you, Cole. Like what you're not getting is you also agreed that you still can see something behind that, right? That water line that's obstructing that flag. You can still see something, even if you can't resolve it like the perfect clarity, but you can still see something there. So it's not.
Right. I'm agreeing with you guys that there is the horizon is not between us and that boat. It's behind it. But I'm saying in my video of the lighthouse, the horizon is in between us and that lighthouse.
Right. So the question still remains: is the horizon physical Earth curve obstruction? Yes or no?
It seems to be that way in the lighthouse video.
Look, check this out. So do you know why your video is a non sequitur to the point that I'm making?
Because
can I offer you why? Can I tell you why?
What?
If you don't
why?
mind. Because I told you that the horizon isn't geometric, meaning a measured distance based on the size of the Earth. You just basically confirmed that with your lips. I'm not focused. Like the video that you show me is not going to change this fact. The horizon was supposed to be in front of the boat. The horizon is behind the boat. Based on the formula, the guy says the horizon will be at 1.22 miles. So he's lying. You know as well as I know that the horizon is behind the boat, so it can't be at 1.22 miles. That's all I'm saying. Why can't we just agree that dude is wrong and that this math is wrong?
So he's a human and didn't do his math right.
No, that's a mental gymnastics. No, it's Cole. Did you hear what he just said though? I mean, What are we not getting here, my good sir? Like, what are we not getting here? Because on the one hand, you see it in the video with Wolfie showing you, well, that's Earth curve. And then when you look at the other video, like, well, that's not Earth curve. There's an issue, bro. The issue is it's not projected where it should be at 1.22 miles away. Because you see past 1.22 miles, you see further than that. So it's not the obstruction of the Earth's curvature.
I don't think any of this can be completely accurate when looking at water either, especially considering
no. It's not
the water moves.
Cole. That's an all or nothing fallacy. You can't throw the baby out with the bathwater here. It's you have to understand that on the one hand, it's being shown to you that it cannot be the Earth's curvature. If it was the Earth's curvature, it would stand to reason that in every single way that you can take a look at this, obstruction would occur at the specific place it should on a globe, because you have a ball, right? And if you have a ball, you couldn't see past that curvature on that ball. But what you see here,
everything on that ball is at different heights. It's not a smooth sphere. Everything is at different heights on that ball as well.
Yeah, but it's not. Think about it.
If it were a perfectly smooth sphere, then sure, that might work. But it's not,
brother. Level, it is.
There are mountains and there are valleys.
No, brother. At sea level, it is. So again,
it's not
entering with the at sea level, which means 0. Look it up. It has nothing.
I understand what you're saying, but when viewing things from sea level, they have.
When we're talking about height. Listen, we're talking about the horizon.
Listening. Quit telling me to fucking listen.
All right. So does the ocean have topography? Does the ocean have topography, or what?
The ocean has swells, so yes.
Okay, fair enough. So, is it curved 8 inches per mile squared though?
I couldn't tell you exactly. I'm sure it's an ever-changing thing, which is why I say that doing any of this on water is probably not going to be exact.
So how did they measure it in the first place? How did they measure it in the first place, Cole?
Because they damn sure did measure it over. So they do measure over water all the time.
They measured every point in the ocean, and
they gave us the metrics.
That's an ever-changing thing.
Cole. They gave us the metrics to the size of the Earth. So when you type into Google, what is the radius, diameter, and circumference? These values are going to come right back at you. How did they get those values?
I'm saying that
it's not.
The ocean is morphing.
No, you can't use this. This is not an out. You saying that something is morphing is not an out. The problem is you don't understand. I can use
that as an out because it's the fucking truth.
No, how do you know that? Give me a citation right now that you know that's the truth. Citation.
Are there waves in the ocean? Are there waves in the ocean?
Give us a citation that they can't measure the Earth because of waves. Because they measured it. You what?
Right, and I'm saying that's not exact because it is changing.
So how did they measure it then? How did they measure it, Cole?
Probably with an estimation.
Probably is a suggestive term used when you don't know what's going on. Probably.
Okay, so would you say it's an exact measurement that could have possibly been taken on an ever-changing surface? Or
you're asking me a question. You're asking me a question. It's not my claim. You're the one advocating for this. Yeah, you're the one advocating for this. So you need to defend that if you're advocating for it.
I did. Are you telling me that the ocean doesn't move?
I'm telling you that they gave us metrics to the Earth.
All right, again, y'all have a great day.
We just pulled up, so we gotta do that. All right.
All right, man.
But I appreciate it. I'll keep on them. This, and if I can just say one thing,
come back anytime, Cole. We'll come back.
One of the best guys I know. But the way he is, not only with the globe, but it's like, dude will not take more than 2 Tylenols every 4 to 6 hours, whatever it says. So this is a good one. We'll be back.
Yeah.
Y'all have a good day.
See ya.
Gotcha, bitch. It's all over. It's all over for him. I don't know if you realize it, but it's over.
Hold on, not yet. Clear.
I think Miggy and Elijah brought him back to life 100% because he's here with us. And I heard the guy talking, and yeah, he's.
Well, actually, it was his friend, Jemsy. So,
his friend, yeah.
Yeah, Sir Edward's friend was Cole. I actually said Edward when I was talking to Cole. Their voices are they sound the same too, so it was kind of hard for me to.
Hey, what does it matter whether there's waves or not? There's still they claim that it's still the same circumference, so it doesn't matter whether there's waves or not.
So it's the it's burn the house down kind of fallacy. So it's like, if I can't have my globe, then no one's gonna have it. Then no one knows.
I mean, think about it. What he said was optical effects and waves obstruct the bottoms of things. Great. So he basically just said you don't need a horizon. For what we expect.
Yeah. Good one. Yeah, exactly.
Sorry, but what I mean by horizon is a globe geometric horizon. You don't need one of those.
Yeah. This is the thing they do, that so he just admitted that other things obstruct the bottom of things, not the ball.
These two categories. Some things obstruct the bottoms of things, and sometimes it's just unresolvable.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay, loss of information, right, is not an obstruction necessarily. Oh man, I used to get in fights with the FED panel over that back in the day. They used to say the angular resolution obstructs the bottoms of things. I was like, what did you just say?
Your mic's a bit fuzzy, AI.
Well, yeah.
Sound like you're in the Matrix.
Maybe I am.
Yeah, at first he was saying there is evidence for the Earth having that horizon. With Wolfie, he brought one of Wolfie's videos in there. I don't know, Edward, are you there? I was going to ask him how that conversation went after we had that conversation with him, because they still went to a barbecue. So I don't know. He was probably all worked up with Edward.
They would have had a few beers and started arguing for 4 hours.
Yeah, at the barbecue,
Yeah. Not talk to anyone else. Just the two of them in the corner.
Just arguing like maniacs.
Yeah, we got to sort this shit out now.
That was a really good time.
You probably bust his balls like all the time. He's your best friend or whatever, but
I do. It's one of those things where it's just no response at all. Yeah. That I don't even. I think he pretty much stayed on the other side of the patio the whole cookout though.
I want to be on my globe.
That was it. What's the shape of this patio we're on, bro?
Shit, dude.
Yeah. What about, hey, bro?
Tell him that shit.
What is the shape of this? The level to this house and the neighbor's house and the other neighbor's house. Is that level, horizontal, or is it curving its own?
Wait, are you guys those flat patios?
There is patios that are not leveled. You can have a patio that it's not 100.
It just means you're a bad builder.
Hey, so we got Decent in the chat. I'm just gonna mute Decent. Decent, welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. How you doing, Decent? Doing all right, man. How's it going?
Very decent.
Yeah. Hey, so what brings you by our lovely chat?
Oh, I've been here before. I just pop in every now and then, see what's going on.
Well, we're kind of hanging loose right now, but we usually like to turn it. Well, you said you've been here before. I don't think you have your VC verified.
I just gave in the VC verified.
Yeah, I literally just joined the server back.
Oh.
I've been here literally years ago, years and years. Like I was I've been in Flat Earth at one point, but with the other Discord before the
1.0.
Whatever happened, the drama.
So you're Flat Earth, or what? What is it? You?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, cool. If you want to hang out, just talk or whatever, just feel free. You got VC verified.
What do you guys think about Nick Fuentes?
Pretty much off topic.
Let me Google.
Beta.
He did say that the heliocentric model is a bunch of crap. I'll give him that.
Yeah, that's
Who is that guy?
he's got the young crowd. Like, I mean, he's kind of leading them in the right direction, I guess, but it makes me
Is that
nervous.
the Fresh and Fit guy?
Yeah. He Fresh and Fit is kind of putting him on, and
Hey, we got in contact with those guys. I don't know if you know that or not.
oh wow, y'all gonna collab? Get
Yeah,
him really.
24/7 has a little spot over there on their Discord, but also we talked to some of their team members of the show. So we're like about 2 degrees away from like the main people there.
That's cool. Sneeko and Zerka tried to like flat pill Myron last night, but then Zerka was like, no, let's not do that right now. But Myron was very open to it, and as much as he already knows about everything else, you would assume he's probably going to convert pretty quickly. He already doesn't trust the
Myron?
government. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. We have a guy in here who's a moderator. His name's CB. Like he really loves that show, and he was always like bringing clips from that show in here. So we had an opportunity to go because I think what's his name, Zerka was going to be on. So we went over there to kind of like talk about that because Flat Earther was going to be on the show. So we kind of went to their server and we kind of cross-pollinated over there with those guys, and they came over here and did the same. And then David Weiss was listening on the YouTube live stream, our YouTube live stream. And
Is
then
that Flat Earth Dave?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then we kind of just made like a little arrangement for Dave to go on to the Fresh and Fit, and it was kind of a little networking thing that we had going on. So
That would be good.
yeah,
Dave is really good at talking to like beginners.
So something's
He
in
has
the
a
works.
lot of patience.
Something's in the works. Needless to say, but it's kind of cool because I wanted to see if there's any way possible we can get a little plug, a little shout out, like, hey, shout out to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, whatever. And so, however that works out, hopefully that happens. But we were kind of like the middleman for getting that to work out. But anyways, like Fresh and Fit is we're that whole crowd, the Red Pill crowd or whatever. It's kind of cool that we could do a little something with those guys.
No, dude, they'll definitely come around. So that's just a matter of time. If that snowball's rolling, it'll form.
Yeah. Plus, we got like people here that are like a few degrees just away from like contacting other prolific flat earthers, and if you know what I'm saying, if we wanted to go that way,
It's going to go one way. It's either they're going to turn to flat Earth or they're going to become anti-flat Earthers.
Anti-reality.
Yeah, it's odd. 'Cause they'll be okay. Like it's odd because they'll be all against the establishment. The establishment's all fucked up. The court system, the executive branch, and all of a sudden they'll be like, "But NASA's so great." Like, dude, like how? Like,
it's like the Dumb and Dumber comment. We're going to the moon. Like, fuck.
We landed on the moon.
Yeah. I think if you can break through that shell, you'd be like, how can you guys just realize NASA is just more executive branch government? No different than DMV, CIA, FBI, ATF, all of them. It's all executive branch agencies.
Yeah, but Crit, what reason does NASA have to lie?
Oh, I can't think of one, so they must not have.
There you go. No motive, no dice.
Yeah.
No motive, no crime.
Why would they
just can't
pretend to be scuba divers?
I'm just scratching my head. I can't figure out why government would lie to me, so they must have never lied at all.
What'd you say, Filter?
Why would they pretend to be scuba divers?
Bubbles in space, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah, they have nothing to gain from pretending to be scuba divers.
Oh, yeah.
I actually said that backwards, but whatever.
Posted articles back to back, 3 days in a row. NASA's been headlines. like number one, spending spree jeopardizes lunar mission. The next day, $6 billion missing from NASA coffers. The third,
Someone's hot micing.
Give me one too, man. Shit. Strawberry shake too, AI. Don't forget, bro.
Oh, that sounds good.
Bruh, can I get a double burger, AI?
I know, man. Jeez.
There they are. Almost got a
Burgers and cheese. It's patty and cheese. Mute him. He's driving, guys. Come on.
He didn't ask us or whatever, so I don't know.
Just an ice cream cone for me, thanks.
I muted him because he's driving and he probably wants to be muted. So I muted him.
We blame you anyway,
sure?
So it don't matter.
Yeah, I mean,
sure he doesn't.
That goes bad with the order, blame me.
they
Sure he
heard
doesn't
it,
want us to hear
right?
him eat.
Blame Jamesy.
If they heard the order, they'd be like, "Yeah, here's your cone and double burger." They're like, what the fuck is this?
If he got a big old order, he's gonna be like, "I didn't ask for this."
I hope
sir,
that happened. I'll send him a PayPal or if he had to pay for my burger, he can pay for it.
Yeah, do y'all hear about the year-long celebration for the United States?
No.
Nah. It's gonna be in it's gonna be in 2025. Celebrating the 250th anniversary.
It's going to take the whole year off to celebrate?
Whoa.
Celebrating the foundation of the corporation, US Inc. Incorporated, and
celebrating
the
the
yeah, bro. I was in
freedom.
the middle of my sentence, bro. Did the middle of my sentence interrupted the beginning of yours?
I apologize. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. I was wondering. No, well, it's your turn. I'm done with mine. You got my point.
All right. So I'm not worried about the corporation stuff because the celebration is going to be us being free from that. What's going to happen in the next year is going to be the most amazing thing ever. So I'm looking forward to it.
Let's go, USA.
Giving off real Ray Epps vibes right now.
I mean, whatever that means, right?
Divesting the nation from the corporation. Duh.
Yeah, instead of the bicentennial, it's like the new date when Lincoln took over and changed it to whatever the Federal Republic.
The problem with the divestiture is that people have to believe it.
Yeah, I'm here.
You have to enforce it, right? So if no one believes that it's real, no one's going to enforce it, and then it basically is fake. Know what I mean?
I've got no idea what you guys are talking about.
Okay, at a particular point in United States history, the government contracted itself into a corporation and gave a lot of legal powers to the corporation, and essentially that's how we do business now. But
okay.
The staff of the corporation are not elected under the nation. So there's a theory that Biden is actually president of the corporation, not of the nation.
Can I say something on that?
Not really.
Can AI just...
Yeah, AI saying something like he was in the middle of his sentence again.
You can...
Well, the middle of his interrupted the beginning of the other guys. Come on, give him a break.
So if it's true that this happened, then if the country, the nation, dissolves the corporation, then all the people who are officers or have power from the corporation lose their power immediately, because the power comes from the nation. Now, of course, if that happens, people have to believe it. right? You can't just say that this is true and you've done it. That what will change? Nothing, right? People aren't going to give you the money. The cops aren't going to arrest those people, right? There has to be...
It'll just continue the same, yeah?
Yeah, that's why it has to be done. If it's going to be done, if it's legitimately done, it has to be done in a atmosphere where people are willing to act on it. On a big enough
and
level.
they know about it.
That's a contradiction in terms.
So,
is this common knowledge? Sorry, mate. You were next. Go ahead, mate.
yeah, so the corporation, United States Incorporated, was bankrupt by Donald Trump in his term. Donald Trump was the last president of the United States Corporation, and Joe Biden is the president of the White House Co., which is a new corporation that he started and when he entered office. And he built it using the assets of United States Incorporated.
However, Joe Biden was absolutely 100% legitimately elected. And that's all I'm going to say about that, and that's all anyone else is going to say about that. Thank you. Did I do good, Daddy? YouTube?
Yeah, in a corporation, most because the employees of the corporation, which is there is the administrators, and then there is the subscribed employees, like people with social securities and that kind of stuff. They don't in reality select the president. It's the heads select that stuff. They select the president, the treasury, the vice president, and all of that.
But we'll know by tomorrow.
No matter who. No, if you have you are an employee of the corporation in the US.
We'll know by tomorrow if you're here or not. AI. Just saying.
So, not an employee, an asset. So what happens is when you're born, you're delivered by a doctor. A doctor is a dock tender. It basically has to do with the law of water or law of the sea. And
you're listed as an employee. You don't have to act upon it. You're listed. You're not the label. You're not the contracts. You can act upon those and take actions that can, serve the terms and conditions of the contract. And you can do that and participate as an employee. And you are actually incentivized to do so in many ways. And there is coercion to tell you, hey, you're an employee and you better pay this. So that stimulates you to keep being a good employee, right?
Yeah, the problem with all this is that nobody believes it, right? So when you go to the people that have logistical power over you, right, and somebody else tells them, hey, arrest that man, and you say, no, but this, and that, they're going to say, hey, all I know is that the judge or the boss or whoever told me to arrest you, and I follow their orders, so that's what I'm going to do. That's why if you're ever going to do any of this stuff, you need the military on your side. Right? It's better to have the military on your side than the judiciary on your side or the legislature on your side. Because the legislature and the judiciary don't mean anything if there's nobody with guns or muscles to back it up. Right? So regardless of what the judiciary or the legislature says, if you're in charge of the military, you're in charge.
I would argue that there's no way that anybody in high positions can control all of the power, because the power and the wealth, right? Because the wealth has already been in place for a long time. We didn't create it. You and I, people are alive today. We didn't create the wealth of the past. It was our ancestors, people of the past. That this wealth has been here since the inception of this place, right? But a lot of the wealth that is in place today, we've been sold an idea that we are slave and you have to work all of your life to get that wealth that is already here. It's already been here for a long time. So,
Well, yeah. A lot of people believe that wealthy people are people with numbers in their bank account, right? One major crisis and all those numbers are meaningless. All that matters is logistics, food, water, abilities, power, like real power, not money power, but actual logistical power. Which again, if you're in charge of the military, you're in charge if you want to be. If the military is willing to do what you say, because they believe in your cause, right? And you tell them this is what I want done, that's the way it's going to be.
yes.
Now, keep in mind, though, like in the United States, we have 20 million veterans, right? Probably, let's just say 60% of those are actually compatible, right? So you're talking about the largest trained, armed guerrilla force, right? So they have to be on your side too. And all the paramilitary and, you know, wannabes and preppers, all them. If you have all those guys on your side, right, and you want to strike at the right moment to take over, it's going to happen. You know, kids that can't decide. Go ahead.
There is the key holders that are the administrators, and then there is the man that tell them, hey, who's going to hold the keys from now?
Yeah. Well, that was supposed to happen on May 5th, I think, or May 31st, a few years ago. And then it was said that it wasn't going to happen because the ethos of the nation wasn't at the right sensitivity. So it would have been a lot of problems. But now, you know, if they wanted to do that, I think people would react a little differently. Especially if you're offered money. Can you imagine that? Be like, hey, I'm taking over America, and I'm in charge of the military, and everybody's on my side, and I took all this gold from the people that took our gold, and I'm going to give you all a bunch of gold and land, and we're going to kick all the douchey liberals out. Man, somebody had that going on, they'd be taken over rather quickly.
That's what I'm saying. The wealth is already here. We already have the infrastructure. Everything is in place. What is in place, administrating those positions, is a bunch of corrupted parasites. And like a good cleansing dewormer that has to be done very often.
All right, as long as you keep it in the metaphor.
Imagine putting all the liberals out with no supermarkets and see them trying to get their round up some food. That'd be fun.
You got it, bro. If I was in a position like that, if I was in a position like that, I'd be straight up saying, "Look, with all this gold and all these resources, we're opening up oil production. We're going to give grants to build factories so you can build local products. We're going to levy the crap out of imports, right? So you'd create a need for production, right? And then do a couple of other changes to create, essentially encourage the environment for people to have children, which would then create need, right? Because that's the easiest way to increase demand. Supply and demand is to increase the amount of people. Then you have demand, right? It could turn it around real quick.
Especially if you start, if we start kind of like using the real crops that are for multi-resource, like industrial hemp, that will be a huge boost for many nations, not just the U.S. Canada, even South America. South America, all the border problem that we have, that people are saying, "Oh, build the wall, don't build it," whatever. All those problems, a bunch of them, not all. It could be industrial hemp in South America. If instead of the war on drugs in place, they could be growing a multi-resource, and there will be, for people not needing to be running north.
Yeah, if I was in charge like that, I'd also ban vegan farming, ban ethanol, and I'd ban basically all that carbo crop garbage. That's just a big waste of everybody's money, a waste of water, a waste of time.
AI. You can get a clean version of ethanol from industrial hemp. So not ethanol, but just do it from hemp.
Yeah, maybe you can. But the way they do the corn and stuff is just retarded.
Yeah, it's retarded. The corn is retarded. The hemp is much better and clean.
Yeah, American territory.
New people. We have new people. I'm gonna mute some people. Rasputin, you've been unmuted. You have power over your mic, Rasputin.
Yeah.
You were looking for Globers.
Go ahead, Rasputin. What you say?
Said you were looking for Globers.
No, I'm not looking for that. But unmuting your. Are you a Glober?
Yeah.
Okay, welcome. Since you replied, I'm gonna give you BC Verify so you're able to mute and unmute your mic.
I recognize your voice.
Been here before, Rasputin?
Yep.
Okay. Totally fine.
Are you back from therapy?
Yep.
Where you had to go and do a bunch of sessions to alleviate the pain of flat earthers existing?
Yes.
At least he's honest.
And the doctor was like, all right, lay down on the couch, all right, tell me your problems. So he told him the problems, and the doctor was like, yes, my son. Even though the Earth is covered with 70% flat level water, it most definitely is a globe. You can go now, that'll be $1,000.
Well, the doctor didn't say my son because he wasn't Catholic, but otherwise,
yeah, I thought I recognized your voice. You came in drunk last time, didn't you?
Not tonight. He doesn't sound drunk, so not tonight.
And Flatsy had a chat with you, didn't she?
Do you normally remember things that you do when you're drunk? He was drunk. Right? You're saying he probably doesn't remember. It's a good theory. That theory, is it true?
Is it a hypothesis?
It is a hypothesis. He's not replying, so let's not try, because if he was replying, it would probably be better to do the...
Wait, are you asking me? I thought you were asking him. I thought you were asking the other guy.
Because he said that you were drunk last time you were here, and I'm just saying that normally when you're drunk, you don't remember the stuff. So he was asking you questions, but you wouldn't remember because you were drunk. Maybe. Possibly.
I mean, sounds good to me.
And I said you don't sound drunk tonight, so...
Maybe we'll get a coherent argument out of you this time.
Come on.
Well, I did listen to the therapist.
He's got a sense of humor.
Drunk? Yes.
They're always drunk.
I mean, not necessarily drunk. Was a therapist in the same drugs that he was prescribing you?
Oof. Anyway, you were looking for Globers earlier.
Yeah,
So-
you got any proof?
Proof that you were looking for Globers? Yeah.
Proof that you live on a globe.
Oh. Sure. Boats.
What if boats prove the globe?
Yeah, they go over the horizon.
So is it physical or optical?
The boat is physical.
Is the horizon physical or optical?
Physical.
Is the boat going over a physical horizon?
Yes.
Why does the horizon distance change?
What do you mean?
Yes. The horizon isn't always in the same place. That's what he means.
Oh, you mean like if you go up, like if you put a camera on a drone and then fly it up higher?
Oh. No.
Yeah.
Same height, different days. Same height, different days, different distance to horizon. How does that work?
Because of the air that you breathe, it matters.
So what the boats go over then?
A horizon.
How do you know that
one or an optical?
How do I what? Two questions.
He asked you that question already, and you already answered. So
Yeah, I said it was physical. So
right. So then, how do you know? How do you know it's gone over the horizon?
you can't see it anymore.
Okay, so all that you know is you can't see it anymore, and then you infer it's gone over the horizon. Correct?
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Well, it's not about being fine with it. That's the only information that's available.
That's why I'm fine with it.
So I posted a visual in the chat so you can look at like the horizons and a rise and fall on different with different atmospheric conditions, hour to hour, day by day.
Yeah, I agree.
So we've established you know things have gone over the horizon because you can't see them anymore. Wow.
Wow. Wow, what?
So all things that I can't see anymore have gone behind the horizon? That's your claim?
Everything that you can't see has it gone by the horizon? No, I would never say such a silly thing.
Right, then. So then how do I differentiate which things of those things are over horizons or not?
Oh, cool. Yeah, good question. So, were you watching your friend and he went behind a tree? Or were you watching something get farther and farther away from you? Maybe you can't tell the difference between those two scenarios. I don't know. If you can't tell the difference between your friend hiding behind a tree and the ship getting farther and farther away.
Right, so it has to get far away, and then you can't see it, and then it's over horizon?
It doesn't have to get like far, far away. But yes, it does have to move away from you. Because if it was the same distance away from you, then you'd still be able to see it.
Okay, so if it's getting far away from me, and I can't see it, all or part of it?
Let's just go with the easy things. Let's go with the easy things. It's either really close to you or really far away
I need
from
to
you.
know, dude. I need to know because we're parsing out.
Yeah, but see, if you want to be like really precise about the moment you can't see it, that's where the air comes into play, and let's not worry about that. Let's not worry about that.
Wait a minute, are you trying to say that if something gets far enough away from me, I won't be able to see it anymore because the occlusion of the air, right? So that doesn't sound like the horizon, though.
No, see, I saw recently a record photograph of 700 miles.
Yeah, sounds interesting.
So I know that on a flat or globe Earth, you can see 700 miles.
Can I jump in real quick? let's say it's going up, right? And it's not going towards the horizon, right? Let's say it's going up, and anything.
What do you mean
balloon.
What is up?
Like, let's say a balloon goes up away from us, increasing its distance, and we're looking at it, right? It's going to get smaller, right? It's going to get smaller until you can't see it anymore. There's no horizon, right, to obstruct it, right? That happens. That happens. When you look at the horizon, you see an airplane coming out of the horizon.
So you're saying all we can use are our naked eyes. We can't use
No. What I'm saying
cameras.
is
We can't use P900s or P1000s.
No. Let me finish. What I'm saying
what about
is
the balloon?
things do get smaller as they move away from us. Okay,
with the
things
balloon
do get
going up,
right? It gets smaller.
It disappears, and it just cannot be brought back.
It depends.
You can't use
It depends on the
P1000
size.
telescope, anything.
It depends on the size of the balloon, right? The bigger the balloon is, the farther away it has to go to get smaller, right? We know this, right? We're not accounting for the air.
So if I have like a P900, I couldn't.
That's not the point I'm making. Hold up. The point I'm trying to make is, when we make that balloon go towards the horizon, parallel to the ground, like up an airplane does, right? It does the same thing. It shrinks, except it's going parallel. There's more denser air rather than going up. But then also there's
Why
flat
is there
plane.
more denser air?
Because see at the bottom, see down here when you're closer to the oceans and to the ground, it's denser. The atmosphere is denser.
Right.
So if you're sending something across that dense atmosphere, that is also going to change the size of the object and the way it appears, depending on the conditions. We haven't even touched the horizon yet. Now, when you put a plane beneath any object and move that object away, it's going to shrink in size. Okay, it's going to shrink in size, and then if there's a plane beneath it, it's going to start disappearing beneath the plane because it's out of your it's outside of your view of your perspective, because the horizon doesn't exist. It's not a real thing, right? Because when you go up, you see that plane again.
The 700-mile photo.
Well, see, that's the thing. What I'm trying to say is, right, this happens on flat planes. Okay, we use the earth, the oceans. We have to assume that it's a non-rotating plane. So we know, because that's what's being taught in the military and everywhere around the world where professionals have to use large surfaces of land or ocean or navigation. Okay, this is a law.
You're just trying to reify?
No. It is virtually flat. Yes. In other words, we have to treat everything around us like it is flat. So if we were to observe something
we don't
moving,
have to. We can.
Let me finish what I'm saying. When I'm trying to hit a target that's 700 miles away, okay, I and my equipment have to assume that the ground is flat and the trajectory that this bullet missile arrow is going to take, right? It's going to take it over a flat surface. So we now know, okay, that things disappear bottom first over a flat surface, and if it gets far away enough, the sun, okay, we don't know what it is. We don't know how big it is. We don't know how far it is. And what we see, right, the sun not shrinking at the horizon, that's the effect of the atmosphere. We know this. We are taught this in school. It's over a plane, okay? Now, this globe Earth, this idea
Can I ask you a question here, or do you need to keep going?
I just wanted to make a quick
shooting
comparison.
arrows over 700 miles, and I didn't get.
But you know what I mean. I mean, if I was Superman, I probably could. But you know what I mean. Like, I'd probably make some kind of bow out of.
You said that, and then you said we know that the sun.
We know that whatever we send in the sky, we fly in the sky, we shoot up. We know that we have to assume the ground is flat. No matter how far we shoot something, we have to assume that. That's what we know. Here on Earth, everyone does that.
Who knows that?
But in our minds, that's the only place where the globe exists. But when we ask the question, curvature, right?
Why do you say that if we shoot anything, we have to assume the Earth is flat? Where'd you get that from?
From all the experiences I've had in the military in my life, shooting stuff and guns, and this is how it's done.
So
flying planes,
just anecdotal.
Navigate. It's not anecdotal. These are professionals. I was in the Navy. This is what they teach the radio men in the Navy. This is what they teach navigators. Okay, who have to navigate using the stars. Celestial navigation works like this. Okay, like air pilots. So the only place that this idea, right, that the Earth is a ball and things are disappearing over it happens in our mind because they showed us a ball on TV. And the worst thing about this is, in your mind, you have to think that a curved line and a straight line are the same thing. That's the big problem. Because if we have to assume that the Earth is flat, and then we have to say that curved lines and straight lines are different, tangent lines over curves, that's a problem already. I mean, how do you bring these two ideas together, right? How do you turn a flat table surface into a ball? How do you turn a ball into a flat surface, right? It's not even rational. It's not even logical. So do you understand like what I'm trying to say? Like how things do disappear on a flat surface, bottom first, and the size of things do change. As a matter of fact, a couple nights ago, the moon was up. I was at the bottom of the hill. I drove up just a short distance up the hill, and the moon just changed size. Like, have you ever experienced that? Just a small distance driving up a hill, and the size of the moon changes. Have you guys ever experienced that? Have you ever seen the moon rise on the horizon and it's huge? You're like on some mountain at work, and then when you go home, it's tiny. It looks different from where. Just that little change in elevation causes the size of the sun, moon to change. Oh, the conditions though also. But if the moon was 239,000 miles away, if the sun was 90 million miles away, there should be absolutely no change in the size of any of those things because there's just not enough distance because they're so far away. So, I mean, this is how you know that we have been lied to about all these things because it goes against your senses, it goes against everything that you've been taught in science. You know what I mean? School and math. But when I was new to it, I was confused as hell too, and I had to do a lot of thinking about it to calm down and like, okay, this makes sense. I'm going to accept what makes sense to me, right, and not what doesn't make sense to me that's being told to me by some people who don't have my best interests in mind or my family's. You know what I mean? You got to make those kinds of decisions. Am I smart? Do I take responsibility for my life, or do I let the scientists tell me what reality is? The magicians. So I just went, I was getting like, let's get this over with. Yeah, does that help?
So how do you reconcile what the science says and what is? Like, how do you? Well, what did you do that like?
I had to because I used to have a lot of respect for Einstein, Newton, these kinds of people, and I used to have this fear in my heart, right, that I can't get past. Who am I, right? But that's only because I never looked into it. I never made the effort to understand what Einstein really talking about. I tried in high school, relativity, and the teachers had no answers that were satisfactory. So I thought maybe when I get to college, those teachers there might know a little bit more and give me a better answer. But when you go look at it yourself, and you use your brain, and then you see that there are other scientists at that time that were also against this idea. Then you start building confidence in yourself as a researcher, as a, as an investigator, as a person who is trying to find the truth. And it's okay to say that I've been lied to. If you've been lied to, that's what I did. I had to say, okay, Einstein could be lying. That was very hard for me to do because, you're this kid that grew up admiring him, right? Then you find out This guy is telling lies to me? Who? Why? Why? Come on. Then I find out who Einstein is, and where he comes from. And
so in high school, you were taught about Einstein and relativity, but you felt like it was sus.
Yeah, because I couldn't understand, right, how space-time can be this, because they call it a fabric. Okay, and the whole time before I saw that example, I thought space-time was this 3D, like thing. But when they showed me a fabric, I was like, nah, no, that is the worst example. Like, why? Like, I could come up with a better
like the trampoline with the bowling ball in the middle and
I was like, why? This is a terrible model. Like, this is ridiculous. This is me as a globe believer / Einstein. I want to finish Einstein's work. I know how to do it better. That's what I used to think, man. And then I go look into it, and then you find out that could be all lies, and it breaks my heart. It broke my heart, and then I felt betrayed, felt angry. But then there's still the work to do.
Into it. Did you?
Yeah.
Like your own experiments, or just reading history, or something else?
I had to get my mind right first. What is an experiment? Why do I need to do an experiment? What is an observation? Why are these guys doing experiments on things that should be just observed? You know what I mean? It was all confusing because in your mind, yes, this is how we do experiments. This is an observation. You know a ball is a ball because you look at it. I don't have to do an experiment, right, to prove that a basketball is a sphere. But when it came to the globe, and they said they did these experiments, I was like, what experiments do you need to identify a globe, a ball, right? So they give us pictures from space. And who works with these people that gives us pictures from space? Hollywood and Disney. So you can put it all together already. You can start putting the pieces together. Wait, what? What about science?
No, I didn't mean about that.
What about progress?
I meant back when you said high school and Einstein. They taught you Einstein and relativity, and you thought it was kind of like sus, and then you looked into it.
No, I looked into it way later in my life. I looked into it in 2015. I looked into it. Look, I've been listening to people
just wanted to know what looking into it meant. Like, did you read other scientists' history to look into it, or did you collect data yourself?
No. I only seriously took a look into the serious look in 2016. Okay, but my whole life I've been trying to follow, trying to understand. I've been following all these guys. Dr. Brian Greene or something. I forget his name. The string theory guy. I'm trying to listen to these guys and see how they interpret, general relativity. The neutrino comes along, the collider comes along. All these. And then now general relativity is wrong because the neutrino was discovered and mass doesn't increase indefinitely when it approaches the speed. You see, and I was like, what? Wait, what the hell is going on here? This is 2016.
Oh, I see.
Where all this
You're saying like you were taught one thing in high school, and then later in life, the stuff you were taught in high school
changes.
The scientists were saying that might not be true.
Well, yeah, that's how science works, right? We're taught one thing when we're little, right? You don't get to play with the current models until you get to that level, which means you have to go through higher education. You got to go through the indoctrination, right? And then when you come out, you're ready to play ball. You're not thinking anymore. You're just regurgitating what you were told. And what these people are developing is starting to feel more spiritual, than science, physical. This whole field theory / quantum mechanics / multi-universes, right? Because that's what they're pushing now.
Because it's like very speculative. They don't have any proof.
Or the first proof, for all that, it's the Earth is a ball. If I can know the Earth is a ball, And I don't have any problem following along and helping to develop.
That's not quite the same. It's not quite the same to talk about string theory and expanding universe and globe Earth. Like those aren't three things that are all equal, right?
You're right. You're right, friend. Because they don't matter. What matters is if they're curved or not.
Yeah, exactly. Because that's the first thing we start with. And once that's verified, which should be easily done, right? Because we have a radius. And if we have a radius, then we have a distance we can go up, elevation we can go up to, and look down and see, oh, there's the ball. But
you don't have a radius, right? Like it's either flat, which means radius equals infinity, or not flat, which means radius is equal to not infinity.
Well, when I say we have a radius, I'm talking about the globe Earth has a radius. There's a size to this ball.
You're not a globe earther.
We can still use the numbers.
Well, but just because you disprove like one set of numbers, like just because 4,000 mile radius is false, doesn't mean flat is true.
So what?
It's not the radius.
What is linked to the radius? What else is linked to the radius?
Right.
What else is linked to the radius?
It's the curvature.
Yeah.
We use the radius, okay, to get curve rate. The rate that a basketball curves, right? You can measure its diameter, get its radius, and then calculate its curvature rate. That's what we're talking about. Curve, right? We're not talking about like we're not talking about a flat surface like a clock.
Yeah.
Right? We're talking
And the
about
whole of your
But disproving that a basketball, disproving that a basketball is one.
The whole of your cosmology is based on the radius of the Earth.
Mm-hmm.
My cosmology, or someone
the
else's?
one that you believe in.
Globe.
Yours,
the globe cosmology.
The globe.
Yeah, I'm just
the one that you believe.
I'd like to be more open-minded.
Why don't we go back to, you said you're talking about the 700-mile photo, right? And you're under the impression that that photo is possible on the globe, right? You think
700-mile photo? Yeah, it could be possible anywhere.
So if you scroll up a bit, I've got the photo there. It's also, but like you do understand that they, if you have a certain radius, there's going to be a certain amount of curvature over distance, right?
Yeah.
So at 100 miles, there's going to be 6,600 feet of curvature. Okay, so the one that you brought up, that's the mountain peaks that photo captured is supposed to be 49 miles underneath the horizon.
Yes.
If we lived on a globe. You
So
understand?
in other words, if you were on a ball, no matter how high you go up in the sky, you will never be able to see it because it's on the other side of that, of that ball, of that curve of the ball, right?
Right, but let me just let me just take that photo and say, if you can see 700 miles, then you should be able to see 700 miles. It shouldn't matter that you have to go up this high. Like, maybe not every day. Maybe not every day. There's rain, there's fog, there's haze. But some days, you should be able to see 700 miles.
No, that's not how it works.
Referring to
it is how it works.
No,
exactly.
Bob Ross, any painter will paint a horizon first, man. Why?
Okay. Because it's a globe. That's why.
No,
you're not complete sentences.
No. When you put your face on the ground.
700 miles. Are you trying to say that you should see 700 miles from ground level?
Sometimes.
Why?
No.
Because you can see 700 miles from where that photo was taken.
The occlusion rate is different.
Why?
Why can't you see?
Why is the occlusion rate different?
Why can't you see 700 miles then?
That's my question, Bong. Why can't you see 700 miles?
Okay, let's say we're standing behind.
How about this?
Let's say we're standing in line.
Wait, get up. 100 miles.
No, I'll give you an easier example. Let's say we're standing in a long line, okay, a long line to order food, okay, and all the way at the front of this line is a menu, but we can't see the menu because of the people in front of us. But let's say we're taller than everybody in front of us, and we can see 1 foot above everybody's head, okay, and we still can't see that menu because the people in front of us, their heads are all level, okay, it's a straight line. Their heads are blocking the menu, right? Not that the menu's in front of their heads. The menu's above their head.
Bong, I
but we can't see the menu, right? We can't see the
Because you
menu.
don't have a P900, right?
No, it's because there's a limit. You know how a
So
hallway
if you had a
works,
P900,
right?
you still couldn't see the menu?
Wait, check it out. Hallway. We're in a hallway, right? The four walls of the hallway, the ceiling, the ground, and the sides are all going to converge in the middle, all the way down there. Okay.
Yep.
So that's what we're seeing. If we remove the
So
walls,
if you had a P900 or binoculars or anything, does it change?
yes, you can see as far as your elevation and your equipment will allow you. You can look and see. That's the farthest I can see this high with the best conditions ever.
You said
right?
elevation and equipment. So from
Yes.
ground level with the right equipment.
Stop. Fucking stop, dude. You're going to get this point answered. Okay, there's a thing called atmospheric occlusion, dude. You can't just see through atmosphere infinitely. Atmosphere isn't transparent 100%, right?
I agree.
So cumulative atmosphere causes you to lose the ability to resolve anything. It's going to be most dense at ground level. So when you get in higher altitude,
Why
you
is
have
it going
less
to be most dense at ground level? Who said that?
Who
Because of the
cares,
atmosphere.
dude?
Because the atmosphere is thicker down here. That's why. But AI.
Why?
Let's assume. Let's remove the atmosphere.
Doesn't matter why.
Even if
Yeah,
you remove the atmosphere, the point I'm making is that the plane beneath you, okay, in respect to your elevation,
Bong.
is
If
what
we remove
causes
the atmosphere entirely?
The atmosphere is a factor. It's one of the reasons why you can't see that far. But that's not the point I'm making. What I'm saying is the plane beneath us, okay, is what causes the limit to our view. Like, it's why we can't see. If you put up a P900 or whatever, yeah, that's going to extend that ability, right? But it can only go as far as your elevation lets you, because it's not going to let you see past the plane that's obstructing everything unless you go higher. Now, this might work on a ball that's big enough, okay? But eventually on a ball, you're not going to be able to see any more because of its radius. You're not looking around that ball. On a flat surface, the higher you go, the more you see, assuming there's no atmosphere because of the plane. I'm talking about the plane. I'm not talking about any other factors but the plane, because you keep bringing up the ball. And I'm trying to explain how the plane, in the real world, in the real working professional world, the plane is what's obstructing our view because of our elevation. Does that make sense?
Bong, you're wrong.
No, it makes 0 sense, friend.
Yes, friend. You make 0 sense.
All right, I'm going to get a better mic, and I'm coming back to tear people a new one.
Hey, why do you tiptoe to look over things? Is it because the Earth is a ball and you can't see around the ball? Or do you tiptoe because you just need that little bit more to see over something, right? Does that make sense?
Going around anything, Bong.
Okay, why do you climb to the top? Why did Zachariah, why did he climb the tree, to see Jesus?
Why
did he climb the tree to see Jesus?
On a globe.
Where the hell have we gone here?
On a globe, Bong, you have to go higher to see farther. Because if you just work out the geometry, that's what the geometry says.
Well, the geometry doesn't match.
How far does it say I'll see?
On a globe?
It depends on the radius. You can't state these things without stating the radius and all the dimensions that are required, right? Then you have to say,
What's he going to tell us? It's his claim.
That's not
What's
what
his
this is about. This is not about air. This is not about. This is about the shape, right?
It is about air.
No, you're saying that it's because of the wall.
Yes, it's about air. Nothing else limits how
Then
far
you should
can see.
understand then why the sun looks really big on the
Nothing
horizon.
else limits how far you can see except air.
No, you're wrong. Okay, you're wrong.
Your
Have
eye.
you taken any art classes? Have you taken any sketch classes? What about architecture?
I
What
just
about
want you
classes
to
where you
draw
have to
the
work with large
geometric
surfaces?
picture. Draw the geometric
He just-
picture on a
He
flat.
just admitted. You just admitted we don't live on a ball because you said the only thing that obstructs you is air. So there, welcome to flat Earth.
Yeah, air, not curve. You said it yourself.
I'm
just trying to tell you that.
Wandered into that. I was talking to Bong, and Bong
I'm
was
just trying to tell you
Hey,
that there is no ball.
So
you don't live on a
you
ball.
were talking to me. Getting
There
your
is
ass
no
ripped out from
demonstration
underneath
of
you.
what you are saying.
You
No
got
ball
saved by
exists. No ball exists that you can
Bong.
show or demonstrate that on.
Your
Okay, it only
claim
happens.
rests on air, and you need to know that.
What? No,
Air
no,
and
no.
not curved. Air and not curved.
you're
Yep.
not-
Thank you. You said it. Air and not curved.
Okay, let's
Well
bring
done,
the air
mate.
in.
Bong's
Okay, let's
claim
bring air back
rests on air. You're correct.
Let's
Timbo.
bring the air back in. You know what? I'm sorry for taking the air out. Well, if you bring the air back in, well, you're not going to be able to see anything, and you're going to miss the point that I'm making about
Bong's
the
claim
plane.
rests on air.
Well,
your
you're missing
claim.
the point I'm making. Okay, I'm trying to make a point
Yes,
here
I
that
have missed
you're refusing to listen to the point, and you want to go talk about air. Come on, man. What
Because
about
that's the
air?
point you made. Your point rests
Air is there.
on air.
Of course, air
Where's
is there.
this
Moisture is
conversation
what we're
going?
talking
I don't know.
Bong, you say that I
700.
can only see this far because of air. Therefore, air matters. That's it, right, Bong?
I said
You say.
because of elevation. Okay,
elevation doesn't matter except for air.
Who said that? Where'd you get that information from?
Okay, draw it.
You got any
Bong.
observations?
Draw
Got
how
any
on a
photos?
flat. Draw how on flat it matters how high I am. It doesn't. You can't
Yeah, it
draw
does because
a
it
picture on
increases.
flat.
Stop it. Stop talking shit. It increases your viewing angle, you moron. So
Doesn't
you know
matter.
that.
It doesn't matter what your viewing angle is.
Oh
if
my
there
god,
is
that's a
an
stupid
air-
thing to say.
That's so dumb.
You're smarter than this, man. Stop doing this to yourself. Okay? Okay,
It
they're the
does
enemy,
not
not
matter
us.
your viewing
We're,
angle
we're
except for
friends
air.
here, man. We're talking to you like people, man. We're not talking down to you like Neil deGrasse Tyson and those freaking assholes. We're talking to you like men. Like, come on, man. Don't do this to us. Don't do this to yourself.
But if
We're trying
it's
to
flat,
communicate.
and there's no air, there's no reason for viewing angle to matter.
Yes, there is. That's the silliest thing I've ever heard in my life.
Oh, please.
Oh,
You've heard
man.
far sillier things.
Oh, man. You know what? I take back what I just said, okay? Because I don't want you to focus on that, okay? Air is there, okay? But that's not why. That's not the point I'm making. I'm saying that the ground, okay, when it's flat, things do disappear and get smaller. You know what I'm saying, right? If you add air to it, now you can't see.
I
now you don't
understand
get the-
how
what I'm saying.
perspective
Now you're going to
works,
say,
Paul. Yes,
you know,
yes.
well, you know, refraction and all this.
Railroad tracks, telephone poles.
So, do you have any measurements of curved water or anything like that to show?
Sure, but I'm not going
All right. Oh, okay, but not going to. Okay, that's really compelling. Thanks.
Airplane comes at you.
Why
from
would
the
I?
horizon.
Why would I move on to something else when me and Bong are
Airplane.
almost?
Airplane is coming. Look,
See what you did, Bob?
We're waiting at the airport. We're waiting for our friend, okay? And then we look into the horizon. There's a tiny little dot appearing out of the horizon. And it
Are we
gets
using
bigger
our P900
and
or
bigger.
not? Is there air?
That's our
or
friend's
not?
flight. That's our friend's flight, right? Now, it was smaller at the horizon, and as it comes up, as it rises like a sunrise, right? It looks like the plane is rising and getting bigger and coming closer to us.
Yeah.
It's traveling. Yeah, it's traveling in virtually a straight line. Okay, like parallel. I don't know, 500 miles per hour. Who knows? But
you don't think that you're talking to somebody who's just going to be like receptive to all of this, do you?
I'm trying to put it. I'm trying to
I
put
don't
it in
think
a
you'll
way.
be receptive. No.
Like, now remember, the airplane is traveling in a straight line. Like, okay, it's at a certain altitude, right?
Wait,
straight
what?
line. But it looks
Who
like
said,
it
who
looks
said
like
that
it's
it was traveling
rising.
a straight line? Who said that?
Yeah, it's at a certain altitude. It's like
Isn't
straight
it
line.
descending
like
so it
parallel
can
to
land? Isn't it
parallel to the ground? It's parallel to the ground, for most of its flight, right?
But we're talking about we're waiting for the person to land, and so the plane's coming in. Presumably,
but as
it's
it's
not parallel anymore. It must be descending.
Yeah, well, that's when it gets to the airport. But when it's coming to the airport, when we see it come out of the horizon, it's traveling at a certain altitude. It's it's getting ready to descend,
you
right?
think when we can see it, it's not already descending?
Okay.
Oh, man.
Let's go to the ocean then. Fuck the airport. Let's fly a plane that's not descending. How about that? Come on, man. Help me. Help you.
Yes, help me. Oh my God, Jerry Maguire.
I'm trying to say it's going a straight line. Okay, it's traveling straight, but it looks like it's rising out of the horizon.
That's why I'm fighting you, Bong. That's why I'm fighting you.
Hey, Rasp, I just want to make this point. So, we're talking about the 700, and you're like, well, okay, I don't care about the missing curvature because I can't see it on ground level. Well, it doesn't matter what elevation. We can do a 1 foot observer height. We still see the horizon way too far. Okay, so it doesn't matter what elevation. Doesn't matter if you don't understand basic perspective. What do you do with that information when you're shown that it does not match whatsoever to the radius value?
Okay, 7-7. Yes. Can I answer him? Bong, can you pause 1 second? 7-7. You've put me in a conundrum. On the globe, they say I should be able to see exactly this far, and you've shown I can see farther.
What do you based on
the 4,000 mile radius?
You think that the peaks of the mountains are bending over 49 miles of earth?
No. I'm talking about the oil rigs.
He just admitted that. It
didn't admit anything yet. I didn't admit anything yet.
You just said you're in a conundrum. You're saying on a
I
ball.
know the 4,000 mile radius.
Hang on. You just said on a ball you should only see a certain distance, but yes, I see further. So you just admitted it.
So now you have to increase your radius,
Mr.
right?
Timbo, Mr. Timbo, and other guy 7-7. Just
I finished with 7-7. Yeah.
No, I want to say the whole thing. The globe says 4,000 miles, and that's the limit that I can see. And 7-7 has this oil rigs where I can see farther. However, Flat Earth says it's flat, and I could see forever, except for
no
one says that.
Except for I didn't finish.
No one said
straw
that.
man.
No,
Why should we let you finish your
You
straw
already
man?
finished. You're finished. Okay.
Yeah.
We don't say you can see forever. Who the hell says that?
Bong, I said pause.
So your eyes.
No. You pause. Let me ask you a quick question, real quick. Let me clear this up. Do you know what Flat Earth
Let
Society
7-7
is?
finish. Let's let 7-7 just finish. I think he's only got a couple of minutes.
Your eyes have an angular resolution of 0.02 degrees. Right? You get that things converge. You already.
But eyes don't matter because I got a.
Let him finish.
You've already.
Eyes don't matter. I got a P900.
Your eyes don't matter because you have a camera.
Right. I can.
What are you talking about?
I can zoom.
So
TV.
You think the camera is some magical device, and now you can see an infinite distance?
Not infinite, but it grossly extends how far I can see. It's not infinity.
But not on
infinity,
a ball,
but it's quite far.
Not on a ball. Only on a flat surface.
Yeah.
How many?
Too far.
You're just tap dancing around the fact that we can see too far and making ridiculous.
But not far enough. That's my point. My whole point is
far
on
enough.
the globe you can see too far. On the flat, you can't see far enough. The 700-mile photo is beautiful because
so he had the oil
it's too
rig.
far for the globe,
talking,
but
mate,
then not far enough for the flat. That's it.
So he had the oil rigs, which puts that horizon at even if you gave it 10, it puts the horizon out at 200. It puts the radius of the Earth at 230,000 miles. Is that not big enough?
I don't know. You tell me.
You're saying we see too far, but not far enough. We're seeing this horizon at 10 miles. It's probably further than that, but that puts the radius of the Earth at 200.
You can see 700 miles.
The horizon. Yeah, I'm just talking about the 10 miles that we see behind the oil rigs. I'm not even talking about the 700 miles. You say we don't see far enough.
You should be talking about 700 miles.
Well, who cares? We even at the 10 miles, we've got it beat anyway. So at the 10 miles, it puts the radius out at 230,000 miles.
Right, but fuck it, it can't be flat because 700 miles.
Well, how far are you supposed to see on flat? Hold on. Well, how far are you supposed to see on flat?
At least 700 miles.
Based on
a photo.
Which
We're
one?
literally just talking about a photo of 700 miles.
So,
Right,
no,
so
what
you
are you?
can see
What?
700 miles. You
You should
see
move the
700
goal.
miles.
You should
What are
move
the
the goalpost
metrics
a little
behind
farther.
your claim of how far you're
Hold up.
supposed to see on a flat surface?
There are photos where you can see 2,000 miles.
For fuck's sake, how did he figure out how far he's supposed to see on a flat surface? What went into
Limited
this?
only by the heretic. Limited only by the atmosphere.
The
infrared and how did you come to that conclusion about the atmosphere?
That's
what did you
Bong
do?
said. That's what Bong said.
Okay,
The
so this is
infrared
Bong's
camera
claim.
can
You're
see-
arguing Bong's
can
claim
see
now.
mountains. The infrared camera can see mountains that are 2,000 miles away from an airplane. Like 2,000 miles
You
from
think
an
you
airplane.
can see 2,000 miles? Bong says
I
you
don't
can see
think
2,000 miles.
I don't think I can see it. You can go do this. You can go do it yourself. There are photos online of world record holders and Guinness World Record and people on airplanes with infrared cameras
I
showing
agree. I agree.
2,000 miles away. So 700
You can see
miles. Like where do you
2,000
get
miles.
that?
700 miles is
You can
nothing.
see.
So
So this tells us that the higher we go, the farther we see. That's what this is telling us.
Why would that be except for the fact that it's a globe?
The angular resolution of your eyes.
It's a made up nonsense because the P900.
I don't think you're ready to receive this information, bro. Like, I don't think your answers
ready to
are.
receive lies.
It's like a locked door, dude. You got this gate with locks on it and no entry, and we're trying to talk to you, and you're like, no, shaking your head, we're holding your god.
I just want you to be honest. If
Well,
angular
we are being
resolution is the
honest.
problem, if angular
You
resolution
need
of
to
my
open
eye
the
is the
gate.
problem, a
You need to
P900
open
fixes
the
it.
locks. You need to let the information in. You can't just sit there and say this is ridiculous. That's
Hang
how I
on,
know
man.
you're not listening.
Hey, do you think that? Do you think that a
Angular
camera has
resolution
a?
of my
Hey,
eye
hang
is
on,
the
mate.
problem, a
Hang on.
P900 fixes it.
Do you think the P900 has a limit to resolution as well?
I don't know, but what I know.
Well, does it work like an
what
eye?
I know, Tim, is that if the problem is the
Does it
angular
work
resolution
like
of
an
my
eye?
a P900
Does it
is
work
better
like
than
an
my eye.
Does it work like an eye?
I don't know. Does it? You tell me.
You're,
It's
you're a
better
waste of time,
than my
man.
eye. It's better
You're a
than
waste
my
of
eye.
fucking time.
It's better than my eye. That's all I have to say.
It's just glass. It's just glass, bro. It's just glass. Like, it's glass. You need your eye to stick your eye in there. It's nothing
Okay.
without your eye. Stop
He's
saying
made
that.
so many claims, though, and we're not asking him any questions about any of them.
Yeah.
You said that we're seeing too far for the globe, but not far enough for flat. Therefore, it's not flat. Therefore, it's globe. Is that the argument?
I said I accept that you're seeing too far for globe. You're not seeing far enough for flat. Therefore, it's not flat.
How do you
And
know? How do you
therefore,
know how
it's
far?
globe.
How far should you
never
see?
said-
So basically, you're saying that if it's flat, we should see as infinitely. That's what you're saying, right? We should see China from the beach. Is that what you're saying?
If
I should
there's
see
no
the
air,
Empire State Building from Australia. Is that what you're saying?
if there's no air or mountains or
Don't say it. Don't say it, because that's how I know that you have no idea how perspective works.
I don't know what
Just
it
just
is,
leave
but
it
I'm saying if there's
until
no
later.
air,
Look
if there's
it
no
up,
air or mountains or anything, then yes, you should.
Oh my God! I said, don't say it, bro. Come on.
What
man.
is it?
This is what the
What-
government.
what is
This is what all the trolls are doing on the internet, and this is where you get that information. If you never heard this from trolls or the internet, you would never think such
What
a
is
silly
the
thought.
it? What is the it? Don't say it.
The
What is
idea that you can see forever if the Earth is flat. Look, nobody is saying the Earth is flat or a ball, and nobody is saying that you can see forever. We're saying,
Correct.
we're saying
Yes,
that the
correct.
Earth
Bong, I agree.
is
I agree.
not a
I
ball.
agree.
That's what we're
No
saying.
air. No air. No air. It's flat. you still can't see forever because you only have so many cones and rods in your eye, and the angular resolution is a factor.
Exactly, because of the elevation
So,
that you're
personally,
observing from.
with my naked eye, you are 100% correct. I can only see so far.
Holy crap, dude!
Don't say that. But with the P900, what?
No,
You're
we're
Superman.
not going to continue. Okay, we got a whole bunch of fuck shittery on the table right now.
You got your
Dude, you're goodbye, friend. You're gone. Goodbye.
Okay,
you're
bye.
gone. The
Go
end.
prepare, man. Yeah, go research, dude. Like you're not ready for.
Dude,
We have
Bong,
someone
you need
new
to-
without
brothers,
roles.
You need to think. That's why. And if you're not ready to think,
man.
He just won't take his clown shoes off.
Dude, you guys are lucky my phone's half broken.
Good stuff.
All right, Roland, you get to live another minute. Now, pay attention. Angular resolution is not pixel density, for goodness frickin' sake. Angular resolution has nothing to do with the sensor. It has to do with the aperture and the angles of propagation. Goodness sakes, dude. The rods and cones, the amount of is the pixel density, the sensor density. That's completely independent from your angular resolution. You thought resolution and resolution are the same because they both say the word resolution.
If what
Good
you're saying
grief,
is
dude.
true, then I will become educated. I will look into that.
Look, I posted.
Dude, it's very simple.
Yeah, there's a very simple demonstration of a hallway, right? The ground and the ceiling, they converge and they go down until your eyes cannot make it out anymore. If you had a P900, you can increase your angular resolution and bring back a lot of it up to a certain extent. But you're not. You don't have superpowers. You cannot see an infinite distance.
P900 has a very different density than my eye.
we don't have eagle eyes.
A
right?
density of what, dude? Density of what?
Pixels, broads, cones,
Wrong.
pixels, whatever.
Holy fuck, dude. Your eye has way more pixel density than a P900, friend.
What? Really?
Dude, why don't you go learn something? Because it seems like you don't know anything.
You might be
Goodness
right.
sakes. Dude, it's not might be.
Okay, I'm wrong.
We're just talking about real, actual science, man. Like, and you're
No,
denying.
I'm going to go look up P900.
Dude, the P900 has very low resolution, even compared to other cameras. The reason is because they had to limit the aperture size and the amount of light that could come in order to get the zoom. So it has a subpar. I think it's like 16 megapixel or something like that.
What is the eye?
Your eye is like 700 or 540 megapixels or some ridiculous amount.
Really?
Yeah,
All right.
Yeah. So the longer the zoom lens is, the longer the zoom lens is, the less light you get. So you gotta compromise somewhere, right? Right. You know
yes.
how
Absolutely.
lenses work, right?
The more zoom,
So telephoto lens, requires way more light, which means you got to open up something somewhere to let light in, which means you got to sacrifice some kind of something somewhere, right?
Yeah, when they made the camera, they had a mission, right? And the mission wasn't high pixel density. The mission was to be able to shoot the moon in focus in full frame. That was their mission, and they accomplished it. I'm gonna make this one more time so you can understand, because it seems like you don't understand things. Their mission statement from the company that made the camera was to be able to shoot the moon in full frame in focus.
Cool. I believe you, dude. I'm not fighting you. It just seems like a weird mission statement, but I totally believe you.
Why would it be weird? Lots of people want to take...
Of all the things I would fight you on, that's definitely not one of them.
Think about it. Think about what else is there. What else is there to shoot that you want to shoot in full frame that's far away?
Sports athletes from nosebleed to make money.
Nobody cares about that. Everybody can do that already.
No, they can't. Dude, people pay big bucks to be down in the field.
That's great.
If you could shoot those photos from a ticketed seat, yeah, that's
but
money.
that's not how the world works, right? The real work. Did you know that the military has an? Did you know that the military? Let me finish. Did you know?
Would someone want a
Let
camera
me
like
finish what I'm asking. Did you
didn't
know that
listen
the
to me.
military has an entertainment department for Hollywood? Did you know that they're there to show people? You know, it's a propaganda. You know what I mean? They want people to think this about the military,
Marilyn
think this about
Monroe type
NASA,
stuff.
right?
USO,
Look, you said it's
USO,
weird, okay? And I'm trying to tell you it's weird to us because we think that the military and the government is this about that. But to them, it's normal. This is how things are normally done. Like, seriously, it's freaking evil. It sounds crazy, but I know. Sheesh, I don't know how to. Look it up. It's all control. Education, especially public education.
At least AI Arden gave me some stuff I can actually read about, and I think he's probably
you can't read about what I'm telling you.
I think AI is not lying to me. So,
and you think I'm lying to you?
No, I
Look,
don't.
I
think
just
you're
watched
lying to
Maverick.
me.
I just watched Top Gun Maverick. Okay, it was so good. I mean, I was like, wow, which is good. Is this better than the first one? And I looked up how it was made, and guess what? Guess what I learned? That every time Hollywood wants to do some kind of thing with the military, they need to go to the military to make it authentic, except for certain movies that make the military look bad. Platoon, The 4th of July. The military will not support that, right? But when you give them certain movies, they're going to tell you, they're going to remove characters, they're going to change lines because it's all propaganda. And you think NASA is showing you something, right? Come on.
We have 3 new people.
So Bong, did Forrest Gump make
Excuse me.
I love Forrest Gump.
So we have 3 new people.
Saying excuse me. Oh.
Alright. He's muted because he's had like a diarrhea of the mouth or something. So Tyler, you've been unmuted. Hugh, you've been unmuted. Black, I mean back to sleep, my bad. Black. I don't know why it's stopping. I'm addressing new people. You guys want to open your mics, you can say, hey, Tyler, you're muted.
Hey, what's up?
You know, you need the confidence to go at it alone, man. Like, don't rely on us.
So Tyler, what's up?
So I just want to say if the new people have any questions related to the topic, go ahead. You can open your mic, say hi. Welcome.
Yeah, I'm just chilling, listening. I'm a flat earther, so I'm just chilling.
I think people are afraid to make that leap, to take the leap, man. You know, you have to have faith in yourself. You know, God, you have a mind. Do it. It's your mind. Like, what are you afraid of?
Bong, I agree with you, Bong.
You have to, man. You got to free yourself. I was there. It was scary, but you know, you have to believe in yourself. It's true, man. I mean, you have to believe that you can do this. The world is fucked up. It's evil. It's worse than what you think, than what anyone can imagine it to be. It's worse. There's shit that we don't know about.
Let me ask you guys a question, because I feel like something that a lot of people get hung up on is like, they're like, well, if they're hiding the globe, that means that like every government in the whole world would have to be in on it, because all these different governments have a space program, right?
100%.
But that's what it is. They actually, they're all in on it. That's what it is, right?
Yeah.
You know.
It actually, yes. When I first thought that, when I first suspected that, I was like, oh, that's crazy. Come on, man. You think people don't cooperate? I was like, these aren't people. These are secret societies. They're a religion. They're a church. These are the Rosicrucians. This is the Rosicrucian order. These
I hear the question. Was there a question or no?
Well, you know that
The question I guess I would ask is like, how do you approach answering that question when people bring up the issue of like, oh, well, how could they all? Oh, every government's in on it. How could that possibly be? How do you approach answering that question?
it's called the United Nations. It's called the Catholic Church. It's called the Royal Society / Science Public Education. It's the media. All these governments, all their medias, all their military, all those guys are working together, right? You think Ukraine and Russia, you think all that shit is real. I laugh. I always laugh at. I don't laugh at the real people that are dying there, but I laugh at the people who believe that shit is real.
Well, I would just say that they're making the wrong argument. It's a geometric problem, and they're making a social argument against it. It's irrelevant.
Yeah.
And
I
they
mean,
don't
if it's not evident,
working in conjunction with each other. They don't necessarily have to be cooperating.
If the claim doesn't hold up, it doesn't matter what your incredulity is about why this many people would say what. It just isn't true. That's it.
I agree with that.
You ever heard of the Rosicrucian Order? I mean, it's off topic, but start there, man. You're gonna find some really messed up stuff, that we've been indoctrinated with. Might even piss you off.
You could give some simple examples, though. Like Pilot has never accounted for curvature or rotation, but let's say a lot of them believe they are flying over a globe, even though they've never experienced anything that would indicate that. So it's just compartmentalization. It's not like they're like, thinking about it.
Yeah, but that's a problem, you see, because it's a moot point. Because the globe model is constructed in such a way that all the effects are negligible, right? So you wouldn't have to account for them, essentially. Now, they would say that's an argument for their favor. You don't have to account for the globe, therefore the Earth's a globe.
Well, we do live in an upside-down world, so maybe it's just upside down.
Exactly. If the Earth was a globe, it'd be so big you wouldn't notice it. It'd be moving so slow you wouldn't notice it, etc., etc. Therefore, the Earth's a globe.
Oh, so you'd experience it as flat and motionless. Therefore, it'd be a spinning ball.
Yeah, and if I was a man, you wouldn't notice it.
That is how you know it's a globe, because it's not.
Okay, so if you experience no globe, that's how you know it's a globe.
Yes.
You got it, bro.
Oh, I got it now.
That's the philosophy. Yes, that's the idea.
That's the part
but transversely, there are times where you experience things that are alleged parts of the globe that don't fit. So, for example, our esteemed colleague, Mr. Talking My Nonsense, decided to avoid that point, which is this. He didn't want to say, I know things are going over the horizon because I can't see the bottoms of them. He tried to say, oh, the whole thing I can't see. The problem is, that's a claim in the globe. It's if I can't see the bottom of something, it's obstructed by Earth curvature. Problem is, you can go out on small bodies of water where the geometric horizon is not anywhere to be found based on their metrics. And you can see the same effects. You can see the bottoms of things disappear. Right? Proving that their claim that it's necessary that you need a globe for that is false. Putting the phenomenon in the category of optics, which we all already know anyway. So when it comes to the globe and they have all these, you don't see it, you can't feel it, you can't smell it, you can't taste it, you can't touch it, but I promise you it's real. And then on the other side, you got, oh, this one thing that I claim has to be there, a geometric horizon of a globe of a certain size in order for the bottoms of things to be obstructed. But you can see the same effect on a small body of water. So what's the problem here? Now, keep in mind, this friend was asked for proof when he came in, and his proof was, I can't see the bottom of the boat. Can't see something, therefore the Earth's a globe.
That's something I would have said when I was like 10 years old, or 11, because I don't understand anything. That's something I would say, at that age, because I watched TV, because I saw it on Bill Nye the Science Guy. But it's not something a thinking person, an adult, that's thinking would say, right?
Also,
Or the new guy.
because you have an angular field of view.
I was trying to introduce new people. Well, at least we have one left.
What? You seen how many beers are left in the fridge?
When you increase in elevation, you increase that angle of view. And that video he just posted is a really good example for the boats, the RC boat.
Dude, it's obvious. Okay? You got the law of triangles, right? As you increase the leg, the angle gets what? Bigger or smaller? Well, the answer's smaller. Right? But if you increase the adjacent leg, the angle gets
bigger.
More light that you could see. So then we got this problem, like these people, right? If the earth was flat, I could see forever. Right? As long as I had a powerful enough optic. Problem is, go look at the angular resolution formula. What's part of the formula? Obviously the angle, but also the wavelength of light. So once you fall below a certain nanometer of angle, you're not going to be able to see anything. Now, if all the light coming from the object is approaching 0 degrees because it's directly in front of you, and it's a certain distance away from you, right? Then you're not going to be able to see it. So, no, it's not true that you can see forever straight ahead.
Any comment on how far I'm supposed to see if it's flat?
Forever.
I'm just wondering if you could give me a figure here, because he's saying we're not seeing far enough, so I'm just wondering how far is far enough.
Infinity symbol.
You have to see.
Go ahead.
I was going to say you have to see the back of your own ass, but that was Rumpus's globe refraction miracle.
So that'd prove a globe.
Oh, man, that's funny.
So no matter what
that
distance
was
you
funny.
see, it's going to prove a globe.
When it came out.
The problem was that Rumpus looked in the mirror and thought he accomplished it. The rest of you will get that eventually.
But when I first came to Flat Earth to prove that the Earth is a ball, I thought this is easy to prove. All I need to get is a footage from NASA, right? And you're going to see, right, this video, and it's going to turn into a ball. Wait here, let me go get it. Watch this. 10 years later, 6 years later, 7 years later, it's like, it doesn't exist, man. I couldn't find anything. When you can't find that very simple evidence and you have to grasp at straws, something's wrong. Something is very wrong.
Someone correct me if I'm wrong, but it seems like this is how it goes. If you see literally any distance, it's a globe.
Yeah, the 11-year-old me thinks that. Yeah, thought that.
It doesn't matter if it's flat because it's a globe,
Yeah, you can make it fit. Whatever you see, you can make it fit.
For the longest time, I thought I thought curved lines are virtually straight lines too. They're just too small to see the straight. But then when I found out that was total bullshit lie from hell, I kind of killed everything, right? You put a ruler on a basketball and it's like, It's not true. Why did you think there were no such things as straight lines? Bong. It's like, according to the globe, there shouldn't be straight lines or 90-degree angles or any of that silly stuff because we live on a ball, right? And this is all made up in our head, right? Flatness, 90 degrees, the buildings, the things we build on a flat surface, non-rotating. That's all in our head, right? Because it's really a ball, right? Like, straight lines don't exist, right? You have never known a straight line if you think the Earth is a ball, because that straight line you drew is actually a curved line. I mean, what does that do to your mind? How do you reconcile that? You don't, because in geometry, they're not the same thing. What is pi? What does pi represent? Constantly changing what? What is constantly changing? Angle. There is no angle. There are no angles on a sphere. There's curvature. There's a changing slope constantly, right? Right? Straight lines, curved lines, are they the same thing? Yes or no? Can you draw a triangle on a ball? How many degrees would you get? Draw it on a basketball and then scale it up to 4,000 mile radius and see what kind of angles you get. You know what they're going to tell you? It's locally flat. There you go. No curved lines. No curved surfaces on the ocean. You have to assume it's flat and non-rotating. You have to assume that the stars, sun, and the moon are moving. We're not. If you want to get somewhere to your destination, sailing and stuff, Christopher Columbus, come on, man. He thought the Earth was a ball and he navigated the world thinking it was a ball? Really?
That's just a story everybody was told. Hey, Bong, how you doing?
Hey, how you doing? I'm doing better. It's a bit cold in Australia.
Hey. Wonder for y'all?
Yeah, it's our winter.
Haha.
Because the sun is over here. Yeah, it's over here, not over there.
How the minds is playing tricks on you.
The globe is playing tricks on me.
It made you think it existed or something? That's a trick it played.
Well, the funny thing that got me tripping in my journey, if you take 20 panes of clear glass, you can look through every pane by themselves and stack them up. Damn it, I can't see nothing behind it. And if you look at the air, you can only see so far. And I thought about it as a pane of glass. You can only see so far. The glass is clear. Yeah. But there's material in between everything.
Yep. And light has to travel through the glass.
So how far are we supposed to see if there's no curve?
Well, it all depends on how blind you are, because there's a lot of people on this earth that's blind as a motherfucker.
What about the guy? The black swan wasn't far enough for flat. He must know how far we're supposed to see if flat. How far is that?
I mean, did he use his eyes? Did he use the lens that could see better than the man that could see?
I don't know. Let's find out what he used.
I was trying to say He's trying to say that we should be able to see infinitely. Like what?
Is that what he's saying?
Yeah, that's his argument. That's what's sneaky. That's why he's hiding behind his, little argument, his little. Oh, it's not. I see too far, so okay, could it be a ball? But I see too far to be a.
With a
It's not far enough.
P900, I should see right to the edge of existence. Is that it? Is that the claim? I'm just trying to figure out the claim.
There are better cameras with better zoom lenses, right? Like, gee, what is a P900? Is that the crap they're propaganding on freaking TV? And like, is that Nikon's new?
Wait,
Yeah,
with,
like how
that,
far am I supposed to see?
with that logic, I should be able to see my own ass with refraction on the globe, right?
Yeah.
Did you account for refraction when you came to that conclusion? Did you account for weather, atmosphere? That's a contradiction in terms. My bad.
That's why I said when you look through 20 panes of glass stacked up together, you can't see that. You can't see as far as looking beyond the 20 panes of glass. I can guarantee you that. You got a lot more material between you and what you're seeing.
So if I have a P900, though, don't you think I should be able to see through infinite planes of glass?
Okay. How many panes of glass is in a P900?
Is in a P900.
Okay.
I don't know.
How many lenses are in a P900?
I don't know. Let's see what Respogan has to say about this. It was his idea that we should be able to see to the end of existence. Or something like that. I'm not sure. I'm not sure how far we're supposed to be seeing. So, Respogan, should we be able to just see through infinite panes of glass? Or, like, what is the limitation here? What is your value? How did you get it?
Do you even know how the P900 even works? Better yet.
Yeah, I don't know. Who are you talking to?
Yeah,
Me or the Glober?
The Glober. I'm just making sure.
Okay.
Yeah, no, he doesn't. He just heard of it. The P900. That's what he's heard from the troll, from the flat Earth.
Well, I'll
trolls.
catch Redman up. Here's exactly what he said. We showed him the black swan. He said, yes, we're seeing too far for the globe, but not far enough for flat. And I'm just trying to figure out what far enough for flat is.
My bad.
Infinite. Yeah, that's what he means. He's bringing in these.
Is that what he
That's
said?
because those are the arguments that he's read up on, and he hasn't even bothered to research, what he needs to research. So he's just here bringing arguments and not knowing, how to argue the arguments or what the arguments mean. So I don't think this guy is ready to do anything. He's just going through the arguments, trying to see what sticks, what doesn't stick, and I hope he's learning that none of those arguments are good, or they're not even arguments and just lies.
It did seem like he was missing the point on purpose the entire time.
Yeah. The gate is closed.
Seems like that.
Yeah. Somebody's home, but nobody's opening the door. Hey, no, you're in there. Nope. No one's home. Go away.
Got his tap dance shoes on still.
Yeah.
They're not tapping. It's going in silence. Good to hear y'all, boys. I'm glad to hear y'all still here.
Glad to hear you too, bro. I think fear I think is the big thing, fear of, well, where do I get the information? Who am I going to trust? Well, I'm not going to trust these people on the internet. And I think fear of, losing your dirt, not knowing where you're lost in the ocean. I think that fear is there. Like, I'm going to be all alone. It's like, you were always all alone. Now you're afraid of it.
Bomb. That's why you go do it yourself.
No. See, at least you're free now. Yeah? At least nobody's telling you what to think anymore. So what? You have one life to live. Yeah. Fair enough if you screwed up your marriage. Fair enough if you screwed up your relationship with your loved ones, right? But do you really want to screw this one up? Like the reality? Don't you think that a lot of your problems, whoever's listening, comes from this belief system that you live on a ball with limited resources? You gotta be a part of this economy that's controlled by these people that's lied to us about the ball. It's better to just walk away from it and figure it out again on your own. Don't you think that's better, Glober? Or is Cypher from the Matrix right?
So he gave me an answer in the lobby. He said, if flat and no air, then yes, geometrically, we'll see forever.
No air.
Yeah, that's.
I don't know what
I like
the.
to breathe. I
don't really know. Yeah, I don't really get what the no air stipulation is for, because obviously that doesn't apply anywhere. But
Because
cool
I brought
story.
it up. Yeah, I brought it up to make a point to him about the plane that's obstructing, right, or whatever the object is. I tried to make that point, but now he wants to talk about if there's no air, then we should see forever. Oh, I don't know where the hell you get the idea that you can see forever from, right? That's
Or
where's
the
that
idea
on,
where
like,
there's somewhere we
Mars?
can go and there's an infinite stretch of no air. So it seems pretty inapplicable to any situation where we might be testing for the Earth's curvature or lack thereof.
Guys, because I removed the air to remove some of the factors. I'm trying to remove all the factors that obstruct our vision. Okay, and all we're left with is a plane beneath us and an object moving away, and we're standing on that plane. That's what I was trying to paint for him. The triangle, like AI pointed out, right? Like your elevation, the adjacent height, okay, versus the length, the bottom, right? That's as far as you can see. That's the point I was trying to make with that. But now. He's grabbing onto this. We should be infinitely forever if there was no air. You said it, Paul. You said it, Paul.
This is
Like, are you
just his way of trying to reverse the burden of proof. That's all it is.
right? I was like, come back when you're ready.
Yeah, but in so doing, he's making claims himself. He's saying it's not far enough for flat, so he must have some sort of a metric for testing flat. He must know of some sort of distance, which should be a limit, which he just gave as infinite, but it applies to no air, which is irrelevant here in reality.
Yeah, that's their argument. Infinite. It's so stupid. I don't even want to talk about it. It's like go take a geometry course, then go take a sketch course. Drawing, and maybe some architecture. To help you understand. Maybe surveying. Go do some surveying. Learn how radio works. And then come back and talk. Because just sitting here and making claims. Hey, do you know Yoda's real? Yeah, Yoda. Yeah, I know him. Yeah, I'm making a claim, right? I'm making a claim. Are you going to call me on it? Of course you can call me on it. But when you make the claim, what? No scientist, no astrophysicist is going to agree with you on that. Okay, I'm trying to say that these arguments come from stupid people who are trying to make us look like stupid people. And you picking up that argument and coming here is going to remove you from the actual whatever you want to call scientists. The science community will frown upon that. Refraction. This refraction.
He responded in the lobby, yeah. He only knows just in terms of pure geometry, so that would apply to no air. He says, sorry if that's a straw man. It's kind of a red herring. Doesn't address the point.
Like you shouldn't bring if you're going to bring an argument against, for the globe, you should bring the arguments that NASA's making, the arguments that Neil deGrasse Tyson is making, people who are called science communicators, because they're the ones who are authoritative content, right? To tell you what to tell us. You should at least be making those arguments, and not the trolls' arguments, because that kind of puts you out of the debate, or it's not even a debate, it's a discussion. Now you sound like some uneducated person who doesn't know what he's talking about. Just leave those arguments there and go learn the actual thing and then come back.
He's talking about an abstract world of pure conceptual geometry, not the one that we're actually in and testing for curvature within.
Non-Euclidean.
Yeah. Where are you getting this chat from? Let me see.
Oh, the chat. He was posting in the lobby. I think he's in live stream voice text now. It's Raspoggin.
All right. Get in voice. What the world?
Yeah, he is in voice. I don't know why he's not talking anymore. Typing for some reason instead now.
Don't give him no more shine. Let a turd be a turd.
What do you want?
Fair.
There he is. Are you here?
I've been here.
Okay. Why are you texting, not talking?
Because I don't like interrupting.
You're not interrupting. I mean, if you talk, you're the one we're interested in
Well, it's
talking
kind of a weird thing to say since, I mean, we were talking to you, so answering us wouldn't really be interrupting.
Yeah. It's all right.
Did you hear how many times people said to me, "Stop over talking me"? Like,
the floor is yours.
Okay. That movie Hamilton was awesome.
The movie. What the fuck?
Where's in it?
What do you mean the floor is mine? You said. All right.
Where did you get the idea? Where did you get the idea that you can see infinitely far if the Earth was flat? Where does that idea come from? The idea that the Earth is a ball, or does it come from the internet? Is that something you researched and found online?
No and no.
Without air. That's all I want to ask. Sorry about.
Yeah, he said without air.
So it's a coincidence that your mind thought this up, and it's exactly the same thing that all these trolls think. That's a coincidence, right?
I do not know.
You should be able to see infinitely forever. That's a coincidence.
I don't know.
That your argument and every troll's argument is the same. Are you sure you didn't pick it up from something you saw?
Well, I mean, to be fair, he did admit that doesn't really apply to the real world because he said with no air.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about no air. I do not know about the other trolls. I do not know about every other troll.
Yeah,
I do not know
why?
what other abuses you have suffered, Bong.
Yeah.
And I don't know why Heretic keeps trying to overtalk you and me.
Yeah, but why? Why are you talking about the world with no air?
Why do you keep trying to overtalk me and him?
Yeah, so I can get an answer to this. Why are you talking about a world with no air? Is that what you think this is?
Because it's simple.
Is that what you think we're asking about?
I think it's useful.
Abuse of suffered.
I don't know what you're asking about. I think it's useful.
Since I was
we're asking about how far we would see if oceans and lakes and bodies of water, etc., are flat, right? And you said that we don't see far enough. Then you started talking about how we would see infinitely given no air, which is obviously inapplicable to the situation here on Earth. So what's that got to do with anything?
Not obviously inapplicable. Not
okay. Explain.
Do you understand what I explained about triangles and our perspective?
Explain. How is it inapplicable?
Why do you ever talk Bong?
Why is it inapplicable? Why don't you finish your points?
Why don't you pick a spokesman?
No.
I picked myself.
This is how we do it. Just go ahead. Answer.
No air. How is that inapplicable to the situation here on Earth where there is air? What are you talking about?
Okay, so I can only hear if one of you talks at a time.
Okay, yeah. You didn't hear the question for the second time?
I don't know. It could be the fifth time. You keep over-talking each other.
No, you keep just doing whatever you can to not answer. So you said that this hypothetical situation of pure geometry and no air is not inapplicable to the situation on Earth where there is air. How can that be?
Because simplifications are often useful.
Yeah, but they're not relevant.
They are relevant.
It's not valid. It's not a true representation
Finally, you
of
found
the
something.
situation.
Finally, you found something.
Shut
Correct.
up.
They're not.
It's not.
valid.
It's not a representation of the
It is a
situation.
representation.
Not a
It
true
is.
representation. Not a
with
true
the thing you got right.
representation.
Stick
Not
with
a
the thing
true
you got right.
representation because it doesn't include air.
Stick with the thing you got right.
Yeah, I got it all right. So not a
You
true
didn't get any of it
representation.
right.
It is.
Ras, wait for your turn to talk, dude.
Yeah, it's obviously not a true representation because we're not in a world without air. So
I did.
What
wait
is
for my
what is the
turn to
validity?
talk, and they said, "Why aren't you talking?"
Yeah. So what is the validity?
It
Because
is,
it's useful.
by definition, it's kind of a representation because when you represent someone, you're representing a version on the legalist. You're representing you could be representing a straw man of the thing. Okay.
So is it a true representation?
It is not a true thing. It's basically you are talking about something else that is part of whatever definition you're trying to make up, but it's not the real thing.
It's wild to hear heretics say 8 inches per mile squared isn't a true representation. That's like,
So you're hallucinating. Because I never once said that.
but no, that's true. You didn't say those words. However, the words that you did say mean the exact same thing. You
No, they don't.
cannot believe 8 inches per mile squared is somehow a true representation.
That's not even close to what I said.
Okay. Fair. Do you think 8 inches per mile squared is a true representation? Yes or no?
No.
Do you think 8 inches per mile squared is useful representation?
No.
Do you think 8 inches per mile squared is approximately correct?
No.
No.
Wow.
Not as it compares to reality. Not the real world.
No,
It's
in
a-
reality, that's why it is a representation because you're representing an idea of a
Do you
fantasy
think 8
thing.
inches per mile squared is completely
Yes.
false?
It's a mathematical concept.
Where does it? Do you even know where it comes from? 8 inches per mile square.
Yes,
where does
I
that
do,
number
and I
come from?
love these answers. Wow.
It comes from the radius. Wait. We know it comes from the radius. It was calculated. It was never measured.
It comes from observation.
No,
He's
it
talking
doesn't.
about the applicability
What
of
else?
it.
3,959 mile radius. Okay, that's where it comes from. It's a calculation.
He's talking about the
Never see
applicability of
shorter
it.
than 8 inches per mile squared. Period.
Okay,
he's talking about
then
the
let's back it up a
applicability
little
of
bit.
it.
Let's back it up
Well,
some more. Where
hold
did the
on.
radius come from?
Bong.
Where was the radius?
Bong. He just said he never sees shorter than 8 inches per mile squared, so that equates to 1.2 miles times square root of observer height in feet. But then the next question would be, what the hell?
Show me an observation where you see shorter than that.
Hold up a sec. He's trying to equate the 8 inches per mile squared to what he wants to talk about with, seeing infinitely.
Show me something where you see shorter.
Right? Okay, so people have made observations and taken measurements to compare the 8 inches per mile squared with reality. When have you applied what you're talking about to reality to see if it matches?
Right. I'm asking you to show me something where shorter was.
When have you applied what you're talking about to reality to see if it matches?
Wait. What do you mean shorter? Like a smaller ball?
Yeah. Do you know that Black Swan or Riggs thing?
There is look. That's not
do
even.
you know the Black Swan or
Shorter. Why would it be shorter?
Bong, you asked me a question. Bong asked me a question. Bong, you know the Oryx.
You haven't answered one question, you
I'm
moron.
not talking to you.
All right,
You
look,
haven't
stop this.
answered
Just
one
no. Stop.
question, you moron.
Hold on. Like we're not doing this, okay? Answer the questions. We go back and forth. Don't. Let's not do this. Oh, you said this, you said that, but me, but them. No. Let's just keep it simple, man. Like 8 inches per mile square. Where do you think that number comes from?
Where do I think it comes from? You.
You think we made it up? You think we made that number up?
Yes.
Well, why would you think
Where
that?
do you think it comes from?
I don't have to think about where it comes from. You take the radius and you calculate for its curve rate. Okay,
It's a curvature approximation based on the globe radius.
exactly.
As claimed.
But the question is, where did the globe radius come
It's
from?
an approximation.
What was the radius of the globe measured, or was it calculated? What do you think?
So we're allowed to use approximations?
No, I'm not asking what you're allowed. I'm asking, do you think that somebody actually measured the curvature of the Earth and derived radius, or do you think they calculated
I do.
based
Yes,
on
Bong,
some
I do.
idea?
Yes, Bong, I do.
Okay, who do you think did that? Do you think that we can do that today?
The approximation that you have is like 10,000% off. Like 10,000%.
How
That's
they
your
don't want me
approximation.
to answer you?
It's more like 40,000% off. Yeah. No, I know. Well, I know the answers, and I'm trying to lead you,
you
to
do.
where this comes from, right? The
Look how
radius.
they don't even want me to actually answer with wrong answers. They
Because we've heard those answers. Yeah, I know. Because we've heard those answers so many times. We want people
Actually,
to
I would
think
love
about.
it if you could. I would love it if you could. He asked you who actually measured this radius. Would you be able to answer? Are you just going to talk about this instead of answering the question? This is your chance, dude. This is your chance. This is your chance to answer the question. Why spend it doing this?
I don't want a chance.
Figures.
You don't want to
Bong
what?
said it all. Bong said we don't need you to answer. We know we've heard everything. So take it away.
Well, I need you to think. We want you to think for yourself,
Want me to
right?
think. I was
Yes,
trying
I
to
do. That's
answer
why I
your
asked you.
question, and you
What do you
overtalked
think?
me,
right?
so you
Ray, let me finish. You said, I asked you what you think, and you said you think it was measured. Okay, and that's wrong. But I want to ask you the next question: who do you think measured it, and when did they do that? That was, that we're moving forward. We're trying to move forward here, right? So
sure.
Do you
Like,
have
at
any
least,
idea?
At least 5 people in antiquity are recorded as measuring, and in modern times, fucking hundreds of people.
Okay, let's start with the first person or one person. At least, has NASA done it? I mean, if thousands of people have done it, then NASA 100% must have done it many times, right? At least 10, 20 times, maybe. Demonstrated for the class, right? They should. Why in school did I never see NASA show how the globe was measured? Like, why do they teach me how to brush my teeth and eat spinach in space and play guitar? And not this, you know what I mean?
Yeah. So who measured?
Who when?
What school did you go to, Bong, where they taught you to brush your teeth in space, but didn't teach you about?
See, every extraneous thing, every single extraneous thing that you say, he'll just use it to get off the point. So probably just want to be concise.
What is the point? What is the point that Bong is making?
Ask him again.
Who measured? I'm asking you. You said
and hold my feet to the floor.
Thousands of people have measured it. That's what you said, right? So out of these thousands of people that have measured
I suspect so. Yes. In modern,
at least NASA should at least be in those thousands of people, right? But guess what? They don't. You know what NASA says?
NASA has many satellites in orbit.
Oh yeah. None of them measures the globe. None of them measures the curvature or the size of the globe. None of them have been used to ever do that. Like, you know what NASA's answer is?
Takes a live stream footage which can
that is not going to measure. That does not show us how we know the radius. Okay, showing me a ball, showing me Universal Studios logo, right?
Be quiet.
Not
God
evidence.
damn.
I'm asking you who. Give us the name. There's a name.
Hey, Bong, if
Starts with E.
Listen real quick.
Okay, let me give you a hint. His name starts with E and ends with Eratosthenes. Okay, that's his name. Eratosthenes, right? That's who NASA claims. Yeah, NASA says that's where the radius of the globe came from. Now, you claimed that hundreds, maybe thousands of people have done it.
Where did
Name
NASA
one.
say that's where it comes from?
So you name me one out of these. Would it surprise you? Would it shock you if you found out?
You're saying that NASA says he was one of the original people that figured it out?
Oh man, you don't even know your own lore. Jesus.
Yeah,
I don't know my own lore. I'm not a Glober.
Hey, I was a Glober. I was a hardcore Glober. Let me teach you the lore, right? Let me explain.
I think you guys are studying the globe better than the Glober.
You're wasting your time with the dude.
I'm not wasting my time with Bong. Bong is...
No, dude. Shut up. Way so much waste of time.
How would it shock you to find out that NASA has not measured the curvature of the Earth at all, ever?
Boring as fuck.
Would it surprise you?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
See?
So where does
I would be floored.
NASA is like for woke guys that show
I was.
And
I was floored.
Spotlight. That's NASA. If you believe in NASA, you go drink Spotlight and target men's clothing section.
$40 billion a year.
Why is Jim Z talking about men's clothing section? What? Did I miss something?
He didn't say that.
He didn't say that. You just heard it in your mind.
Why? So one, you have to ask the question: why has NASA not provided this information? Why have they not done these things? Well, I need to be. I want to know. I want to learn this stuff, right?
Yeah, just give them that question. Why? Why haven't they done it?
Yeah.
Mom, don't waste it. Troll.
Trying to get him on the hook. I'm looking for the right bait.
That's a very small fish. Tadpole.
Fish is fish.
Well, you can just ask. There is a way to just end it and just say, so who measured it and when? Tell us.
That's it. That's it.
And how?
He doesn't have it. He doesn't have it. We all know he doesn't have it. What are you asking for it?
Okay, so the point, right? You don't know who measured it or how, so you just believe someone has. Okay, in the same way that people believe in different religious ideas or whatever, this is blind faith, right? So it's up to you to go figure it out.
Steph Curry.
Be honest, I don't even think it's blind faith. I don't even think he believes it. I think he's just a troll.
When you do
That's
look
just
it
my
up,
opinion.
The belief is in a lie. He believes in a lie. It's not just a belief. He believes a story, a lie, a construct of the mind. And he's putting his mind into that and talking to you mentally from that place that he's never experienced. And he says, this is where I live. This is where I'm at. That's his mindset. And that's where his statements come from. And he's telling you, this is my reality. Where is it where can we verify that? In his mind.
Shit, I'm not trying to go there. I'm good.
when you do look up what Eratosthenes or the radius and where it comes from, you're going to run into somebody named Neil deGrasse Tyson. And he's going to tell you some lies to set it up first. First, he's going to tell you that light rays are parallel, right? That's the first thing he's going to tell you. And then he's going to tell you, look at the shadows, right?
Can we just get rid of this guy again?
I mean, if you guys want to.
Let's get rid of him again.
No, just leave him.
He's really fucking boring.
He can just sit
just
there.
come back
It's fine.
with another name.
You can sit here and listen if he wants, but we don't have to get rid of him.
The belief is not the problem. It's the mindset of that belief. What is the mentality? Where is the idea coming from? But in reality, we operate in reality 99% of the time. But that belief, that foundation of reality, is just out of whack, out of place. It's a belief that is wrong.
Yeah.
Mm. You know, right now I'm imagining Jamesy sitting there with a crystal ball going
in the dark.
Sounds like
I believe
under the sheets.
Not under the sheets. I'm sitting down
Yeah. Is everyone
I
leaving
do have
your
some
house?
crystals, but I'm not touching them. The only crystal I'm looking at is the screen of the computer and the cell phone that is.
Yeah.
The candles are lit. The orb is glowing.
No candles. It's dark. It's dark.
Zen.
Yeah, Boulder, come on. You're a disappointment, dude. I just want to see this globe that you're talking about. And you can never show it to us.
He's just gonna keep on being a disappointment.
There's no proof there. Come on.
Yeah.
Let him off.
I'm still holding out my hopes for Santa Claus.
Hey.
Man, come on, Jim.
Don't expect a globe.
He's okay. He's okay.
He is okay.
It's not there.
That's what I'm saying, that don't be trying to get something from him that we know he doesn't have. The globe, guys. You really want the globe that bad? Come on, guys. Be better.
Yeah, come on. It's a Tooth Fairy. Come on.
Oh, I just really wanted the Tooth Fairy.
It's comedy hour here.
Keep it real. Sensible.
No.
Because if you let Bone go into the globe mindset, he's gonna just, go in.
Yeah.
I can hear that he's trying, but I think I can also hear that he's afraid.
He's trying to troll you really hard, bro. That's what he's trying to
I can hear that he's scared of letting go of his reality. Because I was.
And he's just a clown.
Bong. He let go of his own reality a long time ago. What the fuck are you talking about?
Hey, Helio.
Helio.
Oh, you know what I mean.
What's up?
You know what I mean. Like when I was going through it.
His feet are on the ground just like everybody else's, and he walks in reality, but he acts as a character of the fantasy plays that he's probably incentivized to do, or maybe has a romantic relationship with that idea. He's holding it so tight. The only reason. Or there might be also a parasitic infection of the mind as well, so that's a possibility too.
Yeah, it's sort of weird. It's just like, doesn't matter what you say. Like, I'm a glober, and it doesn't matter what weird concept I come up with. Like he was saying, if there was no atmosphere, I'd be able to see the entire Earth all at the same time. That's what he said earlier. So you can just discount every fucking thing he says after that.
Yeah, that's because he's not a glober.
Yeah, man, the guy sounds like he doesn't know anything. It's like
he's not a glober. He said he's not a glober, and he's correct. He's not a glober. He's not interested in proving the globe or debunking the globe or anything about it. He's an anti-flat earther. His focus is on debunking flat Earth.
Or not even that, just trolling it.
The hijacked of terms.
I got something better. Sorry.
No, go ahead, man. I spoke. Go ahead. You speak.
No, I only thing I was gonna say, I got something real for Helio in a last stream. There you go.
What?
Side note. Sorry.
So the labeling of material and the hijacked of meanings of words like glober, flat earth, or true or false, or bendy and curving, and straight lines or triangles, the hijack of that language and the meaning of words in the actual reference from our immediate
even refraction, right? I mean, refraction's the globe, right, Genzi?
Yeah. That all the language has been hijacked, and we have come into a comprehension that we overstand the ground because we're looking down to it, and then we look across it, and then we look up. We look up to observe the phenomena above, and in understanding all of this, because you take it in as a sense of from your sensory inputs and what we experience and can verify and demonstrate, and from there you make determinations of things and accomplish goals, right? But this idea of the fantasy land that you cannot demonstrate or experience, it's just a product of the mind, like any other falsifiable idea, or things that you cannot verify. And that's the claim of the globe. but you can't just be pushing it on people yourself because it's detrimental for the both sides. Actually,
There you go, here, Leo.
It's a mere belief.
I believe in this is right here.
On
Sorry.
I'm talking about that from Moreton to Brisbane.
That's a brisket. Yeah. That's more real than the damn globe. I smoked the shit out that motherfucker.
that guy dropped. He just dropped. He came here. He wanted to talk about the globe, and he couldn't. What happened?
My bad. I like food. I don't know about y'all.
I like food. I just had not too long ago. I had something.
Wait. Let me.
Rebuy.
Yeah, I ate once.
77. 77
precious.
Did you take that image?
No, I did that. That's me.
No, not me. I like it. It's a great little thing.
Oh, who was that? I'm sorry.
Redman.
Red.
Oh, that. I thought you were in America.
I am in America. I'm in Georgia. What you talking about?
Yeah, I know. I saw your footage in Atlanta. You took that footage from the building in Atlanta. Oh,
This is past Saturday. Come on. You know that other dude. He ain't got no good stuff. I got some good. Man, that was some good shit.
That is good. Like that.
I got proof. I can do some shit like this. He ain't got no proof of this globe, so.
Hey, you ain't been here for like a month, have you, Redman? You've been a while.
Yeah.
A little bit. Hey, man, we get busy. We get busy.
Yeah. You know, the job come and play. It can't be on Discord like that.
Hell yeah, man. And good to see you again, brother.
Yes, sir. Got to keep roof over my head. So. I like my house.
And I know for a fact that any Glober want to hear about the globe and learn about it, they can definitely do it here.
No, actually, I would like them to prove the globe, please. Sorry.
But do you really want that? Is that what you really want?
Well, I mean, if they can prove it, better than what I say like this. Prove the globe better than they can prove this meat that I smoked. 9 hours.
Something that I want, the globe. I don't need the globe. The weed, I'll take it.
I always like this. Check this meme out.
Post.
That shit. I always liked that one. I thought it was.
I just smoked a freaking half a blunt not too long ago, so yeah.
Get away from my globe. Just my globe. It's mine.
Indica. That's why I'm not yelling at you guys anymore.
No, come on. Don't be like that.
Got that couch lock.
Couch lock.
I mean, shit.
Yes, reform the languages. Take your language back, guys, and utilize it correctly. Try not to be pushing that globe too much to anybody or yourselves. Okay?
Hey, Jamsy, don't worry about it. They push the globe on us all day long, so they come to us.
Give it back to them.
No, but they come to us every single day, and they ask us questions. We answer.
And that's my point, because they want to give us that shit. You want to give us a globe? Okay, you take some globe. Take it. You want it? You come here.
Yeah.
Let's go.
That's what it's like. We're in a good position. It's just like, hey, we're sitting here, Flat Earth Discord, 24/7. You came here. Why don't you tell us why you know that Earth is a globe? And then they'll be like, no, you tell us why you know it's flat. I was just like, no. Well, I'll certainly do that, but I mean, but we know the flat and globe together. Tell me what's your question for me?
Yeah, he joined. I heard you guys were looking for Globers, and he joined. So he claimed the globe for some reason, and he just joined. Hey, you guys want a Glober? I'm here.
Okay. Yeah.
That's I don't know. That's gonna.
Well, and then and they're talking to flat earthers that used to be Globers, right? And then we just start talking to them, and then they'll ask us the same redundant questions we've heard over and over for years on end.
Nafi, I seen that image before. I mean, is he like a new member? Listening pass only? What's up, Nafi? I mean, not even in this. Oh, he is in this. Nafi, you've been a mirror, bro. You're a mirror, Nafi.
And to be honest, I mean, I don't tire of it, which is weird, right? Otherwise, we wouldn't be doing this 24 hours a day. I want new people to come in here and ask us why we think the Earth is not this globe that they told us it was.
At the least, we should be able to allow people to go back to their senses, to come back and be like, you know what?
Sure, yeah.
I think this stuff is true. I mean, I think.
And if they listen to us long enough, we argue with each other. We don't know what this place is, but it's definitely not what they told us it is.
That is true.
You know, I mean, how much time do we spend arguing with each other on here?
All day long, 24.
So yeah, we don't all agree with each other. It's not like this is a freaking church of the flat Earth or anything. We argue with each other all the time. So
this is the church is put together.
And it shouldn't be.
Nafi, you're flat, bro. You gonna say something, Nafi? Nafi, you've been muted, Nafi. Nafi Taffy. You gonna ignore me after I saw you flashing, Nafi? Go ahead, remember
I like this one. Sir, if I am to be insulted, I must first value your opinion.
That's a good one. Because people were out there just trying to say, hey, my opinion is important. Like, okay.
That's you know that character that's from what's the freaking movie? Tombstone. He's like, I'm your Huckleberry. That's him, Val Kilmer. That's one of his best roles, by the way. He's so good in that movie.
You didn't do it country enough. Do it again.
I'm your Huckleberry. I don't know. I'm your Huckleberry.
You get 3 stars. You got to work on that shit.
I mean, I guess it kind of depends on how sick he is through the movie. I'm your Huckleberry, but he only says it once, I think.
You gotta get deeper. You gotta go deeper.
I don't know.
You have a way better voice than that. Get deeper.
Like, say, I'm your Huckleberry. I'm fucking you. Fuck you, man. I don't think I can do it. I mean, it's just gotta be. You just gotta be in it. You know. I mean, Val Kilmer's a great actress. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah. No. Somebody clipped that shit. That was pretty good.
Yeah, we got to get it. We got to get Val Kilmer's "I'm Your Huckleberry" clip, man, and be like, "I'm your Huckleberry."
The other one would sound better. Don't do it again. Leave it at that. I don't think you can get any deeper than that, Helio.
Oh, I bet I can, but I bet you any money I can't. Especially in the
just
morning
giving
when
you
I wake
shit.
when I wake up, my voice is like a lot lower, and I can get a lot lower than none. But no, just I mean, but that character in the movie,
it was good.
Stone is so freaking good. He's like sweating all the time. What's he got? Fucking what's the disease he is?
Oh shoot, I forgot about that one.
Yeah. And it's like he knows he's gonna die, so he doesn't give a fuck, you know.
Oh yeah,
tuberculosis.
Yeah, it's tuberculosis. And he's just like knows he's gonna die. And he's like, you know, so he just doesn't give a shit. He's a gun, you know. He's one of the best. He can shoot like nobody business.
might be his best role because he can't do a Batman.
Yeah, he wasn't the best Batman. Who's your favorite Batman actor?
Shoot, who else? Shit. Oh man.
I'll say Michael Keaton. Right.
Oh yeah.
I heard he's coming back doing it again.
A rendition, something like that.
Yeah,
but he is the best.
He was the best one, but I think Batman Begins with what's that dude's name?
Christian Bale.
Bale. Yeah, I like that one too. That was good.
Nah.
Yeah. Either way. I mean, it's. I don't know why they had so many different Batmans. All those guys playing a different role.
What's the worst Batman?
Worst one.
Val Kilmer.
Play that Christian Bale one. I got something funny to say about that. Like something I was thinking when I was watching that movie, like ended up being a joke in a Mad magazine about it, which is like the Liam Neeson character. He was like on the subway with this train with a bomb on it, like going and like committing some kind of like terrorist attack at the end of the movie. And like in the Mad magazine, it was like, I only have one question: why am I still on this train? Like, why am I on this train? I was like, is he on that train too? It's like.
I've been watching. There's a new show that came out. It's not Batman, but it's Superman. The show. Well, I mean, it's not new. It may even be the same Superman character or whatever from Smallville or whatever. But they have this show. There's, I think, 3 seasons out now. Superman and Lois. That fucking dude plays a badass Superman. I ain't gonna lie. You guys haven't seen that show. It's pretty badass. I mean, it's corny, sort of, but it's still. It goes through a lot of like the Superman, like comic stuff. It holds it pretty much together in the comic form, I think. Which I wasn't like. I'm not like. I don't read comics and stuff, but I like that show, man. Superman and Lois. If you haven't seen it, you should watch it. That dude is one of the best Supermans I've seen.
No, I'm gonna take your card if you choose him over the original Superman. He was the best. Christopher Reeve.
Yeah. I mean, of course, you know. I mean, that's it's legend. You know, when I grew up, Christopher Reeve. But as far as like all the other people, that played Superman, this one's pretty good, man. You got to check that show out. It's called Superman and Lois, and it's later in life when they're married and they move back to the farm in Kansas, and they have teenage sons. Superman and Lois have teenage sons. Pretty cool.
Better check it out.
Yeah.
On Netflix or what?
I think it's shit. It's not WB. It's
Because I will say, my favorite show of all times is Heroes. That was a good TV series, Heroes. That had me locked in between. Shoot, before I moved in. A year before I moved into my house. Good show.
Rose, I think I watched some of that.
Oh, Heroes? Oh, man.
I'd have to check it out again. I watched a little bit of that. I watched so much fucking TV shows. It's just kind of hard for me to remember a lot of them. But yeah, I mean, I think you'd like that Superman and Lois show.
I wish I'd make a remake on that show. Or bring the characters back. I'd be happy with that.
And I watched Superman and Lois on Soap today. It's one of those platforms where you don't have to subscribe to, to the network. You can just watch.
Nah, me and old lady, we bench watched that.
Heroes?
Whole freaking weekend.
Check it out, man. Man, Lois, hold on, it's on here somewhere. It's on. I just watched the episode the other day. I think it was here it is. Yeah, it's on CW. I said it wasn't on CW, but yeah, it's on CW.
Where you put it at?
Well, I mean, like I said, I watch it on Soap today. I can send a link to that. Now, if you're going to watch it on your PC, you want to have your ad blocker ABP. If you watch it on Chrome browser, ABP installed, shouldn't have any problems. Here's
Ads don't bother me. That's intermission. I can go use the bathroom.
No,
give me some more popcorn. I'm good to go.
That's something different, man. What the? Okay, there you go. I mean, you can go to this site, but if you go to that site, you want your ABP on. It usually blocks most of the ads, but then you can create an account there, and then you can add shows. It doesn't matter what network they're on. That like if they come out on a network within a day or two, every show will come out. And I mean, as a matter of fact, while I was talking to you, I was looking at my update to what just came out. I'm like, oh damn, I gotta watch that. I'm talking to you guys because I have a lot of shows that. Oh, that new show that came out, Class of 09, that's pretty cool. It's like Class of 09 is like these FBI agents from 2009, and then it shows like 30 years later in the future, and they have this new freaking technology. It kind of reminds me of what's that movie with Tom Cruise where they predict what people are going to do, and
Minority
Report. Yeah, that's kind of like that. That's a pretty cool show. Class of 09 is pretty. Yeah, it's Minority Report kind of shit. Or like they start busting people for shit that they would have done if they didn't catch them first.
You know what they call it? A pre-crime. Yeah. A pre-crime.
Yeah, pre-crime. Yeah.
What the hell?
I know, right?
I hope this society is not going to that. Goodness gracious.
Me too, bro. God damn, man. Holy shit.
It'd be like,
they start busting you for shit you might have done. Holy shit, we're fucked, man.
What
You're the kind of person that would do such a thing. So you're under arrest.
They can't take away my Coors Light. Nope.
Don't take away my Coors Light. Please.
Don't do it. I'm busted. As long as I'm not driving, I'm at home in the garage. I'm good. I'm Gucci.
Oh, shit. But yeah, that was trip. That I didn't know what the show was about. I was like Class of 09. I was thinking it was just gonna be like a, FBI show. It was just like Class of 09, but it skips back and forth between 09 and like 39. So it's like 30 years later, and somebody in that class developed this technology that's sort of like Minority Report shit, pre-crime shit, and it's like, oh god, dang. So it skips back and forth between the classes, between the people that were involved in that FBI class.
Put it in VC. That way I can screenshot it.
Yeah, that one's on.
Look it up.
It's on Hulu. Class of 09.
I got a bad memory. Help me out.
I mean, I'm only watching this shit through Soap Today. It's on. Just click this link. If you're on PC, you can sign up there. Well, like I said, make sure you have AVP installed because you're gonna have to click through a lot of ads. But
the ads don't work. That don't bother me. Like I said, intermission break. Cool. I got a pretty good selection there.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. I mean, you can find almost everything there on every network, and so you don't really have to subscribe. You don't have to go, just get the subscription and shit. As long as you're watching on PC, good to go. The one I just posted, that's Class of 09. That just came out like last month. Pretty trippy.
Check that one out. Screenshot that. Thank you. I'm telling you, I haven't watched TV. I haven't watched TV in a long time.
Yeah, I watch too much. Way too much. It's like when I ain't talking to you assholes, I'm fucking either listening to audiobooks or freaking watching TV.
Gotcha. Bon.
Yeah. Yeah, I was gonna add something. Unreal 5. Now, Unreal 5 is allowing us people to create the next level of games, and you can create avatars. They're called metahumans, but what they want people to do is to scan themselves and just create an avatar. Like Keanu Reeves, right? But then by doing that, you sign over the rights to your face, your body. I mean, the image of you, right? Like this. So I think through video games, something worse is going to come out. Come through, and people are just going to blindly. Yeah, they're going to blindly fall into it. Into the Matrix, into Westworld, into Minority Report type of society. Because AI, of course. And I think video games is gonna be doing a lot of the work as far as brainwashing people and manipulating people into joining the virtual or the digital world, right? Like upload your conscious. It's crazy.
That's a falsehood. That's a falsehood.
Yeah, well, the thing is, it's out now, right? Like, it's out now. Now, that game with Keanu Reeves, that's kind of old. Like, there's new games are coming out, man.
Hey, did you watch that new John Wick?
To be honest,
it's
I've never
fucking
seen
crazy.
any John Wicks.
Dude,
None.
it's fucking crazy.
Is that 4?
Yeah, it just came out like last month.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it was a fun one.
Yeah, it's freaking insane, bro.
Surprising ending.
It's good. I heard it was crap.
Well, it's it's more about the action than the story. Oh, the first one was really more about the story, and then as it progresses, it's more about like how can they make the action look more insane. So, but it is insane. It's just like, how do they fucking do that? I mean, it looks real. It looks real. It's like, how did they do that shit?
I wouldn't doubt it. There's people getting hurt every now and then.
Yeah, it's just like after John Wick 2, it didn't even come. It wasn't even about the story anymore.
Yeah, it's about the culture that was created by the first movie, and making as much and capitalizing on it as much as you can. And why do people want to see it anyways? Because of the violence. That's why. It's so awesome.
I mean, it is so awesome. It's just like, how the fuck did they do that?
It's really the method for me.
With a pencil.
Yeah, with a pencil. Would you say it's domestic for you?
All right, fellas. Y'all have a great night.
All right.
It's time for me to lay down.
Hey, check that Soap 2 Day site out, man. If you can figure it out, you can watch anything you want to on there.
Yeah, good to hear you again, Red. Yeah, have a good one, man. See you again.
I'm still kicking. I ain't that damn old yet.
Nah, man, we know.
Yes, me too.
Hey, you know we're here too.
Me three.
Later.
Later, bro. About to get crazier, dude.
Yeah, I didn't even know that John Wick 4 was coming out, and then I just saw it pop up on Soap today. I was like, "What? All right, so we'll watch it." And I was like, it was just pretty much nonstop action the entire time. I was like, "Yeah, that figures," because it was the same thing as the third one. Like, is there a plot? It's just like I'm trying to remember the actual story. It's like it's like 3 and 4. It's just him just being pissed and killing everybody. Basically.
Yeah, it's him being Baba Yaga. It's this is Baba Yaga.
Yeah, basically, yeah.
This is how awesome he is, right? Like, it's about John Wick.
Yeah. Don't nobody fuck with John Wick.
Everybody goes watch it. Yeah, man. I'm John Wick. He's so cool. He's so cool. Okay. Is that why you came to watch it? No, but he's cool. I bet you think Vic from The Shield is cool too. I'm a different kind of cop. Swear to me.
Oh, jeez.
It's all propaganda,
Hollywood. Do you think it's like propaganda that Keanu Reeves is the nicest guy when he's out in public? I mean, I've seen some footage like where like give up his seat on a train, or it's just like, or maybe he's that real nice guy.
It's because he's famous. That's why everybody's talking like like if you were to give up your Z for an old lady, nobody would give a shit. Nobody's gonna be like, oh, I'm gonna tweet this.
Well, it's just like well, it's just like how many freaking videos do you see of any Hollywood actor just being an asshole in public? It's just like fuck you! I'm fucking Hollywood, man. I'm sitting on the train. Bit you pregnant bitches, stand your ass up.
I'm American royalty. You peasants, stand. He's probably really like that. Who knows?
No, I think he probably is too. Yeah. I've heard a lot of good things about Keanu, man. Even though, I mean, he's not even the greatest actor, when it comes down to it. But he's just got his own style, and I've heard some cool things about him.
I don't know. I heard he lives just like a simple little apartment. He doesn't have like a big fucking house or anything.
Who are we talking about again?
Keanu Reeves.
Oh. Okay.
Keeps him grounded, eh? Keeps him connected to the little people, to the peasants.
I think him making the Matrix movies probably fucking changed him,
On there or some shit.
It's just like, oh god.
I heard he had
He's got to have a country home. He better.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Keanu Reeves and live in an apartment?
Well, you're right. I have heard. I know some people. I live close to Hollywood.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll say, man, that guy's fucking super chill.
Freaking nice dude.
Yeah. He doesn't get freaked out when people are like, "Hey, it's your picture and your autograph." And it's like, "Yeah, no problem, man. What's your name?"
Doesn't get angry because
as a matter of fact, speaking of Keanu Reeves, I saw a thing on Facebook today. I was just, roam Facebook sometimes. Anyways, the story about him. He met this dude at somewhere, and he's like, "My sister's getting married or something, and it'd be great if you stopped by. It would be like the best present for their wedding." And he fucking went to their wedding and freaking took pictures with them. And
that's fucking awesome, man.
Yeah.
We got any new customers in here? Anybody new?
New customers.
New customers. Hey, we got some flat Earth over here. We got some flat over there. I mean, this is the best flat Earth right here. We got a flat Earth dude talking about flat Earth. We got Bong from Australia talking about flat Earth.
We got a bunch of people in here who want to sell you a globe too, man. Occasionally.
Ooh, we can direct you
sounds like service if this is the case, and we're not getting paid.
Oh
man.
No joking.
We're not getting paid. Yeah,
we don't mind if you donate a little bit. Though. I mean, they ain't hurt nobody's feelings.
No joking.
Go ahead and donate.
Or service.
Yeah, hit that.
Be a customer service or whatever. I don't know.
Hit that Patreon or whatever the hell is. Whatever you got going there.
No, I ain't.
Like button. Hit that like button.
Yeah.
And don't forget to subscribe.
Hit the like and subscribe. It gets more attention. We get more flatties and globies.
Let me shout out the YouTubers. You got Flat Sabbath, Greg T,
Made a Meme-matic,
One Big Pond, Helio Skeptics out there. I'm out there.
Meme-matic. Never heard of that one.
Meme-matic. Let me look that up.
I don't know that word.
It's
sounds like it's like a website where you can make memes.
I guess.
Like a meme machine, eh?
Oh, so it's a made-up word for. Okay, I wasn't reading it. Sorry, I'm a little loopy.
I use
it's pretty late.
GPG, or there's different sites that I use for to make simple memes.
It's late in the evening. I stepped outside and smoked myself a J.
Right, I'm gonna have to get out of here.
Yeah, you are. Shit, it's almost 2 a.m. for you, man.
Yeah.
You gotta let the late night crew come in here, man. Stir some shit up.
Yeah, I was just like waiting around for you to come in so I could be like, oh shit, here it comes.
Well, thanks for holding it down, man, because I had some shit I was doing and with the wife. And
Oh, it's cool, man. It's good to hear from Redman came in, man. I haven't heard from him in a while.
no doubt, right? I didn't get to say hi, but it's good to see Bong back. Roger dropped in last night.
Yep, Lou.
I was like, Lou's back. I'm like, what the hell? Those other servers took a shit, huh? What happened?
Either way.
I don't know. Glad you guys are back. Hell yeah. This place just gets stronger every day, man. It's crazy.
Please unleash your creativity with Mamatic. Transform your photos into stunning memes. This looks like a pay site. It's like I can make fucking memes without paying a goddamn thing. It's more something for probably for your phone than PC.
All right.
Yeah, when there's a gold strike, you sell shovels, and that's why you have to pay because they're selling you shovels. But you get your own shovel, so.
Yeah, I looked into that whole gold rush thing back in 1849.
It was pretty hot and heavy back in California.
Dude, man, I mean,
who made the most money though?
It was
Mostly like San Francisco.
Dude, I read some places that you could rent, like it went or buy. I mean, it went from like you could buy a house for like $800 to like $25,000 like overnight. It was like, holy shit! The fucking landowners made all the money, man. Fuck.
Yeah. Well, they still do.
And they still do. You got that right. You ever play the game Monopoly? Hell yeah. Welcome to Flat Earth, Mongos. Shit. It's the same thing.
It's just like when you own a parcel of land, you own everything below it as well.
Well, you got to get the mineral rights. That doesn't always happen. Depends where you live.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah.
You got to pay a little extra.
Got to make sure when you buy it, you own everything below it too.
It's good advice. I would definitely. I worked in the oil business for a couple of years. I kind of know something about it. But yeah, mineral rights, man. It was all about the mineral rights. You didn't even have to own land. You could just own the mineral rights to somebody else's land.
To somebody else. It's just like you just dip into their honey pot under their fucking.
If you came along and cut a deal with them, say, look, I own the rights. I'll give you 10 cents on the dollar, whatever I get. You good with that? And most people be like, yeah, man, drill away, man. Drill that shit.
Because they ain't going to do it. I mean, shit, if they can just sit there and live on the land and you're going to make money and then give them some, fuck it,
Oh, that's how it's worked out, man. There's a lot of deals like that where
Yeah. Shit, I mean,
there's actually a lottery you can go and get in. It's like a mineral rights lottery in oil-rich countries.
Yeah,
and you can pay like $300 and get in the lottery. If you win, if anybody wants to drill on that 40 acres, they have to pay you. Yes. Fascinating. The Bureau of Land Management does the lottery like that for mineral rights.
I mean, I think it might be state to state too.
I knew a guy that won. Yeah, this was in Colorado. I knew a guy that won 40-acre mineral rights in the lottery. I don't know if they ever came to him and said, "Hey, we want to drill your shit," but it was a long time ago. But anyway, I was listening in here today, man. It got hot and heavy this morning. Motherfucking shit was bopping in here, man.
Pretty.
It was great, man. A lot of people discussing Earth. It was fascinating.
It's gonna grab it and clip it out, or
I don't know, man. I grabbed and clipped some shit Gregory did last night. He came in kind of late, just about the time I was leaving. But he was on a piff, man. he had an epiphany, man, of the redshift stuff he was talking about. He was absolutely crushing it, man. You know how he is such a fucking wordsmith, you know?
Yeah.
And it was just excellent, man. He was just, you could tell it was off the cuff. He read some stuff and then he kind of elaborated on it, and then it's just well done, man. I mean, guy's gifted with
he's on a different level.
Yeah, he's on a different level than you and I.
Yeah, he's just like, he thinks about shit way different than we do. You know?
Exactly, man. I mean,
he's on a different plane.
I really,
it's like a sideways plane, but it's
I love
perpendicular and parallel at the same time. You know what I'm saying? It's like, damn, Greg.
I love to try to make him laugh, man. I'm like,
good fucking luck with that.
I did it a couple times, man. I got him, but you know, just a good belly laugh.
Like, yeah, it's rare though, because if
rare.
You get him to
I only did it once. I did it.
Because it's fucking. It's like we laugh all the time, but it's like,
right, we laugh at the dumbest shit, and he'd be like,
"You guys
are simply."
He doesn't take it.
Insight.
Like, he doesn't. He wants to take everything serious. It's like Gregory, man, fucking take. You take yourself too fucking serious, bro. Just,
go
a little bit.
No,
I get it.
I would love to meet that guy, man, in person and just hang out for a day, man. That would be so awesome.
Bet you any money we get a few beers in and meet him in person. We get his ass to laugh.
I'll get him to laugh. But in all seriousness, man, he's so strong at just saying, hey, man, this is not how it's supposed to be, man. And this shit's fucked up. But he does it in such much more eloquent ways, man. Much more eloquent. So I don't even going to try to compete with that shit, man. That's not my style. You guys know Helio and my style, man. We're kind of like, hey, man, that's some funny shit. What evidence you got for that, man? You got some globe evidence? Bring that shit, man.
It seems a bit more articulate than Earth's flat, Mongos.
No shit, right? Yeah. I love that meme, man. I think you made that one for me, right?
That won't me. I don't think so. But it was definitely one of the meme lords around here for sure.
Somebody got it. Were the teachers up there jumping on the chalkboard?
Yeah. Like you're surfing.
That's perfect, man. I use that occasionally. I'll throw that out there just for fun. But yeah, that's a great meme.
Man, I miss chatting with you guys. I've been working a lot on music and stuff, trying to get better. That's why I haven't been around. Well, that and I've been haven't feeling so well. But I've been working a lot mostly, actually.
Dude, you just went through the whole health thing, man. It took you down for a month, and then
nah, man, I'm back on track. I'm trying to do stuff
back
now.
on track.
Yeah,
feeling good.
Yeah, it was. Gregor was in the chat for several hours.
Oh,
yesterday.
dude, that dude. Okay, so Gregory was in the chat several hours yesterday, and so I was tired, and I sat down and I put on a song, just the instrumental for it, and so I'm just listening to Gregory and the boys chat about stuff, and I'm like, we'll record this and see what happens. Oh my God. First take, I did nothing. I did not edit it at all. The music lines up perfectly with the rhythmic procession of what Gregory's saying. And I'm like, I didn't make this. Like, God made that song because I did no editing at all. Yeah.
The audio. Send the audio. Man.
Yeah, dude. I'll send it to you now.
Yeah, clean that. You didn't even have to edit it or clean it up or nothing.
No, I did no editing. All I did was start it and then cut it. That's it. I did no editing. And the
what, you started Gregory talking and then started recording him with some music?
No, I was chilling with the bro. I was just listening, right? But I couldn't talk. I'm too tired. So I just put on the instrumental just to kind of see what happens. See what it sounded like to hear him talking with that in the background. And I just recorded it and no edits. It just ended up perfect. First take. I'll send the file to you though. You'll see what I mean.
Yeah,
that's great, man.
Greg's he's freaking. It's like
we got.
He's so passionate, man, but he's so serious. He's a little too serious most of the time, so that's why it's like, it's hard to get him to break it. Break character, not character, but
no, I don't want to break him, man.
No, I don't want to break his character, but I just want him to be more personable sometimes because he's so.
Yeah, he reminds me of you, Helio. He reminds me of how serious you are, Helio.
Fuck you.
See that's the kind of belly laugh.
So yeah,
that's the kind of belly laugh I love. I come in here for that. It's like, oh my goodness, that guy just said that you can't measure the globe because of gravity. What?
Because of gravity.
Wait a minute. I'm like, clip that shit. Somebody did actually clip it.
Gravity knows when you're about to measure the curvature, and it comes down and sits on your measurement stick. Yeah, and that's why.
Isn't that crazy? People think that, man. I'm like, oh my goodness, that's funny to me. I mean, it's just. I find
lay on your back on the floor and tell gravity that it's hard to breathe. Hey, we just had somebody new jump in. Possible.
Dude, there's people dropping in and out all the time here, man. I see all kinds of names coming in and going. What's up?
Stop talking shit to each other and let's talk to new people.
Let's go newbie, man. We got Quite. I know, he's Golder.
I think that was Timbo. Lost connection for a minute there.
I hear a lot of people dropping in and out, so it's...
All right, Possible has access to mine.
Yeah, I think everybody in here is pretty much...
No roles yet, but Possible you can speak to us if you...
Oh, possibly. You want to...
He's new to the bot channel.
He's very new to this server. In fact, he's very new to Discord. He joined... I would say that's Pete Drinker. I'm gonna go with that. I'm gonna call.
That's likely. That's likely.
Possibly is Pete Drinker, 100%.
And there's another new person, Water. So we have Possible Water.
No,
Water's not new. Water's been around here a minute.
Listening past.
He's been here since
January. Yeah.
Okay. Now. All right, Professor, do not like that. A drop of water on
I'm going with Possible.
It also looks like a picture of an orange with a drop of water.
Yeah, but Possible is a brand new channel, probably created like 5 minutes ago.
So there's some people that come into this Discord that we've tried to psychoanalyze, like Matthew and Pete Drinker, and there's a few others, but they keep coming back with
because they love us.
The same cuck shit show that they always bring, and it's weird, man. I just don't get this kind of mental stagnation or whatever they want to put themselves in. I mean, especially
mental fascination.
It's so weird to me that somebody would want to do that. I mean, we're just here chilling, we're talking like, about Earth, and they come in here with this like stupid rhetoric stuff about, well, of course I can make Earth curve if I put my foot in the sand. And like
socially
saying the same shit for fucking 5 years, man, or whatever.
It's socially engineered systemic schizophrenia.
That's it.
Socially engineered systemic schizophrenia.
That's it. Gotta be.
All right. So they're
just don't get it.
They can socially get along. I mean, hey man, tell you what. I mean, as a flat earther, out socially, we can get along with people, right?
I get along with children who believe in Santa as long as I don't bring it up.
Yeah, exactly. So I can get along with my entire family. I haven't lost any family members or anything over it because I don't bring it up. You know, I did when I first heard about it and started talking about it. And they're like, all right, I know you're the weirdo flat earther.
Bro.
Let's just not talk about it
For
anymore.
us, it wasn't even.
And even before that, I was the weirdo fucking conspiratard.
Yeah,
and I was the weirdo fucking
I can't raise
conservative guy. You know,
higher, bro.
You
I was
can't do
already-
it.
I can't do that. I can't
Sorry,
do
bro.
that. I can't do
all right,
it.
well,
Can't do
no,
it.
well, I can because I just,
Yes, you can. You're the boss, man. You know how to do it. You get that boom, but yeah.
yeah, I can talk about other things, you know, but they, you know,
No.
but the
I
first-
meant
they
that's
have to
what
bring
you're
it up to
talking
me, and then as soon as they do,
It's
boom,
like,
I'm right
Yeah.
on.
Right.
What, bro? What you're talking about though? That's not even what caused family to stop talking to me. It's when I started talking about everything else that comes after that, and then nope.
No, I was already talking about all that other shit way before Flat Earth.
I'm talking about the Rona thing and anything medical, and people lost their crap. I could, that's what and so I can't even talk about it here. but
Yeah, they're
that's
all
what-
allopath. They're all allopath. They're allopaths and all that kind of shit.
Yeah. But the flat Earth stuff didn't phase them. Like, they didn't care about that. And then when we started talking about the pharmakia, they were like, oh, and now all of a sudden want to
argue with them about that shit either. I mean, it's just like what are you gonna do about it? I mean, they're
not
care. Hey, I got insurance. It's all paid for. I mean,
why would I care if people who are fearful automatically remove themselves from my life? Why would I care?
Hold on. Those fearful people still are part of my life, but I don't. You know, just like every time they go to the doctor, I don't fucking berate them for doing it.
I don't think they're as fearful as the ones I got to deal with because they don't run away from you. Even though they know what you believe, they just respect you and you don't talk about it. You agree to disagree and live. But they just, people be like that too. They'll leave even though they don't want to talk about it at all. They don't care. It's, they're weird. I'm not talking to them anymore.
And if I die young, you know, and we die young, they're gonna say like, it's because he didn't go to the doctor.
No, in my head, a different song played, Helio, because I'm thinking, like, I'm hearing a chick sing, "If I die young," I'm like, what the F, Helio?
No, I'm thinking Alice in Chains.
Why you do that to me?
And we die young.
What's up, Bong? So.
Faster rhyme.
All right, I gotta turn Helio down like by 10%.
I know, I'm just fucking with you guys. Hey, I'm checking out anyways. I'll see you guys on the morrow.
Cheers, Helio, brother.
Stay blessed, bro.
Rock on, man. Rock on, brother. Rock and roll.
You're gonna go pitch up yes?
Oh, Bong, you're hot mic, and I thought you were talking. Your mic's on fire.
Did you like my voice? You thought that was my voice, man?
I
Stop using voice augmentation software, Bong.
That was the missus. I was gonna say something. I was gonna say the Joker. I like the way the Joker put it. He said, "These people are only as good as they are allowed to be." I mean,
that's right.
I thought about that, and I was like, "This is fucking true, man."
It's fucking true. It's right. Because
who's in control of the self?
Neil Grab-Ass Tyson. He gets to be loud, fucking.
Right.
He gets to be really loud, and the rest.
I don't know, man. Do we have any new footage of Neil deGrasse speaking about anything, or has he kind of been, kept his mouth shut ever since?
Oh no, he just got fucking handed his ass on the whole last 3 year shit, and he was squirming like a little bitch.
I've been making some music, and so I'm working on combining instrumentals with the original songs and then putting our data on there, like clips that we have. And dude, I messed up on one, but I've got to rebuild it. But I made one using the song Bibbidi Bobbidi Boo, and I combined that. with the stuff from them, making Blue Marble 2.0, and it is hilarious, but the sound effects off. I'm gonna have to remake it. I might use the one that I got now for a music video though, because it sounds like a VHS tape. Oh, dude! I went to a thrift shop today, and I found a VHS tape made by NASA from like the '90s, and I'm gonna watch it and source some clips from it using yeah, dude. And I've also I got a tape that's like, I got other stuff too that's retro. Like I got a Howdy Doody tape and a Bozo the Clown tape. I've got so much source material that's not on the internet that I'm about to go copy and put on the internet.
All right. I love that, man. Get out there. Get those old tapes, man. There's a lot of good stuff on those old tapes.
I have a new hobby. It's like 50 cents a piece. I can get a stack of them like once a week.
25 cents.
Yeah.
3-hour video on NASA or whatever. You're like,
I found some CDs too, and I found it's not one that I plan on using, but it's one of those albums that has the vocal track, the instrumental, and the LP, like the actual, And I got it just so I could show my wife, hey, if you find these, get them for me. Yeah. This is content. I can make stuff with this.
Hey, back to sleep. You there? You're unmuted.
Yeah, what's up?
Welcome.
Are you sleeping?
What do we got to do?
No, I'm not sleeping. I'm just listening, reading some stuff.
Cool, man. What are you reading about?
What am I reading about? I was just reading a blog.
About
Vox Day. You know that guy?
No.
Oh, he's just like
yeah, I do.
Yeah, he's like a hard right conservative dude. He's a pretty interesting guy.
Right on.
Is he a flat earther now, or?
He's aware of it because he's tight with Owen Benjamin, who I believe is a flat earther.
Yeah.
But I think Vox Day didn't weigh in on it. I don't think he ever.
That probably means he is one and just doesn't want to say it.
He's very intellectual, so he's like very careful about when and what he weighs in on things. So I think he's kind of just like, I haven't seen him weigh in on it, so
right. He's just not going to speak on it unless he's knowledgeable enough.
Exactly. But Owen Benjamin, I'm pretty sure he was pretty like strong on it. I think he was trying to get an interview with Eric Dubay, but then it fell apart for some reason because there was it was getting like too hyped, and he was like, it's getting too hyped, and then he was just like, forget it, I'm not going to do it. But Eric Dubay was upset because he really wanted the exposure.
Oh no, there's too many people into this. I can't do it.
Yeah, shut up.
What the fuck is that?
What the fuck is that?
This is weird. Owen Benjamin was being weird in that instance. He was like, he felt like Eric Dubay was being like hyped too much, and then then Owen Benjamin just backed out of having an interview with him, which was kind of lame because it was like highly anticipated. People were looking forward to that.
Yeah.
I don't know where he's at nowadays. I don't really follow him, but I just know he was pretty strong on the flat earth thing for a while.
Well, you wouldn't want to follow through with a successful idea.
As far as I know, he still is. But
yeah, no, I just mean with that interview. I don't get it, but yeah.
I mean, the thing with Joe Rogan was supposed to set up a debate with Eric Dubay and Neil deGrasse Tyson. I'm pretty sure he tried.
That cucked out, yeah. That was a cuck show.
I think the Owen Benjamin thing was a bit more detailed than that. Is that he was looking into it and he wasn't like prepared in a sense, like he didn't think he was going to do it justice. And then Dubay kept coming into the chat saying like, I'm free now. And then Owen Benjamin being I love the guy, egotistical kind of guy he is. He wasn't ready for it, so he wanted to come in ready. And then Eric just sort of pissed him off enough that he made a story about him. He gave him a nickname Savanye. He would call him Savanye because he's like, Savanye's in the chat coming to blow your mind or something like that. But yeah, it's sort of like it fell apart from there. I think it's both their fault. But yeah, he's still a flat earther. Like he doesn't. He uses the word realm. He doesn't really, even though he doesn't mind the label. He wouldn't call himself specifically that, but I mean that's most of us anyway. It's the label that we get, right?
But it's kind of weird to put a prefix on the beginning of Earth because it is the only one there is. It's just Earth.
I'm
There's no other Earth to distinguish it from, right? I mean, it's just what it is. The only reason you have to put that label on there is because we have to distinguish it from this false globe idea.
Yep.
Yeah, it's just a label. It's funny because you say flat earther, but the only thing flat about it's the water. So it kind of it's self-defeating. Is what it is.
Did Owen Benjamin start off as a moon landing, like questioning the moon landing? I think that's how he started down that track.
Yeah, he was on Crowder, and then he started questioning the moon landing and all that sort of thing. And then apparently Crowder's dad or something, or his grandfather, or his dad's dad, or something like his grandfather or something was part of some bullshit or something like that. And then that relationship deteriorated back then.
Crowder said that?
No, like so Owen Benjamin was on Crowder and he was writing for him, and then he was starting to question the moon landing and some other things, and then Crowder told him he wasn't. I'm paraphrasing all this. He told him he wasn't allowed to bring it up in the show and stuff like that. So he was like, yeah, it was a bit funny like that.
Man, censorship.
I find that really interesting because like the moon landing is like that's like one of the bellwether tests if someone's like a shill, maybe, in my opinion. Like for example, when like Alex Jones, when he went on Joe Rogan, number one, he was wearing that NASA t-shirt that he wears like more than any other shirt for some reason, if you know which one I'm talking about. And they came right out and asked him. The moon landing thing came up because that dude Eddie Bravo was on the show as well, and that moon landing thing came up like real early in that 3-hour thing. And Alex Jones,
know, you guys.
He said it happened. He's like he believes it happened. Like
I'm pretty sure, I guaranteed. Aliens in the White House.
He won't go there. Like he won't go there. Like it's so funny because he has like this reputation.
He won't. He just skips over it with some. Hey, there's aliens in the White House. You guys know this, right? Okay, everybody knows this. Like, what the fuck?
It's one of the most obvious things to question about as far as like something that where the government might be lying to us. But he won't touch that one thing. He'll touch almost everything, but he won't touch that thing, which is very suspicious to me.
Super sus. Super sus.
Super sus.
Super sus.
And he wears that friggin' shirt like every time I see him. Why does he wear that shirt so much? I feel like that's like his signal that like, I'm a Mason.
I thought he was bankrupt and has to pay like millions of dollars. Why is he still like working? What the hell? I guess he paid the millions of dollars and he just keeps on moving. That's how it works.
I mean, he never stops asking for money, that's for sure.
And never ever stops selling shit, man. Hey,
I think it's close to the thing.
It'll make you
the hustle to an extent, for real.
Close to $1 billion that yo.
You got to do this thing. You got to sign up for this, and you get 20% off. Shit. You sound like Richie from fucking Boston, man. Fuck off.
But just like the lawsuit from the tobacco companies, they have to keep the person very healthy and working in order to start paying all that. So they're going to keep them,
you gotta
nice and healthy. Otherwise, you can't pay nothing.
You got to keep working so you can pay me, right? I get it. Buy my shit, man. Just buy my shit. I hate fucking selling stuff, man. I'm not a fucking sales. I never like trying to sell something, It's like, hey, this stuff's really great. Yeah, check it. It's like, dude, man, shit, if it's good, man, shit sells itself, man. It's like, dude, check it out yourself, man. Let me know. Same thing with the fucking globe, man. Dude, your globe's bunk, dude, man. Check it out. Or Flat Earth is real, man, for sure. 100% guarantee. Go check it out. I don't try to sell stuff, man. You gotta try to sell shit real hard, man. It's such a dead giveaway, man. It's a dead giveaway, man. The good shit sells itself, man.
Exactly.
It doesn't matter what it is.
It should sell itself.
It sells itself. If it's good fucking audio, it sells itself. You don't have to fucking pump it or fucking. You don't even have to advertise it, man. People will just go, "Fuck, check this out, man. I got this thing, man. It's fucking tits, bro." And it just sells itself. But if you have to like push it, yeah, it's probably not that good, really. It's not that good. So yeah, trust your instincts on that stuff, man. People trying to sell you stuff, man. If they say, "Hey, man, don't believe me, man. Check it out for yourself," you're like, "All right."
Doesn't that suggest that the Globe has got the best salesman in the world?
It does, Timbo.
I'm not trying to sound cheesy or corny, but the best things in life really are free. You know,
They managed to sell the shittiest product of. They managed to sell the shittiest product of all time to everyone.
But they spent trillions of dollars doing it, Eric.
I was going to break into song when you said that. Best things in life are free.
They had to spend trillions of dollars to sell this outer space shit, man. Trillions. No, not that fucking like billions. Fuck that, man. They spent trillions of dollars over 100 years.
because whatever
Imagine you
people
find
try to
out
sell-
that all those monies that went into that Black Ops actually were for PR companies and advertising for NASA.
Exactly.
Nothing
Guys,
else.
if a person tries to sell you apples, right, and you know how to grow apples, I mean, you really need to buy apples, right? Like, that's what I mean. That's like, okay, let's say you don't have money to pay for, I don't know, these new AI apps, right? You really want to use that ChatGPT, right? Well, guess what? Open source AI is now taking over. ChatGPT, like Google and ChatGPT are falling behind open source, and open source is free. So it's not like free beer, but you gotta do some work, right? But you don't have to pay out the ass for somebody's clothes,
Napster, man.
whatever.
Napster.
They take something from that people are doing for free, right? And then they package it so nobody can see what's in it, how it's done, and they sell it to you. I mean, that's all these products are, right?
That's it.
Well, profit. But yeah, I mean,
it's all about profit. And again, man, if somebody's trying to sell something so hard, I just think it's good to. I go, well, why are you trying to sell this so hard? If it's really good, like we all experience Earth all in the same manner, it sells itself, man. Just go check it out. Don't believe any of us in here. And I'll give you 100% money back guarantee on that shit, by the way.
Yeah.
Check it out.
Yeah.
To be fair, though, I think what you're saying applies more to McDonald's than whatever Alex Jones is selling.
Yeah, well, aren't they both the same, though? Kind of like they're both just.
Well, no, actually, because I was just cleaning out my apartment. I found some toothpaste I bought from a while ago, and I'm about to start using it, and it's good toothpaste.
Why would you sell me a globe so hard, right? And not, you know what I mean? Like they give you so much details about the globe, but then they don't teach you anything about money, right? Something's weird. Something's wrong here, right? Like, we're not taught about money, but we're taught about the globe. Like, you push the globe hard, but not how to survive the financial world. Like, what?
Bong, for fuck's sake, man. They teach us about some fucking sun that was fucking 10 billion trillion fucking years ago, fucking millions of miles away. Whatever. Yeah.
Right.
We found a new a planet that looks exactly like Earth. It's only like, 5,000 light years away. 5,000.
Because the difference is if they taught you everything like in detail about money the way they do about the globe, then you're gonna end up making a lot of money. You know why? Because you can actually go out there and test it and test what they're teaching you about money, right? And it'll work. But who the hell teaches you so much about something?
They teach you everything they can about how you came from a monkey, but God forbid they ever tell you how to handle your money.
Oh, exactly. Right. Because you can go test it. That's why. You can test if the money thing they teach you works, and it will work. That's why they don't teach it to you. But you know what you can't test? The shit they teach you about the globe.
No,
space,
Bone.
Theoretical crap. Yeah.
They'd rather you worship money. They want you to worship money like it's some kind of mysterious godlike force, and that way you worship and revere the people who have large amounts of money like they're gods. They want you to worship the money. Like to miss you. Ooh, spooky money coming from Great Daddy Government. Ooh, thank you, Uncle Sam.
Hey, it's spooky money at a distance.
Yeah, right. Spooky money at a distance, yes.
And the economy, the system, the world economy seems to be set up so that only business owners can succeed in it. If you're not making a certain amount of money, you're going to struggle, right? But once you start hitting a certain income, certain bracket, all of a sudden the system is working for you, and you just kick back like, holy shit, this is a totally different world now. Like,
it's
what?
A lot of it has to do with this too, like just the general culture of making money. You kind of have to be a little cutthroat about it, and people who have morals and values about stuff have a tendency to actually care about their customers. They're not going to screw them over. And they make a little bit less money, and so the ones who are super hyper greedy, they're obviously going to make more money. They don't care about anybody else.
Yeah.
So
go ahead.
So if the shit that they won't teach us about money is true, because we can test it, because they've set it up a certain way, and the things that they're teaching us about the good, you see, you know what I mean? Like, it doesn't make sense that you would teach me so much about something I can't test, but then not teach me about things that I can test and become.
That's like if Lord of the Rings was required reading material for high school.
Yeah, exactly. It's so. Man, it's so brilliant. I hate saying
brilliant, man. It's fucking brilliant, man. Just give it to him, man. Yeah.
I would say it's weaponized autism, but I digress.
Timbo just took a picture of the moon, and I said, "It's a globe we live on." That's our proof, Timbo. Thank you. Yep.
I looked up in the sky and I realized we live up there. Like what I'm standing on, it's up there.
Exactly.
And it's just up there in the sky.
That thing.
For sure.
Yeah, as above, so below.
Yep. And I know that it's moving because I can't feel it. And I know that the sun's standing still because I see it moving.
Yeah.
That's the funniest thing, Grass, is that people will come and go, well, I get up in the morning and the sun comes up and it goes over there and it sets and it goes over away from me. And what? What do you mean? Are you a flat earther? What did you just say? Yeah, the sun comes up and it goes over there and it goes away. It sets. Oh, you must be a flat earther. How dare you think that?
I'm to the point where I love it when people try and use that as an insult. Oh, well, you're just a flat earther. I'm like,
well, the sun moved. And you always hear it, man. The sun moved over here, and I was driving and I couldn't see. I mean, the sun was like down on the horizon. I was driving straight into it. The sun moved over here in front of me. The sun was behind me. The sun's over here. The sun is moving across the sky all day, every day. And we're spinning on a globe. Guaranteed. What? You just explained how the sun moves over your head, and you're like, I'd say, that's us. Yeah, we're moving. You didn't say that, man. You said the fucking sun was moving. Which one is it? I love it. It's too easy, man. Just catch people in their own ignorance of reality.
And then they say that the moon causes the tides.
Oh, man. That one's been taken to the fucking woodshed, I'm pretty sure. Yeah.
It's funny when they call you names, and you're like, yeah, it's really accurate. It's like, oh, you're one of those people who go to the shopping center and they read the ingredients, even though you've already read it 100 times and you don't trust that they're not going to change the ingredient. They're like, you're one of those people who waste their time. It's like, yeah, fuck yeah. I don't want to be poisoned.
Wait a minute.
There's always something like, oh, you're a conspiratard. Oh, hey, you're a conspiratard. Oh, lucky.
How is that a waste?
How dare you educate yourself? Oh my goodness, you're such a retard.
What do you mean, those people?
You're such a retard for educating yourself. What?
I'd be like, that's racist.
Some days, man. I mean, I've talked to hundreds of people, and it's like, dude, I'm just trying to educate myself here, man. Dude, check it out. And they're like, well, you're stupid for doing that.
They get bent over everything, so yeah.
Fuck me, man. I mean, I can't win with that kind of attitude, bro, man. Yeah, fuck off. Yeah, how about that?
You ever met people who defend McDonald's like it's a religion? Like if you're against McDonald's, they'll be like, blah, 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 blah. Like, oh, I'm still going to eat my McDonald's. Okay, go participate in union with the clown.
We just send them
they can't go through the trauma that they've eaten it their whole life. I was on my way home yesterday on a 3-hour trip with my kids, and my wife's like, that's it. We're having Macca's, haven't had it in ages. I just feel like it. Anyway, I'm like, yeah, okay. I'm like, okay, yeah, whatever. I'm keen. I'm good. I'm good with that. And the kids are all hyped up, and she opens up the website, starts reading the ingredients, and then she's like, yeah, no, we're not having it. Sorry. Even the chips are different now. The chips have this shit in it that's basically poison now. Like it used to they used to have advertising in Australia where they're like, oh, our chips are literally just potato oil and salt. And now you're looking at anti-foaming agent, it's this and that. Don't get me wrong. Hey, fuck, I still eat it when my kids aren't around. But yeah, we didn't have it yesterday. I'll tell you that. The kids weren't that upset because we made it up to them anyway. But yeah. Fuck,
they
there's so much.
Give you a lot of healthy ingredients in some of their stuff. Like other parts of the menu was crap, but then certain things on the menu was actually healthy.
Dude, look at just pickles alone. The pickles on their own, are one of the worst ingredients. It's fucking retarded. Like, and it's so easy. They can just.
I used to work at McDonald's, and one of the things that I found to be super like weird, like very negative, very bad. The amount of money that they make on their burgers, like for a ordinary burger, I think it's like it costs 5 cents for a patty. I might be thinking a quarter-pound burger though. They make an astronomical amount of money off of their stuff, and it's on a poster right there in the break room, so it's not like they hide it.
Really?
Yeah.
The irony is the meat patty's got the least shit in it. It's all the condiments and sauces and pickles and the bun. The bun itself, oh my god, fuck.
Like their nuggets are garbage, but then they have the premium chicken sandwiches that are actually made out of real chicken. So they
but then the sauce will have, the mayonnaise has barely got even any egg in it, and it's all seed oils and shit like that.
Or rather, I should say they did have good stuff. Now it's all trash, like you said.
I had a taste of it, somebody brought like a handful of bag full of a sausage biscuit with egg or something, and I took like one bite, and I was like, no, fuck this.
It's disgusting.
It tasted so wicked, man. I was like,
it's like next level unclean meat, and it has nothing to do with the pork. It's just unclean.
So weird, man. I don't even know how to explain it. Grass. Yeah, you're on it. You can explain it better than I can, I'm sure.
Dry and fucking textures all weird in your mouth.
Mummified meat.
I'm always gonna love their nuggets. I didn't care what they put in them. I'm probably still gonna smash them.
I make a kick-ass breakfast, man.
I stopped.
I'm the breakfast king, man. I make the eggs and hash browns and put some cheese in there.
One thing that I remember was hilarious. The power went out on one of these hurricanes that happened like years and years ago. And so the freezer went out at McDonald's and nobody could use anything in there. They just gave away all the food to the employees there. So some of the bros had like freaking bags of McDonald's chicken nuggets in the freezer. They could just drop them at home whenever they wanted. I'm like, damn. This happened before I worked here, but they were telling stories about and they still had some of the stuff in their freezer. I'm like, shit, I should have worked here sooner.
Well,
that was my first job, though. That's forever ago.
You don't want to eat fast food if you can avoid it, man. I mean, that would be more evidence of, I do a lot of cooking for myself, man. I mean,
oh, dude, even at the store, the fast food, it's prepackaged, preserved stuff, and it's like twice the price. If you just go and buy fresh meat, you can cook it. And
you know what's the biggest grabble ever? like if you have an allergy for, like, for example, just milk, for example, you can't handle milk because of whatever protein or your lactose, whatever. And then you look at the alternatives and you go, oh, like there's oat milk, almond milk, all this sort of stuff. You look at the ingredients on that and they're basically poisoning. It's fucking retarded, man. Like, it's nuts. Just to make it on the shelf, it's got all these thickeners and disgusting shit in it.
Yeah, man. I wish we all had a couple of goats and some chickens.
Yeah. We go to Muslims or Arabs, you know, their takeaways, you know, because, you know, it's always, well, you know, because they're Muslims, they do, you know, try to kosher, or they at least try to make sure the meat is clean. You know, but even then, I don't trust all of them, you know, because they're trying to make money. You know, they're not trying to promote their religion, but
there's a lot of people.
Avoid the big ones. You know, Macca's, Burger King, KFC. Avoid all those big ones.
Oh man.
Yeah.
7 special herbs and spices. 7 secret herbs and spices.
Yeah, just because somebody only eats what they call clean meat doesn't mean they're a clean person. Because some of those folks, they'll sell you trash while trying to eat the best themselves.
Yeah.
And
if I was an evil person, and I worked for McDonald's, I would sacrifice every single one of those meats to demons, and then I would feed the public with it. If I was an evil person. If I was an evil person, right? But I'm not evil, but I'm pretty sure there's an evil guy out there doing this shit. Like, if I can think of it, imagine what they can think of. Yep.
Hey, the 33 and the arches, I don't get it, man.
Well, it's about the arches, right? I don't think it's about 33.
Oh,
it's
fuck.
about
It
what
is
the
about
arch
arches.
Yeah, symbolizes. You know?
Symbolism.
Yeah.
What a fucking.
You just can't get anything anymore. I was recently just. Sorry.
Hey, shoot up a rocket. Yeah, go ahead. I was
just gonna say, I was recently trying to just buy olives, and you can't buy olives at the big shops anymore. They've all got thickeners and flavoring and colors and stuff like that. Just simple, straight up olives. Green ones. You can get black ones without it for some reason, but the green ones you can't get without fucking thickeners and shit in it. It's just nuts. I don't know if that's the same for you guys everywhere. Like, maybe you don't buy olives, but yeah, fuck. I'm just gonna plant some olive trees and do it myself. But what do you? Can you get it without the shit in it? Where you guys are?
Yes, I live in California, man. So yeah, we got olive trees up the ass here, man. It's crazy.
And you can get it without all the preservatives.
Get it without it. Yeah, I can go right to the fucking people that fucking knock it out. Yeah, I can get some great olives here.
Fuck,
it's good.
Getting ripped off here.
But if I go to the grocery store, I'm not going to get the really, really good shit. I got to go. I got to drive out of town, man, to get the real stuff, man. Yeah. It's available.
That's the lesson, man. You got to do it yourself.
A fucking fortune, man. By the way, it's twice as much money, man. I mean, but it's real,
dude. Even at the big chains. There's 500 different types of mayonnaise. They barely even have egg in it. The one place that has actual egg and olive oil, and it's $13 for a tiny jar.
Yep. Yeah,
as opposed to $2 for the fake shit.
Hey, guess what, man? The rich people get to eat the really good shit, and the rest of us have to figure it out, man. I mean, that's.
I normally make it for myself, but my wife's like, you have to buy it because we're making burgers. She's like, you have to buy this mayonnaise. I'm like, $13 for
I was gonna
fucking
say,
jar.
man, it takes. I was gonna say, it takes
she
2
doesn't
minutes
like
to make it.
Yeah.
She doesn't like that I don't pressure cook, like, because when they put it in the jar, they pressure hot treat it. She doesn't like the raw egg.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. But we do it every week. Like I make it at least once a week. So, but she's like, no, I have to have this nice, and she'll just spoil her for a little bit. It's like, fuck. She doesn't whinge about stuff, so $13 for one jar is not a big deal. But yeah, I'm hearing you, man. It's so easy to make it yourself. What's that?
She doesn't whinge about stuff. Just mayonnaise.
Just mayo. Just mayo.
Yeah.
Fucking annoying.
So yeah, good food's good for you, man. Good wine's good for you. Yeah, good beer's good for you. Good anything, man. If it's good, like again, man, I was talking about shit selling itself, man. When it's good, you know it. And it's fun to I mean, we have to navigate through the fucking McDonald's world and Disney bullshit. But when it's real, man, it sells itself. We don't even have to like, dude, man, if you ever had these olives here, man, from, this little olive company up here in northern, yeah. Oh my goodness, dude, this shit's fucking incredible. But like you said, it's $13-15 versus like, if you go to the store, man, it's like $6. So, yeah, you're paying for it, man. That's the thing I've noticed, man. I have like a couple of organic stores around me, man, that are just like twice as much, if not more, than the normal grocery store. And I live in a very affluent area, man. People got money around here. People drive fucking Ferraris and Teslas and whatever fucking crazy shit they can get their hands on. Porsches. And it's like, there's this really, really rich store, man, that just thrives, dude. There's people going in and out of there every day, man, buying fucking, $7 for one potato. You're like,
I bet you it's called
what
something
the
organic.
fuck?
Yeah?
This place is
it called,
thriving, man.
South California Organics.
Exactly. I mean, they're all super organic, high end. You couldn't afford it if you fucking made $25 an hour. You're not gonna drop in there every day and go, oh, I'm just gonna get me one of these halibuts here for $29, and then I'm gonna get one of these potatoes for $4. Like fuck, by the time you're cooking at home, man, it costs you $100, man. That sucks, dude. I mean, that's way out of control. I've gone to a restaurant last weekend, man. Went to this great place I hadn't been in 20 years. It's like, I was just so happy to be there. I'm like, oh, this is crazy good. I ordered everything I could fucking order, man. I was drinking beers, and I'm like, me and my wife we are both in heaven, man. We're back at this place we hadn't been in over 20 years. And it was $120 for the two of us.
Yeah. That's cheap here, man.
With the tip. It was $95 for the bill, and I gave her $120 and said, have a good night, And she was great, man. Our server was kick ass, man. She earned every bit of that $25.
Yeah, they're worth it. They're the ones you got to tip.
Yeah.
Oh, you guys have to tip there, though, don't you?
You have to tip, man. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So, but
we don't tip here.
You fucking.
I know, right? It's weird, hey. Well, for me, it is.
That's a big cultural difference.
Yeah.
You can if you want to, but you don't.
Yeah, but our service people, they get paid per hour.
Oh, yeah, so do ours, man. What's your point?
And overtime, weekend rates.
No. No, you got to tip your people, man. I'm pissed.
No.
Come on.
If they're good service, then you tip them.
The reason why
If they're good, man. If
I
they're good,
actually don't tip either, but I don't go to places where you'd have to. So that's why. I just never go to any restaurants where you
I'm a
have to
fucking
tip.
tipper, man. I believe that shit.
I don't believe in tipping. It was the reason why I don't. But listen, hear me out. I don't believe in tipping because they should. The reason is it comes out of slavery and indentured servitude, and the businesses should do better. Tipping shouldn't even exist. That should be something we do because we want to give them bonus. They shouldn't be surviving off of it. I'm just saying.
You guys seen Reservoir Dogs?
Dude,
the breakfast scene? Reservoir Dogs, where they were talking about this tipping? Like,
yeah. Like I don't mind tipping, but I want it to be a gift. They shouldn't have to survive off of it. That should be extra.
My ex-wife, man, she was a waitress, man, and she survived off the tips, man. I mean,
that sucks.
There was no
people are working in service. They're getting paid 30 on weekends, $45-50 an hour. So
Oh yeah, well, that's different, bro. See, here they only make like $15 an hour.
Yeah.
So
if that remember,
That's
it
why
used
we
to be
don't-
like what? It was like $2.50 an hour, and then they would just keep the tips. At one point, they treated people horribly for service jobs.
So Timbo, let me get this straight, man. I'm a little confused. Your guys make
Yeah.
$35 an hour, just waiting tables. Is that like a
yeah? So in hospitality, so
Is
if you work at a restaurant at night, it's considered time and a half. So
Yeah.
your hourly rate plus half, and then if you work on weekends, you get a weekend rate, which is time and a half for the first 2 hours, and then double time for the time after.
Holy fuck.
Yeah, and then you get public holiday rates and stuff like that. So they're paid pretty well. That's why all of our people on minimum wage and stuff like that, like minimum wage, I think is $25 an hour.
Holy shit.
Well, damn.
I think it's something like that. It could be less, but it's around that $20 mark an hour. That's the minimum wage.
You Aussies definitely have the workers' rights figured out.
Yeah, but it's fucking expensive to live here.
I bet you it is.
It's bullshit.
It's bullshit everywhere, man. It doesn't matter if you're in Brazil or fucking Australia or America. It doesn't matter now at this point, man.
Yep.
We're all in the same fucking soup, dude, man.
They
The soup
printed
is- fuck, man.
3/4 of all the money in existence was created recently, so the Monopoly board's been flooded.
Yeah, somebody's got Park Place, and and
if you
you're
get
fucked,
someone,
man. What's the other
you
one?
get someone
Broadway
working
and
on-
Park Place. Yeah, you get both Broadway and Park Place. Yeah, you're pretty much win the game, man.
Yeah,
Anybody
if you
that
get
lands
someone
on it.
working on like a public holiday, and they're getting paid $25 an hour normally, they'll be getting $50 an hour on that public holiday, just clearing tables at the pub. You know what I mean?
That's crazy, man.
Yeah.
That's very, very interesting. I did not know
I
this
think it's
about
bullshit
Australia.
system. It doesn't work because we've ended up paying too much for fucking the simplest thing like burgers can be $20 and shit like that. It's just shit. It should be based on how many hours you work in a week. Like if you work over a certain amount, then you should start getting more. It shouldn't be based on the time of the day because it's bullshit. It's really dumb.
Over 38 hours. Once you've done your 38 hours, then it's goes into overtime, which is time and a half. That's what it should be.
That's what it should be. Yeah, it's
that's what it is here.
Yeah, that's weird. That it's just if you work on the weekend, you get paid more. You're right. Y'all are right. That's really weird.
It's rubbish because that's how the businesses make their money on the weekend. I don't know. It's just.
But they saw that logic. You could
know
only work the weekends and be able to survive all week without having to work the rest of the week.
Hey.
Yeah, but they won't put you on.
Not really.
They'll throw you a weekday shift, and and they won't. If you don't work when you're needed, and then you want to work on weekends, they won't give you the shift.
Yeah.
They'll fuck
And
you
they'll
over.
hire someone younger than you, so they have to pay him less.
Hey, welcome to the system, right? Systems.
Yes,
a free market.
Systems are fucked, man.
The fucking system, cuck fucking shithole.
I
but
realize.
we have to figure it out, boys and girls.
Dude, this
We are
whole
gonna
thing
figure
is
this-
like we're the little siblings sitting next to the big kids playing at the table. They're playing Monopoly. And we'll hear them talking about it and take it seriously as though that's the real world. And maybe even take sides. Like, I like this guy because they're doing something. Well, I like this one because they're playing Monopoly. It's not real. They're at a table and we're hearing their conversations.
And hey, guess what? We're hearing their conversations, and the best of their conversations, they come back with gravity and refraction.
Yep.
That explains all of
bends water.
Yeah. Then they'll be
so-
talking about a cartoon and we're like, oh, wow, it's so real. No, they're talking about a cartoon.
I mean, we've had astrophysicists in here. We've had. Did you guys catch this guy that came in the other day, man? He worked for one of these space companies, and he was the communications specialist for the company. And It was one
Oh,
of
I
these.
missed it. Yeah.
Oh yeah, you got to go back. Maybe
that satellite tech dude. That
no, this guy was just he admitted to being just the guy who.
He make lenses.
Yeah. No, he was just the guy that would talk to the public about the space agency or space.
really?
Or yeah, it was just this guy. That was his job, man.
Scientific communicator.
A scientific communicator. He was the space communicator. I think.
What was his proof for the globe?
Well, that was the funny thing, man. He had some pictures, you know. He had seen he had seen a big rocket take off and do a parabolic maneuver away from his vision.
Wow.
Blob. He had witnessed it from like the grandstands of a rocket launch. You know, he was like right there. And he said that he also admitted that a parabolic liftoff from Earth could happen on a flat Earth. It could. And that was interesting. But I don't know if you guys caught that guy. It was in here a couple days ago in the morning, man. I just happened to catch that guy.
Yeah,
I missed a lot of shit.
It was ridiculous, man. He got so frustrated. Poor guy, man. He was up against the ropes. He had to admit that a rocket could take off and just look like it's going into orbit from his perspective.
Who was talking to him?
Like Miggy, I think, remember Jedi? Gemsy, Jedi. Yeah, there were some heavy fucking people. Took him to task on, I think mostly Miggy, man. I think it was. Anyway, it was interesting to hear that conversation from a guy that's his job, man, is to communicate space. And it's a lot of shit he didn't know, man. He didn't know the fucking radius. He didn't know that they had to have this R value, man. He didn't know how they came up with the R value. He didn't know all that shit. Does. Yeah, nobody does. And that was he was, gish galloping. Gish galloping.
You love that word, don't you?
It was a gish galloper. Gish galloper. So yeah, we have to continue to expose these people, at least in this realm. There's many other realms you want to expose people, man, that are probably more dangerous than flat Earth, globe
What
Earth.
subject in anyone's life has anyone come in to argue when they don't know the argument? Who the fuck does that?
Who? Okay,
I know the world's a globe because it is. Oh, do you know how big it is? No, I don't know how big it is.
I don't know.
Do you know the curve rate? No, I don't know.
There it is. All right, old dude just dropped it in the voice text. Yeah, that was it. Snackle.
Oh, is that it?
That's my boy Snackle, bro. Yeah.
I'm gonna.
So that was it. That was Snackle trying to go up against. He's the space communicator.
Yep,
And
we're
he's
getting
coming
most
in
of it
here.
recorded now, and all you've got to do is say something like "space communicator," mate, and I'll be on it. Or if you can give me the guys, I'll be on it for you.
I love you, brother, man. Love you, man.
Where are you keeping these?
That's fantastic.
In the playlist.
Keeping them on the server?
Man. Yeah,
What's that,
check
sorry?
the bot playlist. Check the bot playlist room, because if it's been recorded recently, it's probably been played in there recently. I think we're trying to get a room set up. Clipcord's got a server, I think, and so has Creation Bear set up for it. But we're building a base on it. But yeah, in the bot command, we're in there, man. Yeah.
Cool. Thanks, man.
Good, man.
I got a few to listen to.
Anyway, so yeah, that was our science communicator. that's what he does for a living, is communicate science from space communicator. He got railroaded, bro. My boy got fucking slammed up against the ropes, left, right. Yeah, poor guy. Damn, he had no chance. It was good, man. Yeah, it's worth a listen.
I've got to give a shout out to Teos UK. He's a mod out in the YouTube chat, and that's him. He's starting to clip stuff as well. So give him a like and a sub, guys.
Good on you, man. We'll jump on your page. I'll jump on your channel later when I get home.
Yeah. Hold on. Let me check it. I'm a sub right now, man. Hold on. I gotta get the right window open here, man. I got this. I need some proper window. Hey, guess what, man? The world's fucked up, and we're here to figure it out, man. I hate to tell you guys this, but I'm just here to tell you guys that the world's fucked up, and guess what? Guess who comes to the rescue, man? Us,
flat earthers. Hey, I was I was in the city yesterday, and I had to get public transport. Like I had to go and do a few things. I finished at peak hour. Yeah, like I've been a tradesman my whole life. I don't never go on public transport or anything after work, because I'm always driving the van or the truck. So it jumped on the train 5:30 at night in the subway, and I'm going, fuck, man, like these people packed in sardines. I was like, but on the actual train platform, it reminded me of a dystopian kind of movie, It was dark, there was graffiti everywhere, you could feel the wind from the train coming in the tunnels. Everyone looks really fucking miserable. I was just looking around, everyone's staring at their phones. I was just watching everyone, just going, what's wrong with everyone? Everyone's fucking depressed, staring at their phones. I was thinking, just get off your phone, you'll start smiling. Weird, man. But I suppose that's what they do. They get the train every day, and everyone's like, it's the worst. Like, you got to stand the whole way. You got to stand on the train. I don't know what that story was about, but I just had to tell you.
Well, I appreciate objective reality, things we experience that we can therefore tell other people about our experience. And I'm not that great at it, but there's other people that are really good at it, man. They're just like, oh my God, you're right there with them, man. And you're like, damn, can't believe it. I got on a train, and these two guys sitting across from me, a black guy and a white guy, and they're passing back and forth this bottle of vodka.
Really?
Right? And
couldn't wait
they're
to
like,
get home.
They're talking to each other, and they're like, rapping, and it was like this weird, really weird experience. I got a couple pictures from the experience, but I didn't get anything. I didn't get no video. I wish I would have got the video, because it got into this, and it became this scene, You're like, all right, shit, what's gonna happen here, man? Is this guy gonna fucking pull out a knife? I don't know, man. But we're all paying attention to these guys, and it was just them passing a bottle of vodka back and forth, and they were completely wrecked. Completely, yeah, it was a bad.
It was like what, middle of the day or something?
Yeah, it was like 12 in the afternoon, right?
Lunchtime.
Completely, yeah, they're wrecked. Anyway, I wish you guys could have been there with me to see this scene, but it was wicked, man. But nobody got hurt. Yeah, it was just a couple of guys who were completely wrecked.
Yeah, if they're not doing anything bad, and I don't really care. Who cares?
I don't give a shit either, man. My boy's hammered. Hey, guess what, man? On the train ride, I'm going to I'm going to a game, cricket. Well, they call it baseball here in America, but
Yeah,
I was going to a baseball
I know
game,
what baseball is.
and I know you do. But I was going to a baseball game, at this super famous American baseball park, 100 years old, whatever. And I totally got smashed at the game. I drank a beer per inning, dude. And they got you got 9 innings, right?
Yeah.
I'm like, every inning, I'm like, another one here, over here, sir. Are you? Yeah. The whole everybody knew what I was going to do, because I'm at this famous ballpark that is famous for its drinking, man. It's famous for the drunks.
Yeah.
It is. Absolutely. And there, I'm sure you have some ballparks there in Australia that
Yeah,
are
we've got
famous for the
sections.
fucking drunks, because
Yeah, we've got sections. We got one at the MCG. It's called Bay 13. It's where all the
There you
drunks
go.
and yobbos go. Bay 13.
The only reason the people show up is to drink, right? They don't care about they don't
Drink
care
and
about
shout at people.
and shout. You suck. You guys,
Yeah, you're a fucking idiot.
You missed it. You should have hit that ball. Yeah. Thanks. Yeah. Anyway, so you don't know how these experiences are going to show up on the train or on the plane or wherever you're going, but most of us are, flying, business class at best, which, coach is. I flew coach and ended up in first class sometimes, just by the luck of the draw, whatever. But you might fly, business class and end up in some shithole. You don't know. But I did a lot of flying for a lot of years, and it's. I never saw any curve, man. That's the problem.
Where is this elusive curve?
Where is it? I would love to. Does anybody in here have a curvature? We got some. Do we have any new people joining us?
Let's have a look.
Nobody. No.
I'm the same. I'm one of those people that I'll have a few drinks and I start talking to everyone. Like my wife hates it. I end up talking to the homeless guy standing on the street for an hour.
My wife knows me. Yeah. It's like, oh shit, he's talking to the homeless guys. Ah, fuck. Let's go back in the restaurant. Yeah. Okay.
I just end up talking to some random guy on the street. Like it's just, and she goes, oh fuck, we can't go anywhere without you talking to anyone. And then she goes, oh, you guys end up best mates. I go, yeah, I'll never see him again, but it was fun talking to him.
Yeah, I've ran into a lot of guys on the boardwalk and on the street. It's like I'll throw out the flat earth thing, and just to see where they're at. And sometimes, it's real quick conversation. It's not very long, maybe 2 minutes.
Looks pretty flat out there, yeah.
Looks flat, man. Check it out, man.
But sometimes they mistake that for there's no surf. You know what I mean? Like,
do you really?
If I go to a surf spot and I go, oh, it looks pretty flat, they'll go, yeah, man, we're just waiting for a swell. It's been a few days. I go, no, that's not what I mean, mate.
I always like to throw you. Do you feel like you're spinning backwards at 850 miles an hour right now? No. Okay. Just checking. I'm just checking, man. Okay.
Apparently you are.
Well, according to your globe model, you are. Yes, you are. You're falling backwards at 1,000 miles an hour, or 800 or 700, faster than the speed of sound. Most of you are falling backwards. Faster than the speed of sound. Wow, man. That's crazy thinking. if that's what you experience, man, let us know, because we would love to experience that. We would really, really be into that. And we're here 24/7, 365 days a year. We are here to come in here, for you to come in here and tell us how it feels to fall backwards at whatever speed you're falling backwards at.
You know how it feels?
How's it feel? What's it like?
You cannot detect that motion. That means it is happening. Did you know
Got
that?
it. Okay. Let me see if I got.
You can't feel it spinning, so therefore it's spinning.
I got to get this right on the test. So, because it's spinning, that's why you don't feel it?
Yeah.
Okay, got it.
And it's curving because it doesn't look like
it's curving because it looks like it's not curving. Right?
Yeah.
Okay.
You got 100% on your test.
You know, this is the finals right now, man. This week, my niece is high school, 11th grade. She's got finals this week, and Friday she's out. Boom.
Oh, do you guys finish your school year in June or so? Like, what's this? April, May? Yeah. Because you're coming up to summer.
Yes.
Okay. Because our school year ends in November, December.
Right.
Starts in January, ends in November, December, but it follows the summer as well, so that's why.
That's so weird, man? I mean, it has to be a globe, because you have a summer when I have a winter, and I have a winter when you have a summer. It has to be a globe, man. That proves it without a doubt, 100%.
Seasons, mate. Seasons prove a globe.
Seasons prove the globe.
Even though in your summer the sun's supposed to be 3 million more miles away, but you know.
Wait, I got a question. Does them being upside down affect their learning at all?
Yes.
Well, the gravity, the blood rushing to your head being upside down.
Yeah, we know we're upside down because we're not upside down.
Yeah, it becomes ridiculous at some point. It becomes such a quagmire of reality. It's like, okay, Timbo's upside down. I've been talking to this guy for a couple of years, and he's upside down for sure. I'm like, what? No, you're not upside. You have the same lateral position that I have, man.
Levels exactly the same.
90 degrees is above my head. I can figure this.
Every day it gets more and more ridiculous. If I wanted to fly to see you guys, I'd be maybe 90 degrees around the other way or more.
Well, let me look at my map here.
How far is it to just say Sydney to LA?
What do they tell us? It's like
6,000.
8,000 miles, something like that. Hold on, let me look it up. Shit, I gotta look it up. Sydney to LA. All right, hold on.
You on Google Earth?
I'm gonna fucking Google this shit, bitches. All right, Sydney to Los Angeles. Here we go. Yeah, got a bunch of cuckery. Dude, they love to confuse shit, man. Dude, these Mongos, man. Expedia.com. You gotta go No,
Or have they given you a stopover or something? Have they?
It's not like a. Well, they would, of course. I don't know.
Stopover in Hawaii.
Hold on. Sydney to LA distance. 7,500 miles.
Divide that by 60.
Hold on. 60. Why are we dividing them by 60?
1 degree per 60 miles.
All right. Well,
Apparently, we can't detect it.
I think it's 69 miles. Actually,
is it?
Is it 69 miles or 59? I don't remember.
Well, you'd have to get 25,000 divided by 360, and then you'd get
All right, so 7,500 divided by. What'd you say?
I think it's 60. I think it's closer to 60, but I'm not sure.
Oh shit. 7,500 divided by 60 equals 125.
Wow, 125 degrees difference. So on that plane flight, you're going to be. It's almost upside down. Another 60 degrees and you're upside down.
Right.
But I'm on the side of a ball.
So bad.
Because where are you? You're like 30 something degrees north, yeah? 35 or something like that.
32.
Okay, so I'm 38. So it's almost we can kind of the
Pretty
same.
close.
So,
close enough.
yeah. So we're both on the side of the ball.
Hey, that's true. You know what? We got to start on ourselves ciders. What do you think of that?
Ball ciders.
I'm not going to call you an upside downer anymore. I'm just going to call you my cider, bro. Cider.
You're like a cider.
What's up, cider?
Well, do you like pear cider? Have you had pear cider before?
Oh,
it's delicious. It's not as sweet as the apple one.
No, the apples are not as sweet as the pears.
It's delicious.
It's crazy.
It's nice in summer, not nice in the winter, but.
Mom.
It's Thursday night here. It's nice and cold. I'm going to go home and have a beautiful glass of red Shiraz, I reckon.
Cabernet Sauvignon or a Pinot
Shiraz,
Noir.
man. It's easy to drink.
What do you got?
Shiraz.
Shiraz? What's that?
Yeah, Shiraz.
Shiraz. Okay, gotcha. I know what you're drinking. Hell yeah.
Maybe a full kind of little bit sweet, but nothing like a sweet wine. It's just a little bit sweeter. But not like a Merlot. Sharper than
I don't drink Merlots, man.
No, it's too sweet.
A little too sweet. It's good for the ladies. I mean, if you want to take a lady out and drink some wine, like order a Merlot, man. She'll love it.
Yeah.
For sure, 100%. If you go to a restaurant, man, I've always noticed that the middle-priced one is probably the best. They got the cheap ones, and then they got the really
the cheap ones they sell for $50 a bottle. You find in the bottle shop at $15. Yeah,
exactly. You got to watch out there, man. You don't want to get scammed, but
if you're having a meal, you don't really mind paying it.
Yeah, you're gonna pay $15 for a glass, or
someone's pouring your drink for you while you're eating, having a good time.
See one on there for like $11. $11.
No, we don't. Not at restaurants here.
Yeah, I'll see one, man. It's like $11
They're all
for
like
a glass. Okay.
a
That's
glass. Oh, I thought you meant a bottle.
for a glass. Yeah. 11 for a glass. One glass. You're gonna pay, man. If somebody has to open a bottle for you, man, you're gonna pay.
Yeah.
And
It's
that's
pretty
okay.
bad. We got
I'm
I've
good
got
with
a
that.
yeah. I've got a bottle shop. Like I walk out of my front door,
Get out of here.
and there's a bottle shop 2 doors down.
Oh shit, that's dangerous.
Yeah, it is dangerous, and it's open till 3 o'clock in the morning too.
Oh fuck. Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm not
it's
gonna-
really dangerous.
I'm screwed. All right. Drink lots of water and hydrate, people. Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. And if you want to drink some wine in between, that's cool, man. I'm not against that. Have a beer, have a glass of.
And I
Have a whiskey.
suggest if you're having a drink with me and I say one more, it generally doesn't mean one more.
Yes, that's. I would say that's a obfuscation.
Oh, just one more. We'll keep one more.
Yeah, just one more. Just one more measurement of the curvature. I got one more over here, man. What about satellites? What about the ISS? Gish galloping, man. The Gish
We've
galloping.
seen curvature from the ISS. We've seen it. Who's seen it? Me on video.
I mean, Timbo, man, we've had the best of the best in the world come in here and go, I got you. I got your glove, man. I'm Danny Faulkner. I'm a fucking astrophysicist, bitches. What do you got?
Is he an astrophysicist?
I don't know. I think he's at least a professor at a school. I think Danny.
He's a religious professor, though, isn't he?
Well, he's got a PhD. Whatever. I've talked to Danny a couple times, man. Just chill, like
he seems all right.
Yeah, like, hey, dude, what's up, man? How you doing? How's your family? I'm like, just keeping it cool with him. And I say, hey, man, what's your evidence for your glove, man? Well, it's this red shift, blue shift.
Red shift, blue shift. Yeah.
Oh, fuck. Here we go. Oh, dude, but
how can you say red shift, blue shift if the space is expanding faster than the speed of light? You wouldn't see any light; it would just be dark. The light wouldn't be able to get to you.
It's incredible.
Background radiation. That's their answer. Background radiation.
But they sold it to Danny.
Radiation.
I'm just going to say, man, they sold it to Danny. Danny bought it. And that's, I get it, man. And Danny's getting paid to protect it. Because that's what he was taught. And he's like, dude, man, they're paying me to teach this shit, man. I have to protect it. But at the same time, man, he's willing to come in here and expose himself as being a complete fucking retard. And that's pretty cool, man. Thank you, Danny. And I will appreciate your honesty. And even with Matthew Learns, I mean, there's another one.
Are they going to let him back in? I heard they were going to let him back in.
I mean,
is there discussions going on?
I have no problem with Learns.
Yeah, I don't mind. At least he's honest, but his arguments were getting a bit boring. Every time he came in, someone would ask him the same question. It's like, we're really going to spend our time listening to this guy again.
Well, I agree with Helio. I think he said that it's kind of distracting from the
new people. Yeah.
New people. And there has been a bunch of new people coming in lately.
Yeah, there has.
And I love it. I mean, high-end people, man. People like with some degrees and shit, right? And it's been fascinating.
I was thinking your winter, like the American winter would be busier because everyone would be at home. But it seems like now the weather's starting to get better.
Yeah.
There's more people jumping on.
Well, they're in a better
more people are
mood.
socialising, so their mates are coming over, so they go, let's ring these flat earthers.
Let's go get them. Let's get those flat earthers. Let me get that little piece of that action. Yeah,
these
man.
guys are stupid. Listen to what they say.
So
They
yeah,
reckon the Earth's flat.
I'll just say we've had a couple of astrophysicists, a couple of science communicators, space communicators, PhDs. Yeah, there's some people dropping by, man, now and again. Say, hey, man, I got your mathematics for your globe right here in my pocket. Oh, that's
Demon,
cool.
Demon Stride in today. You know Demon Stride?
Yeah, of course.
From Tartaria.
Stride,
He said,
Stride. I call him Stride. Yeah. Demon Stride.
He said that someone measured the mass of the Earth with a plumb bob.
That's incredible.
Really?
What a revelation we've had.
We asked him why, and then QE jumped in and goes, "You're a fucking idiot."
Well,
I miss
idiots sometimes need to be called out, even if, it does seem harsh sometimes, man. I mean, I'm always down with talking to a PhD, man, and say, hey, man, what's up? I've gone up against at least a dozen of them. It's like, hey, bro.
Bob to measure the mass.
What do you got? What do you got for this gas pressure thing without a container, man? What do you got? I'm right here, man. What can I construct here in my garage that's going to...
I've got dry ice.
Where's your container?
To the bottom.
Man? I got... the ice is the container. Don't you understand? Don't you understand? The container
is containing gas. Look at it.
It's the ice is containing the gas. Yeah, of course. Yeah. Hey, let me ask you this, man. Have you ever been to outer space? Well, no. Okay. What evidence you got for outer space? What do you got? Because you've never been there. I've never been there. What do you got? Tell me. Well, there's these 12 guys that went around the moon back in the 60s. It was this Armstrong. He landed. And there was, they golfed on the moon. My God, they did everything on the moon.
They drove around on a buggy.
Dune buggied and golfing, bitch. Got my golf cart here, man. Let's play 18, bitch. Come on. I got my golf cart and a fucking set of fucking clubs. Let's play golf on the moon. Okay, that sounds good.
All the way there, and they had to worry about the payload, but they said, "Oh, let's bring some golf clubs."
Yeah.
What the fuck is that?
Every ounce counted because, the calculations had to be perfect. Speaking of calculations, apparently NASA has rediscovered back in the 60s that NASA was developing a nuclear rocket. Okay?
Ooh.
A nuclear rocket. And they went back, apparently today, they went back and found all the information about this nuclear rocket they were building, and they're going to build a new one based off of all the diagrams and data that they had from this shit back in the 60s.
Maybe they'll find the telemetry data for the
well, that was my first question. That was my first question. Was, oh my God, can you guys find the telemetry data that you guys lost back in the 60s? Fuck no, man. I mean, yeah, I love that you caught on to that straight away, man. That was solid. Fuck yeah. That was the same thinking I had, because you Mongos out there, man, said, hey, man, we lost all the data. And then they're like, well, we found all this data about this nuclear thing, man. Back in the 60s, they were kicking ass with this nuclear rockets, man. We're going to go to deep space with these nuclear rockets, bro.
Deep space.
And yeah, fascinating, man. How, none of us have been to space, but yeah, they'll sell it to you all day long, man, in every possible fashion. I think the AI is putting out at least 4 or 5 really good space stories every fucking single day, man. I mean,
I think 90% of the world don't even think about they don't even think about it.
No, they don't. 99%, I'm sure. Timbo,
Don't even think about space or anything throughout their whole life. They just don't. Whatever.
I don't know about that, man. I mean, when I was younger, I was like sitting around getting high, fucking. Wow, man, far out, man.
Having some space cookies.
Yeah, like that light in the sky, man. Like fuck, it's like really far away, bro. Man, I was buying. I was buying that shit like a complete. Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah. That sounds good.
Yeah, I was a space mongo as well.
I was 100%, man. I was like, oh, that's so cool. I had this girlfriend, man. She's reading Stephen Hawking's book, and she's like, this stuff's so heavy, man. I can't even understand it. And she was pretty smart. Too. It's like,
because no one can understand
such a mind blower, It's blowing my mind. I remember her going on and on and on about it. Like the time warp space time thing that produces she was fucking.
And then you come in and go, hey, have you ever heard of the 3-body problem?
We got a 3-body problem, bitches. So yeah, you get caught up in the system, man. It's easy to get thrown off track. These guys have figured out if they throw out 47 stories about who's sucking whose dick, and meanwhile there's one story over there in the corner that says, hey man, we lost $2 trillion, bro. My bad.
Yeah, in small print. In small print.
Sorry, my bad, bro. A couple trillion. We don't know where it is. I have no idea.
Oh, and that same day, 2 planes flew into buildings in small print.
Right? Isn't that interesting, man? Right where they were like looking into the where they lost a couple trillion. Hey, man, a couple billion, whatever it was.
Trillion.
$3
trillion, wasn't it? Yeah.
I think it was 2.1 trillion, I think. My bad. Hey, man, you guys cool, man? I'm an accountant, and we fucked up. My bad.
Yeah, we lost it somewhere. I don't know where it is.
You know what? Sue me.
That's all right. We'll just blow the buildings up, and then we can start a war, and we'll get the money back.
Yep. Hey, isn't that interesting, man? Hey, welcome to the Earth. Welcome to Earth, man. First of all, welcome to Earth, because we live on Earth, and we can check out Earth, and we can measure Earth. And we can fucking shoot lasers over Earth, and we can run tape measures over Earth, and we can fly fucking planes over Earth, and we can do the coolest shit here on Earth, man. Guaranteed. 100%.
Like what Heretic said before, I'm an Earther.
You're an Earther. On Earth, we can check out Earth. If you want to live out there in Disney Spaceland, man, go out there in Disney Spaceland and live. Go ahead, man. Knock yourself out.
Marvin the Martian.
It becomes ridiculous at some point. It becomes audacious. I love that word. And it shows the ignorance of these Mongos, man. When they want to go, we discovered a planet that was 1 trillion, million, billion miles away.
Say planet. It's just like Earth.
It's just like Earth. And I know it. We know it for sure. We saw the,
Hey, you got any trees?
You got any trees, bro? Where's the picture of the tree, bro? One tree, man. I'm not like asking for a lot here. Just one. I used to say that, man, before I was a flat earther, man. I'd be like, dude, why doesn't NASA produce some fucking shit, man? says, "Hey, man, there's a tree over here." No, nothing. Not a fucking tree. Not an ocean. Not a wave. Lake, a river. Give me. No, you got nothing. Got nothing, man. You guys got nothing, man. It's sad, man. You guys.
Yeah, they go. Oh, we know there's an exoplanet there because we're measuring the light, and every now and again the light dims by 0.5%. So that means that there is an exoplanet orbiting this star.
Right.
What's your measuring stick?
That's your evidence?
Yep.
The light dims by 0.5%.
The light dims. Of course the light dims. If it didn't dim, I mean, what else could it be, possibly?
It has to be an exoplanet. If the light dims, it's an exoplanet.
Guaranteed. And
There's nothing else it can be.
Didn't we have somebody in here a few weeks ago claiming to be one of those guys that took a picture?
Yeah, that was that guy. Altia.
Yeah. How's he doing these days, man? Is he okay?
I haven't seen him back in.
Just make sure he's all right, man. You're gonna be all right, brother. You're gonna be fine.
Remember you said I want to see some. I just wanted some pictures, man.
I get it.
When you're saying that to him, you can hire the telescope, and I just want to see some pictures, just of some stars, some planets.
Actual pictures, man.
Show me what you got.
Not some data reconstruction of
stacked overlays.
Yeah,
Like
overlays.
Give me a picture, man. Just one picture.
None of the stacking. No stacking, bro. Sorry. That's a no-no. Hey, dude, I knew a guy, man. He would stack these pictures of stars, man. He'd just stack. You know, it's like thousands.
Until he got an image he liked, yeah?
And then it looks so cool, dude. It looks so great, man. I was like, damn, that's pretty. But it was, thousands and thousands of pictures stacked on top of each other. It looked really cool, man. It looked far out. Yeah. Looked like it's Photoshop, man. Looked just like Photoshop.
It's exactly the same. You're just taking images, and then it takes these little bits of the images that look like stars, and the computer program takes each little bit of image from each photo it takes and stacks it on top of things until it looks like something that you want it to look like. That's what stacking is. Because it's got to have a baseline, yeah? So where does the baseline come from? So stupid.
Well, I just want our youngsters to know that you've been kind of hustled, you've been kind of bustled, you've been kind of hoodwinked. You've been kind of ripped off like the rest of us, man. We got ripped off too, man. And it sucks, man, getting hustled, man. It sucks. But at some point you got to step up to the plate and say, fuck, damn, I got hustled. Shit. All right, start over. Let's do it. Let's do this again. And gazillion light years. What's up, man? Gazillion light years. Ain't seen you in a minute. He said that they apparently they weighed the whole universe
with a plumb bob.
Right. With 2 balls, he said.
My balls are attracted to your
2 balls with a Z. I love it.
Space, that's why I say space is gay.
Yeah.
Balls attracting balls.
Apparently, they weighed the whole they weighed the whole universe. What do you guys think of that claim?
What scale does one use to weigh the universe?
That's pretty funny, man.
It's on the universal scale.
Get the fuck out of here. If somebody came in here and said, they've weighed the entire universe, Bong. Come on. You know this for a fact. They weighed the whole universe. I guarantee it. They've done it. These people are smart, man. They're amazing.
Yeah. How do you weigh a whale again? Yeah, anyways, let me know when you find out. Yeah. And then we'll talk about that other thing. About the universe. Yeah.
They weighed the entire universe, man. Get the fuck. But they're buying it. They're buying it. That's the sad thing.
Buying it. That's it.
Buying. We were
buying it. I can't. Fucking Mysterio, man. I was watching Spider-Man. You know, Mysterio whispered, "Don't believe anything." I'm like, who the hell are you talking to? Like, you know, people believe anything. They'll buy anything. Yeah.
I saw a study, man, that said that people will watch static on a television. They'll just watch it. It's so amazing. It didn't even
it's
have
like looking at clouds.
like looking at clouds. Yeah, they're watching the static on the television. Damn, that's scary, man. Yeah.
The black and white static, right? The black and white.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they used to put those color bars on there, like the color spectrum bars. They used them in the studio to dial in there.
It's that black and white zigzag pattern, you know, the
like
whole
red, blue, you know, it was a red, you know.
Oh yeah.
Green, yellow, magenta. Yeah, they had the color.
Beep. Yeah.
There you go. Yeah.
There's a test.
Old school, man. Yeah, people would stare
right
at
before
that.
the TV programming shuts off, right? You get that beep. And right before it starts, you get that beep.
Wake up. It's time to pay attention to the television. Pay attention to the... Don't pay attention to the man behind the curtain. Don't.
Pay attention. We must calibrate your mind to the programming that is about to begin. Dun, 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 dun. Immediately after, right?
Yeah.
Dun, 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 with the flag waving. Dun, 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 dun. America.
So fucking bad.
Tuning in.
So they took it to the next level, man. They really pushed it. And there's some stuff coming out these days, man, that all of us are like, what? They got, you know, helicopters on Mars and crazy stuff, right? And it's like, damn, man, these guys are really pushing it hard, man. They're pushing back with everything they can, man, to keep people believing in this fucking outer space spinning globe thing, man. It's pretty obvious at this point. It's extremely obvious.
Works. I mean, it works. And, you know, if it works, don't fix it, right? If it's not broke, don't. I mean, it's working. You know, I think people who are going to wake up are very specific people. That's why they don't really, that's why I don't have to change anything. Because I think the majority of people are going to, just stay brainwashed. You know, stay asleep because it works. I mean, you amp up everything else. You know, the distractions, the suffering, the wars. You know, you up everything else. You know, let's release some kind of yeah, you know what I mean. But it all plays a part in keeping people brainwashed. You know, asleep, trusting, right? Because if there's wars and you're afraid that, you know, that country is going to destroy your country, then you ain't got time for, you know, all this other, you know, truth seeking, like, just, and now with AI, who knows where this is going to go, you know, how they're going to fake it next, right? Like, it's going to get easier for them to fake it, you know, and make people believe that the Earth really is a ball. Because if you can't tell the difference between CGI and the real, right? Does it really matter? Does it matter if you can't tell the difference? Does it matter if you can't tell the difference between a straight line and a curved line? Doesn't matter, right? Hello? Did I get cut off? Check. Mic check.
Going to stop the conversation there. But so, Andrew, you have VC verified and link embedded roles. So you've obviously been in here before. What's your take on where we live? Before we get into a different conversation.
Well, yeah, we can continue this. Obviously, the conversation we were having.
Yep.
So, yeah, with what I do in my life, the Globe Earth gives me very good predictions for everything. So
okay,
that's what
are they predictions or postdictions?
So they're in many cases
what
they
predictions?
Yeah.
Yeah, what predictions are you getting?
So, for instance, if I see like an asteroid fly by, and you give me like
an asteroid, you see an asteroid fly by.
Yeah. So if you see something fly by and you give me like position velocity, I can predict when it's going to come by in like many years' time.
I thought asteroids are like honking huge. That like if like meteors are like smaller. I'm just pointing that out.
Yeah. What? How are you? So you've got asteroids in the sky. You're predicting asteroids in the sky. What? Why are you looking at?
So maybe I'll be more careful. So yeah, so there's the experimental observation that you see a thing in the sky, right? We don't know what it is.
Experimental observation? Can you explain experimental observation?
So that's just something that anyone can see and observe with tools.
So an observation, not an experimental observation.
I would say observations are experiments. Yeah.
No. Do you know the scientific method for an experiment?
So, my philosophical stance on this is that
that's not a philosophical question.
Okay, so what is your definition? We'll work with it.
Oh no, I asked you.
Okay, no, I think what Timbo was trying to get at is the specific question is: do you know the steps to the scientific method? Can you state those steps?
Okay, so scientific method, I think, as people are going to generally use it, is you come up with a hypothesis based on some theory. You make a prediction.
No.
You set up an experiment.
You need an observation.
You make an observation of that thing.
Observation. Yeah, observation is first.
Yeah, that's the first thing. You observe the natural phenomenon.
Yeah.
And then you come up with a hypothesis.
And then you start doing your tests, your experiments.
And then you manipulate the variables.
Mm-hmm.
You manipulate the variables, and then you come up with a testable theory. So a theory is tested over and over again, and then you have a scientific theory.
Okay, so this was actually what I was going to say originally, but so my stance on this is that the only true thing you can ever hold is the observation, right? Every theory you come to explain any of these things is always just a guess, right? And
well, let's go back to what you were talking about, because you were talking about observing things in the sky,
right?
So, and you said experimental observation. So it's just getting at what the word experiment meant.
Yeah.
So you can't really use that word for that thing that you're doing, because you can't manipulate anything to know if your experimental observations are correct.
Yeah, cause and effect is what science is figuring out the causes to effects.
Right. So when I say experimental observation, I'm meaning this. There's this branch of like science philosophy that is just the only true thing you
that's
ever
philosophy.
have is the observation.
There is no science.
It's not science.
There is no science philosophy.
Yeah, there is. Yeah, no, it's a field.
No,
there is no science philosophy.
Sure. Yeah, there is.
No,
so you can say no and I can say yes, but of course, right? You have to define what you want science to be, right?
No.
Define pseudoscience.
No. Science is science, and it's been defined. That's why we have
but
a scientific method.
Andrew,
that's why we have a scientific method, because you have to follow the scientific method to do science.
Okay,
if
but
you don't follow
my
the
question to
scientific
you,
method,
right?
The definition is pseudoscience.
May I ask a question?
Yeah, but
Yeah, go ahead, I suppose.
Okay, so you have a definition of science, the scientific method, right?
No, there is a definition of science from. Why do you think we have definitions?
Yeah, that's.
It's so that people don't get mistaken on what definition is.
So my question is, who defined the scientific method?
The people who created the scientific method.
Okay, so it's a pointless
And the people
definition.
who follow it. Why?
So
what if you're not following a method to get an outcome, then you're not doing anything because everything's flawed.
Right.
Because what you're trying to do is get a cause and effect. Yeah, you're trying to come up with a theory on what is causing the effect, what the cause and effect of the observation that you're making, the natural observation. So if you can't manipulate the variables to test whether it is this thing that is the cause, then you're not doing science. So you're going to go into, okay, we're looking into space and we're looking at, you call it a rock going through space. That's not science.
Okay, so here, let me.
You agree?
Let me write one more thing down so I don't miss everything.
Do you agree that that's not science?
Okay, so
do you agree that's not science?
I'm not sure what you're saying now. I'm just going to go back a couple of points, if that's okay.
Okay, go.
Okay, so you were saying is that we want to get a cause and effect. That I agree with. No? Okay, sorry.
Yeah. My words were a bit minced, but I've only just woken up, so yeah.
That's all good. I'm on the same boat. It's a rainy Saturday here, so I can't go for my normal run, so I feel a little sluggish.
Yeah, we got a nice sunny Sunday, so get out. I'll get out and about today.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead, mate.
So you were saying is that we want to determine some kind of cause and effect, right? If you want to rephrase this, I'll rewrite it right now.
No, that's all right. We're looking. So you're looking for a cause of the natural phenomenon, yeah?
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
Right. Natural. Okay. So, and I agree that natural phenomenon.
This is not my opinion either. If you want to look up, because I can hear you typing things in. If you want to look up the scientific method, if you want to look up the scientific method, then it's not. I didn't make this up.
No, I'm not saying that, right? But okay, so what you've said so far, and what I agree with, is that we want to ultimately determine cause and effects of things, and those things we want to determine are natural phenomenon. So when you say natural phenomenon, this is what I, from some science philosophy, would call experimental observation, which is something that anyone exactly. It's something anyone with proper description can go and set up and observe, right?
That's observation.
But what's the experiment?
Kind of irrelevant to where we are right now.
You're using the word in your sentence. You're using experiment in your sentence. So you're saying observational experiment. So you're observing something, and then what are you experimenting on?
Right. So an example of an experimental observation might be that metals get red when they're heated. Right.
Okay.
So I can say that to you. You can go get a metal.
Yeah.
You can heat it up.
So how do you relate this to asteroids in the sky?
Right. So what I would say is that, So what I would say is that the experimental observation of that is that somebody, if they're given correct instructions of how to look, they would see a thing in the sky, right? Just a thing.
And you determine what this thing is.
Mm-hmm. So I'm not even at that point yet, right? What my
we
point
can skip ahead because now we're just going over words that we're going to disagree with. So I want to know, you're doing an observational experiment on an asteroid. I want to know, the observation is you see something in the sky. Now what's the experiment?
So then it's saying I can take some data points of that thing moving how it moves, and I can predict when it's going to come back. That's all.
And you're determining how many degrees it's moving in the sky. This is your experiment?
So that's the data I would be collecting. And
and then the cause of this or the effect? What?
Okay. So, right. So, okay, I'm like kind of an experimentalist, you would call this. I don't want to say
what are you determining
at all what the effect is. I actually would even say we can't ever know this.
So where's the
exactly. That's not science. Sorry, go.
Okay, right. So when you say this, though, I would say that this old definition of science doesn't really hold up anymore. I don't think.
Old? Well, who changed it?
Anymore.
So I have some just logical issues with some old
and Andrew, I want to get that logical things. You are saying that you're observing some asteroid on the measuring or calculating some angles or something.
Okay, sure. Yeah, go ahead.
And what you assuming that it's down?
I missed the last word. What I'm assuming.
What you assuming that it's down when you calculating all that stuff?
That it's.
Do you assuming something, or you're sure that that's something? It's that what you assuming?
Sorry. Can somebody clearly? I'm not sure what the question is.
He's asking you when you're looking up into the sky on the very base level here on Earth. Are you assuming something?
Okay, so when I see like a dot on the sky. I'm taking some different numbers from it, and I'm saying when I think it's going to come back.
So and come back where, Andrew? Come back where?
Okay, so it keeps moving. Eventually, we don't see it on the sky anymore, and then I'm saying when we're going to see it again on the sky.
And what that has to do with the surface of the Earth?
Okay, so I think at this point I thought we were just talking more about scientific method and such.
Well, we can go past that because we've determined that what you're doing is not science. So,
even if you're doing that, whatever you're doing, what that has to do with the shape of the surface?
Right. So I would say we have this observational experiment.
Yeah.
And we
You're doing it again.
For it.
Yeah, you can't put those two words together.
And what that observation telling you, Andrew?
What is the observation?
What is the result of that observation?
So there's the observation, and then the theory of gravity and orbits fits that observation.
What? Yeah, and what is conclusion of that result?
It provides a bit more strength to the argument of gravity and orbits.
If we have the gravity in orbits, what is the conclusion of that?
That it seems like the theory of gravity in orbits is stronger.
Is it conclusion that all? I will help you. Is it that all conclusion? You're making observation, then you now find out that there is a gravity, and now Earth is a globe. Is that conclusion? Or that has nothing to do with the globe?
So
straight up reification.
I guess I would say no to this. Yeah, sure.
That means if we make that observation, we can prove that Earth is a globe.
No, it doesn't prove it. No.
And what that observation telling us then?
It's telling us that the method we were using to make that prediction is pretty good.
And what is telling us of the shape of the Earth? That observation.
Nothing. Well, the model we were using to make that prediction was assuming this.
Oh, okay. That means you're using. Did you assume something? I asked in the first place.
Yeah.
You assume in the first place that Earth is
Yeah, you're assuming the entire model. Yeah.
Ah, okay. Yeah. And where did you get that model?
From previous building block experiments. Yeah.
Experiments.
Similar observational tools. Yeah.
Yeah, but you're using.
Sorry, Sasha. Go ahead, mate.
You're using the globe Earth model.
Mm-hmm.
But where is that model?
What do you mean where? Sorry.
When you make observation, you assuming that Earth is a globe, and then you make some data. You know, why you don't look Earth itself and say, okay, this is a globe because there is a globe, and then you make a measurement of or calculation of something happening in the sky. Or we have that immediately. We have the globe, and now we are observing. Or we need to prove first the globe, and then we will observe. Or we should first observe, and then we will make a globe.
So I just look at it as a variety of observational things and just trying to find something that can describe all of these things.
Yeah.
All right, let's start at the start.
Making things up.
That's good. That's good point. If you have the globe on the ground.
Yeah.
Do you have a globe on the ground?
Go back to the start.
Do you have a globe on the ground?
Do I have a what?
Do you have a globe on the ground?
Do I have a globe on the ground?
He's asking if
the globe according to
experience the globe.
Yeah, so has anyone ever measured the globe to determine that it is a globe? There's the base point, yeah? So you need a globe to do all these things that you're doing. So if we go back to the start and you go, okay, we need to prove a globe. Has anyone ever proved a globe? Who measured it? How did they do it? And then maybe a citation and an experiment.
A demonstration.
We have these things. A demonstration, yeah.
Right. So I don't think anyone's just gone out and measured the entire.
So how do you have a globe then?
Probably the closest thing is maybe like some.
Andrew, do we have dimensions of the Earth?
Do we have the measures of the Earth?
Dimensions.
Yeah. It's going to be a little weird, right? Because it's bumpy, so you're not going to have an exact thing, but pretty good, yeah.
Yeah, we have pretty good. And how we got that in first place?
We found some numbers that fit models.
Okay, great. Does that numbers fitting with the reality?
Yes.
Did you check that?
Yeah, when I used to work with satellites, it all fit very well. So
satellites. No, I'm speaking of the surface of the Earth. We are speaking that there is a radius, there is dimensions. You said there are numbers fitting. Did you check that in reality?
So, what do you want here? I'm not sure.
Okay. Well, what is the radius of the Earth? What is the radius of the Earth?
I think it's like 6,500 kilometers.
Okay, and what that math is telling you how much you can see on the globe with your height?
Can I pull out a pen and paper, or is this?
You can Google it if you want.
I will help you. 180. If you're 2 meters, something like 5-6 kilometers, not more.
Can someone else say that? Maybe I couldn't write it down.
With 2 meter height, you can see 6 kilometers, not more.
2 meter height can see.
2 meters.
Are you writing an article or something? Are you?
No, I just write down things when I'm talking with people because I find a lot of things get said and it's hard to remember everything. So you said 2 meter height can see 6 kilometers?
Yeah.
Is this? I'm assuming this is at the same elevation.
I'm telling you what is the globe, Matt. That is what you said, 6,000 kilometers. That's telling you.
He's talking about over water. So,
okay. So same elevation over water. Okay, and is this with refraction or anything, or is this?
Don't worry about refraction, mate, because you need R for that. So
wait, don't worry about it. Hold on.
Don't worry about it yet. Don't worry about it yet.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
So just listen to Sasha.
Don't worry about.
And go
we will invoke refraction later. Don't worry.
Yet. You need to add in yet. If you're writing an article,
I'm not writing.
I think you're doing. I didn't say you don't need to worry about refraction. I said don't worry about refraction yet. All right, we're determining the size of the ball that they claim it is and how far you should see to the horizon on your ball. So that's what we're determining at the moment. We'll talk about the other factors later.
Okay.
So this is the globe prediction at its best. It's supposed to predict where the horizon is.
Without refraction. Andrew question. Andrew question. In globe Earth model, is it horizon geometrical or optical?
Optical.
Oh, you are wrong.
Okay. Expand. Can I
how
say
something
how I'm assuming you're using
how
this,
something physical can be optical?
We only observe things through our eyes, or through pictures, or through rays of light reaching sensors.
Is it,
so it's optical, right?
Okay, that's optical. Yeah. Is it Earth optical?
Is Earth optical? The way we see it and interact with it is optical. Yeah.
Is it optical? Is the physical thing that we're standing on optical or physical?
It's a physical thing, but we can only interact with it through.
Just answer the question simply. Well, there's other ways of looking at it, but anyway.
Of course, that we are observing with our eyes, but we are observing physical thing.
Well, but when you're talking about a horizon, you're talking about something being traced back to a source, right? And we're using light for this, so it's optical.
Well, we're trying to determine how somebody claimed that we live on a globe. So they must have seen the curvature somewhere to declare such a thing.
Andrew, are you telling me that water, what I'm observing and what I'm seeing physically, it's optical?
Am I... Okay. Are you saying, or am I, sorry, I forget who was saying what, but the question was, is water seeing or optic? Sorry, actually, I didn't understand that question at all. Can you say?
Okay, so what you're saying, right? So there's a claim that we have a ball that's a certain size. So at some point, we'll go through the measurements. At some point, the Earth, the edge of the sphere should be curving down. So is that point that we're calling the horizon just before it starts curving down, is that optical or physical?
I would say that's optical, yeah.
Welcome to the flat Earth.
Yeah. Is there any more to say?
So, okay.
So you don't have a physical... You don't have a physical... Don't worry about reading back. You don't have a physical... Let's just have a conversation instead of writing an essay. So you don't have a physical edge to the sphere? Is that what you're saying?
So what my understanding of what was said was the ball has a certain
Don't worry about what was said. I just asked you a question.
So you should see an edge curving
down. Do you have a physical edge to the sphere?
If we call that edge curving down the horizon, is that optical or physical? I would say that is optical. Yeah.
I'll come to the flat Earth.
So where's your physical edge then? Where is your physical edge to the sphere?
There is a physical edge that exists, but we can't interact with physical things. We interact with optical things.
We can't interact with physical things, is what you just said.
Mm-hmm.
What are you talking about? Like like is your coffee cup a physical thing? Yeah, you interact with your coffee cup when you put it to your face to drink out of it. What are you saying?
Sure. This is using different senses, right?
No, it's
when
not.
We're talking about
physical's
things we
physical.
See, that is only observation, right?
It's not observation, it's a measurement.
You said.
I ask you, if I see the water in distance, physical
I think
water,
your mic cut out, Jenna, or someone.
Is the horizon apparent or is it geometrical?
No, what he's doing is he's trying to avoid the question. That's what he's doing. So, Andrew, what we want to do is we want to have a conversation and just get some simple answers. But you're answering a question with a question, and then repeating back what you've written down.
I gave you an answer,
and it's really distracting. So there's supposed to be they've given us a size, right? So
he said that it's he said it's geometric, but we see it optically, which is a useless caveat. So why don't you just get to the measurements for the geometric horizon that you see optically?
Because, Andrew, we are saying that it's optical.
Okay.
Well, where's its measurements? Crickets.
Sorry?
Where's the measurements?
Yeah, where are the measurements?
I don't know. I thought we were getting to that.
So we just
it seems like we're always just getting to it when Globers are talking to us. Like, when do we actually get to it?
Did you? Let's put like this. Maybe Andrew doesn't know. Do you know, Andrew? Did you see any measurement on the surface of the sea level?
Sorry, I don't understand this question.
Did you see any observation and measurements on the sea level from anyone?
I think we should stop trying to convince the guy. The truth, man. Stop pushing him. We don't have to convince him. Mate,
where's your Earth curve? Where is it? Like, you're saying we live on a ball, but you got no proof that we live on a ball. But you're saying we do observational experiments in the sky. Like, we need to prove this ball. So what we're doing is, we're doing is we're going through the motions on how did you get the measurements of this ball? How did you determine it was a ball that we stand on?
Right. Okay. So my view on this is that we have observational experiments
which you can't use those things.
Right.
Observational experiments are not experiments. It's just called observations.
Okay. So yeah. Sorry, I'm reaching into like a field that I realize most people don't care about. So I'll try and avoid using these words.
No, we care about science. You apparently don't care about the words you're using, so
no,
that's just the issue here.
So this is like a field of the philosophy of science that takes the stance that there only exists the observations, right? And everything else we take from that is all just basically...
Yeah, that's not science. No, that's not science. The scientific method...
Okay, actually, yes, thank you. I was hoping we could get back to this. So we were saying before that something to be scientific has to follow the scientific method, right?
Correct.
Okay. Who came up with the scientific method?
Why do we have to go through all this?
It doesn't matter.
Okay, I'll jump the gun. I'm going to say that the way we came up with the scientific method, or whoever defined it, or wherever you're getting it from, is basically arbitrary with the goal of trying to find a cause and effect, but I don't think that works.
You don't think the attempt to find the cause and effect works?
I think that's okay, so that's a goal, right? That's not the thing. But just trying to compare cause and effect is never going to logically be sound to give you...
Yeah, that's not the scientific method. You don't compare cause and effect.
Wait, hang on, let him finish his point.
The scientific method works.
Okay, so sorry, I wrote that down from what someone said earlier. So... Okay, does somebody want to define the scientific method and we'll run with that for now?
Wait, hang on. Before we do that, what is your point you're trying to make? I'm trying to make sense out of you.
Sure.
You talk us through
so
it.
My point is that I think there's a new field in philosophy of science, relatively new, that is just experimentalism, which says there is only the observations that you can make, and that's it. You might use theories to make new observations, and that might work, but at some point that new theory is going to break, and the only thing you're left with are the observations. And in the future,
I don't think.
some theory.
Sorry, when you say observations, what do you mean?
No proof, then.
It means almost anything you can imagine. So the example I gave earlier is that a metal turns hot when it gets red.
I mean, it turns red when it gets hot.
Yeah, that's an observation. But you were talking about when your theories change. That changes your observations. No, but no, it does not.
No.
The observation is always the same. Your ideas and your theories changing is not changing any observations. You understand?
Yes.
That?
Okay, that's key. That's exactly what
the observation you gave before was meteorites flying through the sky. That's the observation you gave before.
Exactly.
And then we went through it and we determined that that's not science. Yeah.
Okay, to be clear, I didn't word it that way. I said you see a light.
You called it observational experiments, and I said you can't do that because they're in the sky. You can't test them.
Andrew, is it possible when you make that observation in the sky that the surface is not a globe?
Yes.
There's not. Yes. Okay. That means that your observation is pointless. It could be also sphere and it could be flat. No.
So you just have the observation. All you have is the observation, and you're trying to find something that fits all of the observations. That's it.
Okay. And
but what you're talking about is just a conflation of categories. There's no point in using the word experiment in any other sense. There's already established a sense in which the word experiment is used. So what you're talking about is just an observation. It's not an observational experiment. It's just an observation.
Sure. So we're using just different language, but I'm fine with that. Yeah.
Okay, so we have the observation. Okay. Now the last thing that we're just talking about with you as it concerns the subject that this VC is dedicated to is the convexity or non-convexity of the surface of the Earth. And they already got you to the point where you acknowledge that the horizon is optical. It's not a concrete edge to a sphere.
Right, yeah. Well, the thing we see, there could be a physical thing, but we can only interact with it optically, right?
But you have to substantiate that. You can't just reaffirm the consequent. Say, well, it is concrete, but we just don't observe it.
No,
if you suppose that it is concrete, you have to substantiate it.
I don't want to attribute anything concrete. I just want to say we have the observations. And
Andrew, question.
Wait, hang on. Wait. And then after me, Sasha. If you don't want to assert that the Earth is a concrete spherical entity, then you forfeited the debate.
If you want to phrase it like that, sure. Yeah. My opinion is I just want things that give me tools to make new observations. That's all. And so far in my career, I've gotten pretty good new observations using globes.
But I think it's time to ask the five basic questions.
That mean Andrew that in that case Earth cannot be flat.
Does that mean no?
No. And what do
you mean using globes? Because you're not using the Earth because it's not a globe. So you're just ascribing sphericity to the Earth, even though you don't observe the Earth concretely being an object with a convex surface.
Sure. So the way that this branch of science philosophy says it wants to work is you have previous observations, you take a thing that fits those past observations, and you make some prediction, and you try and just go make a new observation. Even if that theory fails, in the future, you have a new observation, which is added to the pool of things that new stuff has to fit to.
What you just described is just ad infinitum making observations and supposing reports of new observations. That's not a theory.
Yeah, it's just an attempt at confirming a bias.
No,
that's not even that. It's not even that. It's just an ad infinitum repetitive process of reporting observations. That's not a theory.
Okay, so in this process, you're making new theories.
Okay, which one is it? You said you make an observation, then you go make new observations, then you go make new observations.
No. There was a step in there. So you have your collection of observations. You come up with something that currently fits those observations, or even most of them. And from that theory, you see where you can look for something new. Then you go and look for that thing. Maybe you find it, maybe you don't. But if you do find it, you have a new observation. And then even in the future, if this theory doesn't work, you have a new observation to the pool that future theories have to fit to also.
Okay, you're just describing experience over time, so as long as you draw breath. What does that have to do with the shape of the Earth? Or the convexity or non-convexity of the surface of the Earth?
So never proving anything.
So, right, I knew. What I was trying to say is, in my experience, my career, I've been able to make new observations using the globe Earth as predictors.
Okay, that's not an observation. You made observations and then you ascribed sphericity to what you're observing, even though you didn't observe sphericity.
I'm not attributing anything to anything. I'm using something as a tool to make new observations.
Using something else other than the Earth that is not a sphere. That is a sphere. Excuse me.
So
you have this other thing that is non-Earth that is a sphere. So and then somehow, in some vague sense, relating the sphericity of the non-Earth object to the Earth. This is what sense does that make?
Okay, so maybe I'll just give an example to try and be concrete. So I used to work on satellites, and these were like terrestrial satellites, so they would look down on Earth.
On satellites?
Yes. So on these, they had various, I'll call them cameras, right? And they're pixel cameras. And each camera would point at little boxes on the ground, right? And when this thing looked down, you would find that the pixels on the edges were becoming very distorted. And the pixels in the center looked fine for all of predictions people had. The solution to this was that if you imagine things coming down on a circle, things hitting the edge of that circle become stretched.
Hang on.
So if you
I need to see what predictors these people are using and how they're getting to these conclusions.
Sure. So the picture is that the satellite should have been close enough that the pixels were just like a single flat piece of paper coming up.
Well,
but
do you know how lenses work?
That's irrational.
Do you know how camera lenses work?
Wait. Let him finish everything.
Okay.
So each of these pixels were just collecting its data, and they came up flat like a sheet of paper. But the pixels on the edges were becoming curved. Not curved. They were becoming stretched. And the way to fix this distortion was to say, hey, if it's a globe and you undo this curvature, your pixels, there's no distortion in them, right?
So you're arguing for concavity then, because stretching would imply that it's going the opposite way of your globe.
No, I might not be describing this well. I could, if you want, we can do a whiteboard and I can draw out what I'm trying to explain. It's hard to do geometry verbally, but
yeah, you're also trying to use geometry now optically, and you're looking through gas at an angle on at the ground, and you're not factoring in anything like perspective or anything like that.
So I can
also through a curved lens
to effect, but yeah.
You just told us that you somehow superimpose a sphericity in the visual data somehow with technological wizardry, or you just suppose the hypothetical premise that you began with the word if, that if the Earth was a sphere. Nowhere in the explanation did you tell us you observed the Earth to be a sphere.
So what I'm saying is we would just get pictures back and you would see buildings look stretched and distorted.
Yeah, that's to be expected.
Okay, so what I just said, what is the point of you repeating what you just said?
I'll be honest, I don't remember what you said, so sorry.
Well, that's a problem. You just told us that you take pictures and become somewhat distorted, and then you somehow superimpose sphericity in some sense into the visual data, or you just suppose a hypothetical premise that you begin with the word if, that the Earth is a sphere. Nowhere in your explanation did you tell us that you observed the Earth to be a sphere.
So, when we were collecting this data, you basically assume that the Earth is flat over what you want. But if you do that, it doesn't work.
No, that's a straw man again. Like, this is irrational.
I don't know what to tell you. This is physically the data we were getting, okay?
Yeah, the physical data you're getting, you're interpolating through your faulty ideas.
So,
a needle pulling
when you're saying interpreting, I'm saying we're just seeing things.
You created a flat Earth model with parameters that none of us have agreed to or even looked at, and then you say that that model debunks the flat Earth, even though none of us agreed to your straw man model.
Okay, so let me try and think of wording this carefully. So
be sure to start with so.
Start with so
or if. Why not start with like? So you think the Earth is a globe? What does that mean? Just tell everyone what you think that means. Like, you want to tell people you got some insider secret king knowledge about the nature of creation. How? How do you know this? What, where, when, why, and how?
Okay.
Just start with that. Like, you're reporting what you know to a group of people, and you don't know where these people.
Speak to us assuming that we know you're full of shit.
If it's okay if we can finish the last conversation.
Yeah, it's going nowhere because you're not understanding what flat Earth is, and I predict, based on that, you also don't know what globe Earth is. Because you would first have to understand flat Earth to get to your globe. The flat Earth model came thousands of years before anyone even suggested otherwise. So if you are brain farting flat Earth, I don't see how you got to globe Earth unless you grease the skids and you just started your understanding of human knowledge in the 1600s, and then, or just say, a photograph from space is all you need. So let's hear where you're coming from. What do you think and why? That should be the more telling part, because it will be able to troubleshoot you and see what happened and why you're so broken.
Yeah, because it really seems like you feel stuck, you feel cornered, and you're just kind of spitballing and making stuff up on the fly to validate this belief that you have that you yourself don't quite understand.
So I'm definitely low on my heels. I wasn't expecting to do what is science here. But
okay, well, to answer your question from earlier, sorry to cut you off, but to answer your question from earlier, all of you guys with who came up with the scientific method, it was Sir Francis Bacon. The unfortunate thing is the whole entire Western world gives the credit to Galileo. Okay, so that answers that question. Now,
we're circling back to an early, okay.
Yeah, okay.
So you just said, what is science, right? Crit asked you, what is the globe? Is that your answer? It's science?
No, sorry. Okay, so maybe we'll finish this dialogue then from like way earlier. So,
maybe we'll just skip past what just was said.
Circling back isn't going to help you. Start right now, okay?
Yeah.
So,
continue from where you were before I interrupted.
I can't finish any points, right?
We have to finish something. From where you were.
Guys, okay, someone on here was like, we're not trying to argue, we're trying to have a dialogue, trying to have a discussion. We can't have a discussion if we can't finish things.
Right, so I finished it by answering the question from earlier. So now we're past that. We're back here.
Clearly,
before I interrupted,
question, right?
So just go right back to here before I interrupted. Okay, that's where we're at. I just wanted to interject that real quick. We're done with that. We're beyond that. we're here. So if you could please answer.
Well, if you don't mind, I'd like to, because I was asking that question for a reason, obviously, right? I wasn't just asking who defined the scientific method for no reason, right?
No, we're not going back there. Sorry, we're not going back there because we determined that what you're not
beyond that. I answered that question. It's fine. Continue.
Okay, so I'll open this to the floor then. So Sir Francis Bacon apparently defined the scientific method. Why do we care about his definition?
Because he would.
I'll answer that.
At best, I mean, to finally complete this, at best it's intelligible, it's justifiable, it's practical, it's informative.
Exactly. Yeah.
So,
okay, which definition do you want to use?
He gave earlier was that you vary one thing with respect to another, and you find a cause and effect, right?
The problem is if you're not using the same method, you could use the same data points, but get to a different conclusion.
Yes,
the reason why you follow the method, because otherwise, that could be your error. Like you did X, Y, and Z setup, I did ABC setup, I determined something different because of your experimental model.
This dude slaps, he gets it. Yeah.
Okay, so
he's teaching you you're wrong, by the way.
Okay, so here's the point, right?
No, listen. Listen to what Crit's telling you.
In 100 different ways, right?
No.
Crit wasn't talking.
No, you don't define the scientific method in 100 different ways. There's a very specific scientific method, and then you have all sorts of other methods which are not scientific. They're pseudoscientific by definition.
That's why I don't use the term scientific. The term is vague.
Right.
That's why I use the term causation inquiry method.
Can Crit finish what he was going to say? Crit?
No, I mean, you guys are all over it. Yeah, the problem is if you start doing something that is like scientific aligned, it could be pseudoscience. It still is useful. It just means you have to explain what you did different and why. Why did you deviate from the normal method? It could be lots of different reasons. It could be access to the full world. It could be, your ability to manipulate variables. Lots of reasons, lots of things can happen to make you deviate. Just explain why. If it makes sense and it doesn't seem like you're trying to bullshit, then people can follow you. People use pseudoscience every day. Sometimes even because of superstition. I mean, you might say that seems weird to you, but people are superstitious. They're very spiritual, supernatural entities that exist in the world. They really can't explain it, but hey, I flipped that penny over. Now I had good luck. Cause and effect, but it was pseudoscience. It wasn't real. It wasn't an actual experimentation. You just have to explain to me why you think you flipped that penny over, and I'll try it and tell you what I get.
Let him answer.
I don't know what the question was there, so it's hard to answer. But
okay, look. We have the so-called scientific method, which I more accurately refer to as the causation inquiry method. So you saying no, not that method, then what method are you using and why?
Okay. Sure. What method and why? Okay. So, as Critspiracy pointed out very well, there are different ways you could have defined a scientific method, and they would have given you different conclusions.
That's not what he said.
No, that's an accurate summary. That's correct. It depends which method you use, and you're going to get to different conclusions from different methods.
Yeah, it's close enough.
Yeah, but he didn't say it was different scientific methods. He just slipped that in there.
Yeah.
Okay, well, we have to be charitable in interpreting one another, so obviously it is. So go ahead.
Okay. So, different ways you want to set things up, you get different conclusions. Specifically, I think where science goes wrong is it will never be logically sound to say, okay, I observed this in this condition, and I observed this in this condition, and this in this condition. Therefore, this is true in all conditions. That's never logically sound, right?
No, those would be laws. That's not adjudicated through the scientific method.
So that's
wait, you work on satellites. I don't understand how you make this error. Like, in my mind, I'm presuming that someone who's working on satellites has mastered understanding this method. You don't understand that the causation inquiry method, quote unquote scientific method, is informative on trying to ascertain what is the cause of this effect, which includes controlled variables, independent, dependent, and controlled variables. So, of course, it's never the conclusion, unless someone is just making this asinine conclusion, that this event happens in all situations, in all various kinds of situations. No?
Right. So you said
that's not the method in principle.
Like the right step that people went in. So you're correct. So people said, okay, maybe we can't say this always implies this. Right? As you were saying, we switched to saying essentially it's informative to the cause, or the wording people said is if this and this and this and this and all this, then this maybe generally implies this. Right? This is the conclusion people came to.
This is gibberish.
In principle, at best, concerning the method, people are saying this caused that effect in this situation.
Right.
And so this behaves this way in this situation at all times, or most of the time.
Right. Most of the times is how it becomes.
Why don't you run us through gravity?
Okay, so then here's the issue.
At all times, provided the conditions are the same. The experiment has the control variables, you have all the variables, so if the conditions are the same, you're going to have the same result.
But do you really have all the control variables? Are you certain of that?
Well, this is just hyper-skepticism of how comprehensive the interpretation is.
Okay, so I'll finish this point then, and maybe we can move on. So the softer thing people came up with was that, if this, then that, if this, then that, then if this, usually that. That's the soft claim. But why then are we okay with using the soft claim? What people would say is, well, we've used this soft claim in other experiments and it's given us good results, right? And we've used it in this other experiment and it's given us good results. And in another one and it's given us good results. And you do this a bunch, right? What does this look like? Well, now I have one experiment and I got the result. And I did another experiment and I got the result. And I used another experiment and I got the result. This is exactly the same claim we're trying to use, because now we're trying to say the soft claim usually works. We have a circular argument where we're using the same argument within itself. So this is not logically sound.
Wait, no. What are you doing? You do the experiment, you make the interpretation.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. At best, it is a logically sound interpretation of the data, which is defensible. It's tenable under scrutiny of questions and arguments.
Can't be.
It is perfectly logically sound. What you used with your soft claim is illogical and irrational.
Hang on. But let's not trample on one another's words. I'm saying this deliberately. You do the experiment. You interpret the concluding results. At best, your interpretation is sound. It's true and valid and justifiable under scrutiny of questions and arguments. Now, we're not omniscient, so we're going to continue to do this method to gain more knowledge, so as long as we draw breath, at most. There's no fallacy in that.
Okay. So you do the experiment, you interpret the results, and at best it's true and valid, right? Is what you said.
The interpretation, yes.
Right. So you can do the experiment 100 times and get the same result, right?
Say again, I'm sorry?
So you can do the experiment 100 times and get the same 100 results, right?
Sure.
Are you guaranteed on the 101st time you get the same result?
Okay, so what you're talking about is the classic problem of induction. That's all you're talking about. Okay,
yes.
So now I understand.
This was the classic issue with old science, yeah.
Okay, so what is your critique?
I think that the old view of science, that we're just changing one variable for another, doesn't work. That's it.
Doesn't work in what sense?
I don't think you're going to ever get solid results in a solid interpretation of real life.
What do you mean by solid?
It's not an accurate depiction of the real life.
Yeah, you're missing.
Why do you say it's not accurate?
It's a starting point for debate and discussion. It's not the end point. Once you've got an experimental model, once you've got results, then you have got a shared reality, a shared baseline that you then begin deliberation on. If you're just out there willy-nilly doing the hell you want to do and come back with a just so story, what's there to debate? You just got an opinion. What is your backing for what you're claiming?
You said it's not accurate. I hope you're referring to the interpretation. I hope you're not referring to the method, the interpretation of the concluding data, the resulting data.
Right. Yeah, the interpretation will not be valid. Yeah.
Well, are you saying will not be valid as in the sense of it cannot be valid?
It won't logically be a valid conclusion.
Well, that's... It's funny you say will not be valid, because to talk about the future presupposes the uniformity of nature. So, but you don't think you can have any knowledge about the future in general, that the future would generally be like the past. So that's the irony of your position right now.
So it could be the true nature of reality, but that logical steps that you were doing are not logical. They're invalid.
But where's the fallacy? We just went through this, so where's the fallacy?
We talked about it.
Yeah, keep telling yourself that, Andrew. Maybe even you'll believe it.
Andrew, you are like 1 hour here. Now, my question will be, where are these...
Oh my god, fuck. Shit.
What, me, Gregory?
Is that actually Sasha who is speaking third language I cannot understand? You mean that?
No, sorry. I meant an hour.
Well, I'm saying, what do you think were these flat earth and making wrong things about?
Hang on, wait. I mean, that's a valid question, but let's not dart to another question. So, I'm trying to make sense out of you. Okay, so you're trying to critique. You keep hopping back and forth between the two. Either you're critiquing the method as being fallacious, or you're critiquing the interpretation of the resulting data.
If I could jump in very quickly, Gregory, which it sounds to me like what Andrew's trying to do is he's trying to validate or intellectualize the argument that the scientific method is not fit for figuring out truth about this world, because he's been here long enough to realize that adhering to the scientific method and science generally doesn't support the globe view. So ironically, as flat earthers are labeled science deniers, the globe argument is now reduced to trying to intellectually validate abandoning the scientific method.
Yeah, destroying the game after you make the game, then now you're being beat by your own game.
The globies are now science deniers. So, Andrew, you don't like the scientific method. Okay, well, we do, because there's nothing better. And it's besides the point. You've talked about observation multiple times. The only observation you have is a flat and motionless Earth. So anything assumed contrary to that is fallacious from the beginning. So if you ever actually get to making an argument for the globe, you will all instantly be in fallacious territory because you've left observation and reality. But I think the whole scientific method thing has been done to death. We should probably move on to another point. The globies are science deniers. We get it.
Okay, so yeah, in the field of philosophy of science, people...
Dude, we're done with that. And you hear everything that was just said.
And so
we went back around to the philosophy of science.
Well, I mean, if y'all don't want to talk to him about that, I can.
Okay.
Yeah, let Gregory talk to him, and then Gregory pivot over from that once you've done.
Yeah. Andrew, somebody unmute him, please, if someone will. So, Andrew, the philosophy of science, in other words, you're mentioning the issue of the validity of inductive reasoning.
Mm-hmm.
Now, how do I say this? This is concerning, right? How do I phrase this? You're talking about the problem of induction. So, what is your solution to the problem of induction?
Okay, so I'm a little torn on a couple stances. I think the best view is to go purely to experimentalism, which is just there are things that you can observe, and any statement beyond that is bound to be false, but you can use those probably false ideas to help find new observations that you can make.
That presupposes that induction is valid.
No.
It does. You're talking about doing observations to give you more information about the general operations of the universe. That presupposes that the future will generally be like the past.
No, they're just observations of things that have happened.
Okay, so how does that inform you that induction is valid?
It doesn't. You don't use induction.
So then you don't have a solution to the problem of induction.
You just have a list of observations. That's it.
So then you don't have a solution to the problem of induction, correct?
We're not using induction here.
That isn't. What? I just began this dialogue, this second half of the dialogue, asking you what is your solution to the problem of induction?
Yeah.
And then you talked about observation and experiment, which presupposes the uniformity of nature and that inductive reasoning is valid.
So,
and then you said no.
Okay, so these are different. I'm making an assumption here that I think everyone will make, which is that the universe is uniform. There is some underlying thing that is defining how everything works.
Okay, so how do you know the future would generally be like the past so as to justify inductive reasoning?
Where am I using inductive reasoning? I think I'm missing this.
I don't understand how you're missing this. You're talking. You mentioned the philosophy of science.
Yeah.
And your skepticism about inductive reasoning being valid.
Yeah.
Are you not familiar with the subject?
I would say I'm an amateur in it, but if you want to say what I'm missing here, that would be awesome.
I mean, relatively, I'm an amateur, but you say that inductive reasoning is not valid. You're skeptical about its validity.
Yeah.
Do you believe the future will generally be like the past?
I think as a basis of rationality, as like my own ethics almost, in a way that I can't rationalize, yeah, I am assuming that there's a general underlying... Sorry, actually, okay, I guess I would say no to that statement. I don't think the universe is always going to be like the past, but I think there is an underlying structure that it's following.
I mean, you kind of gave me yes and no. It can't be both.
Yeah, sorry. I was answering the question I thought you asked, and then I started answering the question that you did. Sorry.
So, no?
So, I don't think that at any given point, the laws necessarily are always going to be the same, or the structure, whatever you want to call it. You don't have to say laws.
So yeah, because if they're not the same, then they're not law-like. So
well, they could be, because they could be a law that changes with time, per se.
Well, I mean, you talk about could be, that you're supposing that it's logically possible either that it could or it couldn't. But I'm asking you, what do you believe?
This is what do I believe about?
I'll try again. Do you believe the future will generally be like the past?
No.
Okay, so you must live in a whole lot of hopelessness and fear and torment.
Yeah.
Because if the future is not generally like the past, then copulation could feel like torture. Or the cold cup of ice could really be a hot cup of lava at any given moment.
Yeah.
The Earth could just disappear and stop existing at any given moment, as far as you know.
Yeah.
Sorry, could I just, Andrew, where the hell is this taking us? How are we getting to a globe for this inane rambling?
So, well, let me see. Because if you don't believe the future will generally be like the past, then you've undermined all empirical knowledge. And if you undermine all empirical knowledge, it also undermines our observations of the Earth being a stationary flat level plane.
So
right, so it's a degeneration into the knowing.
I hope that the universe will follow the same set of laws, but logically, I don't think it has to. Yeah.
So how does any of this get you to a globe, Andrew?
So what I was saying earlier is that my view of experimentalism is that you have observations, you make probably wrong theories at times to make new observations. And in my jobs, in my careers, using a globe Earth has...
You don't have observations of a globe, though. You don't have any observations of a globe. You only have observations of a flat Earth. How does this get us to a globe?
And then the even more fundamental issue is that this method, you in your mind, you don't believe the future would generally be like the past.
I don't think it has.
This approach logically presupposes
There's no point
that it will.
To him about the method. He's not. He can't get past observation. He's saying observation. He doesn't have any observation for the globe. You only have an observation of a flat Earth. If you're talking about the globe, observation can't be in your vocabulary.
Yeah, inside his worldview,
he gets to the globe.
Yeah, and also inside his worldview, he debunked observation as a possible method because he said he observes a flat Earth, then tested this observation and debunked it. So even his idea of observation is out the window.
You see, it's a death spiral of intellectual nothingness.
Did you say that you used observation to build a flat Earth model, and then you tested that model, and you came up with it not matching what the world was observed to be? So you used observations, repeated your observations, and came up with your observations don't match your observations.
Okay, so...
Yikes, dude.
Okay, maybe I'll restate that, and we'll see. So, I used to work on some satellites, and they were the satellites that looked down on Earth. And we thought that this satellite was had a narrow enough field of view that when we shot the camera at the surface, everything that came up should basically be looking at a flat plane. When it came back and we looked at the data, the pixels near the edge would become very smeared. Like you would see buildings would become skewed, which they
Okay, yeah, I heard this as well, Andrew, but again, this doesn't tell you anything about the nature of the surface of the Earth. I mean, we're talking about something that can be verified or validated by the public. A story about you working on a satellite, getting flat data back, but it didn't work unless you turned that flat data into a curve, therefore ball, is just fallacious bullshit nonsense. We need actual, credible, discussable evidence. I mean, this story is literally just a story.
It's a story.
If that were true, you would have endless measurements and observations in reality of a globe Earth, a horizon that conforms to the geometry of the globe Earth. All of that would be the case if your story were remotely true. So instead of getting a vague anecdotal story about satellites, could you give us some real credible reason why anyone here should believe that the Earth is a spinning ball?
So now you've kind of painted me into...
Before you continue, Andrew, in principle, before you say that...
My observation that I have experienced, and that will never be anything more than a story to you, right? As anything you do will never be more than a story to me.
No, your observation, Andrew, is a flat Earth. That's your observation. You talking about you sent a satellite up and have data on a flat Earth, which you then wrap around a ball for no reason, is not your base observation. Your base observation is a flat, motionless Earth.
No.
Is it not?
That's not what I was trying to describe, no.
No, I know it's not what you're trying to describe, but I'm getting to reality here because you're determined not to speak about reality, but that's what we talk about here. So, in reality, yeah, when you're living your life, you only experience a flat, motionless Earth, correct?
So I would say in my job is living my life. And
yeah, so when you go to the beach, you see a flat horizon, yeah?
I see a horizon.
Just answer the question.
Is it a curved horizon?
I can't tell.
What do you mean? Okay,
really?
You can't tell if it's curved, meaning you observe it to be flat.
I see.
But you think maybe there's a very slight curve that you can't perceive. So you observe it to be flat.
How are you perceiving horizon?
A horizontal?
I don't know what to tell you. It's a horizon.
Is the horizon horizontal?
I mean, let's just go with that. Hang on. Let's just go with that. He can't tell. So you don't know whether or not the Earth is convex in its surface or not.
He can't tell what the horizon is, but he works on machines that go into space, and he can tell the Earth is a globe because of those data interpolations of wrapping flat maps around a ball. He can tell that's a globe, but he doesn't know what a horizon is. Andrew, stop bullshitting us. We're not idiots.
Andrew,
when you see the horizon, Sasha, chill. I'm sorry, I'm asking a question. The horizon. Listen, if you can't comprehend or agree what the horizon is, how can we possibly hope to have any kind of honest conversation with you? Because this point is not in dispute, even on the globe side. It's a flat horizon. It's horizontal. Are you saying that's not the case?
I see a horizon.
And what is the horizon?
What is a horizon?
Or a horizontal line?
It's a vanishing point.
And
Andrew, is horizon not horizontal? That's why it's called horizon, right?
See, I'm having a trouble with this point because as a matter of perspective, it isn't horizontal, right?
Andrew, a vanishing point is not a line.
It's a set of vanishing points. I'm sorry. Yeah.
Okay, but you're not looking at mathematical constructs, are you?
I just have one question. So the horizon is not the edge of a ball, right?
The horizon is not the edge of a ball.
I'm asking you. It's a question. Is the horizon the edge of a ball?
Is the horizon the edge of a ball?
Are you confused about my words? Am I speaking? Is this Swahili?
Sorry.
Am I speaking the wrong language?
It's all good. No, you're speaking fine, mate.
I think he's using Chat GPT.
Yeah. So, can you answer the question? You said the horizon's the vanishing point, but we've been told it's the edge of a ball that ships go under, and that the sun sets behind.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So, is it a vanishing point or the edge of a ball? Because if it's a vanishing point, then the Earth is flat.
I see. I'm using a vanishing point, I think, different than... I guess they're kind of the same.
Like the vanishing point is in art.
It's really not that difficult to interpret these phrases.
Yeah, so in art, you have the law of perspective, right? And there's a vanishing point. But in the globe Earth model, the Earth curves way before that vanishing point.
So, what I was trying to just say is that there is some clearly observable thing, a phenomenon of a horizon. That alone doesn't convince me one way or the other.
Okay, proof doesn't equal persuasion. The horizon is called the horizon because it is horizontal, is it not?
I don't know.
Yeah, and that wasn't the point of the question, Andrew. The point of the question was to determine if you are even capable of having an honest conversation about reality. Because if you struggle this hard just to agree upon what everyone already experiences and the globe side doesn't even debate, if you can't even acknowledge that, then you're far too emotionally invested in the globe to actually have an honest argument, discussion, to make any kind of progress at all. If you can't simply agree, well, yeah, we see it as flat and motionless, but I don't believe it is because blah, 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 how can we have the conversation? You can't even agree to what everyone experiences.
In addition with that, you are skeptical about inductive reasoning and the uniformity of nature, which undermines the law-like behavior of your mind. to make intelligible any empirical data, and for your concepts in your mind to correlate to the empirical data. So you can't know anything at all.
Sorry, I think I lost you at the end there. So
if you don't believe nature is uniform, and which includes that the inductive method is invalid, then you can't gain any empirical knowledge, and the concepts, the abstract entities, the concepts in your mind which you correlate to the empirical data are also not going to be maintained. So you can't make sense of any empirical data at any point.
Right. So when I was saying nature is not uniform, what I was trying to be careful about saying is I think that there is something underlying nature that is fixed, but that fixed thing can change continuously with time. It might be time dependent.
That's analytically self-contradictory. Either it's fixed and does not change, it's immutable, and it forevermore consistent, or it's not.
So no. So when I'm saying it's constant, I mean it is predetermined in how it's going to change with time.
Okay, again, that's analytically false. It's self-contradictory. Either the entity is immutable, it is A, and will forevermore be A, or not, and will become non-A in some sense somehow.
No, this is different, because if something changes continuously with time, you could come up with predictions for how it's going to change with time. Whereas what you're describing is something where there might be like a discontinuity in how it changes with time, which is then something that you couldn't predict.
Well, then what is constantly making it change from non-A to non-this to non-that?
Why are any of the laws what they are? It's entirely something.
Exactly. So you can't maintain your position with this. Follow the premises to the logical conclusion.
No, I'm sorry.
If you say A is maintaining the uniformity of nature, if you say A is maintaining the uniformity of nature, but then say A is mutable and can change later on, and it does this predetermined in a very strict pattern, then what is regulating that pattern?
Okay.
So either you are going to go on this line of reasoning forevermore, or, which is an argument you cannot justify because the argument cannot ever end, or it stops somewhere where something is immutable and maintains the uniformity of nature forevermore.
Okay, I think we agree then, because I'm saying something is uniform if it is changing constantly in nature in a fixed
What is maintaining the regularity of that change?
Okay.
Whatever is maintaining the regularity is itself not changing.
If I said nothing...
To be fair, he's just going to go on this for hours and hours if we let him. This is nonsense again. We got back to the horizon.
This is very cerebral and abstract. Most people don't ever think on this level.
Andrew, when they say boats go over the horizon, what do you think that means?
So that's a statement. It's not a fact. So
you don't believe that boats go over a physical horizon?
If I'm trying to work on facts, I wouldn't use somebody's statement of that.
So do you believe that boats physically
moves away and it disappears?
Do you believe that a boat physically descends over a physical horizon?
No, I don't believe a statement like that. No.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
There you go.
I mean, either way, either you go the high cerebral route with me, or you go with the more basic level with him, and either way, you've undermined your position.
So
Andrew, why do you think loads of the media and stuff and the education system and all that constantly repeats this trope that you can tell Earth's a ball because the boat is going over the horizon? Why are they telling people that?
Because there's a collection of observations that are pretty easily justified by one.
But nature is not uniform.
We're talking about boats going over the horizon. You just said you don't believe that's true. So why are they teaching kids and parents everywhere, on TV, at school, that they can know they live on a spinning, tilting, wobbling ball of water in a vacuum because the boat goes over the horizon?
So
why are they doing that?
Okay, so what I was trying to say was the observation that is actually made is that a boat going for a while disappears, right?
No, but they say, Andrew, the proof of the globe, you can tell the water is bending even though it looks flat, is that the boats are disappearing bottom up because they're disappearing down a physical globe horizon. Don't pretend you don't know that. That's what they say. Why are they saying it if you know it's not true?
Okay. I don't
just answer. Don't give me a... Oh, if I say... Just answer.
Is evidence.
What?
I don't believe that in itself is evidence.
Yeah, okay. I'm asking why.
But I asked you, why are they teaching that?
Because given enough evidence, you're going to tend towards a conclusion.
No, but why are they saying...
No, why are they teaching that premise?
If it's not true, Andrew.
Because school would be really boring if people just listed a bunch of facts to you.
Okay, so then they're not trying to educate the children about truth. So they're not trying to educate the children to know the truth. They're trying to just entertain the children.
Yeah.
Otherwise, they have to lie to children. Otherwise, it's boring.
Anything from a list of observations in class.
So, Andrew, you agree that the so-called education system, the so-called public school system, is really just a state indoctrination system that is not trying to tell children the truth? Do you agree with that?
Not agree with that, no.
But you just told us they're not trying to tell the truth about the ships over the horizon. They're just saying that premise because it's fun, because it's entertaining.
I think we're giving them the best working model we have.
But you just said that's not necessarily evidence.
Andrew, you just said it's not true. How's that the best working model if they're just lying to them?
Falsehood is the best that you got?
I don't think that the conclusion is true given one piece.
No, you said it's not true in physical.
No, you said that premise itself is false.
Okay, then I'm sorry, and I spoke poorly.
Okay, so now you do believe that boats are going over a physical horizon.
I believe that there is an observation that things disappear if they travel away from a while.
Okay, let's go with that. Are they going over the convex surface of the Earth?
What they're teaching people is that the boat is going over a curve of water and disappearing bottom up so you can know you live on a ball. You said you don't believe that. Are you now saying you do believe that?
Okay. So what I'm trying to be careful about saying is that there is an observation, and then separate from all of the observations are models you build to try and describe things.
Okay, enough repeating this. We don't need you to repeat this vague premise over and over again. This is not informative. We're trying to move forward. Is the disappearance of the ship sailing away from us on the water indicative that it is being obstructed behind the convexity of the Earth's surface?
I'm blanking on indicative, but if it means implies, then no, it doesn't imply.
Wait, Andrew, I'm starting to doubt that you work on satellites. You don't understand what the word indicative means, but you have skepticism about the problem of induction?
Yeah, sorry, I forget words sometimes.
Andrew, why are you being so dishonest?
Well, words are so important, though. Like words are very, very important.
Serving as a sign of something. Man. I think that.
I think they have you working on satellites since you're forgetting your words.
Andrew, if you wouldn't concentrate on your famed monotone doldrums, then maybe your brain and ears could function a little better.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah. Andrew, I think you're bullshitting about satellites because, like, your concept, your understanding of this is just out of whack, man. Like, that's my opinion from, this side of the fence, if you will.
I wouldn't let you look at my broken remote control, to be honest.
Fucking A, right?
Yeah, I wouldn't let him change the batteries.
Don't touch my remote.
Hey, Andrew, what we have so far is a weak inductive appeal to distortion on the edge of pictures from satellites, which somehow indicates it's a globe and indicates that this cannot happen on a flat stationary Earth. And we also have appeals to ships going over the curve, but not. Either it happens or it doesn't. It does happen, it doesn't happen. And we also have skepticism about the validity of inductive reasoning and the uniformity of nature, which undermines all knowledge. But somehow we can make observations and experiments, and then that will somehow inform us about the world.
So when we say it either does happen or it doesn't happen, that is true. There is something that is happening that from one observation alone we can't make. So
let's try this one more time.
Going over the horizon, or it might not. We don't have access to that. The only observation we have access to is that something disappears. We have a lot of observations like this, and almost every observation.
But it doesn't matter.
Let's try this one more time.
The claim from the globe is that the boats go over
to come up with a
disappear bottom up.
A tool that is useful for you.
Jesus Christ.
Andrew, you're exposing yourself now. Andrew, we can't see 10 miles. We can't see past 10 miles. We can't know that. We have traveled all over the face of the earth it was far more than 10 miles. Okay. We can know whether or not something traveling 10 miles away from wherever we're observing the ship from is going over a curve or not, especially if the entire earth we live on is a sphere. Okay, so there's no justification to say that we can't know that. So, since we can know that, then we go out and try to know this. When you go and do the observations and make the measurements, we don't observe or measure any convexity of the Earth, especially over the oceans.
Okay, so I agree with some of what you're saying here, which is you're taking an observation you do have, you're trying to make predictions about it, and from those predictions, you're not seeing what you're expecting, especially over water. That's interesting. Do you think maybe something over water is changing dramatically the nature of things around it?
All right, that's it. I'm tired of tap dancing around this stuff.
That's an optical illusion. So no, it's not changing the noumenon of the physical entities themselves.
Right.
What you're talking about is an optical illusion.
Perfect.
So minus optical illusions.
How are you?
What is the noumenon situation?
Changing what though? What would it be changing?
How you're
whether or not we can see the ship.
Yeah, but what's actually there that's being changed?
Right, that's what I just addressed. It's not changing the noumenon physical entities themselves. It's just an optical illusion.
Is there a physical ball edge there that's appearing somehow different due to what you just described?
That's for me.
If so, how do you know that?
We don't. From that observation alone, we don't.
So we're back to them lying about boats going over the horizon. Why are people lying about that?
People aren't lying. They're trying to give people the best tool that explains various things.
But how
they're lying? The best tool that we have is falsehood.
How come you know it's not true, and what, you assume they don't know it? Obviously they know it if you know it, so it is lying, because they're knowingly saying something and teaching something that is false.
I'm saying
they're lying because they're lying because they're manipulating children and teaching them and affirming the consequent logical fallacy and telling them that that is the truth and proves the globe. So they're harming the children. And
Andrew, why don't they tell them in gym class to throw the ball up through the bottom of the hoop?
Okay, is anyone here? Maybe we can do an example. Is anyone here like a carpenter or something?
Yes, hi, over here, right here.
I work construction.
Okay.
Hi. So I've built a lot of stuff. I'm very familiar with squaring and leveling tools and plumb bobs.
I'm a licensed builder.
I love working flat
every day, mate.
Okay, so I worked one summer once building some decks, right? And my boss told me that when we're putting boards together, I think you would put them like directly flush next to each other because they're going to dry up and there's going to be some gaps, right?
Yeah, it's called expansion, yeah.
Okay. Is that true? I actually don't know this, so maybe this is a bad example. Is that true for
expansion and contraction?
Do different types of wood
actually, yeah.
Everything. Can I just skip this? Expansion and contraction happens with all materials. So yeah.
Right.
Okay.
And when you're building a deck, I'm sorry, I was just gonna say when you're building a deck, you need at least a half-inch to inch gap between your boards for that shrinking and expanding.
Right. Okay. And I think, Jenna, you were saying it matters the type of board, right? Like
no, I never said that.
Okay. Sorry. So maybe
I did
that example. Okay.
I did. I said that.
The amount it's going to contract depends on the type of board, right? So
yeah, you've got heat, moisture.
When he told me to space them this exact amount apart.
What do you mean? Was he lying to you? He's just telling you that they expand and contract, so you need to give them a little bit of room to expand and contract.
Right. Yeah, the product he was using had to be installed a specific way.
Yeah, and he told me the exact amount to spread them apart so that they'll contract the right distance.
Isn't that at all analogous to our point about the education system? Cut to the chase.
What are you trying to get at?
This is not at all analogous to the education system.
What I'm trying to get at is that my boss gave me a pretty good rule of thumb and explanation for why we did something one way.
Andrew, if what you say about the horizon and shifts is true, it is not a pretty good rule of thumb.
What does wood soaking up moisture have to do with the Earth?
So, hang on.
This is so desperate.
Where he gets that from is from the manufacturer, and the manufacturer have done tests on the material to see how much it expands and contracts. He didn't make that number up. The manufacturer gave him that number through testing and experimentation.
Yeah.
That is not at all analogous to the state indoctrination system.
So then,
no, stop.
My teacher.
Cut to the chase. Stop.
Or was he?
This is not at all analogous to the state indoctrination system, where the state indoctrination system tells children, as a supposed pretty good rule of thumb, that ships disappearing beyond the horizon at a certain distance, depending on your observation height, is indicative that we live on a ball. But you say that's not true. That's a falsehood. You say that is not a pretty good rule of thumb. Stop it.
Yeah, so now we've established, right, that the education system is just propagating falsehoods about the horizon. So you agree it's not the sign of a globe Earth when the ship disappears in the distance. So what other proof or observation do they give children in schools when they're telling them that they live on a spinning ball? Because that's probably the most common one. The boats are going over the horizon, but you agree that's not true. So what would you say is that we're proving to them in school about the Earth being a globe? What is that evidence?
Okay. So
a very direct question.
We can get into why these ones you don't like also, if you want.
Well, just
in schools, they're also going to point towards sticks and shadow measurements, and they're also going to point towards, if you use gravity, how accurately it describes movements of planets, the sun.
Now, do you believe any of those actually prove the globe? Or are those the same as the boats over the horizon, and when you actually look at them, they don't prove a globe?
I would say they make me more convinced than other ones, yeah.
But they don't. Okay, so let's take, what did you say was the most convincing one? Your sticks and shadows? You think the sticks and shadows proves a globe?
I think the orbits of planetary objects are probably the most.
Right, so not sticks and shadows. Okay, so now the proof that we're giving to the kids is the lights in the sky, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, now how do the lights in the sky tell you anything about the ground beneath your feet?
How do you logically get from the appeal to the emotions of the celestial bodies to that conclusion?
I would probably talk about the northern and southern hemisphere stars.
And how do they tell you anything about the ground beneath your feet?
So what they tell me is that both in the northern and southern hemisphere, the stars are rotating around.
Wait, where are you getting hemisphere from? Because you haven't got anything beneath your feet yet. You're just looking at the sky.
Okay. They tell me that people in the northern and southern latitudes both see stars that orbit around a singular point.
Okay.
Right.
And that works very easily on a globe Earth model.
No, wait. What globe? No, we need to get, what point does... those don't tell you there's anything about a globe. How will you get into a globe from that?
Okay, so as I was saying earlier, I only believe in a set of observations.
No, but I'm talking about what they're teaching at school. How are they proving to people in the mainstream that the Earth is a spinning ball? You said not the boats over the horizon, not the sticks and shadows, it's the lights in the sky. That's what's proving it. So how are the lights in the sky moving, proving that the observably flat and motionless ground we see is not that?
So I don't believe that you're ever going to be completely convinced of anything. I think you just have
irrelevant. Not the question.
Cop out.
Not the question. How are the lights in the sky telling you that you live on a spinning ball?
There is just the observations of the lights in the sky.
But that's not an observation of anything about the ground.
Right.
So they don't tell you anything about the ground.
As I've been trying
so you can't logically get to the conclusion that the Earth is a sphere by appealing to the lights in the sky.
No observation is going to ever convincingly tell you anything.
You don't know anything about that. Your arguments are not valid here.
We're talking about the objective merits of your argument, regardless if it doesn't persuade anyone.
Yeah, so the lights in the sky don't tell you that Earth's a globe then.
Answer the question, Andrew.
Oh, sorry, everyone was yelling. I didn't hear a question.
No, answer.
Let's try this again. So you keep blurting back at us.
Hold on,
people won't be persuaded.
Hold on,
everyone's talking again, guys. I'm sorry.
You just said the observation. You can never be sure of anything. But you just said the lights in the sky are the observation. But that means the lights in the sky, you agree, do not tell you that the Earth is a globe, right?
Right.
Right. Okay. So what is the proof that we are giving to the children, to the masses, that the Earth is a spinning ball? It's not the boats going over the horizon. It's not the sticks in the shadows. It's not the moving lights in the sky. What is the proof?
What we are trying to give everyone is a tool that accurately describes things that they're seeing.
What proof are we giving to the kids, to the masses, that the Earth is a spinning ball?
Any proof for anything.
So there is no proof that the Earth's a spinning ball?
There's no proof for anything.
Right. So there's no proof that Earth's a spinning ball, correct?
Yeah.
Thank you for your attention, Andrew.
Yes, good night, folks.
That's it. That's it. Andrew is toast. Thank you very much. But your pseudo-intellectual mind couldn't wrap itself around empirical evidence, and that's okay. It might take some time, but you might want to sit here and listen to other conversations, Andrew. But thank you for trying. Although you just figured out that there isn't an answer to the unanswerable question, so might take you a bit. Might take some people a bit longer, but we get there either way.
Yeah,
this is the source of my contempt, at least. I'll just speak for me.
Gregory,
this is the source of my contempt when at the end of a scrutiny process where